The home planet was ravaged by civil war, and from the ruins emerged a youth who ventured into the Wan Shou Xing Qiu, traversing the ancient forsaken lands to pilfer medicinal treasures and seize the technological marvels of future civilizations. With decisive ferocity, he shattered the cycle of history and reignited the flames of civilization. Chapter 1. The Mission. Wan Shou Xing Qiu, located 50.78 light-years from the home planet, lay under a blistering noon sun in an unnamed wasteland. The sun blazed fiercely, scorching the earth. At this peak of midday heat, the ground temperature soared to 56.8. Li Ju Su lay motionless among the rubble, his clothes thoroughly soaked, yet his heart felt as if plunged into an icy abyss, every hair on his body standing on end. Mere centimeters from his eyes, a tawny snake slithered by, its forked tongue flickering and emitting a faint sound hiss. With a triangular head and a pale white tail, its body was adorned with intricate patterns of rust red, the dorsal scales mingling in clusters of yellow-green, forming lichen-like spots that met along the spine to create a complete vertical stripe. This was the Huang Yuan Shao Tong II, a venomous species of the viper subfamily, highly toxic. A single drop of its venom could kill 12 adult men, rendering the victim rigid within moments, leading to foaming at the mouth in 3 seconds and confusion in 5 that even the strongest would succumb within 10 seconds. The Huang Yuan Shao Tong II could grow up to 4.5 meters long and was exceptionally aggressive. The one before him measured nearly 3.8 meters. The snake slithered past Li Ju Su's NC-22 sniper rifle, and he dared not breathe, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, the salt stinging his eyes. He remained utterly still, eyes wide, unblinking, as the snake's belly brushed against his cheek. A chill coursed through him, and in that moment he felt goosebumps rise on his arm. After a brief stillness, his heart thundered, and the Huang Yuan Shao Tong II seemed to sense something, abruptly halting its movement. In that instant, every muscle in Li Ju Su's body tensed, exerting immense willpower to remain motionless, even his eyebrows not betraying a tremor. Seconds felt like centuries, and just then, the target appeared in his scope. A rumble approached, growing louder. It was a 295 battlefield motorcycle, painted blue, speeding over 85 kilometers per hour and kicking up a plume of dust across the wasteland. The rider, clad in a helmet, was faceless, yet this was inconsequential. Li Ju Su's mission was to eliminate the rider and seize their backpack. The contents of the backpack and the identity of the rider were irrelevant. He simply needed to turn the backpack as per the regulations. There were many routes back to the gathering point, but this one was the most leveled that Li Ju Su's gaze remained fixed on the motorcycle, while his focus was on the Huang Yuan Shao Tong II. At the motorcycle speed, it would reach the turn in 10 seconds, and given the state of the wasteland, the rider would need to decelerate. This was his optimal moment to strike. 8 seconds later, the motorcycle began to slow down, the rider negotiating the turn at 50 kilometers per hour. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated, except for the Huang Yuan Shao Tong II. Angles, light, wind speed, air pressure, everything was under control. At this moment, pulling the trigger would ensure success. He had even envisioned the motorcycle tumbling, yet all was abruptly halted by the Huang Yuan Shao Tong II. His right index finger lingered on the trigger, ready to complete the mission and secure the 500,000, but he hesitated. Li Ju Su's heart raced in desperation, yet he felt utterly powerless. At this distance, and in this position, he had no chance against the Huang Yuan Shao Tong II. The motorcycle had completed the turn and surged ahead, the rider, clearly a reckless individual, accelerating beyond 100 kilometers per hour, the roar echoing far into the distance. The Huang Yuan Shao Tong II, disturbed by the noise, became irritable, its hissing sharp and menacing. Li Ju Su's heart raced, eyes glued to the snake, prepared for a fight. Fortunately, the Huang Yuan Shao Tong II failed to sense any threat. Its triangular head lowered as it resumed its movement, weaving through the gaps in the rocks before halting. Beneath a massive boulder, leaving a faint trail in the grass. The boulder towered over 2 meters, irregularly shaped, shielding it from the scorching sun, and the temperature at its base was relatively cooler. The Huang Yuan Shao Tong II coiled up there to rest. Li Ju Su exhaled slowly, feeling his muscles relax, but also a wave of exhaustion wash over him. However, he had no time to rest. The mission was paramount. Failure meant not only losing his commission and tarnishing his reputation, but also forfeiting the 20,000 deposit, his entire worth. The motorcycle had shrunk to a mere black, approximately 2,100 meters away. Li Ju-su took a deep breath, his eyes sharpening with fierce determination, akin to a leopard spotting prey, ready to seize the moment. The NC-22 sniper rifle, also known as the Hongwei individual sniper rifle, weighed 13.10 kilograms, measured 155.87 centimeters in length, with a barrel length of 748.7 millimeters and a twist rate of 392 mm. Its height was 244 millimeters, with a trigger pull of 1.8 kilograms, adjustable. The caliber was 12.7 millimeters, with a magazine capacity of 11 rounds, and a disassembled length of 966.1 millimeters, equipped with AK-2 optical sight with an effective range of 1,500 meters. The target had surpassed the effective range, but had yet to exceed the maximum range. There was still a chance. For an ordinary sniper, it might be a shot in the dark, but Li Ju-su was different. He possessed innate vision surpassing that of most, seemingly born to wield a sniper rifle. With his mind intensely focused, his vision seemed to stretch infinitely, the black becoming increasingly distinct. The rider wore leather pants, a striking crimson, indeed flamboyant. Opportunities are fleeting. His mind entered a tranquil state, as serene as the moon reflected in an ancient well. Just as Li Ju-su was about to pull the trigger, a flicker of hesitation crossed his mind, causing the gun's muzzle to dip slightly. Bang! The deafening gunshot resonated across the wilderness, and Li Ju-su sprang into action, sprinting with the NC-22 sniper rifle at lightning speed, even neglecting to retrieve the 2 chocolates from his paper bag, a feat unimaginable for someone so frugal. Just as he darted forward, he caught a glimpse of a shadow darting towards him from the rubble, moving with blinding speed. The Huang Yuan Xiao Tong II, startled by the gunfire, propelled itself directly towards him, covering the distance of dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Had he hesitated for a second longer, he would have been lost. The Huang Yuan Xiao Tong II landed at his sniper point, coiling tightly before launching itself again, resembling a drawn bow, its tension chilling to the bone. Li Ju-su rolled to evade the snake's lightning-fast strike, yet the next moment his eyes widened in horror. The Huang Yuan Xiao Tong II turned mid-air, defying the planets. Gravity, striking towards his neck, up close. He could see its mouth agape, wide enough to swallow an adult's fist, its curved fangs gleaming white. Faced with life and death, Li Ju-su remained oddly calm. With a swift motion of his right hand, he unleashed the card-throwing technique he had honed for years. The playing card zipped through the air like a flash of lightning, blood spraying as it severed one of the snake's forked tongues. Whether from pain or surprise, the Huang Yuan Xiao Tong II's triangular head jerked back violently. With another roll, Li Ju-su sprang to his feet, propelling himself forward with a powerful kick, launching over 6 meters away. Before him lay a drop of over 3 meters. He braced his right hand against the ground, leveraging it to flip in mid-air and land effortlessly, accelerating with the speed of a galloping horse. In the midst of his escape, he glanced back, cursing under his breath. Truly outrageous. The Huang Yuan Xiao Tong II had descended the 3-meter drop and was rapidly pursuing him relentlessly. Have you ever heard of the vengeful spirit of the Yuan Xiao Tong II? Was it not merely a disturbance of slumber? Is it truly necessary? Li Ju-su felt utterly speechless, yet he found himself significantly less anxious that in a short-distance burst. He could not compete with the Yuan Xiao Tong II, but once in full sprint, he believed himself unafraid even of serpent. The distance had widened, and even if the Yuan Xiao Tong II had 4 legs, he remained undeterred. Moreover, following the sprint, it would transition into a marathon, and the endurance of a snake could hardly rival that of a human, unless one considered hibernation. Knowing that the Yuan Xiao Tong II could not catch up allowed him the luxury of focusing on the battlefield motorcycle, Volume 1. The Beast Planet Chapter 2. The Beauty. His relentless practice of marksmanship bore fruit, and with a hint of elusive luck, he accurately struck a moving target. Over 2,100 meters away, such a distance. Not even the most skilled marksman could guarantee a hit. Beyond technique, it was a matter of fortune. The battlefield motorcycle lay strewn upon the sand, evident from the rolling marks that it had endured a severe fall. Fortunately, it did not explode nor catch fire, a testament to its robust quality. The rider was sprawled approximately 17 meters from the motorcycle, and a flicker of compassion crossed Li Jushu's mind. Given the distance he had been thrown, survival seemed nearly impossible. He bore no grudge against the rider. He was merely a hired hand, ignorant of the target's identity or appearance. Upon reaching the scene, he observed the extensive tracks of the motorcycles roll and slide in the sand, stretching over 50 meters, littered with scattered parts. A scene of utter devastation. A bullet hole punctured the motorcycle's engine. Yet the true cause of its tumbling lay in the tremendous impact of the bullet. At speeds exceeding 100 kilometers per hour, or even 60 kilometers per hour, no one could maintain control when struck by a sniper's round. Tumbling was inevitable. The front of the motorcycle was severely deformed. 2 out of 3 gauges were shattered, and the headlights lay in ruins. The right turn signal flickered weakly, still aglow, while the rear wheel remained intact, though the front wheel was somewhat twisted and a puddle of engine oil pooled on the ground. After a cursory glance, Li Jushu turned his attention away from the battlefield motorcycle and approached the rider. To his astonishment, he discovered the rider was a woman, her figure strikingly voluptuous. Even curled up as she was, her perfect curves were unmistakable. Her hips, thighs, and back bore extensive abrasions. The stark contrast of blood against her porcelain skin was jarring. Her left arm was twisted into an irregular shape. Her right hand trapped beneath her, and the visor of her helmet bore a gaping hole. Through the aperture, he glimpsed a face of unparalleled beauty. Her features so exquisitely crafted they seemed to be the work of the greatest sculptor, with no imperfection to be found. In an instant, a wave of guilt surged within him. How could he have fired upon such a beautiful woman? Was he even human? Yet, relief swept over him as joy and a tinge of fear arose. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and a hint of pain crossed her brow. She was still alive. He hastily crouched down, wishing to assess her condition, to determine if there was any hope of rescue. Just as his fingers brushed the helmet, an instinctual warning coursed through him, akin to a serpent slithering up his spine. He caught a whiff of the overwhelming scent of death. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang into action. Seizing her fractured left arm, he twisted it forcefully. The woman shuddered, and the gun concealed beneath her trembled slightly. A bullet whizzed past his thigh, grazing him, the intense heat sending shivers down his spine as he pressed down upon her, using his weight to restrain her struggles while swiftly capturing her right hand to ensure her second shot went astray. Li Jushu attempted to disarm her, but in that fleeting moment of grappling, he discovered something astonishing. Her strength far surpassed his own. Not only did he fail to seize the firearm, but she also managed to restrain his left hand. As a man in good condition facing a weakened woman, he had expected it to be an easy endeavor. Instead, he sensed a great trouble brewing, realizing she must possess significant influence. Judging by their comparative strengths, it seemed she had consumed a second-tier strength elixir. Those capable of acquiring such a potion were invariably affluent or powerful. It became clear why the employer had opted for him, a mere outsider, despite having top-tier sharpshooters at their disposal. They were aware of her prowess, yet offered no warning. Perhaps the employer had never anticipated his success. He was merely a pawn in their game. In an instant, numerous thoughts cascaded through his mind, yet his movements remained unceasing, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. With a powerful tug, the sound of breaking bones erupted. Her already deformed arm twisted grotesquely. The woman trembled, unable to suppress a pained groan as her body went limp. In that moment of release, Li Jushu seized the gun from her grasp, tossing it several meters away. He instinctively reached down. His hand encountered a dagger and a row of glimmering silver needles. Unsatisfied, he meticulously searched her entire body to ensure she possessed no additional weapons before unbuckling her backpack, retrieving the handgun, and departing. Wait! The woman's voice trembled with pain, yet it retained a melodious, enchanting quality. Li Jushu paid her no heed. He was uncertain of the morality of his actions, yet he found himself unable to harm her. He acknowledged that he had been captivated by her visage. Had she been an unattractive creature, he would have already fired a bullet. You have become someone else's pawn. Returning this way, you are surely doomed. Sweat beaded on her forehead. Yet her tone remained eerily composed, for she possessed knowledge that Li Jushu did not Li Jushu still ignored her, accepting the truth of her first statement, but firmly believing in his own survival. He had ventured into the Yuan Shao Xingqiu at the age of 15, having been a hunter for nearly 3 years. He had ample experience in self-preservation. You're not a professional assassin. You accepted this mission for monetary gain, did you not? I shall double your reward. The woman's urgency grew, her words spilling forth without restraint. How will you pay me? Li Jushu suddenly pivoted, his gaze burning into her. The woman, enduring her pain, sat up, momentarily stunned by his words before quickly regaining her composure. How can I trust you not to go back on your word? Do you have any other options? Li Jushu's expression remained impassive. Doubt flickered in her eyes, revealing her indecision. Your time is running out, Li Jushu urged. With gritted teeth, the woman rose, limping towards a motorcycle. She pressed a hidden latch, revealing a concealed compartment. Surprisingly, the fuel tank contained 2 compartments, one filled to the brim with gold coins. We are now partners. Li Jushu returned the handgun to her, extracting a bag to collect the coins. Over 200 pieces. Wealthy individuals were indeed different, traversing with such a fortune. Are you not afraid I will kill you? The woman fixed her gaze upon Li Jushu's back, the gun wavering in her grip before she ultimately lowered it. If I perish, you shall meet a swifter demise. United, we may have a chance at survival. My life holds little value, yet yours is precious. Li Jushu tucked the bag of gold into his jacket, zipping it closed before extending his right hand. Opening his palm revealed a handful of golden bullets. He had already unloaded the magazine. First, share what you know. The woman nonchalantly accepted all the bullets. There is no time, run. With that, Li Jushu took off, leaving the woman initially believing he was dishonorable for taking the gold and fleeing. But she soon realized her error. Thud! A bullet hole appeared at her feet, releasing a plume of heat. She said nothing and sprinted after Li Jushu. Within a radius of 200 meters, the landscape lay bare and unobstructed, save for a pile of rubble 200 meters away. The enemy was stationed 2,500 meters distant, and Li Jushu understood that since his employer had sent someone to eliminate witnesses, they must be top-tier snipers, not mere amateurs. However, at such a vast distance, hitting a target relied heavily on chance. The sniper was gambling on luck, as was he. After 2 consecutive shots missed their mark, instead of feeling elated, he was consumed by anxiety, realizing that there were indeed 2 snipers. His employer had truly assessed the situation thoroughly. Just as he intended to check on the woman's condition, a shadow darted past him, the vivid red of her attire strikingly accentuating her graceful curves. The woman's waist was astonishingly slender, leaving him incredulous that such a delicate frame could possess such immense strength. During their struggle for the handgun, he had pinned her down. The contest extended beyond their hands, as his feet clamped around hers while his body pressed closely against hers, allowing him to feel her formidable power. Had he not grasped her broken left arm, he might have been flung away by her strength. As they approached the rubble, just 20 meters away, she vanished behind a rock over a meter high. A bullet grazed the edge of the stone, sending shards of gravel flying, followed by the sound of bullets pursuing her retreating form. With the woman now injured and delayed, her speed still outmatched his own, leaving Li Jushu alarmed. He had indeed provoked someone he should not have. This reckless side job was proving perilously hasty. Had she not been wounded and fully capable, he surmised she could have dispatched him in mere seconds during a direct confrontation. Fortune favored him as a bullet whizzed overhead, allowing him to dash behind a rock, which, though only half a meter tall, was sufficiently thick to temporarily shield him from the sniper's threat. Currently, I have identified 8 enemies, including 2 snipers of unknown position, 2 machine guns, 1 rocket launcher, and 3 others armed with various weapons, all advancing swiftly towards us. That if we cannot neutralize the rocket launcher first, we will find ourselves in dire straits, the woman stated, holding a shard of glass, likely from a motorcycle mirror. Within mere moments, she had assessed the enemy's situation, showcasing her exceptional combat skills. The effective range of the rocket launcher is 400 meters, with a maximum range of 1,000 meters. I will deal with him at 1,000 meters, Li Jushu replied, leaning against the rock while rhythmically regulating his breath. Cradling his NC .22 sniper rifle. He closed his eyes, not observing the enemy's movements, yet exuding an undeniable confidence, as if his spoken words were destined to manifest. "How do you plan to handle the two snipers?" she inquired. "Who exactly are you dealing with? Or rather, who desires your demise?" Li Ju-su countered without providing an answer. "You would be better off not knowing," she replied tersely. "You must realize someone is intent on killing you. If that is the case, why are you here alone? Do you have a backup plan?" He pressed. "Do not harbor false hopes. I am on my own," she stated firmly. "If I were the one seeking your life, well acquainted with you, I would position my men to flank you," Li Ju-su remarked, and at that moment, the woman's expression shifted as a deep, rumbling sound approached, an armored vehicle rapidly closing in from the front. The appearance of such a vehicle left no doubt that it was not merely a passerby. Volume 1. The Beast Star Chapter 3. Counterattack, Part 1. The woman was devoid of even the inclination to utter a curse. With no escape routes left, they could only fight desperately. However, the area of rubble was too confined and the height of the stones insufficient. Their options for a desperate struggle were severely limited. Since the enemy had dispatched an armored vehicle, it was only logical that the vehicle's roof would be equipped with a Gatling gun, complemented by 1 or 2 rocket launchers. Under the overwhelming firepower of a metallic storm, their escape would be virtually impossible. Oh, you not carry any weapons when you venture out? What do you have in your backpack? Li Ju-su pondered the only variable, the backpack. Just a few changes of clothes, she replied nonchalantly. Li Ju-su paused, his hand lingering on the zipper for a full 3 seconds before opening it. Inside lay a collection of intimate garments, tank tops, skirts, and stockings, all vibrantly colored and provocatively alluring. Beyond these, there was nothing else. He felt a surge of frustration, examining the contents 3 times, discovering nothing but ordinary clothing, albeit quite expensive, crafted from soft materials and bearing high-end brands inaccessible to the average person. "Are you also a pawn in this game?" Li Ju-su tossed the backpack back to her. It was clearly a distraction meant to draw fire, while the true items had likely been relocated through other channels. "We are not the same," she retorted calmly. Slipping the backpack onto her shoulders, it was undeniable that it suited her perfectly. Without the backpack, she exhibited the allure of a voluptuous woman. With it, she transformed into a charmingly rebellious girl, yearning for freedom like the wind. For the first time, Li Ju-su recognized how a backpack could possess the power to alter one's aura. In what way are we different? Despite her beauty being captivating, he was too irked to appreciate the scenery. "I am the one taking charge," she asserted. Li Ju-su's lips twitched involuntarily. 1,100 meters. Her gaze remained fixed on the protruding lens. Suddenly, she retracted her hand just as a bullet struck the rock, dislodging a stone the size of a human head. "I need you to draw the sniper's attention." Li Ju-su's expression turned frigid. Without hesitation, she removed her helmet, peering around the rock's edge for less than 3 seconds before the helmet was punctured by 2 bullets. Li Ju-su emerged from behind the rock, swiftly aiming and firing before retreating back, in the span of a heartbeat. 2 bullets whizzed past the spot where he had just crouched, embedding themselves into a nearby boulder, creating 2 large craters. "One down," she reported, having clearly seen the sniper who had been carrying the rocket launcher take a clean headshot, an impressive feat not typically achievable by an ordinary sniper. "The snipers are closing in. I need you to pinpoint their positions," Li Ju-su instructed, feeling no sense of triumph. Until the snipers were eliminated, they would remain in peril. Even if all other enemies were dispatched, their safety would not be assured as long as the snipers remained. The woman continued to use her helmet as bait, and although the snipers recognized the ruse, they could not resist the urge to fire. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ju-su took down another enemy armed with a submachine gun. However, the snipers soon adapted, ignoring her and focusing solely on him. He took a risk and shot another assailant, but was wounded in the process. A bullet grazed his scalp, tearing away a patch of skin and leaving him bald in that spot. "Are you all right?" The sight of his bloodied head startled her. "Shouldn't we attend to your arm?" Li Ju-su retrieved bandages and first aid supplies, tending to his own head first before tossing some of her. "Are you suggesting I go out to lure the enemy?" The woman quickly grasped his intent. With her arm broken, any movement would hinder her speed. Binding it would increase her chances of survival. "Let me know when you are ready," Li Ju-su replied, preparing himself mentally. Under the assault of two elite snipers, he would have only 3 seconds for each counterattack, a brief window to observe, aim, and shoot. Even top-tier snipers might struggle to achieve this. He had to succeed, or death awaited him. Her arm required a splint or cast, yet given the limited resources and the looming threat of death, she prioritized survival, binding her arm despite the pain. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, but she uttered not a single sound. Li Jushu silently calculated the speed and direction of the approaching enemy. Upon hearing the woman shout, "It's ready," he immediately hurled a bundle of straw mixed with stones into the air, and the moment it soared, gunfire erupted. "Run!" Li Jushu bellowed as he leaned out, the gun's muzzle shifting momentarily before he pulled the trigger, a crimson blossom bursting forth on the chest of an adversary. With a sharp crack, a bullet whizzed past his ear, yet he remained still, honing in on a second enemy that a burst of flames erupted from his weapon, and the foe's head shattered like a watermelon, propelled over a meter away. According to plan, Li Jushu was meant to retreat behind the rock at this juncture. However, midway through his movement, he abruptly halted, having spotted one of the snipers. His gaze sharpened with unprecedented clarity, his mind icy with calmness, and in a fleeting second, he transitioned from aiming to firing. Bang. He withdrew behind the rock, observing the bloodstains from the bullet that had grazed his shoulder, his muscles involuntarily trembling as the fear began to sink in. 7 or 8 meters away, a woman whose foot was wedged in a crevice believed she was destined to die, yet the anticipated bullet never arrived. She gritted her teeth and extracted her foot, rolling over to the nearest rock, inadvertently pressing against her severed arm and paling from the pain. Li Jushu refrained from peeking, yet he already knew the outcome. The sniper was dead. This sensation was peculiar, akin to a seasoned chef who, with a mere pinch of salt, can discern the perfect seasoning without tasting. The woman's survival would further validate his instinct. The armored vehicle loomed larger in his field of vision, transformed into a steel behemoth, menacing and terrifying. On its roof, the Gatling gun emanated a chilling aura of death, instilling an unshakable dread even from a distance. A towering man with a gaze as sharp as a blade exhibited no hint of emotion, while beside him, a muscular figure in camouflage rose slowly, a rocket launcher perched on his shoulder. A chill ran down Li Jushu's spine, his grip on the NC-22 sniper rifle tightening to the point where his knuckles turned white. He shouted to the woman, "Look after yourself." "Wait," she suddenly called out. Li Jushu, poised to flee, paused, perplexed by her words. "The second sniper is at 11 o'clock, approximately 1,500 meters away. You take care of him, and I will handle the vehicle," she said rapidly. "You will deal with the vehicle?" Li Jushu questioned, doubting his hearing. "I'll count to 3. A remote control appeared in her hand, seemingly out of nowhere. Li Jushu broke into a cold sweat. He had underestimated this woman. He thought he had her completely figured out, unaware that she had an ace up her sleeve. 3, 2, 1. Upon realizing he understood, she wasted no time and pressed the red button. That moment, the armored vehicle was passing by the fallen battlefield motorcycle. On its roof, the Gatling gun had already been raised, and the rocket launcher was aimed at the pile of rubble. The gunner on one side was poised to fire, and all attention was focused on the debris, leaving no one prepared for the explosion that would come so suddenly. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion sent the armored vehicle soaring several meters, flipping twice before landing on its roof. Despite Li Jushu's prior preparations, he was still taken aback by the blast force. He dashed out from cover, immediately locking onto the 11 o'clock position. Fortunately, his keen eyesight paid off again. In an instant, he spotted the sniper crouching behind a rock, only half of his head visible. As Li Jushu aimed, he caught sight of the enemy sniper's gaze shifting away from the direction of the explosion, a testament to the woman's clever 2-for-1 strategy. Their eyes met in the air, yet unlike the enemy sniper, who was about to pull the trigger too late, Li Jushu squeezed his own trigger first. The bullet grazed the left temple, and although it merely skimmed by half a centimeter, the formidable force of the NC-22 sniper rifle obliterated half of the adversary's head. Li Jushu did not spare the sniper another glance. As he emerged from the rubble, he swiftly eliminated the last enemy, arriving at the armored vehicle just 2 or 3 seconds. After the woman, But it was already too late for him to intervene. The occupants of the vehicle, including those who had yet to escape, were all shot dead by the woman, each bullet finding its mark in their heads without exception. She showed no mercy, even ensuring the deceased received a finishing shot. Jushu felt a twinge of doubt. Would the woman suddenly turn on him? With no immediate threat from enemies, would she perceive him as one? Help! She yelled, inserting her handgun into her waistband. Jushu strained to open the deformed door and rummaged through the trunk to find a jack, riding the armored vehicle. The woman climbed into the driver's seat and tested the ignition. The vehicle could still start, though its weapon systems were inoperable. You drive, she ordered, taking the passenger seat. I don't have a license, Jushu murmured, a flush of embarrassment creeping onto his face. I'll teach you. The corner of her mouth twitched. Had it not been for her immobile left arm, she would never have relinquished control. Wait, Jushu sprinted off in the distance. Initially, the woman was taken aback, but soon, she felt a surge of indignation as she realized he was retrieving weapons. He gathered the firearms, ammunition, rocket launchers, daggers, and even bulletproof vests, clutching them all in a haphazard embrace, resembling a bear. Amidst such chaos, he still had the presence of mind to scavenge, leaving her utterly speechless. Where are you going? Once Jushu had stuffed all the weapons into the trunk and excitedly hopped into the driver's seat, he was filled with eagerness to learn to drive, an opportunity he had long sought but never had the chance to seize due to the costly nature of armored vehicles. I'm going. Where are you going? The woman suddenly realized they were not headed in the same direction. To gathering point 11. Jushu contemplated briefly. Gathering point 9 was not an option. The employer was likely waiting for him to walk into a trap. With the mission incomplete, heading to gathering point 9 would be futile. Moreover, the employer now sought to eliminate him to cover their tracks. Survival was paramount. At that moment, avoiding gathering point 9 was the wisest choice, and his team was at gathering point 11, providing some measure of safety. Perfect, we'll pass by gathering point 11. The woman remained cautious, refraining from disclosing her destination. Jushu wisely refrained from probing further. Under her guidance, he swiftly grasped the basics of driving. In truth, it was not difficult. Ignoring traffic regulations and focusing solely on operation made it quite manageable. And before long, he was maneuvering the vehicle with impressive skill. The vehicle sped across the wilderness, silence enveloping the cabin as neither spoke. Jushu's mind was occupied with the gains and losses of this venture. He had set out with his team to take on a private job, initially believing that with his marksmanship, he could complete the task in 2 days with minimal effort. Little did he know he had become ensnared in a web of conspiracy. The employer had intended to use him as a sacrificial pawn, doomed regardless of whether he succeeded in the mission. The unforeseen events during the task disrupted the employer's plans. He surmised that according to the original scheme, he would have been eliminated by the Watchers immediately after he assassinated the woman, thereby concluding a flawless operation. However, due to the interference from the copper-headed wilds, he had missed the opportune moment to strike, failing to fire when the battlefield motorcycle slowed to turn. Consequently, the Watchers were momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. This marks the first unexpected event, while the second surprise unfolds when the observer, believing that he is about to surrender, witnesses him firing his weapon at a target that has exceeded the effective range. And astonishingly, he strikes true. Following the shot, he swiftly vacates his sniping position, eluding the aim of his adversary, while the observers mistakenly believe they have been discovered, unaware that he is merely evading the dangers of the wilderness, known as Huangyuan Xiaodong. Jushu was initially oblivious to the fact that this was a conspiracy, completely unprepared psychologically, thus he could not possibly pay attention to what lay behind him, and remained unaware of being surveilled. It was only after conversing with the woman that he began to harbor suspicions, combined with the innate sharpness of a sniper, prompting him to notice subtle signs in his surroundings. He felt fortunate to have recognized the threat early. Had his reaction been any slower, the enemy would have infiltrated a secure distance, leaving him with no means of escape. This mission had him teetering on the brink of mortality on multiple occasions. While he was momentarily safe, he understood that this matter was far from resolved. The employer, cognizant of the woman's survival, was likely to pursue her relentlessly. Likewise, the employer, aware of his continued existence, would probably seek to eliminate him to silence any potential revelations. Up to this point, he remained ignorant of the full scope of the situation, yet the employer would not share such a perspective. Perhaps, in the eyes of those in power, he was merely a small ant, easily crushed without requiring any mental exertion. "Are you a hunter?" The woman suddenly broke the silence with her question. "Yes." He replied, "Oh, you find yourself in need of money?" She inquired further. "Indeed. Would you be interested in following me? Regardless of your previous earnings, I can offer you double the salary." The woman had taken note of Li Jushu's sniping prowess. Not interested. Li Jushu flatly rejected her, not even pausing for a moment's consideration. 3 times. She pressed, fixing her gaze upon him. This time, Li Jushu was too disinterested to respond, focusing intently on driving. The woman refrained from increasing her offer, seemingly understanding his stance, and did not press for reasons. Silence enveloped the cabin once more. Boom! An explosion erupted from beneath the vehicle, launching the armored car more than 3 meters into the AI. The T tumbled twice before crashing heavily back to the ground, shattering all the windows in an instant. Miraculously, the vehicle remained intact, its construction remarkably durable. A robust man in camouflage, reminiscent of a brown bear, moved like a descending leopard, swiftly approaching the armored car and unleashing a volley of bullets into the cabin. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Volume 1. The B-Star Planet Chapter 5. Blue Scorpion. The bullet struck the cockpit, erupting in a shower of sparks. The figure in camouflage peered cautiously, then quickly withdrew, as a bullet narrowly grazed his scalp, leaving a mark on his cap. Bang! 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 The figure rolled swiftly on the ground, as quick as lightning, with 6 bullets chasing him, all missing their target by a hair's breadth. Yet, that slight margin allowed him to successfully evade to the opposite side of the armored vehicle. He swiftly retrieved a grenade from his waist. The grenade was hurled into the cabin, and before the figure could escape, it had already detonated. The occupants inside reacted with astonishing speed. Boom! The grenade exploded mid-air, and the figure, who had just managed to dive beneath the vehicle, nearly lost his breath from the shockwave that felt as heavy as a small mountain. Like a gecko, he emerged from the other side of the vehicle, wielding a machine gun in each hand, unleashing a hail of bullets indiscriminately into the armored vehicle. The bullets ricocheted inside, flying with such density that even a mouse would be struck down. However, the figure remained vigilant. As soon as his magazine was empty, he swiftly holstered his pistol and grasped 2 more grenades, expertly removing the safety pins. Just as he was about to throw them, the deafening gunfire erupted from within the vehicle. The figure's combat experience was extensive. Upon seeing the flames erupting from the cabin, he realized the peril he was in. He had no time to discard the grenades and threw himself to the side with all his might. Bang! A new bullet hole appeared in the armored cabin, capable of withstanding ordinary gunfire, and the figure was flung several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Bloodied and battered, Li Jushu emerged from the armored vehicle, pistol in hand. Just as he aimed, the figure executed a rapid roll, narrowly evading behind a dirt slope. Damn it! Li Jushu cursa angrili. Although he knew the thickness of the cabin had reduced the sniper rifle's power, he could see the figure was clad in heavy body armor. Nonetheless, the remaining force still struck like a collision from a small vehicle. An ordinary person would have suffered severe internal injuries and bled out. Yet, the figure hit the ground and was able to recover within a second, defying human limits. Li Jushu realized his oversight. He should have been wielding the sniper rifle instead of a mere sidearm. The sniper rifle was too heavy, and in the pursuit of speed, the handgun was undoubtedly more convenient. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, yet his speed only increased. He knew regretting would resolve nothing, and returning to the vehicle for the sniper rifle was impractical. Climbing the dirt slope would expose him to 2 shots. 2 bullet holes appeared in the dirt, and the figure had vanished. A chilling sensation enveloped Li Jushu, leaving him no time to think. He dove to the side with all his strength. Boom! Boom! The grenades exploded where he had just stood, and fortunately, the figure could not predict his evasive maneuvers. Otherwise, he would have been finished. The grenades detonated on the slope, and Li Jushu crouched low, narrowly avoiding the lethal angle of the explosion. His ears rang, and yet the hairs on his body stood on end as he rolled desperately on the ground. Bang! 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 Bullets pursued him closely. The first 3 missed, but the fourth grazed his body, taking a chunk from his arm. Lijukshu involuntarily stiffened, not merely from a wound on his arm, but because a protruding rock had jabbed into his thigh, inflicting excruciating pain that nearly stole his breath. His speed inevitably slowed, and, sensing danger, he grit his teeth and fired several shots behind him instinctively. Bang, 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 bang. Lijushi knew he had missed, yet he had at least disrupted the figure's shooting rhythm, causing the gunfire to cease. The figure had taken cover. Seizing the opportunity, he adjusted his position, focusing on the other side of the slope. He could not see the figure, but he was certain it lay in wait. The moment he exposed himself, the figure would undoubtedly take aim and fire, its marksmanship terrifyingly precise. As he crawled slowly over the rocky terrain, Lijushi regretted not having taken the sniper rifle. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he glanced at the armored vehicle, his resolve solidifying. Taking a deep breath, he picked up a dark-colored rock from the ground and hurled it with all his might. Damn! Just as he had raised his weapon to aim, the figure also threw something, a grenade. The figure had played a trick, while his opponent resorted to real weaponry. In the face of imminent death, a surge of adrenaline coursed through him. With all his strength, he burst from his low position, leaping into the air. Before he landed, the explosion resounded, and a shock wave slammed into his back. Despite wearing body armor, he felt momentarily numb. Dazed, he raised his pistol, just in time to see the figure's right hand explode in a shower of flesh and bone. The deformed handgun shattered flesh, and blood splattered into the air. It was a woman. His efforts had not been in vain. She had seized the opportunity, yet her aim had faltered slightly. Had she struck true, the battle would have been over. A normal person's hand would have been shattered, rendering them combat ineffective instantly. However, the figure, trained for such encounters, evaded her second shot with the speed of a cheetah, dodging Lijushu's consecutive attacks with an S-shaped maneuver. Despite his relentless firing, he hit nothing, and both their magazines neared empty. The figure had lost the use of one hand, and logically, Lijushu should have engaged in close combat. Yet, upon assessing their sizes, he wisely opted to maintain distance. At that moment, the figure surged forward with sudden speed, closing the gap between them. Lijushu unleashed a lightning-fast punch, but the figure blocked it. The impact felt not against an arm, but against solid steel. His arm ached violently as it recoiled, and, in the next moment, the figure had him by the throat, its grip akin to that of an anaconda. He suspected even a tree could be crushed in an instant by such might. He pushed against the figure's arm with all his strength, yet it felt as if he were trying to move a car with the gas pedal floored. He was no match. The pressure around his neck tightened, and he fought against the suffocating agony, desperately twisting his feet around the figure's legs while pushing hard against its body, trying to topple it. Pain shot through him, but the figure remained immovable, and his legs felt as though they might snap. This was no mere human. It was like steel. Oxygen deprivation blurred his vision, yet he instinctively grasped the figure's other hand, squeezing tightly. The figure's body went rigid in an instant, and the pain spurred a powerful response, tightening its grip around Lijushu's neck to the point of nearly snapping it. Just as all seemed lost, a gunshot rang out, and the figure collapsed heavily. Lijushu could not see what transpired, but by the sound he discerned the figure had been shot in the foot, though he could not tell whether it was the left or right. He felt himself ensnared by the figure, rolling rapidly on the ground. The figure's vast combat experience forced the woman to cease fire, as continuing would risk his life. Considering their unstable relationship, his heart raced. From the woman's perspective, it would be best for both to perish simultaneously, and he knew he could not resist such temptation. He did not hear the gunfire but caught the woman's muffled groans, mixed with pain. Then, the figure ceased its rolling, and a faint fragrance wafted through the air, the scent of a woman. The figure's heavy breathing came to a halt, but the heartbeat intensified, and simultaneously, Lijushu felt the grip on his arm tighten. Though he could not see, he surmised what had transpired. The figure had locked its throat, while he found himself ensnared by the figure's grip. The camouflage outfit could be utilized with one hand, and the woman could also manage with one hand. However, he possessed both hands intact, yet his situation was the most dire. Suddenly, he recalled that the camouflage outfit still had one arm. Although the hand was lost, the arm remained. A person who had undergone rigorous training could still possess combat capability in such a condition. Indeed, as this thought emerged, he felt the arm of the camouflage outfit, missing its hand, begin to exert force. Did he truly believe that he was a soft target? A profound sense of humiliation surged through Li Jushu, enabling him to unleash another surge of strength. A playing card materialized between his fingers. Although inherently non-lethal, at sufficient velocity, it could pierce through wooden boards. Li Jushu's skills were insufficient to penetrate wood, but he could manage a superficial cut. The card transformed into a streak of lightning, precisely slicing through the inner side of the camouflage outfit's arm where the hand had been severed. The camouflage outfit instantaneously lost control of its arm, and as his gaze swept downward, he noticed a slender yet deep cut along the inner side, severing major arteries and veins, causing blood to spurt forth. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he let out a low growl as his muscles tensed, hard as iron. At that moment, a flash of white light appeared, and Li Jushu launched a second playing card, which accurately sliced through both of the camouflage outfit's eyeballs. Suddenly, everything turned dark for the camouflage outfit, and the intense pain caused his previously gathered strength to dissipate in an instant. The woman seized the opportunity, merging her waist and arms, twisting forcefully. A sharp crack echoed as the camouflage outfit's neck snapped, resulting in instant death, yet its arm remained tightly wrapped around Li Jushu's neck. It took considerable effort for Li Jushu to pry the arm away, and he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air like a drowning man. After more than a minute, he finally regained his composure and, upon rising, realized why the woman had remained stationary. Her condition was even worse than his. Her thigh was a mangled mess, the red leather pants torn with a large hole, the wound riddled with craters, evidently inflicted by the severed hand of the camouflage outfit. His reaction had been a moment too slow. The camouflage outfit had already begun its counterattack. The woman, remarkably resilient, remained silent. "Are you all right?" Li Jushu squatted before her, carefully examining her wound. Fortunately, it was merely a flesh wound, with no damage to the bone. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. "You won't die." The woman's complexion was pale, devoid of blood, with traces of blood at the corners of her mouth and ears, creating a rather gruesome appearance. This was the result of the explosion caused by the vehicle hitting a landmine. Li Jushu's situation was quite similar. The force of the landmine was immense. And even though the vehicle provided some cushioning, the shockwave was still beyond what flesh could endure. His hands were intact, allowing him to control his body in time, while the woman had only one usable arm, suffering more severe injuries than he. "Wait a moment." Li Jushu returned to the vehicle in search of medical supplies and attempted to start the engine, pleasantly surprised to find that it still functioned. It was at this moment that he noticed the tires were solid. The quality was exceptional. He quickly cleared the shattered glass from the driver's seat, then carried the woman back into the vehicle to tend to her wounds. While she rested, he returned to the battlefield to survey the area. The camouflage outfit's bulletproof vest and weapons were valuable assets, each one useful. Moreover, he needed to retrieve the 2 playing cards he had thrown, as a competent sniper must leave no traces on the battlefield. Once back on the road, Li Jushu drove cautiously, his gaze vigilant. "Drive faster, don't worry. There are no ambushes." The woman in the passenger's seat, eyes closed, suddenly spoke in a weak voice, as if the recent battle had drained her of all energy. "How do you know?" Li Jushu glanced at her curiously. After resting for a while, her complexion had improved somewhat, and the pain etched upon her brow was less pronounced. "The camouflage outfit is a member of the Lan Shazi," the woman explained. "Does that signify something?" Li Jushu inquired, perplexa. "Aren't you a hunter? You don't even know about the Lan Shazi?" The woman opened her eyes, casting a curious glance at him. "Is that impressive?" Li Jushu felt a pang of guilt, hesitant to admit that despite his years among hunters, he remained an amateur. The Lan Shazi is one of the top-tier hunter teams, with each member tattooed with a blue scorpion on their wrist. "If it weren't for your shot inflicting internal injuries, we both would have perished," the woman stated matter-of-factly. "I noticed the tattoo on his arm, but assumed he was merely involved in some underworld activities." Li Jushu acknowledged that he had seen the blue scorpion, but was unaware of its significance. Members of the Lan Shazi are confident and proud. Once they accept a mission, they will not allow others to intervene. Otherwise, it would be a slight against the Lan Shazi, so no one else will appear. However, you must be cautious going forward. The Lan Shazi harbors a strong desire for revenge and may seek you out, the woman warned. "I know you must be important. Could you eliminate the Lan Shazi for me to avoid future troubles?" Li Jushu asked. The woman closed her eyes, dismissing such a trivial question. If the Lan Shazi could be easily eliminated, they wouldn't be the Lan Shazi. The vehicle fell into silence, the only sound being the roar of the engine. From day to night and back to day, they indeed encountered no ambushes or dangers. Li Jushu's driving skills had significantly improved, maintaining a speed of 95 km/h. As dusk fell, the number 11 gathering place came into view. "Shall we stop and rest for a moment?" Li Jushu parked the vehicle by the roadside, his voice tinged with anticipation as it was the first time he had spoken in 2 days. "Let us part ways here. I'll take the vehicle. If I give it to you, it will attract trouble." The woman opened her beautiful eyes, gazing through the car window at the imposing walls of the No. 11 gathering place. After 2 days of rest, she appeared to have recovered significantly, her eyes bright. "Take care." Li Jushu felt a pang of regret in his heart. But he understood that the woman spoke the truth. Without the vehicle, he could still conceal his identity, but with it, any employer could easily track him down. He retrieved the weapons and ammunition from the trunk, closed the trunk door, and signaled to the woman that she could leave. He no longer considered the vehicle. At least these weapons and ammunition would provide some psychological comfort. As the vehicle started and drove about 20 meters, the woman's stunning face emerged from the window, delivering a parting remark. "My name is Lu Weiyu. What is yours?" "Li Juxu." He blurted out. "I shall remember you." The vehicle suddenly accelerated, leaving a long trail of dust as it vanished. Li Jushu watched the vehicle disappear into the night, feeling a sense of wistfulness wash over him. Volume 1, The Beast Star, Chapter 7, The Heart of a Saint. Approximately 180 kilometers west of the number 11 gathering place, Bloodwolf Canyon. The withered grass resembled spears, and the rocks were as hard as iron. An 8-member team cautiously traversed the canyon, with Captain Chao Gang, the eldest at 39, on the verge of entering his 40s in a month. The only female member of the team was Wang Xiaoxin, Chao Gang's girlfriend, whom he had pursued for 3 years. At 25, she had a standard oval face, fair skin, and a youthful appearance, serving as the team's medic. Their relationship was a case of an old bull loving a tender calf. Li Jushu was the youngest in the team, and this nameless group was his long-term organization. 5 days had passed since they accepted a side job, and upon returning to the gathering place, he had not ventured anywhere, focusing solely on recuperating. Nonetheless, his injuries had yet to heal fully. The captain had received a mission, which was part of their official work, necessitating his participation. A cap concealed his bald spot, making it impossible to discern that he had been injured. He and T informed the others. After all, side jobs were less than honorable. While Captain Chao Gang had not explicitly prohibited it, he certainly would not endorse it. Suddenly, a faint groan emanated from the rocky terrain, prompting the scout, Monkey, to issue a warning. "We have a situation." The team swiftly dispersed, each member seeking cover and concealing themselves, waiting for several seconds without any disturbance. "Monkey." Chao Gang fixed his gaze towards the direction of the scattered stones. Understanding his intent, Hosey cautiously left his hiding spot and approached the source of the moaning sound. While the other team members remained vigilant, Li Jushu crouched behind a rock about half his height, his sniper rifle following Hosey's movements. As the sole marksman in the group, he was responsible for long-range suppression. On the planet Wanshou, countless ferocious and cunning beasts roamed, posing immense dangers. One must remain alert even while sleeping, for neglect could lead to a gruesome demise. Generations of predecessors had shed blood and sacrificed their lives, imparting a simple yet profound lesson. Caution ensures survival. Navigating through a pile of rocks over a meter high, Hosey located the source of the moaning and, after a brief inspection, retraced his steps. It was a lone wanderer who had inadvertently fallen from above while being pursued by a blood wolf, sustaining severe injuries. Both legs and one arm were incapacitated, and at least 4 ribs were fractured. Fortunately, his backpack had cushioned his head, sparing him from immediate death. 6 hours had passed, and he was nearing his limit. A lone wanderer? One of the attackers in the group, the wild boar, noted this identity with interest. Judging by the size of the backpack, this individual spoke the truth. Hosey was confident in his judgment. If he were part of a team, supplies would typically be distributed to prevent any one person from bearing an excessive load. Food, weapons, water, emergency supplies, and clothing were essentials for hunting excursions, and only a lone wanderer would carry everything alone, as there was no one to share the burden. Their team of 8 had a total load nearing 400 gene, with each member managing around 50 gene. Just right. If it were all placed on one person, even if they could carry it, their mobility would be compromised. Everyone turned to Chao Gang, who, alone and gravely injured, was in the desolate wilderness, a veritable gift from the heavens. However, such an act would incur moral condemnation, and if discovered, legal repercussions. The potential reward was high, yet so was the risk. Chao Gang glanced at Li Juxiu, his eyes inquiring. Night Owl? No anomalies detected, but there are two blind spots that are difficult to assess. Li Juxiu, Reblia. Apart from being responsible for long-range fire support, he also served in a sentinel capacity. Night Owl was his moniker, as hunters often preferred aliases to protect their true identities. Monkey hunting dog, Gaogang Gongman. Hosey and another team member nodded, immediately heading toward the two blind spots as instructed by Li Juxiu. One was halfway up the mountain, where a dark cave awaited. The other was across the gorge, concealed by large boulders, making it easy to hide someone. As they waited, the other team members remained alert, observing their surroundings and ready for combat. On Wanshou, anything could happen. This injured lone wanderer could be a boon or a trap. Their team wished to claim the boon, but certainly did not want to become someone else's prey. Before long, Hosey and the hunting dog signaled that it was safe. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Chao Gang's eyes as he prepared to give the order, but suddenly, Wang Xiaoxin seemed to grasp something and vehemently questioned. What are you planning to do? This violates the interstellar treaty. He is a human, one of our kind, gravely injured and in peril. We should assist him. Li Juxiu, along with the other team members, froze, and Chao Gang stood dumbfounded, staring at Wang Xiaoxin. Was this truly the utterance of an adult? Surely, it cannot be serious? Article 11 of the Interstellar Treaty states that we must provide assistance to those in need. You haven't forgotten, have you? Gao Gang, you promised me to be a law-abiding person. Wang Xiaoxin gazed at Chao Gang with righteous conviction. Wild Boar was about to speak, but was restrained by the drummer beside him, who looked to Chao Gang for his response. Their team had previously lost a male medic, an elderly man who perished during a mission. Coincidentally, Wang Xiaoxin had been moved by Chao Gang's steadfast and selfless dedication and agreed to become his girlfriend. She was a medical professional, and Chao Gang invited her to join the team, a decision unanimously welcomed. Wang Xiaoxin had been part of the team for 3 months, but they had completed only 2 missions with commendable cooperation. This was their third endeavor, and none anticipated that a wounded individual would lead Wang Xiaoxin to express dissenting opinions. Xiaoxin, we are in the wilderness, where no one knows us, Chao Gang stammered, lacking the decisiveness he usually displayed when issuing orders. And what of it? Does being in a wild grant license to transgress the law? It is even more imperative to maintain integrity in the wild. Only by adhering to the law can this world become a better place. Wang Xiaoxin's eyes shone brightly, her face seemingly radiating a sacred glow. Our mission is to seek profit. If we hadn't passed this way, that man would soon perish, and his belongings would be scavenged by others. Rather than allowing it to benefit someone else, we should take it ourselves. Chao Gang attempted to persuade Wang Xiaoxin. He is not dead yet. He is still alive, and there is hope for him. Wang Xiaoxin's voice rose, her piercing gaze causing Chao Gang to feel inexplicably uneasy. His condition will likely lead to his demise soon. Chao Gang endeavored to maintain a sincere tone. We can save him, Wang Xiaoxin asserted earnestly. He has no connection to us. We do not know him. Chao Gang suppressed his inner discontent. He is human, one of our own. We have a duty to save him. Even without the Interstellar Treaty, he is a life deserving of preservation, Wang Xiaoxin declared resolutely, her demeanor unwavering. The team members remained silent, their expressions reflecting dissatisfaction. You cannot even ascertain whether he is good or bad. If we rashly come to his aid, he might repay kindness with malice. Chao Gang's frustration was evident, though he restrained himself. Chao Gang, how can you think this way? Your words make me feel estranged from you, Wang Xiaoxin responded, her voice tinged with anger. That is not my intention. I merely mean to say we cannot dismiss the possibility of danger. We must ensure our safety. Chao Gang softened his tone. When we encounter difficulties, when we face death, we hope someone will extend a helping hand rather than turn a blind eye or take advantage of our plight. As a person of conscience, one should offer assistance at such times. Chao Gang, I hope you are a person of great compassion, not selfish like others. Such behavior would make me feel I misjudged you. Wang Xiaoxin's tone was resolute. Very well, I hope this choice is not a mistake. Chao Gang conceded under Wang Xiaoxin's piercing gaze, agreeing to her request to help the injured man. Captain, this goes against the rules, Wild Boar interjected urgently. Brothers, Xiaoxin is also one of our members. This is her first request. I ask you all for my sake to overlook this, Chao Gang pleaded with Wang Xiaoxin, his tone conciliatory, while addressing the others with the authority of a team leader. Though the members were unwilling, they preferred not to create discord. Yet, Li Jushu posed a significant question. Carrying an injured person will hinder our mission. Chao Gang furrowed his brow. This was indeed a pressing concern. The mission was paramount, but bringing along a severely injured individual was impractical. Even here, at least one team member would need to care for him, which was also inappropriate. I will tend to his wounds first. We can address other matters later. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as it seems. Wang Xiaoxin interjected. Li Jushu fell silent. Wang Xiaoxin, noticing the silence around her, grasped the medical kit and approached the injured individual. Chao Gang, feeling uneasy, closely followed her. Although the others were reluctant, they remained vigilant. Their years of hunting experience had ingrained a sense of caution deep within them, making them wary at all times. Bloodstains marred the rocky ground, indicating that the victim had likely struck the stones before tumbling into the crevice below. Li Jushu glanced at the cliff, estimating its height to be around 45 meters, equivalent to a 15-story building. The fact that the injured party had survived such a fall was remarkable, though the backpack had acted as a buffer. One could not dismiss the sheer luck involved. Suddenly, Li Jushu was struck by a realization, and in an instant his hair stood on end. Without regard for exposure, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Captain, come back. It's a trap." The essence of teamwork lies in unspoken understanding and the transmission of information through a familiar system, often relying on hand signals. In urgent situations, various sounds, such as calls of monkeys or birds, are employed, signals that teammates comprehend but outsiders do not. In the direst circumstances, loud cries become necessary, eclipsing concerns about revealing their position. This gorge, known as Xuelangxia, is home to numerous blood wolves, creatures with exceptionally keen noses capable of detecting the scent of blood from 10 kilometers away. Currently, they found themselves on the periphery, still a considerable distance from the wolf's territory. However, Li Jushu recalled that it was no more than 10 kilometers away. Given the nature of the blood wolves and the blood on the rocks, it was highly improbable they had missed any signs, especially since the victim had been pursued and subsequently fell. While the blood wolves would not dare leap from such a height, they could easily navigate around, reaching the scene in no more than 3 hours. Yet, the victim claimed to have been injured 5 or 6 hours prior, a timeline that simply did not add up, as blood wolves are not known for losing their way. All signs pointed to this being a trap, though it was merely conjecture without concrete evidence. Li Jushu's instincts were adamant. As he alerted the team, he rolled into a nearby backup sniper position. A competent sniper must immediately identify the most advantageous vantage point upon arriving at a location, subsequently preparing a secondary position. There are no guarantees of safety. A sniper who lingers too long in one spot is courting death. Almost simultaneously, as Li Jushu took his position, a plume of dust erupted from his previous location, and the ground bore a new bullet hole, its diameter reminiscent of a finger. A chill ran down Li Jushu's spine. The bullet was a 123 millimeters penetrator, a type he had long desired but hesitated to acquire. He typically used a 106 millimeters hollow point round, effective within 200 meters, capable of piercing 10 millimeters alloy steel, yet inferior to the penetrator by 2 levels. The anguished cries of the monkey and Chao Gang's furious roar followed in quick succession. Li Jushu glanced over to see a figure plunging a knife into the monkey's heart from behind, sealing its fate. Chao Gang, hiding behind a massive boulder, unleashed a furious growl, while the previously injured individual rose unscathed. Wang Xiaoxin barely had time to react before he seized her, a sharp dagger pressed against her throat. "Stand down at once, or she dies." The assailant was a towering man, over 6 feet tall, who skillfully stripped the monkey of its gear before carelessly discarding the corpse into the gorge. The thud of the body hitting the rocks echoed like a boulder crashing into the hearts of the team members, their eyes reddening with rage as they nearly ground their teeth to dust. The monkey, known for its humor and charm, had been the light-hearted spirit of the group, and his demise felt akin to the loss of family for each member. "We want." Chao Gang gestured for everyone to remain still, his gaze fixed on the giant atop the cliff, striving to maintain his composure. The question betrayed a lack of understanding. What do you think we want? The giant, as he discarded the monkey-esque body, raised a massive shield, sheltering himself behind it. The center of the shield featured a glass pane the size of a fist, allowing him to survey the surroundings. Li Jushu dismissed the thought of targeting this brute after a mere glance at the shield. The full name of the shield was a polyethylene fiber-tempered shield, commonly referred to as a 15mm shield, meaning it could withstand bullets of 15mm caliber or below. Any round exceeding that caliber could hardly be classified as a bullet. It would be more akin to artillery, far too unwieldy for individual combatants to bear. Li Jushu redirected his focus to the opposing sniper, who posed a genuine threat. Until this individual was neutralized, every member of their team would remain under the shadow of a Damocles sword. The fate of Wang Xiaoxin would be left to Chao Gang and the other team members, a matter of unspoken understanding and division of labor. In the first volume, titled The Beastar, Chapter 9, Flying Stones, Li Jushu deduced the enemy's position on the left cliff from the direction of the gunfire and the angle of the bullet hole. This elevated position was decidedly disadvantageous for them. The left cliff, flanked by two massive rocks and a patch of grass, provided ample cover for any hidden foes. Li Jushu opted to forego the grass and instead scrutinized the area around the rocks. It must be noted that the positioning of the two rocks was remarkably strategic, forming angles that allowed for easy relocation in response to attacks, rendering them nearly invulnerable. Li Jushu was certain that the enemy sniper was concealed between the two rocks, observing their every move, yet from his vantage point, he could not see the adversary unless they fired, which would reveal their position. He suppressed his rising anxiety, ignoring the negotiations between Chao Gang and the giant, meticulously scanning the area. He was determined to pinpoint the sniper's exact location. Failing to do so would have dire consequences. In the desolate wilderness, the constraints of the Interstellar Treaty were null and void. They had raided other teams and had been raided in return. At their peak, their team had boasted over 30 members. Through countless trials, they had lost track of how many teammates had come and gone, having changed captains 4 times. Li Jushu considered himself fortunate, yet he knew his survival was not merely a matter of luck. It was also due to his tenacity and caution. Robbing others of their possessions was merely the first step intended to lower defenses. The second step involved eliminating witnesses. Those who commit misdeeds fear retribution. The safest approach is to neutralize all adversaries. Regardless of the outcome of Chao Gang's negotiations with the giant, a struggle for survival was inevitable. The enemy sniper would ultimately dictate the conclusion of their encounter. After several fruitless searches, as impatience began to gnaw at him, Li Jushu suddenly recalled the sound of a bullet slicing through the air, accompanied by a faint echo. If a shot were fired from between the two rocks, the canyon's topology would create reverberations, while the accompanying noise would be the bullet disturbing the air and the dried grass. Before he could verify his theory, the results of Chao Gang's negotiations emerged. For the safety of his girlfriend, Wang Xiaoxin, though he would never admit it, Chao Gang declared they would lay down their arms and concede. Li Jushu and his team now faced a decision: either obey their leader and relinquish their weapons, or defy him and abandon the team. After all, complying with the leader's command significantly increased the likelihood of death. In such an environment, being unarmed was tantamount to signing one's own death warrant. Yet, without much deliberation, the team members began to lower their weapons. The disregard for the Interstellar Treaty was a legal matter. However, within the team, it represented a breach of trust. Losing credibility would render future survival in this unforgiving world impossible. Thus, even with heavy hearts, the team had no choice but to relinquish their arms. A burly man was followed by a shifty-eyed rogue who emerged from behind him, tossing down a rope and sliding down to confront the team members. He confiscated all their weapons, and not only that, he also searched their bodies, seizing every piece of supplies they possessed. With each search, he flashed a grin and expressed his thanks, his demeanor shy and somewhat bashful. To an unknowing observer, he might appear innocent, perhaps embarrassed, as it was his first time engaging in such activities. However, Li Jushu recognized this as mere deception. The man was undoubtedly eager to eliminate them. Despite being compelled to relinquish their weapons, the seasoned hunters in their team maintained their positions behind cover, ready to converge at a moment's notice. Unless the shifty-eyed man was confident he could take them all down in an instant, he would not dare to take the risk, especially since his side currently held the upper hand. The team members seethed with anger but had to endure. They knew any attempt to act recklessly would tip the balance, potentially leading to their complete annihilation. Each person sought an opportunity, yet none could find a way to break the deadlock. "We have complied with all your demands. Can we be released now?" Chao Gang glared at the burly man, who remained true to his word, and nodded at the member pretending to be injured. "Beautiful lady, you're truly a good person. I heard every word you said. If we lived in peaceful times, you would undoubtedly be revered as a saint. Alas, we find ourselves in chaotic times, and your kindness is ill-timed." The member, with a hint of regret, extended his tongue and licked Wang Xiao Xian's fair cheek, his eyes gleaming with greed and reluctance. Wang Xiao Xian tightly shut her eyes, her face turning pale with fear. "Go!" The member suddenly pushed her forcefully, causing her to stumble against the jagged rocks. Chao Gang, who had been fixated on Wang Xiao Xian, immediately dashed out from behind cover, moving with the swiftness of a leopard spotting its prey. Just as he embraced Wang Xiao Xian, a stone the size of an egg was propelled from his hand, striking the disguised assailant's head with lightning speed and deadly accuracy. The sound of impact was deafening. The enemy, who had posed as bait, crumpled to the ground, the force of the stone horrifically potent. This left no need for pretense. The extent of the head wound and the blood splattering forth indicated he would not survive. Chao Gang had earned his position as team leader due to his undeniable prowess. Having consumed strength-enhancing potions multiple times, he could easily lift weights of 500 pounds. His skill in throwing stones was unparalleled, achieving perfect accuracy within 30 meters and capable of shattering 6-centimeter thick bricks. As he rolled to the ground with Wang Xiao Xian, they took shelter between two rocks, the air filled with the sound of bullets whizzing past, creating two dark holes in the stone. A series of actions unfolded with blinding speed. Wang Xiao Xian, still in shock, heard the sharp gunfire echoing through the canyon, accompanied by a pained, desperate scream. Hound, who had gone to scout suspicious locations with Monkey, found himself in a dire predicament, having scaled the cliff with bare hands. With the sudden assault, they were left with no cover and no room to maneuver. The shifty-eyed man unleashed a burst of bullets, turning Hound into a sieve, sending him tumbling into the rocky abyss below. "You are truly damned." The burly man, enraged by the loss of a member despite having the upper hand, pulled out a Type 38 submachine gun and unleashed a volley into the rocks, forcing Chao Gang and his team to cower behind their cover, too afraid to show themselves. At this moment, it mattered little that they were unarmed. Even if they had weapons, facing the enemy's superior firepower from above rendered them unable to retaliate. The Type 38 submachine gun was one of the most commonly used weapons among hunters, known for its rapid-fire capability and low-cost ammunition, though it consumed bullets quickly and lacked accuracy beyond 150 meters. However, it was primarily employed for fire suppression, relying on volume rather than precision, making this a minor drawback. In Chao Gang's team, the wild boar's weapon of choice was the Type 38 submachine gun. Volume 1, The Beast Planet, Chapter 10, Counter-Sniping. After emptying 2 magazines, the burly man's anger subsided somewhat. He understood that the enemy was sheltered in the gaps of the rocks, and his Type 38 could not penetrate the thick stone unless he descended. The shifty-eyed man remained below, wary of Chao Gang's remarkable stone-throwing skills, and refrained from approaching. Uncertain of the other members' abilities, after eliminating Hound, he gathered the confiscated weapons and began to climb back up the cliff. Their primary objective was these valuables. Having achieved their goal, the necessity of killing was now optional. Li Ju Su and the others watched helplessly, aware of the burly man's Type 38 above and the sniper's gaze fixed on them, with uncertainty lingering over whether there were more enemies yet to reveal themselves. The drummer gestured to Li Ju Su, signaling him to draw the enemy's attention, allowing Li Ju Su to retrieve the backup weapons. Aside from Wang Xiao Xian, the other members knew Li Ju Su had 2 sniper rifles. Earlier, the shifty-eyed man had only taken 1, as Li Ju Su had concealed the spare sniper rifle in advance. After a moment of hesitation, Li Ju Su nodded. This was their last chance to turn the tide, and if they did not seize it, the past year would be in vain. However, he sensed that the opposing sniper was formidable, uncertain if the drummer would be able to evade. If Monkey were still present, his chances of success would be significantly higher. The drummer signaled the members to be alert. Almost simultaneously, the wild boar and another member mouse, hurled a cloud of debris into the air, obscuring the enemy's vision. With no smoke bombs available, they improvised with what was at hand, while Chao Gang launched two stones, one aimed at the burly man and the other at the shifty-eyed rogue. The drummer leaped from the rock cover, sprinting towards the shifty-eyed man in an S-shaped trajectory. Bullets whizzed dangerously close, but he narrowly evaded each one. The two flying stones played a crucial role. The stone aimed at the shifty-eyed man was deflected by his rope, but the one targeting the burly man struck the Type 38, which he had not anticipated, causing it to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. Quick to react, he did not bend down to retrieve the gun. Instead, he swiftly drew his sidearm, firing a few rounds to keep Chao Gang and his team huddled behind the rocks, unable to show themselves, as the second volley of stones fell short. Ultimately, the burly man made a grave error. He had focused his attention on Chao Gang, unaware that the real threat lay with Li Ju-su. As the drummer dashed from cover, Li Ju-su's focus was trained on the opposing cliff face. The moment the enemy sniper fired, he pinpointed their location, confirming his earlier analysis. The sniper was nestled in the brush. Like a nimble fish weaving through the rocky crevices, he maneuvered through the scattered stones, which, while not overly abundant, provided sufficient cover. Snipers possess an acute sixth sense, and just as Li Ju-su reached the spot where he had buried the spare sniper rifle, the enemy sniper seemed to sense the impending danger, abandoning the drummer and shifting their target to him. In an instant, Li Ju-su felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, the chilling breath of death washing over him like a relentless tide. Every hair on his body stood on end as an intense sense of danger heightened his awareness, rendering his nerves exquisitely sensitive. His mind became remarkably clear, and within mere fractions of a second, he deduced that the enemy sniper was still in the process of aiming. He had time to retrieve his weapon, load it, and take aim, all in a seamless motion that had never felt so swift like lightning. At the moment he pulled the trigger through the scope, he glimpsed the sniper's eyes, shifting from calm to shock, then to horror. The crack of the gun echoed as the sniper's head exploded, blood splattering. The bullet striking true at the center of his forehead. Even the most skilled physician could not have saved him. That single shot seemed to drain every ounce of strength from Li Ju-su, leaving him in a state of utter fatigue, as if the rifle had transformed into a weight of 1,000 pounds, nearly impossible to lift. He understood that this was the result of the drastic shift in his mental state. In that fleeting moment, his mind and body had been taut with tension, and after eliminating the enemy, he suddenly relaxed, his muscles giving way. Though he yearned to lie down and rest, the battle was far from over. His comrades were still under the enemy's gunfire. Drawing a deep breath, he regained some strength, steadying himself, ears pricked. Seizing the opportunity as the burly man reloaded his handgun, he swiftly extended his weapon and fired at the rat-like figure. The bullet struck true, severing the rope, and the rat-like figure emitted an agonizing scream, having ascended to approximately 40 meters. Just as he was about to scale the rocky ledge, he fell heavily to the ground. With his skills, he could have grasped the rock face to steady himself. However, the nearly 400 pounds of weaponry and equipment he bore dragged him down. With a thud, he crashed amidst the rubble, his body contorting grotesquely as bones shattered beyond counting, a sight too gruesome to behold. Though he did not die instantly, he emitted pained groans, and the blood pouring from his mouth suggested his time was limited. The burly man fired 3 shots at Li Ju-su, but he had immediately withdrawn his head after shooting. The bullets struck the rock, sending shards flying, yet failing to inflict harm. With no time to focus on Li Ju-su, the wild boar and the rat-like figure flanked the fallen enemy, intent on seizing the weapons. Meanwhile, Chao Gang took the chance to launch a stone, disrupting the burly man's aim. The burly man, tasked with facing 3 opponents, became somewhat flustered, yet his marksmanship was undeniable. He soon injured the wild boar, incapacitating an arm. Seeing that the rat-like figure was nearing the fallen enemy, he recognized that should the latter acquire the weapon, he would have no chance. Thus, the burly man discarded his emptied handgun and swiftly bent down to retrieve the previously dropped Type 38 submachine gun. Just as he aimed at the rat-like figure, a blood blossom erupted from his forehead, the sniper's bullet striking with tremendous force and severing half of his skull. He fell backward without uttering a sound. Silence enveloped the area as the burly man's team consisted of only 4 individuals. No others remained. In retrospect, 4 was a reasonable number. Had there been more, they would not have needed to resort to deceit. A preemptive ambush would have allowed them to eliminate the opposing team openly, but lacking strength necessitated the use of strategy. The rat-like figure approached and snapped the neck of the still groaning enemy. Though he was rendered immobile, only death posed no threat. And the rat-like figure wished to leave no potential hazards behind. Despite winning this battle, no one felt elation. The losses were too great. The monkey and the hunting dog lay dead. The drummer had been shot in the abdomen. The wild boar had sustained shoulder wound. The rat had a chunk of flesh torn from his thigh, and Chao Gang had been injured, a bullet fragment having taken half of his ear, blood streaming down. A gruesome sight, though fortunately not life-threatening. Calculating the injuries, only Li Jushu and Wang Xiaoxin remained unscathed. Li Jushu leaned against a rock, gasping for breath, cradling the sniper rifle as if it were a lifeline, while Wang Xiaoxin, shaken, turned pale, her fists clenched tightly, her delicate frame trembling. In Volume 1, The Wan Shou Star, Chapter 11, The 11th Gathering Place, while Li Jushu rested, Wang Xiaoxin tended to the relatively minor wounds of Chao Gang and the rat. Subsequently, the two began to inventory their supplies. What they had taken needed to be reclaimed. For with the enemy dead, their possessions became their own. This was considered a trophy, the only consolation for their ordeal. The wild boar's gunshot wound was manageable. They extracted the bullet, applied medicine, and bandaged it. Wang Xiaoxin carried anesthetics, so the wild boar endured minimal suffering. However, the drummer's injury proved more troublesome. Having been shot in the abdomen, with no surgical conditions available in the wild, Wang Xiaoxin performed basic first aid measures, emphasizing the urgency to return to the gathering place, or else risk losing his life. As the greatest contributor to this battle, Li Jushu acquired the enemy sniper-S rifle and several rounds of ammunition, while the others received no special rewards. Nevertheless, no one voiced discontent, as this was customary within the team. Other spoils obtained from the enemy would be sold collectively, with the proceeds evenly distributed. Among the supplies was a folding stretcher, upon which they carefully placed the drummer. Li Jushu and Chao Gang took the responsibility of carrying him, while the others quickly gathered their belongings after cremating the bodies of the monkey and the hunting dog. They departed within half an hour, just as the scent of blood attracted a pack of over 50 blood wolves. Had Li Jushu's team not retreated, they would have been annihilated by the pack. At the 11th gathering place, robust, towering walls stood strong, with cannons lined neatly along the battlements. The most striking were the 4 electromagnetic cannons, capable of reducing tanks to mere rubble. The city gates remained open, typically only closing in times of crisis, allowing a steady flow of individuals, though most hurried by. Chao Gang, any leads? While waiting in line to enter the city, a small 10-man squad emerged behind them. The speaker had a dark complexion, with slightly yellowing front teeth, his gaze lingering on the wounds of Chao Gang's group. Wild dog, you're still alive. Gao Gang Ziplit Guli. Wild dog was not an insult. It was the nickname of the speaker. Most hunters adopted such monikers, while individuals like Chao Gang, who used their real names, were relatively rare. Wild dog was a core member of the Black Spider team, and beside him stood a taciturn middle-aged man, the leader of the Black Spider team, Hua Zhizhu. If the heavens don't take me, what can I do? Wild dog retorted smugly, his gaze shifting to the stretcher, grinning as he remarked, Drummer, if the little Hong from the Yihong courtyard knew you were injured, she would likely be heartbroken for 2 months. The drummer opened his eyes for a moment to glare at him, then closed them again. Being a hunter was a perilous profession, often teetering on the brink of life and death, laden with stress that necessitated an outlet. Thus, nearly every gathering place boasted establishments akin to the Yihong courtyard, bustling with business. Little Hong was a favored companion of the drummer. Chao Gang's team had collaborated briefly with the Black Spider team during a mission, establishing a semblance of camaraderie, though not a deep bond. After a few probing exchanges, they ceased further interaction. Each team harbored its secrets. Unless they were comrades bound by life and death, it was uncommon to share too much information. Although the Black Spider team concealed their intentions well, seasoned veterans like Chao Gang could easily discern that they had reaped significant gains, whereas they themselves had suffered substantial losses. Thus, the desire to engage in conversation waned. No one wished for another's joy to be built upon their own suffering. Entering the gathering place requires a fee of 20 copper coins for each entry. Regardless of the duration of the stay, re-entry necessitates payment triggered by the infrared scan at the entrance. Frequent visitors typically opt for weekly, monthly, or annual passes, which are more economical. Chao Gang and his companions primarily focus on completing missions, spending most of their time in the wilderness, thus entering the gathering place only to replenish supplies, resulting in payment per visit rather than acquiring a monthly pass. Crossing through the gates, a vibrant atmosphere envelopes them. The streets are bustling with people, vendors, shopkeepers, and leisurely strollers, evoking warmth in their hearts, as if they have transitioned from the primitive forest to human civilization, with the gates serving as a demarcation between two worlds. The first order of business is to take the drummer for treatment. Once that is accomplished, the wild boar secures several rooms in an inexpensive inn for the team to rest. The members of the team have come to one Shou Xing Qiu with the intent of earning money. Their focus is entirely on profit, eschewing luxury accommodations for the norm of budget lodgings. Chao Gang is tasked with contacting intermediaries for reselling supplies. While it is feasible to seek direct buyers, it is often time-consuming, with sometimes 1 or 2 days passing without success. Intermediaries offer lower prices, but are favored for their ease of transactions. The spoils amassed from the burly team include an array of items. Type 38 rifles, daggers, shields, bulletproof vests, electric batons, handguns, and smoke bombs, totaling over 100 pieces. They retain only what is useful for the team and sell off the rest, as keeping them requires effort and no one is willing to undertake that burden. The intermediaries are adept at this trade, quoting prices for each weapon without hesitation. After some haggling, they ultimately secure an amount of 10,358,000 copper coins. Scoundrels! After the intermediaries leave with their spoils, the rat cannot help but mutter in frustration. If conducted through normal channels, they could have sold for at least 11,300,000 copper coins. The intermediaries made a tidy profit of nearly 1,000,000 coins, while the team, having braved the hail of bullets, finds each member receiving only a little over 1,000,000 coins. Such is the nature of this world. There is no point in anger, as they cannot change anything. The wild boar maintains a pragmatic outlook, noting that information is also a resource. They lack it, while the intermediaries possess it, thus justifying their earnings. I wish to keep the strength potion for myself. I kindly ask my brothers to allow me this request. Next time, I shall refrain from competing. Chao Gang produced the strength potion he had acquired from the burly man, a prize among their loot. This particular vial of primary strength potion is valued at around 12,000,000 on the market, with fluctuations in the black market. Upon consumption, it can augment strength by approximately 10 kilograms, though individual results may vary. Some may gain as much as 15 kilograms, while others might see minimal effects of 1 or 2 kilograms, depending on luck. Everyone knows that such potions are rare, and this opportunity may not arise again. However, having spoken, Chao Gang's authority as team leader means that even though others desire the potion, they must acquiesce. The strength potion being classified as team loot, Chao Gang cannot simply take it without compensation. He pays 10,000,000 copper coins, a sum deemed high, yet accepted by all as an internal transaction. With the ownership of the strength potion settled, it is time to distribute the remaining funds. 10,358,000 minus 10,000,000 leaves 2,358,000 copper coins. The drummer's surgical expenses amount to 2,580,000 copper coins, while the death benefits for the monkey and the hunting dog are each 2,000,000 coins. This leaves 1,710,000 coins, half of which, 855,000 coins, is allocated for team expenses, with the final 855,000 coins divided among the 8 members, resulting in each receiving 106,000 coins as their share from this venture. As the monkey and the hunting dog have perished, their shares will be deposited into their families' accounts, a customary practice within the team, serving as a significant reason for loyalty among members. Additionally, their equipment will be sold, with the proceeds also directed to their families, marking the end of their connection to the team. In this harsh reality of one Shou Xing Qiu, death signifies a clear conclusion, both in accounts and in life itself. This distribution method has been standard. However, this time, the wild boar raises a dissenting opinion. I disagree. Volume 1. Wan Shou Xing Qiu Chapter 12. Division 1 do not agree with the equal distribution. The wild boar's stance is resolute. Wild boar, what do you mean by this? Chao Gang furrows his brow at him, perplexed by the disagreement, as this has always been the established method. I understand the team's rules, but I believe this situation is different. The wild boar meets Chao Gang's gaze without flinching. In what way is it different? Please clarify. Chao Gang's frown deepens, as he detests being challenged in authority. Undertaking missions is akin to going to war. Life and death are fated, and if one dies, they can only blame their own misfortune. There is no one else to blame. But were the deaths of the monkey and the hunting dog simply due to bad luck? I think not. They were betrayed by their own. The wild boar's piercing gaze shifts to Wang Xiaoxin. If not for your arrogance, the monkey and the hunting dog would still be alive. What good did your goodwill do? You harmed your own people. Are you satisfied now? I did not intend for this. My genuine desire was to save them. I never wished for anyone to die. Wang Xiaoxin feels a surge of guilt. She knows the responsibility lies with her, yet being confronted so directly by the wild boar leaves her feeling unjustly aggrieved. And tears well up involuntarily. Wild boar, what do you mean? Xiaoxin is our team member. No one wishes for the death of a comrade. This was an unfortunate accident, and no one wanted this to happen. Now that it has, pursuing the reasons behind it serves no purpose. Chao Gang defends his girlfriend without hesitation. Are you suggesting that mistakes come without consequences? That such a grave error can be brushed aside? Did the monkey and the hunting dog die in vain? The wild boar retorts angrily. That is not my intent. They are gone, and we who remain must carry on without making greater mistakes, Chao Gang explains. But they should not have died. Someone is responsible for their deaths, the wild boar insists loudly. Wild boar, I understand your feelings. I too mourn the loss of the monkey and the hunting dog. Yet once a life is lost, it cannot be revived. We must learn from this tragedy and prevent similar errors in the future. Chao Gang recognizes Wang Xiaoxin's culpability, but as her boyfriend, he feels compelled to defend her. That sounds admirable, yet wrong is wrong. There must be some form of punishment, the wild boar sneers. What exactly do you wish to achieve? The cycle of life and death among team members is a common occurrence. As long as there is no intentional harm, there has never been a precedent for accountability. I believe the primary responsibility for the deaths of the monkey and the hunting dog lies with Wang Xiaoxin. She should not partake in this distribution and must contribute a portion of her share to compensate their families, the wild boar declares. Wild boar, you need to understand that the decision to save them was unanimous, and you agreed to it as well. This was not an action taken solely by Xiaoxin. Gaogang Vito, dit split. Unanimous? Ask Xiao and the rat if they truly consented, the wild boar scoffs. I truly do not comprehend your intent. We have already lost 2 members. Must we fracture the team further over this monetary issue? We have been friends for so many years. It is not worth it. Gaogang Aga. He is wise enough not to inquire with Li Jushu and the rat, aware of the reluctance etched on the faces of the members at that time. Thus he plays the emotional card. I seek justice for our fallen brothers. Otherwise, the next might be me. Yishao Rat, what are your thoughts? Should Wang Xiaoxin be involved in the distribution? Should she compensate the families of the monkey and the hunting dog? In the heart of the wild boar, a tempest of anger brewed, yet reason remained intact. To confront the team leader, it was imperative to gather all members. The diminutive figure of Housie, timid and rarely vocal, possessed nimble hands adept at firearm repairs. In times of malfunction or calibration, it was he whom the team turned to, saving considerable funds for the group. When unexpectedly singled out by the wild boar, he glanced at the grim-faced Chao Gang and then at the fuming wild boar, momentarily at a loss for words. Li Juxu, characterized by his aloof demeanor and reticent nature, seldom expressed his opinions within the team, maintaining a relationship that was both distant and close. While the wild boar and Chao Gang engaged in heated dispute, he meticulously cleaned his newly acquired sniper rifle. The Bail is 002B, crafted by Tiangong Corporation. Its exquisite craftsmanship was secondary to its formidable performance, surpassing his primary sniper rifle by at least 1 tier. With the acquisition of this superior weapon, his former comrades had been relegated to mere backups, while the previous backups languished as secondary reserves. Unlike others who might sell a secondary sniper rifle for profit, he was not inclined to do so. He had always preferred to retain a safety net. One could not guarantee how long the Bail is 002B would remain in his possession. It was wise to keep a backup sniper rifle, for the day it might be needed, could be wrought with despair if none remained. The requirements for sniping were stringent. Unlike handguns and submachine guns, second-hand sniper rifles typically fetched only half the price of new ones. Once sold, the cost of repurchasing would be exorbitant. As Li Jushu polished the Baolis 002B, his actions served dual purposes: maintenance and familiarization. He aimed to know the rifle as intimately as he did his own fingers, ensuring he could unleash its full potential on the battlefield. Noticing the collective gaze of his peers upon him, he paused briefly, still avoiding eye contact, and continued to clean the Baolis 002B. In a calm voice, he addressed Wang Jie. "What distribution do you deem most appropriate? Should monkey and hound receive compensation?" Wang Xiaoxin, his senior and lacking a nickname, was typically addressed as Sister Wang. The cleverness of Haozi's approach struck him. By directing the question to Wang Xiaoxin, he avoided offending either the wild boar or Chao gang, while still seeking resolution. Wang Xiaoxin was bound to align with the wild boar's opinion, regardless of her personal thoughts. She needed to adopt a stance of accountability for the mistakes made, lest her reputation within the team suffer irreparably. Indeed, Wang Xiaoxin's expression shifted numerous times before she finally spoke. "I believe the wild boar's reasoning is sound. The deaths of monkey and hound were unintended, yet resulted from my insistence on rescue. Therefore, I should not take the money. It would weigh heavily upon me. I hope the team leader will not follow customary practices and exclude me from the distribution. Furthermore, I wish to assert that even if the wild boar remains silent, I would willingly provide all my funds to compensate the families of monkey and hound." Her declaration rendered Chao gang incapable of further resistance, thus concluding the debate. With one less individual to share the spoils, each member, including Li Jushu, would receive an additional 16,000 copper coins. Volume 1. The Beast Star, Chapter 13. Explosion. The deaths of monkey and hound had left the team significantly diminished, with the drummer needing at least half a month to regain mobility and a month to restore combat readiness. Consequently, the team effectively lost 3 combatants, rendering the continuation of their mission impossible. Fortunately, the tasks they had undertaken were not time-sensitive. Failure to complete them merely resulted in the absence of rewards. Each member now possessed over 500,000 copper coins, sufficient to sustain them for a while, alleviating immediate urgency. As the team leader, Chao Gang was tasked with scouting new members, while the others enjoyed their freedom. However, before departing, he advised caution, urging everyone to remain vigilant, as the current gathering place was anything but tranquil. This gathering site, constructed by humanity on the Beast Star, served as a refuge for warmth and camaraderie. Yet many of its rules and order were temporary and imperfect. A careless encounter with the wrong individual could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, the gathering place was a melting pot of humanity, rife with individuals of all sorts, including those who preyed upon the unsuspecting. Many newcomers to the Beast Star had fallen victim to scams, losing all their possessions, and the most tragic fate was losing one's life. Despite being considered an experienced veteran, Chao Gang treaded carefully, navigating the gathering place with utmost caution. As he exited the inn, Li Jushu followed closely behind, making his way to the sole bank in the gathering place, the Taiyang Bank, aptly named for its association with illumination. He transferred all his savings, retaining only a small sum for living expenses, sending the remainder to Zhao Huiyer's account at the Shina Hospital on his mother planet. Zhao Huiyer, his girlfriend, was afflicted with central nervous system fission cancer, a condition with only a 0.05 probability of recovery. Nevertheless, Li Jushu refused to abandon hope, journeying to the Beast Star to earn money, having heard tales of easy fortune through hard work. However, upon arrival, he realized he had been misled. In the Beast Star, the opportunities for exertion were plentiful, yet the financial rewards were scarce. Many sought wealth, but few attained it. Through repeated trials and tribulations, he began to grasp the survival rules of the Beast Star, transitioning from a near-starved existence to becoming a competent sniper, gradually earning an income. He understood that the money he had was but a drop in the bucket compared to the total cost of treatment, yet he had exerted his utmost effort. His greatest desire was to acquire a super potion to enhance his physical prowess. Yet even the cheapest variant required 120 gold coins. Having transferred all his funds to Zhao Hu, he could only gaze longingly at the unattainable. The Taiyang Bank charged a fee for transactions, categorized into 3 tiers based on the amount: 0, 6, 1, 1, and 2, 3. Li Jushu's meager funds fell within the lowest tier, which, despite being the least expensive, still caused him considerable distress. Alas, no other banks or channels existed. Emerging from the Taiyang Bank, Li Jushu wandered aimlessly along the streets, where shops were scarce, but makeshift stalls proliferated. Many vendors operated temporary stands, peddling weapons, ammunition, and military knives of dubious origin. Lacking reliable channels for selling and desiring to avoid exploitation by middlemen, setting up stalls became a preferred option. Typically, quality items were absent, as valuable goods were hoarded, and no one was willing to part with them for sale. Aware that the chances of finding a hidden gem were slim, Li Jushu still couldn't resist perusing the stalls with keen interest. A variety of ammunition was on display: bullets for handguns, submachine guns, sniper rifles, and shotguns, all significantly cheaper than those found in stores. However, the risk was considerable, as many bullets suffered from quality issues. Expired ammunition, factory rejects, and even defective products were not uncommon. Some bullets had been deformed and hastily repaired for sale, presenting a myriad of possibilities. Purchasing from stalls required not only discernment but also a stroke of luck. Li Jushu had witnessed firsthand the consequences of purchasing subpar ammunition from a vendor, leading to catastrophic failures during combat. Those who had bought the faulty bullets suffered grievously, and the vendor ultimately met a brutal end at the hands of an enraged mob. Such incidents, while inciting outrage, often left the vendor unscathed if only a few individuals were affected. The principle of buyer beware prevailed. Li Jushu himself had been a victim, having once purchased cheap bullets from a stall, resulting in his first sniper rifle being rendered useless, and he sustained facial injuries along with broken fingers. After a lengthy recovery of over a month, he became exceedingly cautious about items from stalls. While he occasionally made purchases, ammunition was something he never dared to touch. Hand grenades, various landmines, and signal flares were of no interest to Li Jushu. He lingered the longest at the stall, featuring military knives, yearning to acquire a dagger capable of slicing through iron. Such a weapon would prove invaluable in both daily life and combat. However, this exquisite dagger was not easily found. When it did appear, it was often snatched up by others or sold at a higher price, leaving him in a perpetual state of waiting. Ancient cold weapons, such as bows and crossbows, shone brilliantly on the Wansho planet, as their noise was minimal and their efficiency in ambushes significantly high. Unlike sniper rifles, which could not be silenced due to their loud reports and accompanying flashes, the allure of the wrist-mounted mini crossbow captivated him. Although it could only hold a maximum of 5 arrows, and sometimes just one, its compact size belied its formidable power. Experiments had demonstrated that within a 10-meter range, it could pierce red bricks, making it a highly effective tool in critical moments. Yet upon seeing the price, he silently walked away. Even the most affordable second-hand models demanded 60 gold coins, and despite the possibility of negotiation, final prices typically hovered between 65 to 68 gold coins. Suddenly, Li Jushu felt a gentle nudge. Instinctively alert, he turned around and discreetly checked his coin pouch, which remained intact. The one who had touched him was a boy of about 12 or 13 years. "I have a good deal to offer. Interested?" Despite his youth, the boy spoke with an air of sophistication. "Not interested," Li Jushu retorted coldly, casting a dismissive glance before moving on. He had been deceived before, lured into a corner only to be surrounded by several burly men wielding sharp daggers. In such a scenario, one was left with only one option: to willingly hand over money. Should one hesitate, the thugs would take matters into their own hands, delivering a beating before ransacking the victim. Naturally, this was the treatment reserved for the unsuspecting. Individuals of higher status would present genuine treasures, eager to negotiate as long as the price was right, but only a select few were deemed worthy of such clientele. Li Jushu thought that would be the end of the encounter, but unexpectedly, a tremendous explosion erupted, shaking the entire street. The source of the blast was the alley where the boy had gestured for him to inspect the deal. The explosion was extraordinarily fierce, collapsing the buildings on either side of the alley. Before the pedestrians on the street could react, an even louder explosion followed, sending flames soaring into the sky. And the shockwave radiated outward, engulfing the area in smoke and dust. The sound was deafening, leaving nearby individuals momentarily stunned. Fragments of brick shot into the air, raining down like a storm. Like the others, Li Jushu instinctively shielded his head, and just as he prepared to flee the area, His peripheral vision caught sight of an object, causing him to pause involuntarily. In that moment, he spotted a vial of red liquid, roughly the size of an adult's ring finger, encased in tempered glass. The choice of glass over plastic was deliberate, as plastic lacked stability and could release harmful substances at high temperatures, compromising the integrity of the potion. Although he had only caught a fleeting glimpse, Li Jushu immediately recognized it as the strength potion he had long coveted. Reflexively, he accelerated, seizing the vial just before it hit the ground and quickly stashing it within his clothing. Amidst the chaos, he hastily exited the street. Even after returning to his lodging, his heart raced with trepidation. He was uncertain if the explosion was connected to the strength potion, but given its value, conflict over it was not uncommon. However, this was a gathering place, and detonating explosives here was a breach of etiquette. He pondered the identities of the conflicting parties. If they were mere hot-headed youths, their demise would be unfortunate but inconsequential. Otherwise, severe repercussions would undoubtedly ensue. Suddenly struck by a thought, Li Jushu left his lodgings once more, heading in the opposite direction of the explosion to purchase a roasted chicken, a leg of lamb, and 10 pounds of cooked beef. This expenditure consumed a third of his living expenses. Upon returning to his room, he closed the door and retrieved the strength potion, noticing small cracks in the tempered glass, undoubtedly a result of the blast's impact. He felt grateful for his quick reflexes. Had he not caught the potion, it might have shattered upon hitting the ground, rendering it wasted. Since the cataclysmic war, humanity had placed immense emphasis on self-research, pursuing the creation of superhumans as an obsession. Yet, the transition from ordinary human to superhuman was far from simple. After countless hours of relentless research and experimentation by numerous scientists, some progress was finally made, with the super potion and the strength potion serving as notable examples. Upon consumption, the strength potion enhanced an individual's physical prowess. There exists an inherent human yearning for strength, and on the Wansho planet, this desire was taken to an extreme as life and death hung in the balance. The stronger one was, the greater their chances of survival. Chao Gang, despite occasionally losing composure with his girlfriend, was fundamentally fair and principled. In his team, he always allowed members to select spoils first, taking the last choice himself. Yet, for the sake of the strength potion, he shamelessly abandoned his principles, acknowledging the paramount importance of strength. Li Jushu, experiencing the strength potion for the first time, was not unfamiliar with it. He had heard countless accounts from other hunters regarding its effects. Although he had never consumed it before, he possessed an intimate familiarity with its details. After filling a basin with cold water, he poured the potion into his mouth, finding it warm and slightly sweet. A minute later, his body began to warm. 3 minutes in, he felt a growing heat. 5 minutes later, his skin flushed, his breathing quickened, and his heart raced. After 10 minutes, his exhalations were hot, and by 15 minutes, he sensed a furnace igniting within him, a fierce thirst overwhelming him. Yet he resisted the urge. 18 minutes passed, and he began to see double, yet he continued to endure. As the clock struck 25 minutes, he sank into the bathtub, the cold water reviving his senses. He grabbed the food he had prepared earlier, devouring it ravenously. The strength potion did not create strength out of thin air. It stimulated the body's cells, unlocking potential and thereby enhancing power. This process consumed vast amounts of energy, and without timely replenishment, its effects would be significantly diminished. Many individuals, lacking experience, had suffered dire consequences. The ideal source of energy replenishment was nutritional supplements, which were priced comparably to the strength potion. Li Jushu had not only never had the chance to acquire them, but even if he did, he could not afford them. Most people opted for meat as their primary choice, but this required considerable willpower, as the strength potion's effects inflicted tremendous agony, causing many to lose consciousness and rendering them incapable of consuming meat for energy replenishment. Before taking the strength potion, Li Jushu had believed himself to be strong, capable of enduring various tortures. However, after experiencing the effects of the potion, he realized that he was not as resilient as he had thought. Fortunately, he had prepared the bathtub with cold water in advance. Otherwise, he might have truly lost consciousness. After finishing the beef, he found he could eat no more. Yet in order to maximize the effects of the strength potion, he forced himself to consume the leg of lamb bite by bite. When he reached for the roasted chicken, he was unable to eat any more, feeling as if his stomach was about to burst. He feared that if he opened his mouth, he would inevitably regurgitate the meat. As the water in the bathtub transformed into a warm liquid, Li Jushu replaced it with cold water, striving to maintain his alertness. Gradually, he became attuned to the changes within his body. Aside from the pain and discomfort, he sensed an extraordinary transformation occurring inside him. Subtle, almost imperceptible, like a slow drip from a leaky faucet. Though minuscule, this accumulation brought with it a hint of dampness and coolness. An hour passed, and the excruciating pain peaked before gradually subsiding. The heat in his body became less oppressive, and he felt his abdomen deflate. He consumed the roasted chicken piece by piece. And after another half hour, his skin began to return to normal, his breathing steadied, and the fog in his mind began to lift. 2 hours later, all adverse effects vanished, and Li Jushu emerged from the bathtub, feeling an unprecedented sense of comfort. It was akin to waking from a 3-day slumber after enduring 7 days and nights of hardship. The world appeared splendid. Although there were no visible changes to his physique, he was aware of his newfound strength, the extent of which remained to be tested. Nonetheless, he could feel the improvement within. After tidying up the room, he stepped outside to find Wild Boar and Rat discussing the recent explosion in the street. Without any official announcement, their conversation was rife with speculation. They expressed curiosity at Li Jushu's early return, which he attributed to the explosion, prompting no further questions. Despite being the youngest member of the team, Li Jushu exhibited a remarkably composed demeanor, avoiding unnecessary conflicts and shunning the allure of chaos, which often accompanies risk. His inclination to steer clear of potential trouble aligned perfectly with his character. Li Jushu refrained from disclosing the matter of the strength potion. Though they were team members and shared a close bond, such secrets were best kept to a minimum. After all, the future was uncertain, and there could come a day when friendships falter. Wang Xiaoxin was absent from the inn, her whereabouts unknown, and Chao Gang had yet to return. Li Jushu requested several decks of playing cards from the inn and retreated to his room. Wild Boar and Rat were unfazed by his actions. After witnessing Chao Gang's remarkable stone-throwing technique, Li Jushu had seldom felt envy or a desire to learn. However, Chao Gang generously shared his knowledge. Unfortunately, Li Jushu's lack of strength rendered his stone-throwing efforts ineffective. Thus, Chao Gang suggested he practice with playing cards, advocating for a technical approach rather than a brute force one, as mastering the art of card throwing could also prove lethal. Henceforth, practicing with playing cards became another of Li Jushu's passions, alongside polishing his skills. In Volume 1, The Beast Planet, Chapter 15, Earning Extra Income, the card shot forth from his fingertips, tracing a white arc through the air, accurately slicing through the first and second candles before embedding themselves into the third. A smile crept across Li Jushu's lips, for he could indeed feel his strength increasing. Previously, even with all his effort, he could only penetrate halfway through the second candle, failing to sever it. Now, not only had he cut through the first and second candles, but he had also driven the card 2/3 into the third candle. The increase in his strength was significant, and this was merely his first attempt. When the harmony of strength, angle, and technique reached its zenith, he was confident that severing 3 candles would pose no challenge. He sequestered himself within his room, practicing tirelessly. On the third day, amidst the glimmer of the cards in the air, the first, second, and third candles were severed cleanly at the base, while the card struck the fourth candle, wobbling slightly before falling to the ground. He had finally succeeded. It is essential for individuals to establish goals for themselves, and the elation that accompanies their achievement is indescribable, a profound sense of accomplishment. Perhaps this success meant little to Chao Gang, but for Li Jushu, it was immensely satisfying. This victory illuminated the gap he needed to bridge and the direction he ought to pursue. He had always placed great importance on mastering the card-throwing technique, particularly after the battle in camouflage attire. According to Chao Gang, there were indeed ordinary individuals capable of severing 3 candles. His previous inability to achieve this, while appearing indifferent, had left him feeling disheartened, as if he lacked talent. However, this recent success rekindled his courage. If ordinary people could sever 3 candles, then, with the strength potion, his ambition was to cut through 4. Chao Gang returned without good news. The gathering area was teeming with individuals, many eager to join the team, yet few were suitable. First, they needed to possess commendable strength, as the team could not afford to support the idle or incompetent. A liability could prove fatal. Secondly, Their values must align. Those who would abandon their comrades to save themselves, no matter how formidable, were unwelcome. Finally, a spirit of obedience and sacrifice was paramount. If everyone desired the same prized equipment, conflict was inevitable, necessitating someone to step back. Just as Chao Gang coveted the strength potion, if everyone insisted on claiming it, the team would surely fragment. The aftermath of the explosion unfolded as many had anticipated. A gang from outside had used a strength potion as bait to rob unsuspecting individuals. Unexpectedly, they encountered a formidable adversary who detonated a grenade, resulting in mutual destruction. Regrettably, no strength potion was found at the scene. It remained uncertain whether it had been blown away, destroyed, or picked up by a fortunate individual. In the gathering area, such cases were classified as unsolved, lacking a complainant. Those injured in the explosion could only lament their misfortune, for the management of the gathering area bore no responsibility for the losses incurred. A week later, Chao Gang brought back the drummer, who had undergone surgery, to recuperate at the inn, thus saving on hospital expenses. For hunters, injuries were commonplace, and the location of their recovery mattered little. For lower-tier hunters, the inn offered the best value for recuperation, so the drummer bore no grudge against Chao Gang for being frugal. Subsequently, Chao Gang departed once more. Since Wang Xiaoxin left, she had not returned. It was unclear if her absence was due to Wild Boar's earlier remarks. As Chao Gang's girlfriend, it would be he who would comfort her. Thus, the others tactfully refrained from mentioning her. While the drummer recuperated in the hospital, he remained industrious, arranging a private job for Li Jushu. A newly formed team had taken on a task, but whether due to its perilous nature or the team's inexperience, several members had perished and the sniper was injured. The remaining members had already begun recruiting anew, leaving only the sniper unaccounted for. In the same hospital room lay the injured sniper, whose right arm had been amputated, rendering him unlikely to ever serve as a sniper again. Upon learning that the team was searching for a sniper, the drummer immediately thought of Li Jushu. The details of Li Jushu's situation were not widely known within the team. He never spoke of his family, but his need for money was common knowledge. During breaks, while others relaxed, he would take on private jobs to earn extra income, a fact understood by all. Chao Gang turned a blind eye. As long as it did not undermine the team's interests, he did not interfere with members' activities outside of missions. With several casualties, the task was undoubtedly treacherous. Wild Boar promptly opposed the idea, advising against Li Jushu's involvement in such a risky endeavor. As for the specifics of the mission, I cannot say. That would require personal discussion. However, the leader of this team was quite wealthy, although the mission ended in failure. The injured sniper received full compensation and an additional 5 million copper coins as recompense, with all medical expenses covered. The Wild Boar fell silent. As per convention, the mission was a success, undoubtedly warranting payment. In the event of failure, compensation would still be provided, albeit only a fraction, amounting to the original 1020. Merely a token for the errand. Should injuries occur, the team typically covers medical expenses, though compensation varies from person to person. A generous team leader may offer substantial recompense, while a stingy one might merely hand over a few kilos of fruit. A compensation of 5 million copper coins is already considered top tier, indicating that this team leader indeed possesses wealth. Li Jushu did not hesitate to request the drummer's contact information and promptly exited. The Chang'er Duo 2 Judian is regarded as a luxurious establishment within the gathering place, offering comprehensive accommodations where guests need not launder their own garments. The service is exemplary, with the sole drawback being its exorbitant cost, 8,000 copper coins for a single night. The late monkey had aspired to reside at the Chang'er Duo 2 Judian for 10 days or half a month to relish its offerings. Yet alas, that opportunity had vanished. Upon entering the lobby, Li Jushu was immediately intercepted. High-end hotels maintained stringent security. He stated his purpose, and the security personnel requested him to wait. After making a call for confirmation, they escorted Li Jushu to the 7th floor, where a young man in his early 20s awaited. Li Jushu, unfamiliar with the standards of high-end hotels, observed that the parlor was at least 8 times larger than his usual lodgings, complete with a refrigerator, a wine cabinet, and a coffee machine. The floor was adorned with plush carpets, indicating significant expense. He instinctively slowed his pace, fearful of soiling the exquisite surroundings. After confirming the young man's identity, the security officer gently closed the door and departed. "You must not yet be 18? The young man scrutinized Li Jushu for a prolonged moment before questioning him. The accuracy is 98. 9 within 500 meters and 92. 6 within 1,000 meters. Li Jushu raplia calmly. He had long since acclimated to the disadvantage of his age and was well aware of the means to alleviate any concerns the employer might harbor. Upon hearing this, the young man rose and extended his hand. I am Pu Xiaoyan, but everyone calls me Pu Xiao. Night Owl. Volume 1. The B-Star. Chapter 16. Ambushed. The mission is successful, yielding 3 million copper coins. In the case of failure, 500,000 copper coins will be awarded. During the mission, do not hesitate to use your ammunition. Feel free to fire. I will cover all your expenses during this period. Here is the contract. Take a look. If there are no issues, please sign. It was evident that Pu Xiaoyan was not lacking in funds, speaking with great confidence. When do we depart? Li Jushu meticulously reviewed the contract, recognizing its importance. Some teams employ insidious tactics, inserting seemingly reasonable yet perilous clauses. Although he had not encountered such practices, many newcomers had fallen victim, completing missions without receiving due compensation, with no recourse to argue, as the terms were clearly delineated in black and white. Pu Xiaoyan's contract appeared entirely legitimate, devoid of any tricks. We will depart at 8 o'clock tonight, gathering here at 7, Pu Xiaoyan stated. I will arrive by 6:30. Li Jushu raplia. Is there anything you need to procure? I have channels that can offer an 80 discount, Pu Xiaoyan suggested. 123mm sniper rounds and 10 boxes of chocolate. Li Jushu paused momentarily at the door, casually tossing out a remark. Given Pu Xiaoyan's generosity, he felt no need to hold back. Snipers are often a rather monotonous breed, remaining stationary for extended periods. Chewing on something can effectively relax the body and alleviate tension. Typically, they opt for candy due to its affordability, but chocolate, being high in energy and delightful in flavor, serves as the ideal supplementary food. However, its expense often deters frequent purchases. At 8 o'clock, the team set off punctually. Upon witnessing the 5 vehicles that resembled monstrous beasts, Li Jushu was profoundly astounded, simultaneously grasping why Pu Xiaoyan dared to embark at night. The B-Star, due to its peculiar magnetic field and an unknown force yet to be deciphered by humanity, renders high technology nearly unusable. Radio, communication devices, and radar, all of which are highly effective on the mother planet, fail to function on the B-Star. Currently, only the gathering place can utilize a limited array of high-tech tools. Vehicles must undergo modifications, removing components that conflict with the B-Star's environment, which limits their availability due to exorbitant costs. The distance from the mother planet is 50 light-years. Whether transporting entire vehicles or materials for assembly on the B-Star, substantial sums are required. The shipping fees far exceed the value of the vehicles themselves. Only those of considerable means dare entertain such notions. Assuming each vehicle accommodates 10 individuals, this team consists of at least 50 members. In Gathering Place 11, this represents a formidable collective, as most teams comprise around 10 individuals. The size of Gathering Place 11 is not particularly large, making it challenging for sizable teams to sustain themselves. Li Jushu occupied the last vehicle, the others having boarded before him. Once he entered, the convoy commenced its journey. With 10 individuals in the spacious cabin, it was not cramped. If the driver and co-driver were configured similarly, each vehicle would accommodate 12. Li Jushu discreetly observed the others, noting that they were similarly assessing one another. This observation led him to conclude that these individuals were temporary recruits, unfamiliar with one another, which instilled a slight sense of foreboding regarding the mission's success. A team lacking cohesion may cope with straightforward tasks, but in the event of an emergency, coordination and cooperation would undoubtedly falter. A minor error could result in dire consequences. Given the sniper's condition in the hospital alongside the drummer, the mission's complexity was indisputable. However, having boarded, there was little use in lamenting the situation. Li Jushu suspected that the individuals on the vehicle were primarily enticed by the lucrative pay offered by Pu Xiaoyan. Having visited Gathering Place 11 only twice previously, he was not well acquainted with it, and thus did not recognize anyone on the vehicle. Nevertheless, by observing their physiques and demeanor, he could surmise their specialties. The burly individuals were likely strength-oriented fighters, serving as the team's firepower. The Type 38 submachine gun was standard equipment. Given Pu Xiaoyun's financial capacity, it was highly probable that a god of fire cannon would be present. The individual to the left had keen eyes, likely skilled in reconnaissance, while the one to the right bore thick calluses on his knuckles, indicative of close-quarters combat expertise. The person opposite him carried a large backpack whose contents were unknown. Silence enveloped the cabin. The journey was lengthy, requiring arrival at dawn. "Everyone can rest for now," the young man in the co-driver's seat called back, presumably a confidant of Pu Xiaoyun. Upon hearing this, the others were quick to comply, closing their eyes. Those with prior experience understood the importance of conserving energy and maintaining stamina before a mission. Li Jushu too shut his eyes, yet sleep eluded him. Whether due to the effects of the strength-enhancing serum or a few restful days, he felt invigorated and did not require slumber. The vehicle's defensive capabilities were unquestionable, yet they bore a significant drawback. Comfort was lacking. The B-Star is almost devoid of roads, and only the vehicles, with their exceptional off-road capabilities, could navigate the terrain. However, even these vehicles struggled to maintain speed, averaging only 50 km/h. Hushin did not disclose the specific details of the mission, not due to forgetfulness, but rather because many tasks are only revealed upon arrival at the designated location to prevent leaks. Li Jushu refrained from speculating about the mission. He was no longer a novice, having surpassed the age of anxiety over gains and losses. An enchanting face as delicate as a fairy suddenly appeared in his mind. Zhao Hu, his girlfriend and the only family he had left in this world. Although Zhao Huer was not an orphan, her circumstances were not far removed from that of one. Abandoned by her biological parents at birth due to a severe illness, she was fortunate to be taken in by adoptive parents who treated her condition. However, tragedy struck when, at the age of 15, they perished in a car accident. Her biological parents eventually found her, but their brief reunion of happiness was shattered when she was diagnosed with central nervous system splitting cancer, leading to her being abandoned once more. Li Jushu found it unfathomable that such heartless parents existed, capable of discarding their own flesh and blood, not once but twice. Lost in his thoughts, he gradually drifted into sleep. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of unease surged through him, jolting him awake. As he opened his eyes in the dimly lit cabin, he was met with a pair of resolute eyes belonging to the largest man among the 10, a hulking figure with muscles like granite, seated like a towering iron edifice, emanating an intense aura of pressure. This man seemed to awaken at the same moment, sensing the imminent danger. Li Jushu instinctively glanced outside the vehicle. In the rearview mirror, he noticed a flicker of red light rapidly approaching, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. He shouted, "Rocket! There's an ambush!" In the first volume, Wanshou Xingxiu, Chapter 17, Turning Point, Li Jushu was the last to board the vehicle, yet he found himself seated at the innermost position. The others were seasoned veterans, experienced warriors who occupied the seats closest to the door, allowing them the quickest escape in the event of danger. He understood fully that attempting to exit through the door would be futile. By the time others rushed towards it, he opened the hatch on the roof. Pushed off with his feet, and with a firm grip, he had already ascended to the top of the vehicle. Without a moment to spare to assess the others, he leaped towards the roadside, his body hitting the ground just as the rocket struck the armored vehicle. The thunderous explosion nearly overturned the tank, a blinding flash illuminating the night. Li Jushu rolled several times, narrowly evading the shockwave generated by the blast, and nestled himself behind a boulder about half his height. Ignoring the pain from the debris that jabbed into him during the roll, he swiftly retrieved and assembled the Blaster 002B. The total length of the Blaster 002B was 135 meters, and when not in use, it could be disassembled for storage. Otherwise, carrying or holding a device over a meter long would prove exceedingly cumbersome. The explosions continued unabated. The enemy had unleashed at least 12 rockets. Except for the second armored vehicle, which had sensed the danger and maneuvered adeptly to evade the incoming missiles, the other vehicles sustained varying degrees of damage from the assaults. Despite the formidable capabilities of the armored vehicles, 2 had already become incapacitated. Li Jushu had no time to ponder the fate of those inside. Through the scope, he spotted his first target half a kilometer away. With his naturally superior eyesight, enhanced by the scope, he could see far better in the dark than most. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The sound of the shot echoed as the enemy, still holding the rocket launcher, had their head explode like a watermelon striking the ground. splattering into pieces. The tremendous force from the sniper round sent the body flying backward more than half a meter. This shot was partly luck, as Li Jushu had not yet had the chance to gauge wind speed, humidity, or air pressure. It was all instinct. His rifle shifted to a target approximately 150 meters away, a soldier wielding a Type 38 submachine gun. This individual, brimming with arrogance, fired as they ran. Li Jushu made a slight adjustment to his aim and squeezed the trigger again. The Type 38 fell silent, this time not resulting in a headshot, but rather creating a gaping hole the size of a bowl in the target's chest. While a headshot provided a sense of gratification and accomplishment, the probability of hitting a moving target in the head was statistically lower than targeting the torso. For stationary targets, he would attempt for a headshot, but for moving ones, he focused on the chest. Gunfire erupted from all directions, and Li Jushu estimated that there were at least 30 firearms at play, indicating a force larger than 30 troops dispersed along the roadside. At that moment, Pu Xiaoyan's side began to counterattack, bullets raining down like confetti on both flanks. Among Pu Xiaoyan's crew, only a few found cover behind rocks, while the rest relied on the armored vehicles for protection. The enemy had chosen this ambush site wisely. The terrain was flat, devoid of advantageous cover, and there were few rocks to hide behind. Li Jushu had reacted quickly, leaping from the vehicle at the first opportunity. Had he hesitated even a second longer, as the armored vehicle surged forward 5 or 6 meters, he would have missed the chance to seek refuge behind the boulder. The cries of the wounded echoed around him. The enemy's firepower was relentless, with rockets posing the greatest threat. Li Jushu could only pray that the missiles would not target him, for the consequences would be dire. He spotted multiple enemies, but none of them were his targets. A sniper was not meant to engage in taking down mere foot soldiers. The individual still holding the rocket launcher was his primary target, yet he hesitated to fire indiscriminately. Given the enemy's meticulous preparations, it was unlikely they lacked snipers of their own. His greatest fear was being detected by the enemy's sniper, that would mark him as a target for death, as the survival rate of those singled out by snipers often plummeted to 90%. Another machine gun fell silent, and Li Jushu instinctively withdrew his head, feeling a searing heat graze his temple before burying itself in the ground. Gazing at the dark bullet hole and the wisps of white smoke emanating from it, goosebumps erupted across his body, narrowly escaping death once more. His heart raced as the worst-case scenario unfolded. He had indeed been targeted by the enemy's sniper. The area behind the boulder was too small to shield him from bullets coming from both directions. With no room to maneuver and no way to remain still, his mind raced for solutions, yet he was at a loss, left only to hope for the support of his comrades. At that moment, he caught sight of the hulking figure who had sensed danger like him, preparing to charge forward with a Gatling gun he had pulled from somewhere. The Gatling gun could achieve a maximum firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute, truly a king of firepower on the battlefield. However, to mitigate recoil, the portable version sacrificed some firepower, likely firing at 2,500 rounds per minute in the hands of the hulking man. Though its power was diminished to 1/3, it still posed a catastrophic threat to human reflexes. Li Jushu realized that the best course of action was to watch, knowing that once the hulking man charged forth, he would undoubtedly draw the attention of the entire battlefield. The snipers would shift their focus from him to the hulking figure, providing him the opportunity to retaliate. Yet, this thought flickered briefly in his mind before being discarded as he shouted, "There's a sniper. Don't go out." The hulking man, with one foot already out of the vehicle, hesitated and quickly retreated. He glanced back at Li Jushu, gratitude evident in his eyes. As a seasoned warrior, he understood that once the Gatling gun fired, he would become the center of attention on the battlefield. While being shot at by rifles and submachine guns was dangerous, it generally offered a higher survival rate. After all, he would be the one suppressing the enemy. The sniper, however, was a different story. He had no idea where the sniper was, making him a target, and once targeted, death was almost certain. The Gatling gun was no mere pistol. It weighed over 100 pounds without ammunition, and maneuvering with it was akin to being as agile as a turtle. Flashbangs. Smoke grenades. The large man shouted towards Pu Xiaoyan, and his teammates, not being fools, immediately launched several flashbangs and smoke grenades. Li Jushu, frightened, quickly shut his eyes, regretting that he had not prepared special glasses, ultimately a reflection of his financial constraints. Many pieces of equipment, known for their utility, remained unpurchased due to their exorbitant costs. Following the explosion, the air was filled with the sounds of intense gunfire and agonizing screams, the whistling of bullets sending shivers down Li Jushu's spine. Fearing that a stray bullet might find him, leading him to despair. In what felt like an eternity, he opened his eyes to witness his comrades mounting a fierce counterattack while the enemy was thoroughly suppressed, a promising sight. Nevertheless, he remained still until he witnessed a teammate's chest erupting with a spray of blood, a gaping hole the size of a cup appearing. He immediately shouted, "The enemy sniper is at the 10 o'clock position, 1,000 meters away." One teammate rushed towards the armored vehicle, atop which was a heavy machine gun, unleashing a barrage in the direction of the sniper. Another teammate brandished a rocket launcher, firing a round that exploded amidst the chaos, revealing the rolling sniper, still holding his weapon with a degree of professionalism. However, even the most skilled sniper could not withstand the assault. At that moment of hesitation, Li Jushu squeezed the trigger. The shot shattered the sniper's right shoulder, eliciting a pained scream. Without delay, Li Jushu fired again, striking a fatal blow to the sniper's head and ending his suffering. With the sniper's threat eliminated, Pu Xiaoyun's forces surged forward, emerging from their cover to unleash a frenzied assault on the enemy. Li Jushu began to reap lives, as the enemy was thoroughly suppressed, akin to shooting at stationary targets. Soon, all enemies lay dead, and while his comrades rushed to inspect, Li Jushu remained behind, waiting until they confirmed there were no survivors before emerging from behind the rocks. A total of 36 enemies perished, and the possibility of survivors remained uncertain, especially under the cover of night. Perhaps some had fled. On their side, 14 had died, 3 were severely injured, and 18 suffered minor wounds. Li Jushu initially believed himself unscathed until a sharp pain in his thigh revealed a 5-centimeter gash on the outer side, presumably from a rock or shrapnel, blood oozing profusely and staining his trousers. He had been oblivious to his injury, his senses dulled by the adrenaline of battle. He quickly summoned the medic to dress the wound. Observing Pu Xiaoyun engaged in discussion with a few trusted aides, he assumed they would retreat given the heavy casualties. To his surprise, after deliberation, Pu Xiaoyun resolved to press onward. "Boss, are you hiding something from us? The lack of shared information puts us at a disadvantage." A bearded hunter confronted Pu Xiaoyun, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. The others mirrored his scrutiny towards Pu Xiaoyun and his confidence. They were not naive. It was evident that the ambush was premeditated, not targeted at them, but rather at Pu Xiaoyun, who must have been aware yet remained silent. Had he divulged any details, perhaps fewer lives would have been lost. There are certain matters I cannot elaborate on. I can only share this. The mission was a competition between myself and another. I did not anticipate such treachery on their part, attacking us on the road. I assure you, I was unaware, Pu Xiaoyun asserted. Yet his words garnered no response from the members. They weighed the credibility of his statement against the risks involved in continuing their mission. Regardless, the casualties had been incurred, and he accepted responsibility, offering his apologies. Furthermore, he pledged that the compensation for the deceased would be quintupled, and upon completion of the mission, the reward would be tripled. Upon hearing this, the members were moved. The decision to risk further peril hinged on the allure of reward. When the incentive was sufficiently enticing, even the most daunting of challenges seemed surmountable. The atmosphere swiftly returned to its previous harmony. The mechanical soldiers within the team were exceptionally skilled. With a few adjustments, the 2 damaged armored vehicles were swiftly repaired, their engines roaring to life, igniting a fervor within the team. Of course, the vehicle's robust design likely minimized the extent of damage. While the mechanical soldiers worked, Pu Xiaoyun approached Li Jushu. "Your actions earlier were invaluable. Had it not been for your restraint and the elimination of the enemy sniper, our casualties could have doubled," Pu Xiaoyun remarked. He had not initially noticed Li Jushu until his aides informed him that 9 had fallen to the blast from the 002B sniper rifle, meaning Li Jushu had accounted for a quarter of their enemy's forces, including the sniper. This was no small feat, especially considering the number of rocket soldiers involved. "Honestly, I was merely fulfilling my contractual obligations," Li Jushu responded, immune to such expressions of gratitude. Over the years, he had encountered numerous employers, some generous yet miserly, others ill-tempered yet open-handed. He had grown accustomed to disingenuous politeness. As long as Pu Xiaoyun fulfilled his financial commitments promptly after the mission, he deemed him a commendable employer. Do not misunderstand. I am not here to make grand promises. The remuneration has already been settled and will not change. Furthermore, in light of your exemplary performance, I will grant you an additional reward of 900,000 copper coins, 10,000 each, totaling 1 million to round it off, Pu Xiaoyan generously offered. Then I shall not refuse, Li Jushi replied, gazing at him for a few moments to ensure he was not jesting, and upon confirming the sincerity of his words, he accepted the offer. Such an opportunity was too fortuitous to decline, especially since Pu Xiaoyan had no shortage of resources. Ladies and gentlemen, for every enemy you have dispatched, you will receive an additional reward of 100,000 copper coins. I have already documented the details. Follow my lead. Rest assured, I will not let you down. Pu Xiaoyun's words dispelled any lingering negativity, rekindling goodwill among the members. For hunters, nothing brought greater joy than the prospect of financial reward. Pu Xiaoyan deployed the most severely damaged armored vehicle to transport the deceased back to the gathering point, also bringing the severely wounded along. This action further endeared him to the members. Though accustomed to death and the abandonment of bodies in the wilderness, given a choice, everyone desired a proper burial. With 4 vehicles remaining, they resumed their journey, the diminished number providing more space within the cabin, as fewer individuals occupied it. Thank you. The large man, reminded by Li Jushu, remained in the same vehicle. It was a mere act of kindness, Li Jushu replied, unbothered. In a team, rescuing one another was entirely natural. There was no need for excessive gratitude. After all, only through sincere cooperation could they endure the trials ahead. It was a fundamental principle. If it weren't for you, I would have been in that vehicle. My name is Du Shangfeng, but everyone calls me Hai Tufeng. The large man referred to the vehicle they were returning in. Night Owl. Li Jushu felt a flicker of recognition. He realized he was in the presence of Hai Tufeng, a name well known in their circles. Though hunters lacked a formal legacy, teams did. After his debut, Cao Gong had followed Hai Tufeng, acquiring many survival skills from him. After departing Hai Tufeng's team, Cao Gong ventured alone and eventually established his own team, gradually gaining renown in the gathering point. Cao Gong had once remarked that Hai Tufeng was the person to whom he owed the greatest debt of gratitude in this lifetime. Volume 1, 10,000 Beast Planet Chapter 19. Link's He Haofeng not only brought Chao Gang along, but also gathered a number of individuals who, upon seeing He Haofeng, respectfully addressed him as master. Several others, who, like Chao Gang, had taken on the role of team leader, were present as well. In a certain sense, Li Jushu regarded He Haofeng as his ancestral master. Noticing your lack of night vision goggles, I happen to have a spare pair. He Haofeng handed over a pair of sunglasses-like goggles, adorned with the emblem of 2 overlapping triangular shadows, labeled Zhengse Manufacturing, the undisputed leader in the lens industry, where even the most affordable night vision goggles cost no less than 450,000 copper coins. The goggles He Haofeng offered had dark green legs made from a novel composite material, achieving the perfect balance of elasticity and resilience. This material is impervious to corrosion from sweat, blood, or tears, and it does not slip even when drenched by rain. Li Jushu was aware of the retail price, 280,000 copper coins, and shook his head, deeming it too extravagant. Although he desired it greatly, he could not accept it. Take it. I truly have 2 pairs. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so generous, He Haofeng insisted, forcefully placing the night vision goggles into Li Jushu's hands, then retrieving an identical pair from his pocket. Li Jushu hesitated, but ultimately refrained from pushing the offering away. The employer has wealth. This was gifted to me during a previous mission with them, He Haofeng chuckled. If it were any other item, Li Jushu might have declined, but considering the life-saving potential of night vision goggles, he could not be impolite. He was unwilling to endure another night of peril like the one he had just experienced. This time, our equipment is well prepared. What if next time the enemy deploys flashbangs? In just 3 to 4 seconds, one would be rendered helpless, a time frame in which the enemy could take his life dozens of times over. He Haofeng discreetly informed Li Jushu that there were originally 3 snipers in their team, but unfortunately, all 3 had perished in the recent skirmish, 2 from a rocket explosion and 1 from a stray bullet to the head. Now, Li Jushu was the sole sniper remaining in the team. This news held significant weight for Li Jushu, as the distinction between the ordinary and the unique is profound. Perhaps due to the delays caused by battle, their pace increased rather than diminished. Glancing over, Li Jushu noted the speed maintained at 58 km/h. Driving so fast at night on poor roads was perilous, and ambushes could be lurking. He pondered the importance of the task that compelled Pu Shaoyan to hurry so. He Haofeng did not divulge further. He spoke when necessary and remained silent otherwise, exemplifying the poise of a true hunter. As they continued, tension enveloped the group. Yet they encountered no mishaps until dawn, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Visibility during the day would make it easier to detect any ambushes. Breakfast was consumed on the vehicle without stopping, and at 9:48 a.m., the armored vehicle came to a halt, arriving at their destination. Before them lay a peculiar forest, filled with unfamiliar tree species of various sizes, at which point the vehicle could advance no further. Finally, Pu Shaoyan revealed the mission's objective. This forest is home to the gray-spotted crowned spider. Recently, it has been observed that a king has emerged within a red-spotted crowned spider. Our goal is to capture the red-spotted crowned spider alive. If it dies, the mission will be deemed a failure. Pu Shaoyan's confidant produced a photograph displaying two spiders, one gray and one red, the latter being their target. The sooner we locate the red-spotted spider, the sooner we can return. Should we capture within 3 days, I shall reward each of you an additional 200,000 copper coins. However, be warned, there may be others hunting the red-spotted spider as well. Those are our enemies, so exercise caution, Pu Shaoyan emphasized. Another confidant distributed glass jars to each member for collecting the red-spotted crowned spider, while safety was enhanced by their collective presence. The efficiency of capturing the spider would be greater if they dispersed. I suggest you form your own teams and search separately, though this is merely a suggestion. The final arrangement is up to you. Are there any questions? Pu Shaoyan surveyed the group, revealing that his role as nominal team leader was limited to guiding them to this point, while he would remain outside, awaiting their return. The consensus was in favor of this arrangement. After all, should something happen to him, who would claim the mission rewards? Moreover, the primary objective was to capture the red-spotted crowned spider. If Pu Shaoyan accompanied them, the main task would become twofold, capturing the spider and ensuring Pu Shaoyan's protection, thus doubling the difficulty. Can you elaborate on the habits of the red-spotted crowned spider? One member inquired. To be honest, my knowledge is somewhat limited. In terms of size, it is comparable to what is depicted in the photo. The adult gray-spotted crowned spider is about the size of a goose egg. They prefer to rest on the undersides of leaves, are highly venomous, and possess strong aggression. I advise you all to maintain a safe distance, Pu Shaoyan replied. Is there an antidote available? Another member asked. I'm afraid I searched the entire gathering site and could not find any antidote for the venom of the gray-spotted crowned spider. Therefore, everyone must exercise utmost caution. Pu Shaoyan shrugged, conveying his helplessness. With the core issues clarified, the group began to form teams, typically pairing up with acquaintances. While Li Jushu was the only sniper, he found no one willing to approach him, save for He Haofeng, who had sought him out. A few sought He Haofeng's company, but he declined all but one. The three formed a team and ventured into the woods, while others entered in pairs or even alone. For some stronger individuals, larger numbers did not necessarily equate to greater strength, as a larger group increased the chances of encountering incompetent teammates. Upon entering the forest, Li Jushu immediately felt a chilling aura enveloping him, and visibility plummeted, stirring a sense of unease within him. Having spent many years as a hunter, he had only once conducted a mission in a forest, and that experience had left him reluctant to return. In the woods lie countless unknown perils. A moment's inattention could lead to death. Mosquitoes, venomous snakes, toxins, and miasma could all claim a life silently. While humans possess some awareness of nearby threats, they remain oblivious to the approach of an ant. He despised the uncontrollable nature of such risks. Had he known the mission would take place in a forest, he might have hesitated. Allow me to introduce our companion. This is Night Owl, our sniper. This is my frequent collaborator, Lynx, an expert in close combat who once fought off 5 or 6 blood wolves, escaping while dispatching 3 with a dagger. He Haofeng's tone conveyed a deep respect for Lynx's prowess. Volume 1, 10,000 Beast Planet Chapter 20. Black Bear, please take good care of me. Li Juxu grada respectfully. Having undertaken missions against blood wolves himself and understanding their ferocity, their team of 8 had only dared to confront 3 at a time. Encountering 5 or 6 would typically warn a retreat. The fact that Lynx not only survived, but also counterattacked 3 was rather formidable. Don't be deceived by hay-houfing. P.S. embellishing my achievements. In truth, I nearly lost my life during that incident, spending 6 months in the hospital on the brink of meeting my ancestors. If only I had a sniper then. I saw you shoot last night. You were remarkably composed, Lynx remarked, his gaze sharp. The two shook hands, exchanging compliments, thus establishing an acquaintance. I would like to say a few words. Haidafeng repressed his smile, his expression turning somewhat grave. Some matters were previously too sensitive to discuss. But at this juncture, there was no need for secrecy any longer. The task involving the Hongban Guanju had already been issued by our affluent employer twice before. The first mission comprised 15 individuals, of whom only 2 returned. That time, the employer himself participated. The second mission involved 26 people, and I was among the second group to join. Only 8 survived the ordeal, and I consider myself fortunate to be one of them. Now we face the third mission. Shan Mao and Li Jusu's countenance gradually darkened. They had initially believed the task would merely pose some challenges, but the actual difficulties far exceeded their expectations. Among the 8 survivors, only I and 2 others emerged unscathed. The remaining 5 ended up hospitalized, and I have not seen them since. The other 2 accepted their rewards and declined to continue with this mission. I too had intended to withdraw, but unfortunate circumstances at home necessitated my continued involvement, with the employer intervening to assist me. I share this to convey the peril inherent in this task, Haidafeng stated. From where does this danger emanate? Shan Mao inquired, articulating the question that lingered in Li Jusu's mind. Mosquitoes. Mosquitoes? Shan Mao's eyes widened in astonishment, and Li Jusu was equally taken aback by this revelation. You shall soon understand, Haidafeng said as he retrieved 3 spherical objects the size of eggs from his backpack. Upon pressing a button, the spheres underwent a remarkable transformation into helmets. He donned one himself and handed the other 2 to Li Jusu and Shan Mao. Sensing the urgency, swiftly put on the helmets. These helmets, lightweight and capable of filtering air while regulating temperature and humidity, were comfortable to wear and did not impede sound transmission. Do not be misled by their appearance. Each helmet is worth over 200,000. Any exposed skin must be concealed, or the consequences will be painfully severe. Haidafeng meticulously checked his gear for any issues before setting off, with Li Jusu and Shan Mao mirroring his actions. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the forest, an agonizing sound that sent a shiver down Li Jusu's spine as he realized it was emanating from nearby. Without hesitation, the trio hastened towards the source of the cry, soon arriving at the scene, where they discovered others had reached before them. Help me, please, I beg you. A figure lay on the ground, pleading, his face a mask of terror and despair. Surrounding him were 3 individuals, gazing down with sympathy yet remaining unmoved. Li Jusu scrutinized the individual on the ground, whose complexion was an abnormal pale blue, limbs trembling uncontrollably. 2 small puncture wounds marred his neck and the back of his hand, oozing a faint yellowish fluid instead of the expected red blood. Nearby, 2 corpses of the Huiban Guanju lay, utterly mangled. In mere seconds, the man's visage appeared even more ashen, shifting from blue to black. Li Jusu glanced at Haidafeng, who subtly shook his head, indicating that the man was beyond saving. Footsteps approached as more individuals, drawn by the screams, arrived, their expressions shifting to shock upon witnessing the scene. The voice of the bitten man grew softer, and within minutes he succumbed to unconsciousness, his life force rapidly waning. Less apart, Haidafeng sighed. Though he was a stranger, he was still part of their team, and it was a pity to see him perish in such a manner. How could the toxin be so potent? It rivals that of a venomous snake, does it not? Shan Mao mused inwardly, reflecting on how quickly the man had fallen into unconsciousness. Thus, one must never allow themselves to be bitten by the Huiban Guanju, Haidafeng stated earnestly. What if one is careless? Shan Mao queried. If bitten on the limbs, do not hesitate. Sever the affected extremity. At least your life may be spared. If bitten on the neck, grant yourself a swift end, Haidafeng replied. I noticed several small red spots on that man's face. They were likely not caused by the Huiban Guanju, were they? Liu Su interjected suddenly. Night Owl, you have keen observation skills. Indeed, those marks were not from the Huiban Guanju. They were from mosquito bites. The mosquitoes here do not deliver fatal stings. but they transmit a neurotoxic venom that significantly impairs bodily reflexes. Moreover, they seem to emit a scent that attracts the Huiban Guanju. Once bitten, one is likely to become a target for the Huiban Guanju. Thus, one must remain vigilant of both the Huiban Guanju and the mosquitoes, Haida Feng emphasized. We are bundled up like Zongzi. We should have no cause for concern, right? Sha Mao jested. Who can say? Haida Feng mused internally, uncertain himself. The known dangers were mosquitoes and spiders, but the unknown perils were far more daunting. Something is amiss. Li Ju-su suddenly whispered, his voice subdued. Haida Feng and Shan Mao froze, their sharp gazes scanning their surroundings as they crouched slightly, ready to spring into action. At 10 o'clock, approximately 110 meters away, on the third fork of a tree that can accommodate 3 people, Li Ju-su quietly observed as he carefully unfastened his Bailey's 002B sniper rifle from his back. A dark silhouette lurked in the shadows of the trees, the dim light obscuring its true form, but judging by its size, it could be a leopard or a tiger. The noise is too pronounced, Haida Feng cautioned, preventing Li Ju-su from firing. The sound of the Bailey's 002B would alert creatures within a 2 to 3 kilometer radius, causing chaos. He signaled to Shan Mao, who understood, and the two stealthily flanked the shadow. Shan Mao's slender frame and agile movements were commendable, but Haida Feng's considerable bulk moved with surprising silence, earning Li Ju-su's admiration. Haida Feng's formidable reputation was well-earned, not mere hearsay. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. When Haida Feng and Shan Mao were within 3 meters of the shadow, they suddenly froze. Li Ju-su sensed something was amiss, and before he could react, the shadow transformed into a flash, descending from the branches with a tremendous force. Bang! Even from over 100 meters away, Li Ju-su felt his ears ringing from the impact. Haida Feng shot forth like a cannonball, crashing through multiple plants along the way. Bang! The gunfire echoed deafeningly as the shadow pivoted midair, struck by a bullet. Its massive form halted momentarily. The momentum of its presence diminished. Yet it retaliated with a powerful strike that sent Shan Mao flying several meters away, causing him to lose his dagger. In midair, Shan Mao drew his sidearm, unleashing a torrent of bullets at the shadow, emptying the magazine in a frenzied assault. He fired with the ferocity of a submachine gun. Yet the bullets struck the shadow as if they were mere pebbles cast into the sea, causing no discernible effect, but only inciting the shadow's fury. Bang! Another deafening report rang out as blood erupted from the shadow's forehead. Enraged, it altered its trajectory, charging towards Li Ju-su. Bang! 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 3 successive shots slowed the creature's pace, yet it continued its relentless advance, trampling all in its path with a force akin to that of a tank. As it closed within 30 meters, Li Ju-su finally discerned its true nature. Not a leopard or tiger, but a bear. He had no time to ponder why a bear could run so swiftly. The sheer destructive force of the charging black bear sent adrenaline surging through him, his heart racing as goosebumps prickled his skin. Faced with the choice of either continuing to shoot or fleeing, he opted for the former. He assessed the situation and concluded that if he turned to run, he would be overtaken within mere meters. Even if he abandoned the Bailey's 002B, he would only gain an additional meter of distance, making a stand more prudent. The bear's massive size rendered it an easy target. A shot to the body would certainly strike true. However, its tough hide meant that such wounds would hardly incapacitate it. Li Ju-su took a gamble and aimed for the head. Bang! 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 Once again, 3 shots were fired. One struck the face, another hit the nose, and the last one missed entirely. The black bear's visage was instantly reduced to a ghastly mess, flesh torn and bones exposed, yet none of these wounds proved fatal. With only 5 meters remaining and a single bullet left, Li Ju-su felt his heart cease its rhythm. In that fleeting moment, the world seemed to fall silent. His mind was consumed solely by the blazing fury reflected in the bear's eyes. As the bear raised its powerful paw, the gun fired. The sound echoed, and the bear trembled as a mist of blood erupted from its skull. It let out a roar that reverberated through the mountains, lunging forward. Li Ju-su, unable to evade, found himself pinned beneath the weight of the beast, groaning in agony. Weighing over 800 pounds, coupled with the momentum of its charge, the bear's impact would have undoubtedly shattered Li Ju-su's bones had the sniper's shot not mitigated some of that force. After a considerable struggle, Li Ju-su managed to wriggle free from beneath the bear's carcass. The black-headed wasp staggered to its feet, while the lynx remained incapacitated. A moment of carelessness. The black-headed wasp discarded its severely deformed shield and touched its chest, relieved that it had adequately prepared for this outing by donning a bulletproof vest. Otherwise, the bear's strike could have proven fatal. Despite the double defense, the impact left them momentarily disoriented. "Don't move, my ribs are broken." Li Jushu approached the lynx, preparing to assist, but the lynx quickly cautioned him. "How many are broken?" The black-headed wasp wobbled over. "I don't know, at least 5, the lynx grimaced, enduring the pain. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter a black bear. The black-headed wasp grimaced, feeling a twinge of toothache. The lynx, too, wore a bulletproof vest. Without it, his physique would not have withstood a single blow from a bear. A moment of carelessness. The lynx chuckled bitterly, having initially thought it was a leopard or something similar. Who could have imagined it was a black bear? While bears are capable of climbing trees when pursuing prey, under normal circumstances, they do not ascend trees. Suddenly, recalling the notion of prey, the lynx's expression shifted dramatically as it raised its hand, unleashing a streak of white light. A shadow shot down from the treetops, nearly grazing Li Jushu's head, only to be struck by a flying knife that emitted a piercing shriek. In that instant of pause, the black-headed wasp delivered a powerful punch, sending the shadow flying several meters away. Li Jushu drew his dagger from his waist and hurled it. The dagger embedded itself into the tree trunk, missing its target. The shadow twisted mid-air and vanished into the treetops. Li Jushu unsheathed his pistol, disengaged the safety, and vigilantly scanned the canopy, while the black-headed wasp brandished a curved blade, its piercing gaze sweeping the surroundings. After a prolonged silence, they were joined by 2 confidants of Pu Xiaoyan. What transpired here? Upon seeing the bear's carcass, they were taken aback and raised their thumbs in admiration at the black-headed wasp, Li Jushu, and the lynx. 3 individuals had slain a black bear, an extraordinary feat. In spite of several broken ribs, the lynx exerted all its strength to throw a flying knife, breaking into a cold sweat from the pain. Unable to continue the mission, it had no choice but to accompany the 2 confidants back, while they would carry the bear's body away. Li Jushu and the black-headed wasp resumed their task. Although adding silencing equipment increases weight and cannot completely eliminate gunfire noise, I still suggest you incorporate it, the black-headed wasp remarked. Next time, I will be more mindful. Li Jushu acknowledged the concern. In open missions, the volume of gunfire is of little consequence. Yet for tasks prioritizing safety, a more discreet approach is advisable. As they delved deeper, the light grew increasingly dim, the foliage thickening to the point where sunlight scarcely penetrated. The number of mosquitoes surged, damp. Shadowy spots are indeed breeding grounds for insects. Li Jushu finally beheld a living gray-spotted orb weaver. Pu Xiaoyan had claimed they were only the size of goose eggs, which was patently absurd. Their splayed legs were larger than his palm, resting in the crevices of tree trunks, camouflaged like bark. Only a keen eye would discern them. Don't touch them. There are far too many to eliminate, the black-headed wasp cautioned, as Li Jushu seemed poised to strike. Quickly, he understood why the black-headed wasp refrained from attacking. Dozens of gray-spotted orb weavers clung to the tree, some dozing, others moving slowly, and due to the lighting, countless more remained unseen above. Isn't this mission rather hasty? Li Jushu suddenly realized a pressing issue, not to mention the vastness of the forest. Even a single tree harbored so many gray-spotted spiders. The tree crown, towering 50 or 60 meters high, could easily conceal not just a hand-sized spider, but even a monkey without detection. In this scenario, searching for a red-spotted orb weaver was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Only a clumsy approach will suffice. The black-headed wasp had encountered this dilemma during a previous visit. 100 or 1,000 men would be of no use. Li Jushu remarca. To thoroughly search a single tree would take half a day. With so many trees, when would we ever find it? The red-spotted orb weaver is alive and will flee, not linger in one spot waiting to be discovered. If it escapes to a previously searched area, it may never be found again. In the first volume, 10,000 Beast Planet, Chapter 22, The Night Watch. Everything relies on luck, but do not lose heart. The red-spotted orb weaver is a king birthed among billions of spiders. Kings are always exceptional. If we can identify certain unusual locations, we might just locate the red-spotted orb weaver. If someone can spot it once, they may well find it a second time, the black-headed wasp reassured. Li Jushu fell silent. One must still harbor dreams. What if they were realized? The ground was blanketed with a thick layer of leaves, the uppermost layer freshly fallen, while the lower layers were already decaying. Stepping upon them felt soft and spongy, raising concerns of sinking in. Among the fallen leaves, numerous unidentified insects scuttled about. Li Jushu worried about them burrowing into his shoes. "Wait, don't move," the black-headed wasp suddenly exclaimed, startling Li Jushu, who immediately froze. Maintaining his raised foot in a vigilant stance, scanning the surroundings but finding nothing amiss. This mushroom appears harmless. However, if accidentally stepped on, the consequences could be dire. The black-headed wasp unearthed a mushroom the size of an egg, brownish yellow, blending with the color of the fallen leaves, which Li Jushu had barely noticed. The black-headed wasp carefully placed the mushroom into a glass vial, smiling as it explained, "This mushroom, when crushed, emits an odor imperceptible to the nose, capable of rendering a person unconscious within seconds." Li Jushu felt a pang of shame. The seasoned veteran had been remiss, focusing solely on the trees and neglecting the ground beneath him. Even had he noticed the mushroom, he would not have anticipated its peril. In the forest, one must be wary of venomous insects and snakes, as well as plants. While most flora are harmless, a few are not to be trifled with. During a previous mission to capture snakes in the forest, 13 individuals were sent, and a single 7-leaf flower incapacitated 7 of them. A painful lesson learned. The black-headed wasp shook his head gently, his tones somber, tinged with unspoken regret. It was not his fault, yet, as the team leader, he bore the weight of responsibility for those he let out, but could not bring back, a burden that would weigh heavily on anyone's conscience. Unbeknownst to them, the sky had darkened, and the already limited visibility of the forest had diminished further. Li Jushu considered lighting a torch, but was halted by the black-headed wasp. "Most mosquitoes are attracted to light. If we ignite a torch, it would disrupt the current balance and lead to unpredictable risks. Did you bring provisions? We can nibble on those." While Li Jushu was consuming his rations, the Hei-Tu Feng sought out a large tree, ascended it, and let down 2 ropes to fashion a hammock out of a sleeping bag. Upon noticing Li Jushu's apparent confusion, he chuckled, explaining that sleeping on the ground in the woods was unwise due to the abundance of insects. Although sleeping in the trees was not particularly secure, suspending oneself in midair was deemed the safest option. He suggested a watch rotation. He would sleep during the first half of the night, while Li Jushu kept watch, and then they would switch. The mosquitoes were frightfully numerous at night, and Li Jushu felt he could catch a dozen with a mere swipe. Eating became a challenge. Once he unlatched his mask to take a bite, the insects would swarm in within seconds. He felt immense gratitude for the helmet provided by Hei-Tu Feng, as he could hardly fathom the ordeal of spending the night in the forest without it. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the distant sound of gunfire erupted, prompting him to spring to his feet. The distance of approximately 15 kilometers seemed insurmountable. Hei-Tu Feng also rose momentarily, but quickly settled back down. Li Jushu followed suit, recognizing the truth in his companion's words. On open ground, 15 kilometers would be a trivial distance, easily covered in mere minutes at full speed. However, in the forest, with trees densely packed and venomous creatures lurking, even 150 meters felt unattainable. Judging by the intensity of the gunfire, by the time they arrived, it would be too late. They might as well conserve their strength and focus on their own safety. After a violent explosion, the gunfire dwindled to sporadic shots before fading into silence. Li Jushu surmised that most likely there had been fatalities. He wisely refrained from mentioning this to Hei-Tu Feng, who, after filling his stomach, retrieved a dagger and fashioned a platform about a meter high from some branches. He instructed Li Jushu to keep watch from the platform, warning him that after 8 o'clock, it would be the hunting time for the Hui Ban Guanzhu, and he feared Li Jushu would struggle if they remained in the trees. With that, he crawled into his sleeping bag and fell into a deep slumber. Li Jushu admired his courage. He knew he would not be able to sleep under such circumstances. The incessant buzzing of mosquitoes sounded like thunder. He popped a piece of chocolate into his mouth, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, half in anticipation of danger and half hoping for the sudden appearance of a Hongban Guanzhu to conclude their mission and allow him to return home. However, it was evident that fate had not heeded his prayers. Instead, hordes of Hui Banzhu emerged from seemingly nowhere, swarming the leaves, branches, and trunks. Although Li Jushu did not suffer from a phobia of clusters, he felt his heart race and his scalp tingle. The Hui Banju spun webs at a visible speed to ensnare mosquitoes, revealing the true nature of what He Tu Feng referred to as feeding. In the dimness of their surroundings, he could barely discern what lay within several meters. Beyond that distance, everything became a blur. Yet, he was convinced that in the unseen shadows, the number of Hui Banju was likely even greater. He suppressed the urge to activate his flashlight, recalling He Tu Feng's warning that once equilibrium was disrupted, chaos would ensue. Uncertain of the fate of others, Li Jushu occasionally gazed at the sky, hoping that if anyone had located the Hong Ban Guanju, they would fire a signal flare, allowing the rest to return home. In the pitch-black night, amidst swarms of mosquitoes and countless Hui Banju, a profound yearning welled up within him, a longing for Zhao Huier, far away on their home planet. Once she recovered from her illness, he vowed to accompany her under the stars every night. On Wan Shouxing, it was rare to catch sight of the stars. As time passed, the temperature plummeted, and the mosquitoes began to diminish. Li Jushu's drowsiness intensified, his eyelids growing heavier, and his vigilance waned. He glanced at the time, 21:58. He typically retired by 2300 hours, perplexed as to why he felt so fatigued this evening. Yet he understood that now was not the time for slumber. He must endure, for he bore the responsibility for 2 lives. Just as he teetered on the brink of sleep, an overwhelming sense of danger surged from within, snapping him back to consciousness. He opened his eyes in a flash, only to see a gaping maw lunging toward him, its 2 sharp, curved teeth gleaming white in the dimness. A snake. He had no time to draw his firearm or unsheath his dagger. Instead, he instinctively seized the snake's head, forcefully clamping its jaws shut. Pain surged through his body as the snake coiled around him with astonishing strength. In that moment, he felt as if he were ensnared not by a serpent, but by steel cables, the constriction tightening to a perilous degree. The deformed helmet cracked, and the visor shattered into fragments. Li Jushu, disregarding the pain of his helmet, struggled to breathe, overwhelmed by discomfort. He attempted to call for He Tu Feng, but could not utter a sound. The most terrifying aspect was the diminishing grip he felt in his hand, as the snake's strength began to wane. What to do? In the first volume of Wan Shouxing, Chapter 23, titled The Strange Snake, Li Jushu seemed to hear the ominous creaking of bones. Facing the threat of death, he summoned his courage, opening his mouth wide to bite down on the snake's body with all his might, straining his jaw muscles to their limit. The snake writhed in pain, intensifying its struggle, and he nearly lost consciousness as darkness clouded his vision. The sharp pain ignited a new strength within him. He bit down harder, feeling warmth as he pierced the snake's skin. The taste of snake blood flooded his mouth, and he dared not release his grip, swallowing it down without considering the possibility of poison. All he desired was for the snake to loosen its hold. He would gladly risk anything for that reprieve. A stalemate ensued between man and serpent. The snake aimed to strangle him while he sought to sever its body, each party's endurance put to the test. The snake bore no expression, leaving its intentions inscrutable. Yet Li Jushu was acutely aware of his dire predicament. His strength was waning, his neck constricted, denying him breath, while his bones felt on the verge of breaking. Gratefully, he recalled that he had dressed in thick clothing and a bulletproof vest to deter mosquitoes, which effectively cushioned the snake's constricting force. Otherwise, his body might have twisted into a pretzel. Just as his consciousness began to blur, he sensed the tightening grip of the snake weakening. This realization sparked a renewed hope for survival within him. Gritting his teeth, his heart raced like thunder as time inched forward. The snake's strength diminished, and as he finally drew a breath of fresh air, he knew he had triumphed. No more blood surged into his mouth, yet he remained reluctant to release his grip. When the snake's body finally went limp, he loosened his hold and gasped for air, feeling utterly exhausted and in agony. The joy of survival mingled with his physical suffering, a sensation beyond words. He yearned to discard the snake, but his hands had stiffened from exertion, leaving him unable to control them. He had no choice but to set that thought aside, focusing on regaining his breath. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted into slumber, and upon awakening abruptly, he discovered it was daytime. The sound of He Tu Feng's voice echoed with relief. "You've finally awakened. What happened?" Li Jushu asked, bewildered, still disoriented from sleep. He Tu Feng approached, assessing his complexion before exhaling in relief. "Fortunately, you haven't been poisoned. How long have I been asleep?" Li Jushu began to piece things together. It's around 2 in the afternoon, Hey Tu Feng replied. I slept for nearly 20 hours? Li Yuxu exclaimed in astonishment. Everything is well. Do you remember what transpired last night? Hey Tu Feng inquired. A sudden recollection struck Li Jushu as he glanced down to find his hand still firmly gripping the lifeless snake, its body already cold. Only now did he fully comprehend the appearance of the serpent. He had no expertise in snakes, nor did he possess any understanding of them. Yet the most prominent feature of this serpent was the pattern on its back, resembling a pair of eyes. Additionally, it was of similar girth to other snakes, measuring nearly 3 meters in length. This creature possessed immense strength, swiftly ensnaring me, leaving me with no choice but to bite it in desperation. Fortunately, I managed to slay it before it could claim my life. Otherwise, you would have been gazing upon my corpse. I wonder, what kind of snake is this? Its size is modest, yet its power is indeed formidable. Li Jushu still felt a shiver of fear at the thought. I do not know, nor do I recognize it, but it is undoubtedly a venomous snake and highly toxic, remarked Haitubing. Have I lost consciousness? Li Juxu inquired. Upon awakening, I found you asleep, unresponsive to my calls. Initially, I feared you had been bitten, but upon inspection, I discovered no wounds. It seems you may have ingested snake blood. Thankfully, you have regained consciousness. Otherwise, I would have had to carry you back. How do you feel now? Haitubing asked. I should be fine. Li Jushu stood up and jumped a couple of times, not noticing anything unusual. The pain had subsided, though it was unfortunate that his helmet was damaged. Yesterday, he had hesitated to take the mountain cat's helmet as a spare, feeling too embarrassed. It's good to hear that you're all right. Otherwise, I would carry guilt for a lifetime, Haitubing admitted, feeling somewhat ashamed. He must have been excessively fatigued yesterday, as he was usually quite alert. Li Jushu had been entangled with the snake for quite some time, yet he had not noticed a thing, sleeping soundly. If the snake had triumphed, it would not have been just one casualty. I wonder how the others are faring? Li Juxu remarca, feeling reluctant to remain in such a perilous place. Earlier in the morning, I heard gunfire and explosions from the southeast. They may have encountered danger, Haitubing noted. I hope they are safe. Li Jushu understood that had it not been for him, Haitubing would likely have gone to check on them, especially during the day when encountering fellow members in peril necessitated a rescue. Let's eat something first, Haitubing suggested. Li Jushu instinctively retrieved food, only to realize he was not hungry at all. How could it be that after over 20 hours without food, he felt no hunger? Had his metabolism ceased while unconscious? What is the matter? Haitubing noticed his peculiar expression. I'm contemplating whether there are alternative methods. After all, scouring this vast expanse feels like searching for a needle in a haystack. Li Jushu diverted the conversation. Everyone is likely thinking the same, Haitubing implied, suggesting that if there were a better solution, it would have already been implemented. The mosquitoes seem particularly sparse today. Li Jushu, with food in his mouth, suddenly observed that not a single mosquito attempted to bite his face. It is due to this. Haitubing pointed at the snake's corpse. Li Jushu looked at him in confusion. The snake is a remarkable creature, exuding an aura that repels mosquitoes. We humans cannot perceive it, but mosquitoes are highly sensitive. The more venomous the snake, the stronger this aura. I have heard that ancient people would hunt pythons and place the shed skins in their rooms, thus preventing mosquitoes all summer long. Your lack of mosquito bites is a testament to the efficacy of this snake's remains, Haitubing explained. Is that truly the case? Li Jushu was greatly astonished. He had discarded the snake's body at his feet, but now promptly picked it up. This attribute will allow us to traverse the forest unimpeded. Your helmet visor is broken, and with a day and a half remaining, use this snake's body for protection. It will not decay within a day or two, Haitubing advised. Li Jushu consumed a small amount of food, and the two continued onward in search of the red-spotted crown spider. Li Jushu hung the snake's corpse around his neck, wrapping it around his waist and tying a knot, perfectly resembling a decorative snake. The serpent weighed approximately 25 pounds, which did not significantly hinder his movement. Indeed, as Haitubing had stated, carrying the snake's body deterred all mosquitoes from approaching. Wherever he went, they instinctively retreated. Not only mosquitoes, but even the gray-spotted crown spiders refrained from coming near. Haitubing was amazed. As far as he knew, spiders hunted by sensing vibrations, seemingly unaffected by scent. However, this was advantageous, as it greatly diminished the threat posed by mosquitoes. Li Jushu abruptly halted his steps. Volume 1, The Beast Star Planet, Chapter 24, Night Vision. What is it? Haitubing, startled, immediately followed suit, lowering his voice as he reached for the dagger at his waist. It is nothing. I merely thought I had stepped on a mushroom, Li Jushi replied sheepishly. We should slow our pace for safety, Haitubing suggested. Due to the snake's corpse-repelling mosquitoes, their speed had inadvertently increased. Upon realizing this, Haitubing acknowledged their recklessness, for dangers in the forest extended beyond mosquitoes, encompassing plants and other large creatures as well. You are correct, Li Jushu conceded, yet he continued to cast his gaze toward the dark corners untouched by sunlight, his astonishment growing. Normally, those areas should have appeared indistinct. However, now he could see them quite clearly. What is happening? Has there been a mutation? He pondered curiously, his golden eyes scanning the surroundings, eventually confirming that his vision had inexplicably improved. He could now see further and with greater clarity the intricate patterns on the leaves of the towering trees. The fine hairs on the gray-spotted crowned spider were all distinctly visible. Darkness no longer hindered his sight, and he felt as though he had discovered a new world. The once terrifying forest seemed intriguing at this moment. He vaguely suspected that drinking the snake's blood was the cause of this newfound ability, feeling elated yet apprehensive. Having brushed against death may have its benefits, yet he worried that this ability might fade away as fleeting as a fleeting glance. He wished to utilize this newfound power, but he found himself unable to do anything. Haitubing walked ahead, oblivious to the changing expressions on Li Jushu's face. Otherwise, he would surely have worried that Li Jushu had suffered side effects from the snake blood. As twilight descended, Li Jushu glanced at the time, 1745. For an ordinary person, everything in the woods would have become blurred, signaling the time for rest. Yet in his world, everything remained clear. Haitubing had already begun to scout for a place to spend the night, when suddenly, a gunshot accompanied by a scream erupted from not far away, startling a multitude of birds into flight. Both men were taken aback. It is Huadan's face. Haitubing turned toward Li Jushu. Let's investigate. Li Jushu understood his intention. If they were strangers, he would not be concerned, but since they were acquaintances and the distance was short, it would weigh heavily on his conscience not to check. I will go ahead. You cover me as a sniper, Haitubing hastily instructed before vanishing into the darkness. His intent clear. He would lead the way and face any dangers first, as they were people he knew, and it was more than enough for Li Jushu to accompany him. He aimed to spare him as much peril as possible. Li Jushu wanted to call out to him, but Haitubing had already vanished from sight. He quickly retrieved his sniper rifle, assembling it. The downside of being a sniper was the need for preparation before firing, unlike a pistol, which only required the flick of a safety switch. Boom! Boom! 2 consecutive, thunderous explosions illuminated the night, signaling the use of rocket launchers. The blasts occurred several hundred meters apart, and Li Jushu immediately realized the gravity of the situation. 2 forces were engaged in a fierce battle. One of these forces was his own, implying that the other was the competitors mentioned by Pu Xiaoyan. He had scarcely taken a few steps when rockets streaked across the night sky, followed by violent explosions. The sound of machine gun fire ignited a fiery surge of adrenaline within him. Traversing through the forest proved to be quite arduous, with no straight paths in sight, only trees obstructing every route. Li Jushu found himself meandering through the dense foliage, navigating through narrow gaps. His keen eyesight pierced through the darkness, yet the journey remained laborious. After covering a distance of 200 meters, he paused, initially intending to ascend a grand tree. He reconsidered upon glimpsing the thickly clustered woods and ultimately abandoned the idea. He was perilously close to the battlefield, yet the dense trees obscured any view of the combatants, leaving only the echo of gunfire in his ears. He continued to stealthily advance, finding the cover of darkness advantageous. While others were hindered by limited visibility, he remained unaffected. Nevertheless, he exercised caution, aware of a type of eyewear that could enhance light, significantly improving sight. Although it could not rival his current clarity, it could reveal his presence if the enemy was within a reasonable distance. Fortunately, the thermal imaging equipment was rendered useless on Wanshouxing, where he would have had to be even more vigilant. At last, he spotted the flicker of gunfire in the distance. Upon closer inspection, he realized he had miscalculated. It was a comrade. He quietly shifted towards another faction. Choosing a relatively secure position, He contemplated the merits and drawbacks of engaging in combat amidst the forest. The towering trees provided ample cover. Merely hiding behind one could render him impervious to armor-piercing rounds. Yet, taking down an enemy would not be an easy feat, requiring clever tactics. Li Jushu had initially considered climbing a tree for the advantage of height, but was deterred by the sight of numerous gray-spotted, orb-weaving spiders nestled among the branches. Nightfall was their active period, and the sounds of buzzing mosquitoes filled the air, adding to the din. His gaze flicked between the sources of gunfire. The enemy were seasoned hunters, expertly concealing themselves behind the trunks of the trees, skillfully protecting themselves. Though visibility was limited, the bullets consistently whizzed dangerously close to his comrades' hiding spots, a feat only accomplished by experienced marksmen. However, even the most skilled sharpshooters must occasionally assess their surroundings. They could not afford to shoot blindly lest an enemy flank them. Constant vigilance was an essential quality for any proficient sniper. Eventually, a cautious eye emerged, and Li Jushu's nerves tightened. The moment he glimpsed a strand of hair, he was already poised, and upon witnessing the glint of the enemy's eye, he pulled the trigger. The report of his rifle echoed sharply, revealing the gruesome sight of the enemy's skull being shattered, blood and brain matter splattering in the air. And the machine gun fell silent. Li Jushu promptly repositioned, just as bullets began to rain down where he had been. The sound of the sniper rifle was too loud and the proximity too close, making it easy for experienced hunters to ascertain his location. After eliminating a second enemy, he refrained from firing again. Taking the risk, he ascended a sturdy tree, grateful for the absence of snakes, spiders, and mosquitoes, which allowed him to lie quietly on a branch. Fixated on the enemy's direction, he felt a chill of foreboding wash over him following his second kill, a premonition of death. At that moment, he realized he had drawn the attention of an enemy sniper. Fortunately, after firing, he had immediately retreated behind the tree, leaving the opposing sniper with no chance to retaliate. Yet, he understood that the enemy would be watching closely, waiting for him to reveal himself. Without any gunfire from the opposing side, it was challenging for him to pinpoint their location. However, he remained calm, confident in his superior eyesight, and began to search methodically. He believed the enemy sniper could not match his visual acuity. In this volume, Wan Shou Xing, Chapter 25, The Second Sniper. Under different terrain, one could deduce a sniper's likely hiding spot by identifying optimal vantage points, but such strategies were ineffective in the current environment. The forest harbored too many potential sniper locations. The alternative method of detecting an enemy's position through gunfire was also futile, as the enemy sniper remained astutely cautious and had not yet fired. Li Jushu was left to resort to the most rudimentary approach, searching each inch of ground. He believed the enemy sniper would not be foolish enough to drape a snake's corpse over their neck. The enemy outnumbered his side, initially placing them at a disadvantage. However, after Li Jushu's successive eliminations, the enemy's aggression waned, affording his team a moment of respite. The current state of affairs presented no clear victor. But as Li Jushu ceased fire, the enemy's assault intensified once more, bullets raining down upon the forest like a relentless storm. Bullets were not the primary concern. It was the grenades that posed a true threat, with thousands of steel pellets flying indiscriminately. Li Jushu was relieved that the tree he had chosen was sufficiently robust. Yet his heart raced at the thought of the unpredictable nature of shrapnel, which could strike from any angle. Fortunately, due to their close proximity, neither side had resorted to deploying flashbangs, or else his advantage would have evaporated. Both sides exchanged grenades and explosives, with mixed effects. Some casualties were inflicted, but the impact was limited. The enemy sniper remained vigilant, not firing a single shot, likely aware that Li Jushu had detected him. However, what he had not anticipated was Li Jushu's night vision. There he was. A faint smile crept across Li Jushu's face as he discerned a slight alteration in the shape of an elevation on the ground during his second search. Snipers possessed remarkable endurance. The more skilled they were, the less susceptible they were to distractions, even enduring bites from mosquitoes without flinching. Yet in the cover of night, the enemy sniper's caution would inevitably wane. After all, relieving leg cramps in darkness went unnoticed. Unfortunately for him, he was up against someone who defied convention. Li Jushu had the enemy sniper in his sights, but refrained from firing immediately. When a grenade detonated nearby, he squeezed the trigger. The raised form on the ground quivered and then lay still. The explosion masked the sound of his gunfire, rendering the enemy oblivious to the demise of their comrade. However, just as Li Jushu was poised to unleash further destruction, he abruptly withdrew, pressing his body tightly against the tree, cold sweat trickling down his back. There was not just one enemy sniper, another lurked nearby. The shockwave from the grenade explosion sent leaves flying, revealing a gun barrel. Li Jushu immediately recognized it as a Burster 002B, the same model as his own sniper rifle. He had been careless. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself, reminding himself to remain vigilant in the future. This time, his attentiveness had saved him. Had he not fired amidst the explosion, the second sniper would undoubtedly have spotted him. Given the enemy's camouflage skills, 2 seconds would have sufficed for them to line up a shot. Once his heartbeat steadied, Li Jushu carefully observed his surroundings. The gun barrel had vanished, possibly concealed beneath leaves, or the sniper had relocated. Snipers have an acute sense of danger, and Li Jushu suspected the enemy had sensed him and changed hiding spots. He dared not take risks and cautiously sought refuge behind another large tree. If a sniper chose to conceal themselves deliberately, as long as they remained silent, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to locate them, even their own team. Although Li Jushu enjoyed an unobstructed view, he had completely lost track of the enemy sniper's whereabouts. Undeterred, he meticulously examined every conceivable hiding spot, but found nothing. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. He tossed several grenades, which detonated high in the treetops. The thunderous explosions of grenades echoed through the air. For the enemy adept at concealing themselves, it proved largely ineffective. However, Li Jushu's intention was not to inflict harm upon them, but rather to target the gray-spotted crown spider. Under the cover of darkness, these arachnids emerged in search of prey, cascading down from the branches and leaves as the explosions reverberated, creating a scene reminiscent of a torrential downpour. The enemies, hiding beneath the trees, found themselves in misfortune, shrieking in panic as they swatted away the falling spiders. Some even scrambled up from their cover, but our forces seized this opportunity, unleashing a barrage of gunfire that left several of them lifeless. The remaining adversaries were caught in a dilemma. They could either remain crouched on the ground, surrounded by gray-spotted crown spiders, or rise and become targets themselves. The enemy squad leaders signaled for the snipers to suppress fire, for if they did not, they would be bitten to death by the spiders before they could even retaliate. Li Jushu awaited this moment, as a flicker of flame burst forth from the darkness. He adjusted his aim, targeting the sniper preparing to reposition, and pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, the bullet struck the sniper's chest, sending him flying over a meter away. He convulsed twice before falling still. With the sniper suppression removed, Li Jushu unleashed his full potential, taking a vantage point to systematically eliminate the enemies who were frantically repositioning to evade the spiders. While others fired with a considerable degree of luck, his shots were precise, his keen eyesight a distinct advantage. Within a mere 2 minutes, 8 enemies had fallen. The squad leader, sensing the dire situation, signaled for retreat. Another enemy fell with a bullet to the head as Li Jushu descended from the tree to pursue the fleeing foes. Amidst the chaos, he spotted a woman. Female hunters were not uncommon. Wang Xiaoxin was one of them. However, he immediately sensed that this particular female hunter was extraordinary, not only due to her remarkably sophisticated equipment, but also because of her unique aura. He had a premonition that she was someone of great significance, akin to Pu Xiaoyan. The female hunter moved with agility through the dense forest, reminiscent of a nimble civet cat. If not for his superior vision, Li Jushu would have lost sight of her in an instant. It seemed she sensed she was being watched, as she abruptly halted to set a trap, a concealed explosive. From the moment she stopped to when she resumed her flight, merely 6 seconds had elapsed. Li Jushu reflected on his own experience with such devices, recalling it took him 2.5 minutes to set one up. Truly, there was no comparison. A colossal tree, nearly 4 meters in diameter, blocked his path, while thorns on the left rendered passage impossible, forcing him to veer right. At that moment, a bullet grazed the female hunter's nose, embedding itself into the great tree. "I surrender," the female hunter declared decisively, raising her hands high. Her voice was melodious. Li Jushu, poised to pull the trigger, hesitated. "I will give you my belongings, but you must release me. Of course, you may choose to kill me, but in that case, you would gain nothing." The explosives on me are capable of obliterating everything within 100 meters in an instant. They are connected to my pulse. Should my heartbeat cease, they will detonate. The female hunter remained remarkably composed. Leave everything behind, and you may go. After a few moments of silence, Li Jushu realized there was no enmity between them. It seemed unnecessary to pursue a total annihilation, rather than risk it. He deemed it wiser to obtain something of value. In missions such as this, the spoils acquired from enemy kills need not be reported to the organization, which would turn a blind eye. Departing with only a sniper rifle, he could return with a considerable haul. Such visible items, if not surrendered, would not attract scrutiny, while smaller items like a handgun or dagger discreetly hidden would go unnoticed. This was an unspoken rule. The organization's focus lay on the mission, not on the spoils. Furthermore, according to protocol, spoils were to be divided in half, with the organization returning half the assessed value. Thus, sparing lives was the optimal choice. The female hunter possessed a significant array of items. 6 grenades, 2 boxes of micro-explosives, a spring-loaded dagger, a first aid kit, 2 handguns, and various tools, along with a bag of gold coins. That's all, she concluded, producing a miniature crossbow from her arm. She spread her hands and inquired, "Shall I be searched?" "You may leave." After another few seconds of silence, Li Jushu decided to take the opportunity. He was certain there were still items she had not revealed, but he was unwilling to take unnecessary risks. The 2 boxes of micro-explosives alone were enough to satisfy his greed. Though no larger than a capsule, their power was immense, capable of destroying a tank. Such items were rarely found in regular stores, surfacing only sporadically on the black market. In the realm of Wanshou Xingqiu, these were undoubtedly formidable weapons. Moreover, that box of medicine was a priceless treasure, invaluable in critical moments. Though the female hunter possessed a stunning figure, her curves more perfect than any sculptor's work, radiating an alluring presence in the darkness, he understood that she was not a lamb awaiting slaughter. She was a rose with thorns. Should he draw near, the probability of his demise would soar to 99. The female hunter vanished into the thicket, and Li Jushu quickly gathered the spoils. When his gaze fell upon one item, he paused, an ornate glass vial containing a lively spider. Not gray but red, the red-spotted crown spider. This was the very target of their mission. He returned to the battlefield, where the fight raged on, with our forces still pursuing the enemy. Both sides exchanged fire in a seemingly fierce struggle, yet in reality, neither could secure a kill amidst the dim visibility of night. Upon his return, the situation changed dramatically. With a godlike perspective, he set up the blaster 002B and fired 6 shots, claiming 5 lives. The enemy, now cowed, ceased their recklessness and focused solely on fleeing, abandoning any thoughts of retaliation. While his comrades wished to continue the pursuit, Li Jushu intervened. The red-spotted crown spider was now in hand, and it was best to withdraw. Upon hearing this, his team lost their motivation to chase, unanimously deciding to return immediately. Li Jushu, indifferent to whether others wished to scour the battlefield, was determined to retrieve the 2 sniper rifles before leaving. Both enemy snipers possessed excellent weapons. It would be a shame to leave them behind, and their gear was certainly useful to him. As everyone was eager to return, traversing the night proved arduous, especially with injured members in tow. Reluctantly, they chose a relatively open area to rest, agreeing to spend the night and set out at dawn. While seated together, Li Jushu learned the backstory of the mission. Aside from the He Tu Feng, everyone was undertaking this task for the first time, having underestimated its difficulty. After encountering various challenges in the forest, they had no choice but to band together. The original small teams, or lone wolves, all chose to unite for warmth, while He Tu Feng and Li Jushu had moved too swiftly and ended up isolated. A few hours prior, the members on watch had detected activity. The other force mentioned by Pu Shaoyan had located the red-spotted crown spider, and a battle was inevitable. Yet, upon engagement, they soon realized the enemy's numbers were overwhelming, and their firepower was fierce. Not long into the skirmish, our side found itself comprehensively suppressed. The enemy was exceptionally ruthless, with a sniper shattering the leg of a key member, attempting to ensnare them with a pincer movement. Fortunately, the timely arrival of He Tu Feng and Li Jushu averted disaster, or the consequences would have been dire. After this encounter, Li Jushu noticed a palpable shift in the attitudes of his comrades towards him. No longer were they indifferent, but rather they expressed newfound warmth. He was not one for socializing and spoke little, while He Tu Feng was a social butterfly, engaging the group in lively conversation. As the night passed, the condition of the injured individuals grew increasingly dire. The forest environment was unsuitable for surgery. Their wounds could only be treated with rudimentary bandaging and hemostatic measures. They were enduring their suffering with remarkable fortitude. The group hastened to exit the forest, while Pu Xiaoyan was enjoying a morning tea. Upon learning that they had located the red-spotted orb weaver, he was quite elated. The convoy raced back to the gathering point, benefiting from daylight as their speed was considerably accelerated. The journey, which had taken over a night to arrive, was reduced by half on the return, and they encountered no trouble along the way. Everything proceeded smoothly. Upon returning to the hotel to rest, Pu Xiaoyan vanished with the red-spotted orb weaver, leaving Li Jiushu preoccupied with thoughts of his remuneration. A trusted aide knocked on his door. The contract you signed stipulated a reward of 3 million copper coins for completing the task. Later, the boss promised to triple the reward to 9 million copper coins. During the mission, when you encountered an ambush, you eliminated 9 adversaries, earning a bonus of 1 million copper coins. In the forest, you vanquished 14 foes. The boss rounded the figure to grant you an additional 1 million. You also dispatched a black bear, valued at 5 million. According to protocol, you are entitled to a share of 250,000 coins, but the boss awarded you 300,000. Within 3 days, you successfully found the red-spotted orb weaver, earning a reward of 200,000. The spoils collected throughout the mission were evenly distributed, yielding 80,000 for each participant. The boss has particularly favored you with an additional 100,000. Moreover, for the ammunition and equipment expended during the task, the boss compensated you with 300,000 copper coins. Since you were the one to discover the red-spotted orb weaver, your contribution is significant, and the boss has rewarded you an additional 200,000 copper coins. In total, you are to receive 20,700,000 copper coins, which the boss has rounded to 21 million. You alone are afforded such treatment within the entire team. Please review for any discrepancies. If none exist, kindly sign here. The aide placed a document resembling a payslip before Li Jiushu, accompanied by a bank card. It must be said that this employer is remarkably generous. How could there be any issues? Li Jiushu affixed his signature with confidence. Pleasant collaboration. May I have your contact information? Should there be future tasks? The boss wishes to reach out to you, the aide inquired, gazing at Li Jiushu. Volume 1, The Beastly Star Planet, Chapter 27, Assistance. I do not possess a mobile phone. Li Jiushu replied with a look of regret. The utility of a phone is neither insignificant nor trivial. While it facilitates communication at any moment, it is only functional within the gathering point's signal range. Once outside, it serves merely as a timepiece. Often inaccurate due to the intense interference from certain rays on the beastly star planet, which frequently disrupt electronic devices. With humanity's current technological prowess, only a marginally secure area has been isolated within the gathering point, and even that is unstable yet tolerable. The primary reason, however, is the exorbitant cost of mobile phones, which deters Li Jiushu from acquiring one. The boss holds you in high regard and wishes to befriend you. The aide, seemingly having anticipated this reaction, produced a brand new phone. What if I do not wish to participate in the next task? Li Jiushu glanced at the phone, which bore a prestigious brand, renowned as the fighter jet of phones, valued at over 20,000 copper coins, yet he refrained from accepting it. Our boss has a vast heart, the aide insisted, pressing the phone into his hands with a faint smile. I shall not disturb your rest any further. After the aide departed, Li Jiushu held the phone, reflecting on the affluence of the wealthy. Indeed, the feeling of wealth is delightful. While he had encountered wealthy employers before, none had exhibited such generosity. Pu Xiaoyan was the first of his kind. For the sake of such liberality, it would be difficult for Li Jiushu to refuse any future tasks from Pu Xiaoyan. 21 million copper coins. He recalled his experiences on the beastly star planet, realizing he had never earned such a sum before, and he had also gained night vision capabilities, which seemed to enhance his circumstances. He intended to transfer the funds back to his home planet immediately. With this money, he could commence the second round of treatment for his girlfriend. If luck continued to favor him, he could amass sufficient funds for Zhao Huiyer's entire medical expenses this year. Once Zhao Huiyer's health was restored, he would no longer need to toil here and could return home, where they could lead a blissful life together. However, exhaustion and sleepiness overwhelmed him, and as he lay on his bed, he found it difficult to move, thinking that missing a day mattered little. With his eyes closed, he quickly drifted into slumber. He awoke the following day around 11, and his first task was to consume 4 servings of egg fried rice. Hunters are known for their substantial appetites. Ordinarily, he would settle for 2 servings, yet today he felt particularly famished. After finishing 4 servings, he sensed he could still manage another, but he refrained from ordering more, reminding himself to transfer money to his girlfriend. Just as he exited his room, Hai-Tufeng approached him and promptly stopped him upon hearing he intended to go to the bank. You intend to transfer money back home, right? No need to go. It cannot be done. Why not? Li Zhuxuing Gidat Bujlat. Today is not a business day. You're unaware, are you? Last night around 4, a mysterious ray passed through the beastly star planet, fortuitously striking the communication satellite. Consequently, all communication networks are down. Not only is transferring money impossible, but phones have also become as useless as bricks. The beastly star planet is effectively abandoned, cut off from the outside world, Hai-Tufeng explained. How could this happen? What a coincidence. How long will it take to repair? Li Jushu was anxious. His purpose for earning money was to fund Zhao Huiyer's treatment. Now that he had the funds, he found himself unable to send them, which left him feeling inexplicably restless. Who knows? Hai-Tufeng shrugged. The universe is full of mysteries. Though humanity is classified as a high civilization, our understanding of the universe is less than 1/10,000,000,000th. There are far too many uncontrollable elements. Signal disruptions are common occurrences. However, these typically result from particle flow interference, which resolves quickly. This time, the satellite has been directly damaged, which poses a greater challenge. By the way, did you seek me out for something? Li Jushu suddenly recalled that Hai-Tufeng had specifically come to find him. I would like to request your assistance. Hai-Tufeng stated. His sworn brother, Shark, had taken on a task to capture desert juvenile scorpions. The desert scorpions are lethally venomous, emerging only at night, and are highly sensitive to light. They will not appear if illuminated. However, in darkness, humans cannot see them, leading to the tragic loss of 3 of Shark's brothers. Desperate, he sought help from his good brother Hai-Tufeng, who, being well-versed, might have a solution. Yet, Hai-Tufeng was not omnipotent and had no effective strategies until he encountered Li Jushu. In dim lighting, the shooting accuracy of an ordinary person significantly declines. However, Li Jushu seemed to possess a special skill, maintaining an extraordinary accuracy even in darkness. He believed Li Jushu could be of assistance. I have never undertaken a mission in the desert and know nothing about it. Li Jushu instinctively shook his head, primarily influenced by the recent harrowing mission where he nearly perished in the forest. He felt trepidation, knowing that the desert environment is far more unforgiving than the forest. Experienced hunters typically avoid tasks related to the desert. Having just received a substantial sum of money, he was disinclined to take unnecessary risks. All other dangers have been addressed. The primary concern lies with the desert scorpions. Brother, you are our only hope. If the task is not completed, Shark will incur substantial penalties. Hai-Tufeng, usually reluctant to pressure others, was compelled to be forthright for the sake of his brother. Failing to complete the task is merely a matter of postponement. It is only a deposit, Li Jushu remarked, puzzled. The task call requires each team accepting a mission to pay a deposit of 10% of the task reward. Should they fail to complete the task within the designated time frame, the deposit would not be refunded. While this sum is considerable, it would not cripple a team. We signed a bet agreement. Hai-Tufeng sighed. I suspect my brother has fallen into someone else's trap. Li Jushu fell silent. Some teams, in pursuit of maximizing their profits, often introduce additional clauses to the task rewards. For instance, a task to capture a red-eyed rabbit offers a reward of 100 copper coins with a time limit of 5 hours. Zhang San accepted the task but felt the reward inadequate, so he negotiated with the employer, proposing that if he completed the task within 1 hour, could the reward be increased to 500 copper coins? Once the employer agreed, the contract would come into effect. Naturally, if the task failed, the compensation would not merely adhere to the usual tenfold deposit, but would be a significantly exaggerated figure, as long as both parties found it acceptable. Such agreements typically arise in more troublesome tasks, as they are unnecessary for ordinary ones. After years of experience as a hunter, Li Jushu had never encountered a wagering agreement. The Shark indicated that as long as Li Jushu agreed to assist, he would guarantee a minimum of 500,000 copper coins, with ammunition and supplies covered by him. plus a commission of 2,000 copper coins for each desert scorpion killed, with no upper limit. Li Jushu Kunsanta, appreciating not only the monetary incentive, but also the favor of the black-headed bee. Although he currently possessed 21 million copper coins, one can never have too much money. Had it not been for Pu Xiaoyun's influence, a reward of 500,000 would have seemed astronomical to him. After all, despite his extensive experience, he was still just a novice hunter. Volume 1, The Planet of 10,000 Beasts, Chapter 28, The Shark. An hour later, Li Jushu met the shark, whom he had expected to be a towering figure like the black-headed bee, only to find him a modest one, 7 meters tall. However, he was lean and wiry, giving the impression of a piece of tempered steel, unyielding and resilient. The black-headed bee has briefed me on your situation. I appreciate your willingness to assist, said the shark, whose serious demeanor made his attempts at warmth seem somewhat stilted. No need for thanks. It is an honor to be recommended by the black-headed bee, replied Li Jushu, shaking hands with him. The shark's grip was firm and powerful. Li Jushu could sense that if the shark exerted himself, he could easily crush his hand. What do you need? I will prepare it immediately. The shark got straight to the point. 123 millimeters sniper rounds. You decide the quantity and 5 boxes of chocolate. Li Jushu, Revelia. Requesting additional boxes of chocolate was not merely an attempt to take advantage. The frigid temperatures of the desert nights necessitated high-energy food to sustain strength. Although he had never ventured into the desert, he was aware of some basic knowledge. Within 20 minutes, everything was ready. Along with the sniper rounds and chocolate, the shark had also procured a warm leather coat and a pair of gloves. When do we depart? Li Jushu felt a newfound appreciation for the shark. The leather coat was not inexpensive and was something he had not considered himself. The shark's gesture was a kindness. He could not complain if it had not been offered, yet he felt compelled to acknowledge it. If you have no other matters, we can leave now, the shark said, looking at Li Jushu. I am ready to go at any time. Although Li Jushu had intended to bid farewell to Chao Gang, he sensed the shark's urgency beneath his calm exterior. Since he had accepted the task, the mission took precedence. He could explain to Chao Gang later. Moreover, with the black-headed bee as his guarantor, Chao Gang would likely have no objections. The Sharks team consisted of 14 members, making it relatively large for a small team. It was evident that the Sharks group was quite affluent, boasting 1 armored vehicle and 3 motorcycles. The armored vehicle was a modified pickup truck, not comparable to Pu Xiaoyun's. But among the gathering, any team that owned an armored vehicle was considered significant by Li Jushu. His own team could not even afford a motorcycle. The vehicle sped along the highway at a remarkable pace. Li Jushu glanced at the speedometer, which read over 100 km/h. They were certainly driving recklessly. The road leading away from the gathering had been repaired and was relatively smooth, yet this speed was still quite fast. The pickup's shock absorption was mediocre, and inside, they experienced a roller coaster-like sensation. The black-headed bee had not accompanied them, and Li Jushu did not inquire why, nor did the shark offer any explanation. The shark sat in the passenger's seat, while the other team members curiously observed Li Jushu. Hey, little brother, how old are you? One of the female members, a stunning woman with a voluptuous figure, asked. Li Jushu glanced at her and quickly averted his gaze, remaining silent. She wore a tight leather outfit that accentuated her curves, with her top half zipped, leaning slightly forward as she spoke, exuding a mature allure. Oh, are you shy? Do you have a girlfriend? Surely you haven't had your first kiss yet? She teased, her laughter infectious. Lin Lu, tone it down. Don't scare him. A muscular man shot her a disapproving look before turning to Li Jushu. Brother, don't mind her. She means no harm. I'm sure, but everyone calls me Stone. Night Owl. Typically, in social situations, the shark would introduce Li Jushu to the members, but the hunter community was different. Many preferred to keep their information private. The shark was uncertain if Li Jushu wished to share details with others, given their unfamiliarity, so he merely mentioned that Li Jushu was an external aid. It was entirely up to Li Jushu whether to disclose information during the task. No one would press him if he chose not to. I'm Lin Lu. Remember, it's the do-in-do drop, not the expose-in exposure. Don T mixed them up, she said, extending her delicate hand. Li Jushu hesitated, but eventually shook her hand. Lin Lu took the opportunity to lightly scratch his palm with her fingernail, startling him into retracting his hand. Lin Lu erupted into laughter, clearly amused. Stone shook his head in exasperation, while the others wore expressions of amusement. The shark, engrossed in a paper map, paid no attention to the happenings in the vehicle. The planet of 10,000 beasts is vast, capable of accommodating dozens of mother planets, with diverse terrains and complex climates. Many places are said to experience 10 different weather patterns within a mere 10 miles. For those unafraid of danger, exploring the planet of 10,000 beasts is an excellent choice. However, the most criticized aspect of the planet is undoubtedly its transportation issues. Large road construction machinery from the mother planets cannot reach here, and relying solely on manual labor for road construction is impractical. In reality, no one undertakes such a thankless task. If the government wants to do it, private enterprises certainly want to. Apart from the roads near the gathering, which are a few dozen kilometers long, everything else cannot truly be called roads. The driver, a mechanic known as Wrench who loved modifying vehicles, had crafted the pickup which, despite its unappealing appearance, boasted top-notch performance. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to reach a top speed of 16,088 kilometers h. After departing from the gathering for over 200 kilometers, their speed decreased to a cautious 55 kilometers h, as any faster could risk overturning. Initially, Lin Lu continued to tease Li Jushu, but after 5 or 6 hours of being jostled about, everyone was exhausted and silent, struggling to stay awake as they clung to the vehicle to avoid being thrown around. Bumpy and tumultuous, they had to eat their meals in the car, and by the afternoon of the third day, they finally arrived at their destination. Li Jushu beheld the desert for the first time, a breathtaking expanse of golden sand. Standing at the edge of the desert, he felt an overwhelming sense of humanity's insignificance, as if he were but a grain of sand in a vast ocean. The vehicle halted at the desert's edge. The remaining distance would require them to proceed on foot. Within the desert, quicksand posed a significant threat. If a person accidentally fell in, teammates could rescue them, but if the vehicle became stuck, it would be lost. Fortunately, the shark mentioned that the destination was not too far. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they should reach it in 3 hours. Li Jushu let out a sigh of relief. 3 hours had passed, and fortunately, he had accompanied Chao Gang on this mission. Due to the absence of a vehicle, they had traversed the terrain on foot. 3 to 4 hours was considered a short journey for them. Often, they would walk for 7 to 8 hours, with excursions lasting a day or two not being uncommon. However, it was only when he truly set foot on the desert that he comprehended the significance of those 3 hours and understood why the members of the team, including Shark, had chosen to leave the majority of their supplies in the vehicle. Walking in the desert was akin to enduring a tormenting trial. In Volume 1, Wanshou Xingqiu, Chapter 29, titled Desert, the sand in the desert differed greatly from what one might envision. Fine and soft. It slipped through his fingers with a silky texture. Each step sank into the ground, as if it possessed a hidden force pulling him downward. A consequence, even with the specially designed camel shoes he wore. Had he donned regular footwear, the situation would have been far worse. The camel shoes were crafted through careful study of a camel's foot, designed specifically for desert conditions. They were soft, warm, and moisture-absorbing, albeit cumbersome, making walking difficult. Nevertheless, they were currently the most suitable footwear for traversing the desert, a detail Jushu could not have anticipated. It was all Shark as preparation. After merely 3 minutes of walking, Li Jushu was drenched in sweat, his clothes clinging to him uncomfortably as the heat of the blazing sun bore down on him. He was compelled to wear heavy clothing, for without it, his skin would soon begin to peel. The wind that blew was hot and laden with fine sand, despite having donned a dust mask. He still felt as though he inhaled particles with each breath, a most unpleasant sensation. The desert appeared tranquil, yet its peril was no less than that of the ocean. Every grain of sand concealed unknown dangers, with quicksand being particularly fearsome. Lin Lu walked behind Li Jushu, while in front of him was Shurtu. Jushu nodded in silence, feeling that speaking would only invite a mouthful of sand. After merely 10 minutes, he felt as though he had been walking for ages. Observing others moving with grace and rhythm, he struggled to catch his breath, despite carrying the lightest load. He understood that it was not merely his lack of experience, but rather that Shark's team consisted of elite hunters whose physicality, endurance, strength, and agility far surpass his own, allowing them to appear so effortlessly adept. Half an hour passed, and Li Jushu felt as though he had emerged from water, drenched yet desperately parched. However, Lin Lu cautioned him against gulping down water, warning that a sudden influx of fluids after significant dehydration could overwhelm his body. As they crested a small sand dune, descending on the other side momentarily afforded him relief. But suddenly, a spray of yellow sand erupted as a shadow darted toward his neck with lightning speed. This unexpected turn of events left him no time to react. His pupils reflected the form of a yellow-brown speckled snake, the thickness of a thumb, its triangular tongue a vivid sight, while it's curved. Hook-like fangs exuded a palpable aura of death. "Be careful," Lin Lu cried, pushing him from behind, but it was too late. The venomous snake had already brushed against his clothing. In a flash, a cold glimmer slashed through the air, severing the snake in two. It fell onto the yellow sand with a thud, yet did not perish immediately. Its severed body writhed violently, emitting a menacing hiss. Li Jushu stumbled from Lin Lu's push, nearly tumbling down the sand dune. He turned to see the dagger that had saved his life lying not far away. Shark approached, retrieved the dagger, and slid it into his long shoe. As he passed by Jushu, he patted his shoulder and said, "This is a desert rock snake, skilled in camouflage and one of the most common venomous snakes in the desert. It typically hides beneath the sand, striking unexpectedly. But there is no need to worry too much. We developed an antidote." He left unspoken the fact that they had not procured the antidote. What precautions should we take? Li Jushu thought, still shaken, recalling how close he had come to death. "Try to follow in our footsteps," Shark instructed as he returned to his position, second in line, while the first to lead was a small individual whom Shurtu referred to as Dandelion. Only then did Li Jushu notice that, apart from him, everyone else was essentially following the footprints of the person ahead. He instinctively glanced at Lin Lu, intending to ask why she hadn't warned him. But the words caught in his throat. She was not his caretaker, and he was no novice. Such a simple oversight could lead to dire consequences. The encounter with the desert rock snake was a brush with death for Li Jushu. Yet for the team, it was merely a minor episode. As they continued their journey, Jushu became acutely aware of the need for vigilance. Following this incident, the oppressive heat on his body seemed less significant. He remained thirsty, yet it felt more bearable. As they ventured deeper, various dangers emerged. Desert rock snakes, scorpions, geckos, and chameleons, each small in stature, yet silent in their movements, appearing unexpectedly. Li Jushu was left in awe of Shark's prowess. His throwing knives were as swift as lightning, consistently hitting their mark, saving lives at critical moments. Without Shark, at least 3 team members, including Jushu, would have already succumbed. "Let us take a break for about 20 minutes, Shark commanded. Shurtu retrieved the tent, and they quickly assembled it, everyone crawling inside to rest. They spread thermal blankets on the ground, both to insulate against the heat and to prevent snakes and scorpions from entering. Li Jushu could no longer endure. Upon entering the tent, he collapsed on the ground, lifting his dust mask and gasping for breath. Though the others were also fatigued, they fared far better than he did. Lin Lu and another female member prepared meal. Jushu mused on how meticulous Shark and the others were, even when embarking on a mission, ensuring they had fresh food. He soon realized he had underestimated the situation. Lin Lu was brewing a plant reminiscent of tea leaves, which he recognized as Ai Xiang Chao. Ai Xiang Chao was known for its ability to ward off cold, warm the body, and protect the heart. Given the desert's extreme temperature fluctuations, sweltering during the day and freezing at night, Lin Lu was evidently preparing for the evening's mission. Though he felt it was premature to brew Ai Xiang Chao, he trusted that Shark's methods were grounded in experience. They were not newcomers, and their understanding of timing would not falter. Once they had eaten and refreshed themselves, Shark reiterated the mission's details, primarily for Jushu's benefit. The desert scorpion moved swiftly, and he urged them not to hesitate with their ammunition, advising them to fire indiscriminately, regardless of aim. Li Jushu had many questions swirling in his mind, but chose to remain silent. Shark was no child, and he had surely considered matters that Jushu had yet to grasp. He believed that any uncertainties would resolve themselves the moment he encountered the desert scorpion. As he stepped out of the tent, he paused for a moment. Although the sun had set, casting a vibrant light, it was now enveloped in darkness. Merely half an hour had passed, and the once steamy desert had transformed into a frigid expanse, with temperatures plummeting below zero. The contrast was staggering, and he recalled the Ai Xiang Chao Lin Lu had prepared, realizing that every seemingly irrational action was rooted in reason. With visibility reduced at night, everyone was urged to remain vigilant. "Dandelion!" Shark suddenly shouted, reaching out to grasp him, but catching only air. The first to exit the tent, Dandelion was responsible for leading the way. Suddenly, he sank as if swallowed by the sand, disappearing without a cry for help. Volume 1. The Beast Planet Chapter 30. The Blue Demon Flower. Everything transpired in a whirlwind, leaving Li Jushu a mere spectator, unable to intervene. The rope cast by Lin Lu landed precisely on the spot where the dandelion had vanished into the yellow sand, yet no one seized it. The shark rolled on the ground, extricating its half-buried foot, and retreated a few steps, fixating intently on the spot that concealed the dandelion. His countenance dark as a storm cloud, a reflection of the grim expressions shared by the others. It was difficult for everyone to come to terms with the loss of a companion just as they neared their destination after a seemingly uneventful journey. Li Jushu yearned to offer consolation, yet words eluded him. A vibrant life had vanished before him, leaving no trace behind, neither presence nor remains. Quicksand. This was indeed quicksand. Onward. After a moment, the shark regained his composure and became the first to take the lead. Silence enveloped the group. Even Lin Lu, who usually delighted in jest, remained mute. The atmosphere heavy with unspoken tension. The desert night was not entirely devoid of light. A faint glow allowed for some visibility, yet distance remained obscured. They were acutely aware of the yellow sand beneath their feet, yet no matter how hard they strained their eyes, clarity eluded them, instilling unease. Li Jushu understood the shark's rationale for avoiding illumination. Sudden changes in light could induce blind spots as the human eye adjusted. With the task location imminent, it was prudent to allow their eyes to acclimate to the darkness. The shark walked slowly, a rope secured at his waist, one end tethered to a stone. Behind them, wolves lurked approximately 200 meters away. Suddenly, Li Jushu spoke, prompting an immediate halt. The number? After a brief pause of 2 seconds, the shark continued on, seemingly unfazed. 1. Li Jushu Rablia. This was reconnaissance. Once we halt, they would retreat to relay the warning. Can we eliminate it? A clean shot would be ideal, the shark inquired. I'll take a shoulder shot, Li Jushu stated. I'll do it, Lin Lu declared without hesitation. Li Jushu turned and deftly unfastened the Burster 002B from his back. He had assembled the sniper rifle while in the tent. The rifle's barrel rested against Lin Lu's right shoulder as he took aim for 2 seconds, locking onto a gray wolf, its size akin to that of a calf. The gray wolf, keenly aware of its surroundings, sensed danger and prepared to flee. Just then, the gun fired. The sniper round pierced the wolf's neck, the immense force causing its head to snap at a right angle, the creature collapsing heavily onto the yellow sand, convulsing briefly before falling still. The sniper rifle was equipped with a suppressor, courtesy of the shark, although the sound was still considerable. It was far quieter than the previous deafening blasts. Excellent, the shark commended, recognizing that capable marksmen possess commendable accuracy. The benchmark for a skilled sniper is the time taken to aim. A target acquired in under 3 seconds is a mark of expertise. And Li Jushu had achieved this in 2 seconds. Despite Li Jushu being recommended by Haitubing, who never spoke falsely, his youth and lack of notoriety left some doubt. However, this shot dispelled any skepticism. Li Jushu also noted a shift in the group's atmosphere following the shot. He glanced uneasily at Lin Lu. The recoil of the sniper rifle was significant, propelling not only backward, but also downward, and Lin Lu had absorbed a considerable portion of it. She was a woman, after all. Yet, to his surprise, Lin Lu appeared unfazed, her expression devoid of any sign of discomfort. The group paused, awaiting the stone to handle the carcass of the gray wolf before proceeding. The gray wolf was an intelligent creature, even in death. Its kin could glean much information from its remains. While handling the body would not eliminate all risks, it could delay them for a time, the shark explained, primarily addressing Li Jushu. The remainder of the journey unfolded without incident, and they arrived at their destination unscathed. Li Jushu had always perceived the desert as an expanse of endless yellow sand, until he encountered clusters of vegetation, realizing that flora could indeed thrive in the desert, and quite densely at that. This plant was known as the lanceolai, yet it differed from the blue demon flowers commonly recognized. The latter referred to a flower, while this lanceolai was a type of grass, unique to the desert. Their objective lay beneath this expanse of lanceolai. The desert scorpion, colloquially termed, is scientifically named the desert blue line thick-tailed scorpion. The aroma emitted by the lanceolai attracts the desert blue line thick-tailed scorpion, meaning that wherever the lance yaoli thrives, so too will the scorpion. If the lance yaoli were damaged, the desert blue line, thick-tailed scorpions would scatter, making them impossible to locate. Hence the hesitance to employ heavy firepower, such as explosives. The shark's tone bore a hint of resignation. The exoskeleton of the desert blue line, thick-tailed scorpion was formidable, rendering ordinary handgun ammunition ineffective. The sniper rifle would prove useful, yet light was not permitted. So it rested upon you to eliminate the majority of the adult desert blue line, thick-tailed scorpions. The juvenile scorpions, forced to relocate, would then surface, presenting an opportunity for capture. "I will do my utmost," Li Jushu replied, setting down his backpack and commencing preparations. The shark and the others followed suit. And once he was ready, they aligned themselves in 4 directions, each member wielding a fishing rod with mice as bait, a detail Li Jushu had overlooked. As they had indeed brought mice along, Lin Lu crouched beside him, assisting with binoculars. The mice scurried across the sandy terrain, their subtle movements enticing the desert blue line, thick-tailed scorpions. Yet the scorpions exhibited remarkable patience, allowing the mice to traverse back and forth. Li Jushu steadied the sniper rifle, remaining motionless, while he gently savored a piece of chocolate purchased by the shark, its rich dairy flavor delighting him. Lin Lu remained fixated, as still as a statue, the enticing aroma wafting into Li Jushu's nostrils. Silence enveloped them, save for the sound of the wind and the occasional squeaking of the mice. The temperature continued to drop at night. Li Jushu glanced at the thermometer dangling in Lin Lu's grasp, 27 degrees. No wonder his fingers felt numb. The gloves provided no warmth. He could hardly believe that without consuming AI Xiangsao, he might have lost all sensation in his legs. Night appeared to deepen further. The shark and the others were filled with uncertainty, not out of concern that the desert blue line thick-tailed scorpions would not emerge, but rather that Li Jushu might struggle to see. The wolves, large in stature, appeared somewhat blurred yet could still be targeted, unlike the desert blue line thick-tailed scorpions, which were only the size of 2 fists. The visibility had diminished significantly, compounded by the chilling temperature, leaving everyone feeling disheartened. Beneath one of the lance yaoli, the sand suddenly shifted, followed by a flash of blue lightning. The desert blue line, thick-tailed scorpion. The scorpion lunged forth, seizing the mouse with a swift strike, its arched tail resembling a launched arrow as its venomous stinger plunged into the mouse's body with deadly precision, achieving a kill in less than a second. The desert blue line, thick-tailed scorpion dragged the mouse into the sand, at which point the gunfire erupted. The scorpion exploded, its juices shattered flesh, an exoskeleton splattering across the ground, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from the shark and the others. Lin Lu, in a moment of sheer exuberance, dropped the binoculars and kissed Li Jushu fervently. "Well done, handsome. You did not disappoint your sister." She resumed her duties with the binoculars, while Li Jushu, blushing, found his thoughts racing. It was his first kiss from a woman. His relationship with Zhao Huer had been one of propriety, limited to hand-holding, with no further physical contact. Volume 1. The Beast Planet, Chapter 31. The wolf pack, the desert blue line, thick-tailed scorpion, moved with astonishing speed, its attacks characterized by explosive bursts, striking suddenly and lethally. Yet, this scorpion possessed a critical flaw, as it dragged its prey back into the yellow sand. There was a brief delay of several seconds, a perfect window for Li Jushu's aim. Under normal circumstances, Li Jushu requires over 3 seconds to aim, yet now, he has managed to achieve a remarkable 25 seconds. This is largely due to the specific conditions. The target is within a confined range, the distance is short, and there is no concern about counterattacks, allowing him to focus entirely on the shot. The convergence of these advantages has culminated in such outstanding results. Occasionally, a desert blue line thick-tailed scorpion emerges, and at times, several reveal themselves simultaneously. The shark is well prepared, having brought enough mice, which sense the danger in this area and continuously attempt to flee, only to be pulled back by the fishing line. Li Jushu feels as though he is playing whack-a-mole, shooting wherever the desert blue line thick-tailed scorpion appears. Initially, Lin Lu provided support, but soon realized her speed could not match Li Jushu's, transforming her role from assisting in combat to unwrapping chocolate for him, shifting from operational support to personal assistance. As night deepens, the temperature plummets to a chilling -42 degrees. Beneath him lies a thick blanket, yet he remains frigid, while he can manage the cold. The stiffness in his hands poses a greater challenge, having already fired 3 shots with diminishing accuracy. However, for the shark and the others, his hit rate is already impressive enough to leave them astonished, causing them to hesitate in firing due to the psychological impact. Finally, just as Li Jushu's eyes begin to strain, a significantly larger desert blue-line, thick-tailed scorpion surfaces, moving noticeably slower. With his finger poised on the trigger, he swiftly adjusts his aim. Bang! One of the scorpion's pincers explodes, sending it tumbling several times across the ground. Whether it is disoriented remains unclear, but most of the small scorpions on its back are flung off, scattering everywhere. The shark and the others rush forward at a sprint, with the shark grabbing a cage to enclose the scorpion along with some sand, while the others hastily collect the smaller scorpions, which possess little fighting ability due to their recent emergence. The team moves swiftly, completing their task within 10 minutes. As they exit the Blue Demoness range, over 20 desert blue-line, thick-tailed scorpions emerge from the sand, aggressively pursuing them. The shark, seemingly with eyes in the back of his head, tosses a grenade, launching them into chaos. To Li Jushu's astonishment, he discovers that the desert blue-line, thick-tailed scorpions, upon landing, are not dead, aside from few that are missing limbs. Most remain unharmed, showcasing remarkable resilience. However, this delay allows the shark and the others to escape far ahead, making pursuit impossible. Let us move. Lin Lu is tasked with carrying Li Jushu's bag as he follows the shark and the others. These crystalline small scorpions are the mission's objective, and with their success, there's no need to linger. Everyone is elated, surprised by the smoothness of their operation. Observing their excitement, the shark, sensing the impending dawn, decides to continue their journey and rest for 2 hours when the temperature is relatively mild between 8:30 and 10:30 a.m. Although the shark does not explicitly state it, Li Jushu understands the underlying message. Having killed a gray wolf on their way, the wolf, a social creature, likely has its pack searching for it. To mitigate potential troubles, they must increase their distance. The Pathfinder is now a shorter member of the team, cautious due to the previous experience with the dandelion. Lin Lu quietly informs Li Jushu that the reason the dandelion did not tie a rope during its reconnaissance was because a member had previously fallen into quicksand. Being tethered only led to another being dragged down, resulting in 2 casualties when the third individual had to sever the rope to escape. The rope can sometimes be a lifesaver, yet at other times it becomes a weapon of peril. As they journey through the night, they tread carefully, with spirits high. No one feels the strain, and some members begin to fantasize about their rewards, oblivious to the sudden seriousness that envelopes Li Jushu's expression. Something's amiss. The team falls silent as the short Pathfinder halts, and everyone scans their surroundings warily, while the shark turns to Li Jushu. Wolves, many, Li Jushu succinctly states, raising everyone's anxiety. All draw out their binoculars to peer into the distance. At least 50, sure 2 gasps. Revenge is coming. Spread out and eliminate them. The shark commands decisively. 3 members rush forward to lay mines, including the charming female hunter, whom Li Jushu now realizes is an expert in such matters. The others retreat to prepare sandbags, folding shields, machine guns, ammunition, grenades, and more. As the 3 members return, the gray wolves are nearly within range. Conserve your ammunition. The shark implies they should wait to fire until they are closer. A third of the bullets are still in Dandelion's backpack, which complicates matters. Night Owl, you can act independently. Just as the shark concludes, he remembers something and adds, having witnessed Night Owl's marksmanship, no one doubts he would waste bullets. Puff! The head of a gray wolf explodes, sending the pack into disarray, like fighter jets taking off, darting forward several meters. Li Jushu's finge instinctively tense, but he struggles to aim as the gray wolves move with astonishing speed. Bang! A deafening explosion sends sand flying, and the leading gray wolf triggers a grenade, catapulting it 2 meters into the air. Others are affected, abruptly halting their advance, granting Li Jushu the chance to aim. Puff! Another gray wolf collapses, blood gushing from a gaping wound in its neck. As predicted, the gray wolves, possessing high intelligence, quickly evade the mines. Puff! A gaping hole appears in another wolf's abdomen, blood and intestines spilling forth as it howls and accelerates even faster. Fire! The shark bellows, and gunfire erupts like thunder, bullets tearing through the night. The first volume, The Beast Star Chapter 32, split up. Bullets strike the gray wolves like blows against trees, failing to inflict significant damage and only serving to enrage them, causing them to run faster, darting like shadows in the darkness. The team includes 2 snipers, whose rifles could inflict serious harm. Yet the wolves' speed renders them difficult to target. Without striking vital areas, the wolves cannot be killed. Boom! Boom! Another 2 deafening explosions rend the air, disemboweling several gray wolves. Despite their intelligence, the wolves cannot outthink humanity, as the team has strategically placed mines along their likely path. Seizing the opportunity, Li Jushu takes down another wolf, now within 30 meters of the pack, easily visible without night vision goggles, marked by its imposing size and those cold green eyes glinting with ferocity. Throw the bombs. The shark commands calmly, and a dozen explosives are hurled, the shockwaves lifting several gray wolves off their feet, some severely injured, some lightly, with only one killed outright due to their formidable build. Incendiary bombs. The flames surged abruptly with the explosion, enveloping an area of 10 meters. The gray wolves, startled, halted in their tracks, yet 3 of them were scorched, darting about like headless flies engulfed in flames. Seizing the opportunity, the onlookers unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Shurtu wielded his submachine gun, firing bullets as if they were free, but regrettably, it was not a Gatling gun. Otherwise, the atmosphere would not have been so fraught with tension. The gray wolves, fearing the flames, were compelled to take a detour, granting the group crucial seconds. In this fleeting moment, Li Jushu activated his weapon repeatedly, and at close range, aiming became effortless. He swiftly eliminated 4 gray wolves and incapacitated another by shooting off one of its hind legs, significantly reducing the threat. With a resounding bang, the folding shield was struck as if by a truck, remaining intact while the person behind it was sent flying more than 3 meters, rolling upon the yellow sand. A gray wolf, like a bolt of lightning, surged through the gap, severing a member's body in half with its jaws. The crisp sound of crunching bones was agonizing, and the member let out a harrowing scream. Shurtu! Shark bellowed, and Shurtu discarded his submachine gun, leaping high into the air. In a flash of light, a formidable cleaver appeared in his grasp, his muscular arms bulging as he brought it down heavily upon the gray wolf's neck. The cleaver struck halfway, failing to cut through, likely having met bone. When the gray wolf turned to bite Shurtu, another brilliant flash of the blade erupted, akin to a streak of lightning, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. It was Shark. Despite his smaller frame and weight compared to Shurtu, his strength was known to be formidable, rivaling that of Shurtu. With a resounding thud, the wolf's head fell, and the decapitated carcass remained upright for a moment before collapsing, blood gushing from the neck. More gray wolves crashed into the sandbags, and shields were breached, yet the sandbags and shields remained unscathed while the individuals behind them were flung aside. In the face of the gray wolves' force, human strength seemed insignificant. Li Jushu fired several rounds, killing 3 gray wolves and wounding 2. The others, realizing the proximity of the threat, set aside their firearms in favor of knives and daggers, knowing that firing their weapons risked harming their comrades. Another scream pierced the air as a shorter member scouting ahead was torn in 2 by a gray wolf, whose biting power was nothing short of terrifying. Watch out! Shark suddenly warned, but it was too late for Li Jushu to evade. A gray wolf leaped directly at him, soaring at least 4 meters high, its gaping maw wide enough to engulf his entire head. Just as despair rose within him, a force struck from behind, propelling him forward. It was Lin Lu, who had knocked him aside. Rolling onto the ground, Li Jushu rose to see Lin Lu besieged by 2 gray wolves. A surge of anger ignited within him, and at that moment, his mind sharpened with clarity. Kneeling, he raised his weapon, pausing just long enough for a jet of flame to burst forth, obliterating the gray wolf behind Lin Lu. The wolf that had been poised to attack him was seized by Lin Lu, who clutched its forelimbs with tremendous strength. Li Jushu, too astonished to marvel at Lin Lu's power, adjusted his aim and pulled the trigger in one fluid motion. The bullet pierced the gray wolf's neck, extinguishing its life. Suddenly, he was jolted by an immense force from behind, stumbling forward but regaining his footing just in time to witness another female member being swatted aside by a gray wolf. In that instant, he grasped the grim reality. The gray wolf had intended to ambush him, but the female member had sacrificed herself to save him. After swatting the female member aside, the gray wolf continued its relentless charge, its speed and ferocity instilling dread. Li Jushu had transitioned from panic to a state of calm resolve. At this moment, everyone was entangled with the gray wolves, and the only ally he could rely on was himself. Aware of his disadvantages in strength and agility, he recognized that only the Blastmaster 002B could save him. With no time to adjust his shooting stance, he moved his weapon. As the wolf's claws grazed his scalp, he squeezed the trigger. The bullet entered through his chin, traversing his mouth and penetrating deep into his brain, the force launching the gray wolf into the air. Without a moment to catch his breath, he fired again, the bullet streaking past Lin Lu to sever the left front limb of a gray wolf that was trying to ambush Shark. Seizing the opportunity, Shark darted out from beneath the wolf. Li Jushu adjusted his aim, but was unable to focus before a tall, slender member was bitten in half by a gray wolf. This member had been quiet, and Li Jushu had yet to exchange words with him. A warm liquid trickled down from his head to the corner of his eye. It began warm, but quickly turned cold. Realizing he had been injured, he felt a searing pain at his scalp, uncertain of the severity of his wound. While evading the gray wolf's attacks, he exerted every effort to find an opportunity to shoot. Shark, Shurtu, and others were creating openings for him. Having recognized his diminished physical condition and taking on a role of shields, the pace of the brutal fight quickened. Li Jushu had to remain vigilant to avoid friendly fire. The pressure upon him was immense, yet he understood that this was not the time for complaints. Each shot had to be executed flawlessly. A miss could mean death. His night vision capabilities were invaluable now, allowing him to perceive even the slightest movements clearly. All were seasoned hunters, seamlessly coordinating their efforts. As gray wolves fell one by one, however, their injuries mounted. After the last gray wolf was dispatched, all collapsed, utterly drained, yet quickly rose again. The temperature was too frigid, and within a minute, the warmth generated by the intense battle dissipated, leaving an icy chill. Compounding this was the sound of approaching footsteps heralding a second wave of gray wolves. The expressions on everyone's faces were grim. They were utterly exhausted, and the prospect of fighting was daunting. Yet Shark remained unervingly composed. He rummaged through his backpack, handing half of the small scorpions to Lin Lu, imparting 3 words: split up. The mission requirement was for 10 juvenile desert blue-tail scorpions. They had gathered over 20, ample for 2 mission quotas. Lin Lu, Night Owl, and Xiao Mei will form one group, and the 5 of us will be another. Lin Lu, you all go first. We'll finish planting the remaining landmines. Shark's tone brooked no argument. You must survive. Lin Lu cast a deep glance at Shark before shouting to Li Jushu. Let us go. We don't need anything else. Just take your guns and bullets. Together we are stronger. Li Jushu realized that Shark intended to sacrifice himself to grant him a greater chance of survival. The notion of splitting up was merely a ruse. Perhaps because he was not a member of their group, Shark did not want him to perish alongside them. Or perhaps he feared disappointing the Hey-Tu phone. Nonetheless, abandoning his comrades to save himself was not an option. If he left, those who remained would perish even faster. Only the Blastmaster 002B could effectively eliminate the Grey Wolves. Your physical ability and speed are the worst. Without you to slow us down, the rest of us have a slim chance of escape. Lin Lu suddenly grasped Li Jushu's chest, her tone fierce. Don't endanger everyone. Hurry and go. Every second you delay brings us closer to death. Move. Li Jushu's face shifted through shades of blue and red. Although he recognized Lin Lu's words were meant to provoke him, he felt a profound shame, for she spoke the truth. The seemingly weakest member, Xiao Mei, surpassed him in stamina. After being struck by a gray wolf, she had risen as if unscathed. Had it been him, he would have surely suffered multiple broken ribs and required assistance to move. Take care, Li Jushu uttered, turning away, burdened by the weight of his helplessness and a deep hatred for his own weakness, wishing fervently that he could be stronger. Lin Lu instructed him to carry only weapons. Yet she and her younger sister bore a considerable load, weighing at least 40 kilograms. The younger sister led the way, followed by Lin Lu, with Li Jushu bringing up the rear. He sprinted with all his might, but could not close the distance. After approximately 4 to 5 minutes of travel, gunfire erupted behind them. Shark and his team were already engaged with the Grey Wolves, the sound of explosions ringing out in succession. Aware that bullets were ineffective against the Grey Wolves, Shark and his comrades resorted to throwing grenades and explosives, realizing they were of no further use at this juncture. The younger sister and Lin Lu seemed oblivious to the commotion behind them, quickening their pace. Li Ju-su dared not speak, focusing instead on the chase, fearing that any utterance would deflate his resolve. As minutes passed, the gunfire faded into the background, only to be replaced by the haunting howls of wolves. The low yet sorrowful call of the gray wolves resonated, emanating a sense of despair that pressed upon the soul. "You, take the night owl and go ahead," Lin Lu instructed, handing the bag containing the Desert Blue Line's juvenile scorpions to her sister, turning to face the impending threat of the gray wolves. "If we are to flee, we must do so together. You alone could not hold them off for even a minute. It would be a futile sacrifice." Li Ju-su insisted, his tone resolute. "Are you doubting my strength?" Lin Lu shot back, her gaze sharp as a blade. "Have you not noticed we have veered off course?" Liu Su interjected. "What do you mean?" Lin Lu asked, alarmed. "It appears there is a mountain ahead," he replied. "Nonsense. How could there be a mountain in the desert?" Lin Lu countered immediately. "Do not forget, I am a sniper. What you cannot see, I can. In about 500 meters, you will see it as well. Shall we waste more time here?" Liu Su braced. "Let's move," Lin Lu replied without hesitation, trusting in Li Ju-su's honesty. "Are there still landmines?" Liu Su inquired. Lin Lu remained silent, as did the younger sister, and Li Ju-su understood that they had all been left for shark. They sprinted the next 500 meters at a breakneck pace, Li Ju-su nearly collapsing from exhaustion. True to their word, the younger sister and Lin Lu spotted a peculiar mountain rising abruptly from the desert, standing at about 100 meters tall and entirely composed of rock. "I need a minute to rest," Liu Su gasped, his legs feeling as though they were leaden weights. He dropped to the ground, positioning his sniper rifle with a swift shot. The gray wolves were now within 100 meters, a distance akin to shooting at a stationary target. With a crack, the leading gray wolf fell, and the others hesitated, startled. Yet this was merely a momentary shock. The pack numbered over 100, fearless. Another 2 gray wolves fell under his aim, causing the group to slow, their confidence wavering. "You, give me your backpack. Get him out of here," Lin Lu commanded, already raising her submachine gun and unleashing a barrage upon the oncoming wolves. Bullets raining down, forcing the nearest gray wolves to halt. Li Ju-su was still pondering the meaning of getting away when a younger sister effortlessly hoisted him onto her shoulder, sprinting towards the mountain with remarkable speed. "Put me down, let me go. I can run myself," Li Ju-su exclaimed, a mixture of embarrassment and astonishment washing over him. The younger sister, petite and barely reaching his chin, carried him with ease, despite his weight of around 160 pounds with gear. Ignoring his protests, she continued to run, and he hesitated to struggle, fearing he might topple her. In that moment, he yearned for strength and felt a profound resentment toward his own frailty. "I can manage the rest of the way. Lin Lu is reaching her limit. I must get down," he called out as they approached within 50 meters of the mountain. The younger sister, recognizing Lin Lu's peril, finally set him down. Without delay, Li Ju-su aimed his rifle, firing. The bullet grazed Lin Lu's cheek, leaving a streak of crimson, striking the gray wolf with its gaping maw, blood spraying from its head, causing it to tumble back and obstruct the advance of its pack. With each shot, the sniper rifle vibrated in his hands, and Li Ju-su focused on maintaining his composure. Only in a calm state could he achieve remarkable accuracy. Perhaps due to the pressure of danger, he entered an unprecedented state of focus, taking down 16 gray wolves in rapid succession, their bodies littering the ground, causing the remaining wolves to hesitate, thus granting Lin Lu precious time. As Lin Lu rushed past him without a glance, heading towards the mountain base, Li Ju-su realized the younger sister was no longer beside him. Glancing up, he saw her scaling the rocky mountain, lowering 2 ropes. Lin Lu quickly secured her backpack to one of the ropes before raising her submachine gun and calling out to Li Ju-su, "It's ready, come back." Li Ju-su had never felt so disheveled. The 50-meter distance had nearly exhausted him, and he had almost stumbled twice. Lin Lu had not ceased firing since she began. By the time he secured the rope around his waist, the barrel of his sniper rifle had turned red from use. It was a younger sister who pulled him up, and Lin Lu was the last to ascend. As she jumped to grasp the rope, a gray wolf lunged at her, snapping off half of her shoe, exposing her bloodied toes. Like a monkey, Lin Lu clung to the rope and swiftly climbed up, while the gray wolves below leapt in vain. Unable to scale the rocky mountain, their frustration palpable. Volume 1. The B-Star Chapter 34, The Storm. The incline of the rocky slope exceeded 75 degrees, making it a challenging ascent for the wolves, who, due to their climbing abilities, could not follow. Li Ju-su, the younger sister, and Lin Lu huddled together, panting heavily, their hearts pounding like thunder. After 10 minutes of rest, the younger sister and Lin Lu stood, beginning to assess the situation of the rocky mountain. While Li Ju-su took 20 minutes to regain a modicum of strength, the disparity in their endurance starkly evident. The wolf pack remained at the base, unwilling to depart, igniting Li Ju-su's frustration as he lifted his sniper rifle to take aim, only to be halted by Lin Lu. Check how many bullets we have left. 63 rounds. Li Ju-su counted, feeling a sense of foreboding as he realized the number of gray wolves below seemed to exceed 63. There were 86 gray wolves, 2 of which were gravely injured and could be disregarded. The younger sister seemed to perceive his thoughts. The submachine gun has only 2 magazines left, and there are over 30 rounds for the pistol, along with 2 signal flares, Lin Lu stated calmly. As a competent hunter, one must always be aware of their surroundings and the condition of their equipment. Can we fire a signal flare? Li Ju-su asked. Do you think there are people nearby? Lin Lu retorted. Li Ju-su fell silent, realizing he had wanted to inquire about Shark and his team's situation. But Lin Lu's avoidance implied that she too believed their fate was dire. There is one more issue. We have no food, Lin Lu remarked. What is the nature of the gray wolves? Will they linger for long? Li Ju-su questioned. Unless they see us perish, they will not leave voluntarily. Lin Lu's words extinguished Li Ju-su's last flicker of hope. Dawn is breaking, the younger sister exclaimed. Li Ju-su suddenly realized the sky was lightening, prompting him to instinctively curl his neck. Whether due to the altitude or the stillness, he felt an intensified chill, especially after having sweated profusely, causing his body to shiver uncontrollably in the cold wind. Let us rest for a while and regain our strength. Lin Lu found herself in a predicament, acutely aware that any method of escape would require physical strength. Otherwise, they would be rendered helpless like soft-shelled shrimp, unable to traverse the desert even in the absence of the wolf pack. The backpack contained no provisions for warmth, as such items had been discarded in the urgency to survive. The trio sought refuge in a sheltered spot, leaning against one another and closing their eyes. In the first 30 seconds, Li Ju-su recalled the wolves lurking below, contemplating that if they survived this calamity, he would invest every last penny into potions to fortify his body. The memory of being carried on his little sister's shoulders as she sprinted away still made his face flush with embarrassment, before his thoughts dulled and he succumbed to sleep. He was roused from slumber by Lin Lu, and upon opening his eyes, he found the sun high in the sky, the temperature having risen significantly, leaving his face flushed. At the foot of the mountain, the wolf pack lay on the scorching yellow sand, still unwilling to depart. His little sister returned after surveying the area. The previous night's poor visibility had obscured details, but now, in the ample light, the grim reality became clearer. The stone mountain resembled the Pengia mountain in his study. A solitary peak, not particularly tall or expansive, merely a massive rock, pristine and swept clean daily by fierce winds, devoid of even a grain of sand. We must take the risk to leave. Lin Lu's voice was calm, yet her brows betrayed a lingering worry. Why? Li Ju-su, still groggy from sleep, queried. The color of this mountain is dark and foreboding, Lin Lu replied. What does that matter? Is it bad feng shui? Li Ju-su asked, perplexed. In 2 hours, the sun will reach its zenith, and temperatures on the stone mountain may exceed 100 degrees, Lin Lu stated matter-of-factly. Li Ju-su's expression shifted dramatically. 100 degrees would scorch them. Prepare yourself. In 10 minutes, I will fire a shot from here. You and your little sister will descend from the rear. If you can escape, you will inevitably draw away a portion, if not the majority, of the wolf pack, thus granting me a chance to flee, Lin Lu instructed. Why must you present such a noble facade before me? Li Ju-su furrowed his brow. This way, you'll remember me. Perhaps moved by the moment. You'll agree to be my boyfriend, Lin Lu teased with a smile. Don't you have a boyfriend? Li Ju-su inquired. No, Lin Lu replied decisively. I don't believe it. Li Ju-su shook his head. With your beauty, the line of suitors would stretch from Nantianmen to Panglai-dong-lu. The entire gathering place doesn't have that many people. Lin Lu was amused. Her heart lightened. Here, let me treat you to some candy. Li Ju-su rummaged through his belongings and produced a box of chocolates. Although slightly squished, the taste remained intact. "You're clever," Lin Lu remarked, taking 3 pieces. As there were 9 in total, perfectly 3 for each of them. The trio savored the chocolates slowly, but inevitably finished. As Lin Lu placed the last piece in her mouth, her expression turned serious. She retrieved her submachine gun, securing all the magazines at her waist, her gaze fixed on the wolf pack at the mountain's base, her tone steady. "Little sister, do not linger in battle. If there is a sliver of an opportunity, escape while you can." Her little sister's large eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she nodded solemnly without uttering a word. "Handsome boy, do you have anything to say?" Lin Lu disengaged the safety, her eyes narrowing. "As long as we survive. If you can't find a boyfriend afterward, I will take care of your food and shelter," Li Ju-su said. "I thought you were going to say you'd marry me. You are not comforting at all." Lin Lu pouted, her voice turning cold as she called out, "Little sister, let us go." The little sister grasped Li Ju-su's hand, leading him around to the other side of the stone mountain. "Wait, something's happening," Li Ju-su suddenly exclaimed as Lin Lu aimed. Both Lin Lu and his little sister looked at him in confusion. "What is that?" Li Ju-su pointed northwest. A patch of black appeared in the otherwise clear sky, expanding rapidly as it approached. "It's a storm, a sandstorm." Lin Lu's beautiful eyes widened in realization, radiating hope. "We are saved." His little sister clasped her hands together, unsure whom to thank. Heaven does not forsake the desperate. Li Ju-su rejoiced, despite Lin Lu's selfless demeanor. The likelihood of escape for him and his little sister remained dismally low, merely a fraction of a chance. They had veered off course, and finding the right direction was one challenge. Even if they succeeded, evading the wolves would be another, for even at the same speed as his little sister, they could not outrun the pack. Lin Lu understood this as well, yet there was no alternative but to take the risk. Now, with the sandstorm approaching, the need for perilous choices had vanished. All 3 instinctively believed the storm would save their lives until the tempest drew near with astonishing speed, transforming their expressions. The first volume, Wanshou Xingqiu, Chapter 35, Guilt. The yellow sand was whipped into the air by the violent winds, reaching skyward, appearing as a wall advancing toward them. Although the sand was yellow, it now presented as a foreboding black, enveloping them in a suffocating darkness. The wolves at the mountain's base tucked their tails and fled without a sound. The harsh sand stung their bodies, and the trio exchanged glances, each reading the unease in the other's eyes. There was no time to escape. "Little sister, get the rope," Lin Lu commanded. Descending the stone mountain was swift, but evading the storm was an impossibility. At the storm's current speed, they would be overtaken within a few hundred meters. The little sister quickly grasped Lin Lu's intent. Swiftly untying the rope meant for their escape. Lin Lu selected the best location, a small depression, tying one end of the rope to a rock and binding the 3 of them closely together. The depression was cramped, accommodating just 1 person comfortably. 2 would have to squeeze, and 3 could not fit. Lin Lu took charge, shoving her little sister and Li Ju-su inside, positioning herself at the entrance. "I will stay outside." Li Ju-su protested, a man unable to bear seeing a woman protect him. "Stop talking nonsense. You can't even kill a chicken," Lin Lu retorted, pulling down her mask. At that moment, darkness descended upon them. The sand poured in like a deluge, and the winds were fierce enough to sweep a person away. Li Ju-su abandoned his arguments, grasping the stone wall with one hand while tightly embracing Lin Lu's slender waist with the other. Having never touched any woman other than Zhao Hui'er, he thought of nothing else, striving to press into the depression to minimize wind resistance. The howling winds morphed into a thunderous roar, an amalgamation of the wind's friction with the air and the sand's clash with it, or perhaps both. The world became engulfed in darkness, transformed into a realm of howling sand. Despite wearing sand masks, they still felt waves of dust invade their nostrils, making breathing laborious, yet they could only endure in silence. The wind's ferocity intensified. All other sounds faded away, eclipsed by the wind's wail. The sand struck their heavy clothing like a whip. And while only one of Li Ju-su's arms remained exposed, Lin Lu's entire back was vulnerable. He felt a mixture of shame and concern, praying for the storm to subside quickly. Yet he underestimated the desert's ferocity. The sandstorm raged for half an hour, showing no signs of abating and growing increasingly fierce. Li Ju-su felt the world sway, as if the stone mountain might uproot itself. The three of them were akin to three tiny ants, utterly powerless over their fate. When the exposed arm began to burn painfully, he was startled to realize that the sand had worn through his clothing, and now it was directly against his skin. In that moment, he suddenly thought of Lin Lu, reaching out to touch her, and indeed his hand met her smooth, cold back, discovering that parts of her clothing had torn, revealing her skin. He yearned to embrace Lin Lu, yet the recess was too confined. No matter how hard he exerted himself, he could not alter the situation by even the slightest degree. He had yet to devise a solution when a faint sound reached his ears, leaving him perplexed about its origin. Suddenly, Lin Lu was yanked away by a tremendous force. Alarmed, Li Ju-su realized that the rope had snapped, and Lin Lu was swept away by the gale. In a flash, he extended his hand and grasped Lin Lu's outstretched hand, their fingers intertwining. "Hold on tight," he bellowed, but his voice was drowned by the howling wind. Lin Lu's body hung precariously in mid-air, akin to a kite, entirely dependent on Li Ju-su's grip. But within a heartbeat, he felt himself being pulled outward. His other hand clung desperately to the rocky wall, yet the point of contact was inadequate, unable to counteract the outward force. Just as his body began to lift off the ground, his sister seized his arm. "Get the gun," Li Ju-su shouted. But his voice was lost amidst the tumult of the storm. At that moment, the mask shielding them from the sandstorm was whisked away. He gestured toward the sniper rifle with his eyes. His sister, quick-witted, comprehended his intent immediately. She unfastened the sniper rifle and wedged it into the recess. In those fleeting seconds, she almost succumbed to the winds herself. Li Ju-su struggled to hold on to Lin Lu, and it seemed nearly impossible for his sister to support both of them alone. Although he acknowledged that his sister possessed greater strength than he, it was still unfeasible for one individual to secure two. The point of contact against the wall was tenuous at best, and the effective force was likely only 4 or 5/10 of their strength. However, securing the sniper rifle would at least bolster their grip somewhat. Yet, the situation was far worse than Li Ju-su had anticipated. Pain surged through his arm as the relentless tug threatened to sever it. He could see crimson seeping from the surface of his arm, only to be whisked away by the wind. The sniper rifle propped against the wall began to warp and bend, while his sister's face flushed with exertion, blood trickling from her fingers gripping the rocky surface. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the darkness for a brief moment, restoring Lin Lu and his sister's vision. But before long, the darkness enveloped them once more. "Don't!" Ju-su cried hoarsely. The moment Lin Lu released her grip, she was engulfed by the swirling sands, vanishing without a trace in mere seconds. Their fingers had barely interlocked, and with Lin Lu's hand slipping away, it became impossible for him to hold on with his own strength alone. As she disappeared, the sniper rifle exceeded its breaking point and fell, only to be swept away by the wind. His sister trembled violently, and Li Ju-su, disregarding his sorrow for Lin Lu, clung fiercely to the rock wall, determined not to let go even if it meant tearing his own fingers apart. Together, they managed to withstand the gale. Time dragged on agonizingly slowly, each second feeling like a year. Li Ju-su's entire body ached, and he dared not relax. Any lapse in focus could lead to being swept away. He was uncertain if there was any chance of survival should he be carried off by the storm. Given its ferocity, his sister maintained a firm hold on the rocky wall with one hand while the other clasped him tightly. Though no words were exchanged, Li Ju-su sensed that if they were indeed to be swept away, she would willingly sacrifice herself. It was a peculiar sensation, and he could not fathom why individuals like the shark, Lin Lu, and his sister would choose to sacrifice themselves to protect him. Was this a form of spirit? The black-headed bee had also put aside her pride to seek his assistance. Was this the very essence of the shark team's camaraderie? If he were in the bee's position, he would unhesitatingly offer his help as well. After half an hour, the wind began to subside, but Li Ju-su's strength had reached its limit. His fingers, clinging to the rock, were now stripped to the bone. Suddenly, darkness engulfed him, and he lost consciousness, slipping into a nightmare where Lin Lu confronted him fiercely, demanding to know why he had failed to secure her, allowing her to perish in the storm. In a dream, Lin Lu remained as radiant as ever, yet he dared not meet her gaze. Li Ju-su abruptly opened his eyes to find himself inside a vehicle. In the first volume, The Beast Planet, Chapter 36, Fury. Inside the pickup truck, he was bound in bandages, resembling a mummified figure. He had no time to ponder how he had transitioned from the desert to the vehicle. Peering out of the cabin, the scene before him ignited a fury within him, causing his eyes to redden. His sister, bloodied and restrained by a burly man gripping her arms, was at the mercy of another brute wielding a knife, methodically slicing through her clothing as if peeling an onion. With each cut, layers of fabric fell away, revealing her smooth, creamy shoulder that glistened like jade. Surrounding them were 7 or 8 menacing-looking thugs, their eyes gleaming with greed as they spat vile words. Li Ju-Su did not need to know the details to understand what was transpiring. After years of being a hunter, he had witnessed such horrors before, but this time, it was happening to him. A bandit wearing a cap was likely keeping watch over him, but at that moment, all attention was fixated on his sister. Drooling at the sight of her youthful beauty, Li Ju-Su retreated into the cabin, glancing around to find it utterly bare. It was evident that the bandits had thoroughly searched the pickup, and, given his current state as a patient, they had likely spared him, as he would have been a corpse otherwise. He was acutely aware of his limited combat abilities, and with no knife at his disposal, charging in would only lead to his demise. Just as he contemplated risking a drive to confront them head-on, a sudden thought struck him. He still had a sniper rifle. He lifted the mat beneath his feet, carefully moved aside a metal panel, revealing a rectangular hidden compartment. Within lay a Koei-23 sniper rifle, its range slightly shorter than that of the exploder, but superior in accuracy and rate of fire. This was the backup sniper rifle of the Shark Team S-Marksman. Due to the rifle's weight, it could not be carried at all times, so the Shark had specifically designed this space in the pickup for emergencies, trusting Li Ju-Su enough to share the secret with him. The Shark Team was affluent, and even their spare equipment was well equipped with a sufficient supply of 45 rounds of ammunition. Cut the straps. Hurry, sever them. The impatient bandits shouted, their anticipation palpable as Lin Lu's shoulders were fully exposed, with only a small top clinging to her modesty. Once the straps were severed, the most exquisite sight would be unveiled before them. The grinning bandits licked their knives, slowly reaching for the straps, and at a mere centimeter away, all fell silent, holding their breath, their eyes wide as saucers. Suddenly, one bandit's arm was severed, the knife flying from his grasp, followed by the head of the thug, restraining Lin Lu, exploding in a shower of blood. The sound of the gunfire finally reached the remaining bandits. Bang! Bang! 2 more bandits fell, and the others scattered in panic, seeking cover. The bandit near the pickup turned just in time to see the dark barrel of the rifle erupt in flames before he succumbed to oblivion. Li Ju-Su's expression was cold as ice, the sniper rifle resting against the window. He squeezed the trigger repeatedly, each shot finding its mark. At a distance of less than 50 meters, even as the bandits rolled frantically on the ground, they could not evade his aim. There was no need to target vital areas. At such close range, a shot to any part of the body would create a gaping wound, and even a gray wolf could not withstand such force, let alone a mere human. The bandits commenced their counterattack, bullets striking the pickup truck and scattering sparks in every direction. Li Ju-Su remained unperturbed, his gaze unwavering as he adjusted his aim. With each tremor of his weapon, one more bandit fell. This group of bandits was comprised of merely a dozen men, and in a swift onslaught, more than half of them lay dead. Only 4 remained, cowering behind a rock, believing themselves safe. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from behind them. It was the younger sister, having regained her ability to fight, who had picked up an assault rifle from the ground, unleashing a hail of bullets upon the 4. 2 were instantly transformed into lifeless forms. Another was shot dead amidst a hasty retaliation, and the last attempted to flee. As he barely escaped the cover of the rock, his head exploded, his body flung over 2 meters away. Li Ju-Su did not immediately exit the vehicle. He scanned the surroundings, and the younger sister mirrored his vigilance. After several minutes, reassured that no hidden bandits lurked, Li Ju-Su exhaled a sigh of relief. The younger sister crawled into the pickup, unable to hold back her tears, appearing as vulnerable as child. Li Ju-Su enveloped her in a comforting embrace, softly murmuring reassurances. It's all right. It's all right. It's all over now. With me here, you need not fear. Once she had poured out her grievances, half an hour had passed. The pickup lacked clothing, and knowing his sister would not wear the bandit's garments, Li Ju-Su removed his own and draped it over her shoulders. He then exited the vehicle, seeking out a bandit of similar stature to don his clothes. He inquired about what had transpired after he had lost consciousness. Shortly after you fainted, the sandstorm ceased. But you suddenly spiked a high fever. No matter how I called, you remained unresponsive. I had no choice but to carry you out of the desert. Fortunately, I took the correct path and managed to find vehicle. In my haste to return, I overlooked the bandits' ambush and, in a moment of carelessness, was captured by them. She paused, slightly embarrassed, acknowledging that the bandits' skills were mediocre and their ambush poorly executed. Under normal circumstances, she would have evaded capture. However, this time, she fell victim to a group of novices and nearly faced humiliation. Had Li Jushu not awakened in time, she shuddered to think of the consequences. You carried me out of the desert? Li Jushu stared intently at her. Even in a straight line, the journey would have taken 3 hours. He recalled the arduousness of that trek. It was hard to believe that her petite form had borne him for several hours. Such resolve was remarkable, especially after enduring the ravages of the sandstorm while he had succumbed to unconsciousness and fever. I was exhausted and had to take a break, she murmured, unable to meet his gaze. The 2 holes on his backside were indeed her handiwork. You sit and rest. I will find something to eat. Li Juxu disembarca. Rifling through the bandits' weapons and possessions, discovering some provisions among them. Having just recovered from his fever, he felt physically depleted and in need of sustenance. The younger sister had not eaten since emerging from the desert. Her exhaustion had significantly contributed to their misfortune against the bandits. After consuming some rations, both regained considerable strength. The younger sister replaced the tire that had been damaged during their ambush. A spare was available in the truck, enabling them to continue their journey. Li Jushu rested and, upon awakening, felt rejuvenated. He took the wheel while the younger sister recuperated, and 2 days later, the settlement appeared within their sight. Upon returning to number 11 settlement, Li Jushu and the younger sister parted ways. She went to submit her mission, while he inquired about the satellite's repair status. The news was disheartening. Wanshou Xingqiu remained disconnected from the outside world. This revelation compelled him to make a crucial decision during his travels. He first returned to the inn, where Chao Gang had still failed to recruit suitable new members and thus had no tasks available. With the weapons and gear he had seized from the bandits, he made his way to a designated arms trading establishment. A mountain of weapons yielded him 1 million copper coins. Internally, he cursed the unscrupulous merchants, but had no choice but to concede to their exploitation. For only they could absorb such a large quantity of arms. Other places either sought rifles, shotguns, or handguns, making it impossible to offload everything at once. This one was still far from his goal. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to sell the items he had taken from the female hunter in the forest. Though limited in quantity and size, they held considerable value, netting him an additional 2,500,000 copper coins. In truth, he possessed another fortune, the camouflage gear and weapons acquired during a private job. However, those items were too conspicuous, and he dared not sell them, opting instead to wait for the right moment to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Subsequently, he visited the core establishment of the settlement, by Shu Biological Technology. One of the 3 major biological pharmaceutical companies, its products were not the finest, but offered the most reasonable prices. Yet, this affordability was tailored not for the common folk, but rather for the affluent. A first-tier potion cost 12 million copper coins, with no room for negotiation. Li Jushu purchased a strength potion as his first, and, after much deliberation, he chose a bone-enhancing potion as his second. The strength potion provided an immediate boost to physical power, while the bone potion facilitated gradual bodily transformation, its effects subtle and slow to manifest. However, as the foundation was vital, only by reinforcing it could he ensure that the enhancement of strength would not encounter a bottleneck. The price of the bone potion was even steeper, at 12,500,000 copper coins. With both potions in hand, Li Jushu was left with only a handful of coins, effectively returning to square one. On his way back to the inn, he was intercepted by Haitawang, who revealed that the younger sister had completed her mission and received a reward, but could not find him. So she had requested Haitawang deliver the money, 1 million copper coins. That is far too much. Li Juxu protesta. The reward was indeed 1 million copper coins, with a commission of 2,000 copper coins for each desert scorpion slain. He could not recall how many he had dispatched, but he was certain it did not amount to 50,000. Take it, Haitawang insisted, handing him the card and hastily departing with a remark that he had other matters to attend to. Li Jushu felt a mix of gratitude and embarrassment. Nonetheless, This sum indeed alleviated his immediate financial woes. He returned to buy Shu biological technology, purchasing 3 nutritional potions at 200,000 copper coins each, and then proceeded to a food shop to acquire half a roasted pig along with various meats. Upon returning to the inn, he found it devoid of occupants, unaware of their whereabouts. He instructed the staff not to disturb him, locked the door, and began consuming the bone potion. Having learned from his previous experience with the strength potion, he navigated this process with ease. The pain was akin to that before, and once it subsided, he did not perceive any changes within his body, only a gnawing hunger. After consuming 1 nutritional potion, the sensation of hunger vanished, leaving him unperturbed. The value of the 200,000 copper coin potion was indeed justified. Following a full day of rest, he ingested the strength potion. Perhaps due to the brief interval between doses, the ensuing agony was magnified, causing him to roll from the bed to the floor, his entire body ablaze, as if he had emerged from water. The torment persisted for a full hour. Once it abated, he felt as though he had been reborn. After consuming 2 more nutritional potions, his weakness began to dissipate. Next came the consumption of food, chicken, duck, fish, and other meats. While their nutritional value paled in comparison to that of the nutritional potions, certain substances within the meats complemented the potion's effects. After eating more than half, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he collapsed into slumber. Upon awakening, it was already the next morning. He lit a candle and retrieved a deck of playing cards. The strength coursing through his arms, wrists, and fingers infused the cards as they arced through the air. Severing the first candle, the card struck the wall, leaving a mark upon the plaster, but in his excitement, he miscalculated the angle. On his second attempt, he adjusted his aim. A flash of silvery light flickered as he cleanly cut through the first, second, third, and fourth candles, embedding the card 1/3 into the 5th candle, rendering it motionless. Li Jushu's heart surged with joy, accompanied by a profound sense of relief. The expenditure of over 20 million copper coins felt justified. As his strength had notably increased, he deeply comprehended the adage that the impoverished rely on mutations while the affluent depend on technology. Had it not been for his fortunate acquisition of Pu Xiaoyun's task, resulting in a substantial reward, he would never have had the privilege to enjoy such technological advancements, remaining an elementary hunter without any mutations for years. Reflecting on Pu Xiaoyun's audacity to venture into the forest during his first mission and return unscathed, it occurred to him that the individual must have consumed an unknown quantity of potions, potentially elevating his physical prowess to terrifying levels. It was not mere folly of wealth. It was a manifestation of confidence in one's strength. As various chaotic thoughts swirled in his mind, he finished the remaining chicken, duck, fish, and meat, patted his belly, and stepped outside. He sought the Hai wing, but to no avail, and his younger sister was also nowhere to be found. After a moment of hesitation, he took out his phone only to discover there was no signal. Contemplating his options, he proceeded to the Chong Air Duo 2 Jiujian, where a trusted associate of Pu Xiaoyun was located. The advantages of wealth were evident, as Pu Xiaoyun had reserved an entire floor of the establishment for a year. Li Jushu expressed his intentions, and the associate asked him to wait while he inquired with the proprietor. The associate departed the room, presumably contacting Pu Xiaoyun through some means. Perhaps Pu Xiaoyun was even present in the hotel. Approximately 10 minutes later, the associate returned, confirming that the owner had agreed, and offered to escort him to the vehicle in the basement. Li Jushu was immensely grateful. He had approached this endeavor with a tentative mindset, harboring little hope, for his acquaintance with Pu Xiaoyun was far from intimate. Although Pu Xiaoyun had never revealed his identity, Li Jushu sensed that he hailed from an extraordinary background, while he himself was merely a lowly hunter, existing in a realm of stark disparity. Pu Xiaoyun might easily forget him with a mere turn of his head, yet unexpectedly, he had acquiesced to Li Jushu's request, filling him with profound emotion. Li Jushu was determined to return to the desert to seek Lin Lu and the others. He needed to see the living and the dead, for not finding them would leave him perpetually unsettled. With transportation secured, his remaining concerns were provisions and weaponry. Food was easily obtainable, available for purchase almost anywhere. As for weapons, his own blaster had been lost in the desert, likely irretrievable. He still possessed several spare sniper rifles, but they were unnecessary at the moment. With the Koei 23 sniper rifle in hand, he visited an ammunition store to replenish its bullets and procure additional supplies. Having nearly exhausted the remuneration his sister had provided. While hunters earned substantial income during missions, their expenses were equally significant. Money was required for nearly everything. Those who were reluctant to spend often met a swift demise. Consequently, whenever feasible, they selected superior weaponry, as the finer equipment invariably came at a higher price. He sought the High to Wing again, but found no trace of his sister. After inquiring with acquaintances, none could ascertain their whereabouts, prompting him to cease his waiting and drive the borrowed battle vehicle out of Gathering Point 11. In terms of battle vehicles, Pu Xiaoyun's was vastly superior in handling and comfort compared to the Shark Team's pickup truck. Indeed, wealth had its advantages. In the first volume of Wan Shou Xing Qiu, Chapter 38, Return, Li Jushi reflected on the virtues of a man, understanding that some endeavors warranted sacrifice, while others, regardless of potential gains, should be avoided. This was his first collaboration with the Shark Team. They had never met or interacted prior, yet he felt an undeniable urge to return to them. The battle vehicle exhibited remarkable off-road capabilities, suitable for various terrains. Thus Li Jushi pressed the accelerator firmly, propelling the vehicle forward like a frenzied beast. What would have taken 3 days was accomplished in 2.5, without encountering any unforeseen mishaps. Xiao Omei, at the desert's edge, he spotted a battle vehicle, the pickup truck belonging to the Shark Team. No wonder he had been unable to locate his sister at the gathering point. She had come here with the same intention of seeking her companions. Li Jushi pondered why she had not sought him out to accompany her. Perhaps she had looked for him but found him absent, as he had been preoccupied in his room, immersed in potions akin to a hermit. The vehicle was empty. Xiao Mei had already ventured into the desert. Without delay, he donned his protective gear, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and stepped boldly into the sands. Compared to his initial entry into the desert, he bore significantly more weight, yet he moved with greater ease, not only having acclimatized to the desert's climate, but also benefiting from the effects of 2 vials of potions. This tangible transformation made the expenditure of over 20 million copper coins feel worthwhile. Li Jushi could not recall the route to Shirshan, as he had been unconscious on his return journey, but he remembered the path to the Lan Se Yao Ji. He resolved to seek out the Lan Se Yao Ji first, and on his return, attempt to rediscover the route to Shirshan, even if it required a stroke of luck. He was determined to try. Wandering alone in the desert imparted an entirely different sensation. Prolonged solitude evoked a profound sense of isolation. The endless yellow sands encompassed him, and apart from the sound of his footsteps, silence reigned. Under the scorching sun, he felt as if he were in a steam chamber, without an indomitable will. Enduring such solitude would be exceedingly arduous. Li Jushi carried a bamboo pole to probe the terrain, primarily as a precaution against quicksand. Its utility was uncertain. Sometimes it proved effective, while at other times it failed to trigger the hidden dangers lying beneath the surface. Quicksand was often mobile, and while the pole might not react when prodded, it could suddenly appear beneath his feet moments later. Nevertheless, having it was better than not, offering a modicum of prevention. As twilight descended, fortune smiled upon him. He encountered neither quicksand nor other dangers. Just as he estimated, he was nearing the position where the Shark Team aimed to snipe the gray wolf. He suddenly furrowed his brow and swiftly crouched down against the sand. Approximately 1,000 meters away, a gray wolf lurked, seemingly tracking prey. His immediate assumption was that it was Xiao Mei. Wolves are notoriously vigilant, and he feared that approaching would startle it. So he refrained from taking risks and readied his sniper rifle, intending to execute a long-range shot. A distance of 1,000 meters posed challenges even for a professional marksman. Yet in that moment, driven by an overwhelming concern for Xiao Mei, he felt an intense confidence. Calculating wind speed, temperature, and pressure with utmost precision, he focused his gaze on a single point and squeezed the trigger. The bullet traversed the air at a speed surpassing sound, and, as the gunfire echoed, the projectile penetrated the wolf's ear and exited at an upward angle, sending the gray wolf's body sprawling onto the yellow sands, a life spared by a single shot. Li Jushi advanced with utmost urgency, his eyes scanning his surroundings to avoid encirclement. Fortunately, it appeared to be a solitary reconnaissance wolf, as he saw no others in sight. After crossing a small sand dune, he spotted a familiar figure, Xiao Mei, her body partially submerged in the sand, with only her head and hands protruding. She dared not struggle or move, helplessly watching her body sink inch by inch. Catch! Li Jushu threw a rope, which landed accurately in her grasp. As the rope tightened, he felt as though he were pulling not a person, but a heavy truck. The only solace was that the truck was stationary. Had it accelerated, he feared he would be yanked back into the sand. His feet were embedded like nails in the yellow sand, yet he sensed he was still moving forward. He dared not slacken his efforts. Every muscle in his body tensed as he exerted his utmost strength. Finally, Xiao made transition from sinking to rising, albeit slowly. Quicksand in the desert shared characteristics with swampy terrain. Once ensnared, one could not exert explosive force to escape, but rather had to maintain a steady pull. An explosive attempt could result in the opposing forces tearing a person apart in an instant. There have been instances where individuals had used vehicles to drag comrades trapped in swampy ground, mismanaging the throttle and tragically splitting them in two, an utterly horrific sight. Li Jushu's face flushed crimson, his arms bulging with muscle, the rope digging deeply into his flesh. He seemed oblivious to the discomfort, his gaze fixed intently on his younger sister, who, paralyzed by fear, clutched the rope with all her strength. The pressure she endured matched, if not exceeded, his own. While he could adjust his stance, she was relegated to a passive position. Fortunately, the pull was not excessively overwhelming, and as the yellow sand receded above their waists, Li Jushu felt a notable alleviation. With a sudden, forceful tug, he yanked his sister out of the sand, sending her sliding several meters across the surface. He rushed forward, seizing her arm and pulling her to safety. A wave of relief washed over him, leaving him feeling utterly drained, devoid of even the strength to move a finger. The siblings lay motionless on the yellow sand, the darkness enveloping them, only the sound of their heavy, rapid breathing punctuating the silence. After nearly 10 minutes of rest, Li Jushu broke the silence. "Why didn't you call me when you arrived?" "I was worried you might get hurt," his sister replied, her voice tinged with guilt. "What if I hadn't come?" he queried, and she fell silent. "We share a bond of life and death. How could you not be involved in the search?" he asserted. "Thank you." His sister expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Li Jushu's mission had been accomplished, and he could have easily walked away without any consequences. Yet, he had chosen to come, uninvited. Had he not possessed such resolve, she might have perished, and the search for Lin Lu and the others would have been futile. "It's too early to thank me. Save your gratitude until we find them," he said, rising to his feet, picking up the rope, and slinging his backpack over his shoulder. Noticing the absence of any belongings nearby, it became evident that his sister's backpack had succumbed to the quicksand. Releasing the backpack would lighten the load and delay their descent into the sand. Now, all that remained with his sister was her handgun and a small dagger. Once they set off, Li Jushu noticed her limping, her left calf marred by a deep crimson. His expression shifted, and he pressed her for an explanation. Without a word, she glanced at the nearby corpse of a gray wolf. "You should have told me you were injured. Do you relish the sight of blood?" "It's just a small injury. It's nothing," she murmured. "Wait until the wolf pack arrives. You can tell them it's nothing," he scoffed, prompting her silence. She lowered her head, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Without further ado, he pinned her down, using the dagger to slice open her pant leg. The bite marks were deep, exposing bone, and the wound had begun to fester due to prolonged exposure to the humid sand. It was a shocking sight. How could she claim it was nothing? One could only marvel at her nerve for enduring such agony for so long. Li Jushu had come prepared. He administered a dose of anesthetic and retrieved a specialized surgical knife. After disinfecting with alcohol, he meticulously excised the rotting flesh, applying medicine and bandaging the wound. His years as a hunter had equipped him with skills rivaling those of a professional nurse, and he completed the procedure with remarkable efficiency. Throughout the ordeal, his sister remained silent, as if the leg was not her own. Li Jushu took a cotton swab, carefully wiping away the blood, then tossed it into the wind to confuse any wolves that might be on their trail. Finally, he produced 2 pills and placed them in her mouth. "What are these for?" she asked quietly. "One is for inflammation, and the other is for rabies," he explained. "How thoughtful of you," she said, her admiration evident. She had also stocked up on supplies before their journey, believing she was well prepared, yet she had not considered rabies medication. "Carry the backpack," he instructed. "I can walk on my own," she replied quickly, grasping his intent. "We must hasten our search," Li Jushu insisted, picking up the backpack and urging her to climb onto his back. "You carried me before. Now it's your turn. This is simply reciprocity." His sister, blushing, leaned forward, wrapping her arms around his neck. Weighing approximately 95 pounds, her presence was felt on his back, but remained manageable, especially thanks to the effects of the medication. Had this been earlier, he would have likely abandoned the backpack. Given her injury, the ideal course of action would have been to return to the vehicle for recovery. The desert's scorching days and frigid nights were not conducive to healing. However, they were so close to their destination. Turning back now would only invite unforeseen complications. Weighing the pros and cons, Li Jushu resolved to carry his sister for the remainder of their journey. The storm had concealed all traces of their passage. When he arrived at the site where he had targeted the wolf pack, he found no evidence of their presence, not even remains. It was uncertain whether the bodies had been buried under sand or consumed by other creatures. Undeterred, he pressed onward for another half hour until reaching the spot where the blue roses once flourished. To his dismay, not a single flower remained. The vibrant locale had succumbed to desolation, likely due to the storm. After a thorough inspection yielded no results, he turned back. His sister was unusually silent throughout the journey, aware of the likely outcome, yet still disheartened by the confirmation. As long as there were no bodies, hope remained. Li Jushu sought to comfort her, but he too felt a profound disappointment. Nevertheless, as a man, he knew he must remain resolute in crucial moments. On the return journey, he moved slowly, resting every few minutes, retracing their escape route. With the storm having erased their tracks, locating their path proved particularly challenging. Moreover, he needed to conserve his strength. The wolves had likely detected the demise of their pack and were en route. There was a chance they might find them, but equally, they might not. He had to prepare for the worst. Transitioning from night to day, he encountered no wolves, yet he also failed to locate the rocky outcrop. Having traversed the area thrice without success, the stone formation could not have moved. Therefore, the only possibility was that he had not pinpointed the correct location. His sister had developed a fever, and Li Jushu found it untenable to continue searching. In truth, he too was fatigued and weary. Relying on sheer willpower, he carried her out of the desert, administering fever-reducing medication before collapsing beside her in exhaustion. Upon awakening, he discovered it was already dark. His sister had roused, her large eyes shimmering in the darkness, yet she remained still, allowing him to rest on her chest. Li Jushu discreetly wiped away the drool from the corner of his mouth, switched on the vehicle's interior light, and first checked her forehead. Her temperature was normal, and the fever had subsided. With cooking tools available in the combat vehicle, he prepared a simple noodle dish, and they ate heartily. You know Pu Xiaoyan. After finishing their meal, his sister finally had the opportunity to examine the vehicle and was taken aback. I'm not very familiar with him. He sought me out for a task, which could be considered favor. Does that count as a bond? Do you know him? Li Jushu inquired, intrigued by her reaction. Is Pu Xiaoyan that renowned? She asked. He is the son of a wealthy family, often referred to as Gold Master Dad. His vehicle is well known in the community. I've heard his name, but he surely doesn't know me, she replied, a hint of self-mockery in her tone. Indeed, he is quite affluent and generous with his resources. I attempted to borrow a vehicle from him, and to my surprise, he agreed. Without his assistance, I truly wouldn't have known how to reach this place. Li Jushu reflected, relieved, as traversing the distance on foot would have taken an eternity. Had I known you could procure a battle vehicle, I would have come in your conveyance. The younger sister's voice dwindled as she spoke, her own heart growing uneasy. In the future, refrain from such impulsiveness. Physical labor is more suitably entrusted to men. Bear with it, and I shall change your bandages, Li Jushu stated, noting that the procedure would be painful without anesthetics. Your vitality seems to have improved considerably since before. The younger sister exhibited remarkable endurance, perspiration beading on her forehead, yet she remained silent. We owe gratitude to Pu Xiaoyan. It was his mission that allowed me to earn some money. Upon my return, I purchased potions to enhance my stamina. Li Jushu examined the wound meticulously, revealing no signs of inflammation. The condition was better than anticipated. The younger sister's constitution is indeed commendable. The following day, Li Jushu ventured alone into the desert, returning at dawn. This continued for 3 days. And once the younger sister's wound had healed, she too entered the desert. The two searched for half a month until they finally discovered Shi Tushan. Aside from retrieving the deformed sniper rifle, Bolija 002B, they found nothing, leading to their utter disappointment. The younger sister returned to the battle vehicle, heartbroken, and could no longer suppress her tears. Li Ju-su held her quietly, at a loss for words to provide comfort. In truth, he had anticipated such an outcome, but had been unwilling to admit it until now. Volume 1, Wan Shou Xing Qiu, Chapter 40, New Members. Upon returning to the gathering place, Li Ju-su intended to accompany the younger sister for a few days. However, the wild boar approached him, stating that the captain had found new members and was convening a meeting to prepare for a mission, having already awaited him for a day. "I shall return to see you after completing the mission," Li Ju-su hastily remarked before departing from the younger sister's quarters. He was relieved that he had returned the battle vehicle to Pu Xiaoyun immediately upon his arrival. Otherwise, it would have delayed him further. Upon reaching the inn, in addition to Captain Xiao Gang, his girlfriend Wang Xiao Xian, and the drummer, who had recovered from his injuries, there were indeed 3 unfamiliar faces. Since all personnel had gathered, "Let's hold a brief meeting," Xiao Gang suggested, casting a glance at Li Ju-su without elaborating. However, Li Ju-su discerned reproach in his eyes. Xiao Gang did not oppose members earning extra income, yet he insisted on maintaining time management. Team missions must always take precedence and not be delayed. He chose not to explain further, quietly taking a seat in the corner. "Let us introduce the personnel, Night Owl. The others are acquainted with the new members, but you are not. This is the machine gunner, Depao, the demolitions expert, Jin Mao, and this one is also a sniper, Tang Lang," Xiao Gang informed. The machine gunner Depao was tall, his bulging muscles concealing explosive strength, a true powerhouse. The demolitions expert Jin Mao sported bright yellow hair and earrings, presenting a somewhat avant-garde appearance, while the sniper Tang Lang was of average build and unremarkable in appearance. "Hello everyone, I am Night Owl." Li Ju-su stood to extend a handshake, only to find the 3 new members sitting firmly, awaiting him to approach them. This was rather improper. As a senior member, he expected the newcomers to greet him first. Feeling slighted by their disregard for etiquette, he retook his seat. "Since everyone is acquainted, let us discuss the mission. The task is one we previously accepted, but there are slight modifications now. We are to hunt 20 blood wolves in Shuelang Xiagu, and their bodies must remain intact. Additionally, we require 1 live blood wolf. Does anyone have questions?" Xiao Gang appeared oblivious to the earlier exchange, directly presenting the mission details. "What constitutes an intact body?" the wild boar inquired. "It must not be missing limbs." "Gao Gang Zipli, 20 blood wolves? We cannot carry them all back," the drummer remarked. "I have already rented a truck. We will depart tomorrow morning at 8. Are there any other questions?" Xiao Gang surveyed the group. "Ammunition, medical supplies. How do we account for injuries?" Tang Lang asked. "The team will cover those," Xiao Gang answered. "Then there are no issues," Tang Lang concluded. "Ensure you are prepared. Do not venture out today. Rest and conserve your energy. We shall depart promptly tomorrow," Xiao Gang concluded, casting an intentional glance at Li Ju-su. "Have you fully recovered?" Instead of retreating to his room, Li Ju-su first visited the drummer's quarters. "I'm a tough fellow. I am not so delicate. I recovered long ago." The drummer anticipated Li Ju-su's visit and tossed him a bottle of drink. Having no tea in his room and lacking the will to boil water. "Does the captain harbor objections toward me?" Li Ju-su, with his aloof demeanor, maintained a distant relationship with the team members, though he was somewhat closer to the drummer, having saved his life on several occasions during previous missions. Typically, the drummer looked out for him. Otherwise, he would not have been the first to pull missions for him upon hearing news from the hospital. "How did the task I introduced to you go?" The drummer did not respond directly. "There were some setbacks, but the mission was completed," Li Ju-su answered. "That sniper, Tang Lang, is an old acquaintance of Xiao Gang. They were once partners. You may not have heard of him, but he is quite renowned, having achieved a 2,000-meter shot to eliminate a target. He is also a team leader, with the machine gunner and demolitions expert as his members," the drummer explained. "A team leader, you say? Why has he joined our group?" Li Ju-su inquired. "Most likely due to some unforeseen circumstances. I am not clear on the specifics. But one can imagine that dynamics within the team will shift moving forward," the drummer speculated. "It matters not, as long as the compensation remains fair," Li Ju-su replied, understanding the situation and feeling a sense of relief. Had it not been for the experiences of recent days, he might have been consumed with worry and discontent. However, these experiences had fostered significant growth and confidence within him, rendering him indifferent to superficial matters, let alone the hierarchy within the team. What difference would it make if I occupied Xiao Gang's position? Before Pu Xiaoyun, Xiao Gang would likely not even have the standing to speak. "It is good that you can think this way. I was worried you might be upset," the drummer remarked. "There is no need for that. I am here for wealth, not fame," Li Ju-su stated. The two exchanged light banter, discussing trivial matters, before Li Ju-su returned to his own room, and the night passed in silence. The next day, after breakfast, the team departed promptly at 8. Being part of a team offers significant advantages. Li Ju-su needed only to carry his Kuei-23 sniper rifle, with others managing all other concerns. The Bollige had been located, yet there was no time for repairs, necessitating the use of the Kuei-23 sniper rifle for the time being. Incidentally, the Kuei-23 sniper rifle belonged to the Shark team and had been forgotten for return. Medicinal supplies, ammunition, food, provisions, transportation, maps, and so forth were all arranged by others. One simply needed to arrive on time, saving a great deal of worry. The Dongfeng heavy truck, having undergone modifications, boasted significantly enhanced defensive capabilities, though it lacked offensive power. The rental agency provided the vehicle to Chao Gang for transportation purposes, not for combat use, as battle vehicles are generally not available for rent. From Li Ju-su's perspective, the vehicle's modification quality was akin to that of an elementary school student. It could not compare to Pu Xiao Yun's battle vehicle, let alone the Shark team's pickup truck. Nevertheless, having something was better than nothing. Once aboard, he began to clean his weapon, not out of disinterest in resting, but because he understood that given the vehicle's modification level and road conditions, attempting to sleep would likely result in him regurgitating breakfast. His predictions proved accurate. After an arduous 85-hour journey, they finally arrived at their destination. In truth, another route was closer, but a segment of it was impassable, necessitating a detour that consumed several additional hours. Everyone's faces had grown pale, but fortunately, no one suffered from motion sickness or nausea. They rested on the ground for several minutes, gradually regaining their composure. Distributing ammunition and arranging tactics, all preparations were complete. Each member donned their gear and cautiously ventured into Shuelang Gorge. The Shuelang seldom appeared during the day, primarily foraging at night. Thus, the optimal time to hunt the Shuelang was after dusk. Volume 1, Wanshou Xingqiu, Chapter 41, Encirclement, Part 1. The night was dark, the wind gentle. Yet the temperature was frigid. Everyone was clad in thick leather jackets lined with fur, but still, the cold seeped through. The valley was rugged and strewn with rocks of varying sizes, requiring utmost care while traversing. One misstep could lead to a serious injury. Li Ju-su, the marksman, occupied a position near the rear, considered one of the safest spots in the formation. Silence enveloped the group, save for the sound of footsteps. After nearly an hour of marching, they paused for 10 minutes before resuming their advance. 20 minutes later, they should have spotted the Shuelang. Yet, inexplicably, none were in sight. After another 10 minutes, with still no sign of the elusive creatures, they ventured deeper into the gorge, approaching the Shuelang's lair. If they opened fire, the beast would emerge en masse, making escape nearly impossible. Li Ju-su promptly suggested sending someone to lure the Shuelang out while the others lay in ambush on either side for a surprise attack. This was the most conventional and safest strategy. Just as Chao Gang was about to agree, the mantis interjected. The terrain here was unsuitable for an ambush. Advancing another half-kilometer would bring them to a location that was easily defensible yet hard to breach. Then, let us proceed another half-kilometer. Chao Gang assented without hesitation. Li Ju-su glanced back at the wild boar, who remained silent. They had previously hunted Shuelang, but had never ventured this deep, lacking familiarity with the terrain. Soon, they arrived at the ambush site suggested by the mantis. The area was littered with bizarre rock formations, and the gorge had suddenly narrowed by a third, proving to be a rare ambush point. Numerous bullet holes, claw marks, and dried bloodstains adorned the rocks, indicating that many had previously lain in wait for the Shuelang. Hunting Shuelang was a relatively common task, undertaken by numerous teams, as the meat was said to taste akin to beef, often sought after by the affluent. Li Ju-su had slain several Shuelang, but had never tasted the meat due to its exorbitant price. Ironically, the charcoal burner was reluctant to burn coal for warmth. The members were seasoned veterans, each finding their designated positions without needing Chao Gang's guidance. The demolitions expert laid traps, while the wild boar prepared 2 machine guns. Checking the ammunition, machine guns were particularly prone to jamming at critical moments. The rat and the drummer were tasked with drawing the Shuelang out, shedding any unnecessary weight to enhance their speed. Most importantly, They secured their shoelaces, for loose laces during a chase by the Shui Lang could lead to dire consequences. Such incidents were not unheard of. Peculiar and comical occurrences often took place during combat. Veterans were merely new recruits who had matured over time, yet the number of veterans was scarce. New recruits continued to join for a reason. The mantis moved swiftly, or perhaps he was merely familiar with the terrain. While Li Ju-Su was still observing, he had already scaled the left cliff, claiming the prime sniping position. Though they were a team, Li Ju-Su could not voice his discontent. He could only blame his own lack of discernment. He felt no anger or urgency. The mantis had the advantage of terrain familiarity, while he possessed night vision. No matter how sharp the mantis's memory, he could not recall the topographical features of every position. Li Ju-Su, however, with a glance, discerned everything clearly. Soon, his gaze landed on a nearly ideal, sniping position halfway up the right slope. As he began to prepare his equipment, a strange thought crossed his mind. This night felt eerily quiet. He could not comprehend the source of this odd sensation, yet he trusted his instincts. After a brief hesitation, he relocated to a second sniping point. This spot was somewhat cramped and precarious, avoided by most during the day and deemed perilous at night. Chao Gang cast a glance at Li Ju-Su but said nothing. Though Li Ju-Su was a novice hunter, he possessed a remarkable talent for sniping. Having teamed up for 2 years, he had never made a mistake. With his Kuei 23 sniper rifle, ammunition, chocolate, night vision goggles, and binoculars, he required no additional gear. He turned off the spotlight overhead. It had been on to conceal his night vision secret. With everything in place, the rat and the drummer stealthily crept deeper into the gorge, soon vanishing from view. The silence within the gorge was unnerving, broken only by the howling wind. 10 minutes passed, then 20, yet the rat and the drummer had not returned. After 25 minutes, Chao Gang rose from behind the rocks and signaled to the others. "Continue your ambush. I shall investigate." Just as he reached a turning point, he suddenly heard a cacophony of footsteps, followed by the piercing cries of the rat and the drummer. "Everyone be cautious. There are hundreds of Shui Lang." The low, mournful howls of wolves echoed, and the faces of the ambushers paled. What had caused such a sudden influx? Both the drummer and the rat were experienced hunters. They would not have intentionally attracted so many Shui Lang. An ominous premonition gripped their hearts. Something had gone awry. There was no time to ponder what had gone wrong. Gunfire erupted. It was Chao Gang who had opened fire. The Shui Lang had not yet reached the ambush site, but he had no choice. One was already lunging for the rat's rear. The drummer and the rat sprinted at full speed. They had no time to fire back or even glance over their shoulders. Bang, bang, bang. In 3 seconds, he emptied his magazine. In half a second, he reloaded, then fired again. As he turned, he hurled a grenade into the midst of the wolf pack. The explosive blast reverberated throughout the gorge, dislodging numerous stones from the cliffs. The explosion killed and injured several wolves, granting the rat and the drummer precious seconds to escape. As they dashed past the turning point, without the need for a command from Chao Gang, the mantis and Li Ju-Su simultaneously opened fire. Ghoul, ghoul. 2 Shui Lang were sent sprawling, both shot through the head. The Shui Lang were larger than desert gray wolves, comparable to adult water buffalo. Standard handgun bullets merely drew blood. Only a shot to a vital area could fell them. As Li Ju-Su adjusted his aim, his bullet struck the Shui Lang's head just as another pierced its neck, creating a gaping wound. Oh no! Li Ju-Su's expression changed dramatically. He and the mantis had unwittingly targeted the same wolf. He quickly realigned his rifle and squeezed the trigger. Almost simultaneously, as the bullet penetrated the wolf's ear, it bit down on the rat's arm. Crack! The Shui Lang's bite force was terrifying. The human arm was as fragile as a white radish. The rat let out a pain scream, losing his balance and collapsing as his arm was severed. Li Ju-Su fired repeatedly, killing 3 Shui Lang, while the mantis took down 2. Yet more Shui Lang charged forth. Just then, Jin Mao burst from cover, tossing a cluster of grenades, 7 or 8, into the wolf pack. Boom! Volume 1, Wan Shou Xing Qiu. Chapter 42, Encirclement, Part 2. The earth-shattering explosion shook the entire gorge, causing numerous rocks to tumble from the cliffs. The blast killed and injured a dozen wolves. The drummer hoisted the rat and sprinted away, while Chao Gang pivoted, firing his handgun at a rate akin to a machine gun, specifically targeting the Shui Lang's eyes. Although the handgun lacked the power to kill the beasts, it could shatter their eyeballs, driving them into a frenzy, causing them to attack one another. As the drummer charged into the shelter, the sound of submachine guns erupted, with 2 of their number eliminated. The wild boar bellowed and unleashed a hail of bullets towards the pack of wolves, indiscriminately targeting any blood wolf in sight. His sole objective was to empty the magazine as swiftly as possible, reload, and continue firing, repeating this cycle. The other members joined in the fray, exerting all their firepower, and finally managed to momentarily suppress the wolf pack. Song Gang seized the opportunity to dash back to the shelter. Jean Mao, the mantis, shouted, and without hesitation, Jean Mao ignited the fuse. Moments later, the explosion resonated with a force capable of toppling the canyon, sending rocks tumbling down in an explosive wave. With dust soaring over 30 meters high, visibility was obscured, and all others ceased firing, save for the wild boar and the cannon. The machine gun served primarily for suppressive fire, requiring no precision. The mere expulsion of ammunition was deemed a victory. The explosion's impact was tremendous. Li Jushu contemplated that even a 10-story building would be reduced to rubble. However, he understood that the battle had only just begun. As the dust began to clear, the scene within the blast radius emerged, revealing a ground strewn with dismembered bodies and carcasses. At least 20 blood wolves lay dead, with a similar number severely injured and countless more lightly wounded. The once dense pack of wolves became sparse, the once vibrant area now stained red. Yet no one felt joy in this carnage. The potent scent of blood only incited the remaining blood wolves, which howled and charged forward. Pallor washed over everyone's faces. No one had anticipated such a dire situation. The wolf pack surged like an unending tide, and even thoughts of escape were rendered futile. 2 legs could not outrun 4, especially in the treacherous terrain of the canyon, where even 100 meters would see them overtaken by the blood wolves. Conserve your ammunition. Chao Gang knew he should not utter this phrase, yet the words escaped him. Their mission entailed dealing with 20 blood wolves, armed with enough ammunition to confront 100. But now they faced at least 300. As long as their ammunition held out, they could still resist. Without it, they would be left to await their demise. The blood wolves were massive, yet astonishingly swift. Li Jushu stood roughly 130 meters from the blood wolves and in the midst of a throng. They could not fully exploit their speed advantage, making it relatively easy for him to take aim. He capitalized on the benefits of his night vision goggles, yet dared not grow complacent. He focused intently, as Chao Gang had advised, wasting not a single bullet. He abandoned the notion of targeting the heart and concentrated solely on the wolves' heads and necks, those areas guaranteed to ensure a kill. He noted that the mantis employed a similar strategy, striving for one-shot kills to conserve every precious bullet. Wang Xiaoxin tended to the wounded Haozi, who bit down on a towel, trembling from pain despite the anesthesia. Beads of sweat coated her forehead. In outdoor combat, the dosage of anesthesia was minimal. It could not be calculated with the precision afforded in a hospital. They dared not use too much, opting for a lesser amount to avoid the risk of death. In the balance between suffering and survival, everyone remained acutely aware. The drummer had suffered a deep gash on his left leg from the rock. He hastily bandaged it and aimed a shotgun at the wolves. The others unleashed their full firepower, now prioritizing survival over their original mission. Before their departure, they had believed this to be a routine task. Even if complications arose, they thought they could merely fail to complete their objective with their safety assured. Yet now, an ominous sense of foreboding gripped each heart, for in light of the current predicament, the mere act of escaping had become a luxury. No one knew the exact number of blood wolves lurking within the canyon, but thus far they had encountered packs of a mere dozen or 2 dozen at most, with the largest group numbering only 50 or 60. They had never heard of hundreds appearing at once. Perhaps such occurrences existed, but those who knew had likely met their end. As the bullets dwindled, Li Jushu attempted to execute a dual-target shot. A headshot seemed improbable, yet striking the neck remained a possibility. Just as he attempted to take aim, a shriek erupted from behind the shelter, causing him to flinch. An unsuspecting blood wolf had crept up from behind, silently approaching, and with a swift bite. It severed a portion of the cannon's body. As Li Jushu glanced over, he witnessed the blood wolf's second bite claim the cannon's head, silencing his scream abruptly. Yet, this was not the most terrifying revelation. What followed was the emergence of not just one, but several blood wolves, and even more alarmingly, 7 or 8 more descended from the cliff on the opposite side, having discovered a narrow path to traverse downwards. The entire team felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Their plan unraveled in an instant, and instinctively, they turned to confront the blood wolves behind them. However, they soon realized the folly of this move. Turning their backs would only invite a full-on assault from the wolves in front. Li Jushu twisted around to discover blood wolves emerging from the ridge on his side, one of which was alarmingly close, less than a meter from his chosen sniping position. At that moment, the source of his previous unease became abundantly clear. Wolves are intelligent creatures, while not on par with humans, among the animal kingdom. Their intellect ranks within the top 5. This location had been utilized as an ambush point by multiple teams, the exact number of instances lost to time. However, Li Jushu gleaned from the Mantis' words that he had at least employed this tactic 3 times. Those who fall for the same trap repeatedly eventually learn. And it was evident that the blood wolves had adapted, turning the tables and utilizing ambush tactics against humans. Regrettably, Li Jushu and his companions found themselves among the unfortunate victims. To ambush the blood wolves only to be ensnared by them is a bitter irony. Li Jushu felt fortunate that he had selected an alternative sniping position. While it restricted his own mobility, it was not easy for the blood wolves to approach. Most crucially, a rock jutted out above him, preventing the wolves from launching an aerial assault. They could only advance from the side. He pivoted his weapon and fired at the blood wolf, approaching the first sniping position. The bullet striking true and sending the creature tumbling into the canyon in a cascade of rocks and dust. The battle within the canyon had devolved into chaos, with each fighting for their own survival, and no one remembered Chao Gang's admonition to conserve ammunition. On the opposing cliff, the Mantis faced 2 blood wolves simultaneously, one on each side. When he chose his sniping position, he had solely considered how to effectively target the creatures within the canyon, never contemplating the dangers lurking behind him. Now, he faced the consequences of that oversight. Li Jushu experienced a tumult of emotions. In a way, he felt gratitude towards the Mantis. Had the Mantis not occupied that position first, it would have been Li Jushu who had chosen it. Nevertheless, he resolved to rescue the drummer first, aiming his sniper rifle towards the chaos in the canyon and firing continuously. The first volume, Wan Shou Xing Qiu, Chapter 43, Rearguard. One blood wolf after another fell. Yet an even greater number surged forward. The sensation of being besieged front and back was unbearable. Attention fragmented, the Mantis, originally positioned for long-range suppression, was now wholly preoccupied with self-defense. Only Li Jushu stood alone, unable to suppress the multitude of blood wolves. Haozi, with but one arm, was the first to succumb. A blood wolf severed his thigh, followed by a fatal bite to his neck, marking him as the second casualty. In the midst of screams, Wang Xiaoxin felt a blood wolf's paw strike her back, leaving her body a mass of gore. In a desperate bid to save her, Chao Gang charged forward, only to be met with a vicious bite to his face, leaving half of his visage, and his left eye, devastated, blood pouring forth in a horrific spectacle. Li Jushu has exerted his utmost abilities, but remains unable to prevent his comrades from succumbing to injuries one after another. Above him, a blood wolf prowls anxiously atop the rocks, yearning to attack, but unable to find a path down. One of the blood wolves has already crossed the first sniper point, yet he has no time to attend to it. It is only when the wolf lunges within a meter of him that he swiftly pivots his firearm. The gunfire erupts, a fiery tongue leaping forth as the bullet pierces through the wolf's gaping maw and exits through the crown of its head, sending the creature tumbling over a meter down the rocky precipice. Suddenly, an inspiration strikes Li Jushu. He quickly retrieves a rope, securing one end to the rock and fastening the other around his waist. With a powerful push against the cliff face, he propels himself over the edge, his gaze sweeping across the ridge below. As he anticipated, the ridge is narrow, and the number of blood wolves is limited to about 11 or 12. Before the rope swings back, he fires off several rounds. 2 of the nearest blood wolves suffer headshots, while another falls victim to a bullet that penetrates its throat. He repeatedly launches himself off the cliff, utilizing the inverted position to dispatch the blood wolves on the ridge, scarcely allowing himself a moment to breathe. He promptly unfastens the rope from his waist and throws it down into the gorge, shouting, "Grab the rope and come up." He presses his sniper rifle against the rock, unleashing a barrage of fire. Chao Gang's affection for Wang Xiaoxin is genuine. He is the first to urge her to climb, followed closely by the nearest drummer. Li Jushu possesses but a single rope, while the others are entirely unprepared, which could have enhanced their efficiency. Wild boar, come up, Li Jushu calls out. The quality of the rope is exceptional, easily capable of supporting the weight of 3 individuals. Night owl, see you in the next life. The frenzied wild boar lifts his head, flashing a bittersweet and helpless smile at Li Jushu, tinged with despair. It is then that Li Jushu realizes his right foot is missing, severed below the knee by a blood wolf's bite, the ground soaked with crimson. He has no time to staunch the bleeding, and the barrels of 2 submachine guns are beginning to glow red from overuse as he frantically fires, his pale visage contorted in a snarl. He is approximately 7 meters from the rope. Under normal circumstances, this distance would pose little challenge. Yet now, several blood wolves obstruct his path. A cry of despair from his leader captures Li Jushu's attention. Upon closer inspection, he sees the demolitions expert, golden retriever, being besieged by 2 blood wolves, one clamping on his arm, the other onto his leg. A slight tug would render him a man without limbs. His leader, the mantis, has somehow descended from the opposite cliff and, surpassing Chao Gang, grasps the rope, striving to ascend, bloodied yet agile, far surpassing the drummer. He seems oblivious to golden retriever's cries, wholly absorbed in his ascent. Li Jushu does not notice how the mantis has evaded the blood wolves. He has discarded his sniper rifle and cannot fault anyone for prioritizing their survival. Every person faces peril, and if one can escape, they must. Even Chao Gang cannot voice any objections. As the team leader, he must remain at the rear. The others scramble to climb, leaving only Li Jushu and Wild Boar, surrounded by blood wolves. Given the current situation, Chao Gang's chances of escape seem negligible. Li Jushu's sniper rifle is now emitting smoke, yet the number of blood wolves continues to swell. Wild Boar is the first to fall, his skull half gnawed away by the wolves, and the 2 submachine guns fall silent. Just as everyone believes Chao Gang is doomed, a thunderous explosion reverberates through the air. The shockwave sweeps across the area, obliterating dozens of blood wolves. Golden Retriever has detonated the explosives strapped to his body in a final act of defiance, securing a moment of respite for Chao Gang. Though the blast catches Chao Gang, he is clad in a bulletproof vest. Spitting blood, he disregards the pain and charges through the gap, sprinting toward the cliff face with the speed of a sprinter. He leaps, grasping the rope with both hands, using sheer upper body strength to ascend over 2 meters. One must acknowledge Chao Gang's formidable prowess. At this moment, Wang Xiaoxin and the drummer have scaled the protruding rocks of the cliff, working together to pull up the mantis and Chao Gang. Below in the gorge, the pursuing blood wolves are unable to ascend, confined to a place of fury and howling. There is no time to rest. Everyone hastens to retreat along the ridge. As blood wolves draw closer from the depths of the gorge, the terrain of the ridge is treacherous. While the wolves move slowly, they are still faster than the group. As the only uninjured person, Li Jushu assumes the rear guard. Before departing, he unfastens the rope. Under normal circumstances, given Li Jushu's sharpshooting skills, holding the rear would pose no difficulty. However, a troubling reality looms. He is left with only a handful of bullets, while over 20 blood wolves converge along the ridge. The blood wolves on the ridge represent just a fraction of the threat. The true danger lies within the gorge, where they relentlessly pursue, unless the group intends to remain on the ridge indefinitely. Yet, that is not a viable solution. The ridge spans several kilometers, and the wolves will eventually discover a way up. A blood wolf's head explodes, its carcass plummeting into the gorge. Li Jushu cannot afford to ponder the distant future. He must address the immediate crisis first. As they retreat, the blood wolves advance. Each time a wolf approaches within a safe distance, Li Jushu fires a shot. I have a brilliant idea, he declares as he is left with only 2 bullets. The mantis suddenly speaks up. What? Chao Gang's voice is hoarse, perhaps from anxiety or excessive blood loss, with no time to tend to his wounds. I still have 1 glory bomb. If we detonate it to create an opening, the blood wolves will be unable to follow, the mantis proposes. Excellent idea. As soon as Night Owl arrives, we will blow the ridge. Gao Gang Zetpeng. The wolves are too close. We cannot wait for him. We must create the opening now. He has a rope, so he will be fine, insists the mantis. Night Owl, hold them off for 10 seconds. Chao Gang has no time for further contemplation and shouts to Li Jushu. Immediately, Li Jushu drops down to avoid being harmed by the shrapnel from the explosion, while the mantis sets the explosive. Once Chao Gang and the others reach a safe distance, the bomb is detonated. Boom! Debris flies as the narrow ridge is blasted open, creating a gap of over 10 meters. Just as Li Jushu retrieves the rope, he finds himself losing his footing, plummeting downward with a scream. What the hell? Volume 1. The Beast Planet, Chapter 44, Exotic Herbs. No one anticipated that the gap would extend sideways, directly beneath Li Jushu's feet. Whether it was the bomb's overwhelming force or the ridge's fragility, he tumbled toward the opposite side of the ridge, away from the gorge. This side is shrouded in mist, unfathomably deep. No one knows what lies below, not even the blood wolves, who are reluctant to approach. It is common sense that one should avoid falling. Li Jushu attempts to grasp something to steady himself, but finds only emptiness, his body tumbling down as he vaguely hears the cries of the drummer, Chao Gang, and Wang Xiaoxin, before all sound fades into silence. In an instant, Li Jushu's mind goes blank for several seconds, but the instinct to survive drives him to frantically seize anything on the cliff face, grasping at whatever he can. Yet the cliff is barren, littered only with loose stones that not only fail to stabilize him, but also cut his hands into wounds. The world spun wildly, everything spiraling out of control. Just when he believed his life was drawing to a close, an immense force surged from his waist. A rope, tethered securely, had snagged onto something. The downward pull clashed violently with the rope's tension, and in that instant, Li Jushu felt as though he were being torn in two. The excruciating pain caused his vision to darken, yet the instinct for survival compelled him to clutch the rope with all his might. As his body slipped downward once more, he caught sight of a protruding rock jutting out half a meter below. Summoning all his strength, he rolled and extended his hand, gripping the rock tightly. Fortunately, the rope's resistance had cushioned his fall, allowing him to stabilize himself against the rock. Then he noticed the severely deformed Koei-23 sniper rifle sliding down, entangled in the rope, having presumably lodged itself in a crevice, inadvertently saving his life. The powerful force of gravity yanked the rifle free, sending it plummeting toward the abyss. During this descent, the rope unwound, and Li Jushu could only watch helplessly as the rifle fell away, reducing to a mere black, before vanishing into the darkness. Without a sound, after a brief respite, regaining a modicum of strength, Li Jushu climbed onto the rock, leaning against the cliff face, a more comfortable position than lying prone. He promptly retrieved the rope, wrapping it securely around his waist, an invaluable lifeline. His next priority was to unwrap a piece of chocolate and pop it into his mouth, both to alleviate his tension and replenish his energy. He knew he would have to rely on himself to ascend. Lacking stamina was not an option. He glanced upward, only to be met with the impenetrable darkness of the night sky. Perhaps it was the angle, or perhaps he had fallen too deeply to hear any sounds from above. He wondered if Chao Gang and the others had given up on the rescue, or if his descent had rendered him too far down for their voices to reach him. Although his body ached with fatigue, he bore the discomfort, thoroughly examining himself. Remarkably, aside from some abrasions, he had escaped with no broken bones or internal injuries. The worst of it was his palms, now riddled with cuts from sharp stones. If only he had thought to wear gloves. He marveled at the potency of the potions he had consumed. Without the strength and bone-enhancing elixirs, he would not have fared so well. Perhaps he would have already become a corpse at the base of the cliff. He chose not to climb immediately. Even if he managed to ascend, he would not escape, for the blood wolf's nature dictated it would remain vigilant until dawn. Thus, the hours until morning became his time to recuperate. As he began to untie the rope to secure himself to the rock, lest he inadvertently doze off and fall, a fragrant aroma wafted toward him. What could be the source of such an enticing scent? Li Jushu was astonished, having never encountered a fragrance so delightful. His senses sharpened. He scanned the cliff face, and the advantages of his night vision soon revealed a cave approximately 20 meters away. He could not ascertain whether it was a true cave or merely a hollow, but its size appeared sufficient to shelter 2 or 3 individuals, far preferable to the precarious rock on which he currently perched. Though not an avid climber, Li Jushu was no stranger to the practice. As a sniper, occupying high ground often necessitated climbing. While not on par with professional climbers, his skills surpassed those of a novice. He retrieved bandages from his gear, meticulously wrapping each of his fingers before checking his belongings and commencing his careful ascent toward the cave. The rocky surface was coarse, but manageable, and his night vision helped him avoid numerous hazards. After 7 or 8 minutes of cautious navigation, he successfully entered the cave, which measured about a meter wide and 1.5 meters deep, taking on an irregular, semicircular shape. Just as he fully nestled into the cave, a dark flash shot forth from within. Li Jushu, taken by surprise, felt every hair on his body stand on end. Before his mind could catch up, his fingers instinctively produced a playing card, which he flung toward the shadowy figure. The card struck with the swiftness of lightning, embedding itself into the earthen ceiling. With a thud, the dark entity fell to the ground, now in 2 pieces, still writhing in a struggle. It turned out to be a snake. The thickness of a chopstick, its body a deep black, blending seamlessly into the darkness of the cave. Li Jushu was grateful for his night vision. Without it, he might have encountered the snake before realizing its presence, too late to avoid a bite. He could not identify the snake, but he was certain that a bite would spell disaster. Extracting the card from the dirt, he felt a surge of accomplishment. After so much practice, his skills had finally manifested. Yet, he recognized a flaw in himself. His reaction time had been sluggish. This time, he had escaped by instinct, but he might not be so fortunate next. Disposing of the snake's head over the cliff, he noted that such creatures possess remarkable vitality, even severed. The head would not perish immediately, and a careless bite could lead to dire consequences. Having eliminated the danger, he finally had a moment to survey the cave. In one corner stood a pink plant, resembling red coral, about 3 inches tall with 7 or 8 orchid-like leaves. The captivating fragrance emanated from this plant, invigorating him. The presence of rare insects guarding it indicated its value. Although unfamiliar with this plant, Li Jushu trusted his instincts, sensing its worth. He quickly produced a vacuum seal bag, carefully excavating the plant along with the surrounding soil. His gaze then fell upon the lifeless snake, recalling how he had consumed snake blood to gain his night vision. The snake appeared unusual. Perhaps it held unexpected powers as well. While the remains still bore a hint of warmth, he seized the body and took a few hearty bites. The flavor was reminiscent of chicken, wholly unoffensive with brittle bones. After waiting a spell, he noticed no changes in his body, and disappointment crept in. Once he had thoroughly checked the surroundings and confirmed the absence of threats, he leaned against the rock wall and gradually succumbed to sleep. Volume 1, The B-Star Planet. Chapter 45, A Surprising Encounter with a Young Girl. Upon awakening, daylight had arrived. Li Jushu again assessed his body, finding no alterations, and he felt a twinge of disappointment. This peculiar snake, seemingly extraordinary, proved to be of little use. He stuffed the remaining chocolate into his mouth and examined himself for any discrepancies before commencing his climb. The rock face sloped nearly 80 degrees, almost vertical, imposing significant psychological pressure upon him. The only solace was the rough texture of the cliff, providing ample handholds. He ascended slowly, each step draining considerable strength. Reflecting on the descent from the previous night, he estimated his fall to have been between 300 and 350 meters. However, the reality of climbing revealed a harsher situation than he had anticipated. As the sun rose, the oppressive heat exacerbated his fatigue far beyond normal conditions. Each finger, wrapped in bandages, became slick with sweat and blood seeping from his wounds. His fingers slipped on the rock, and he knew he could not afford to rebandage. The most disheartening realization was that after an hour and a half of climbing, he still could not see the summit. Completely unaware of how much further he had to go, sweat trickled down his forehead into his eyes, the stinging sensation prompting him to wipe them. Understanding he was no professional climber, he climbed with caution, opting for the safest routes. Sometimes he chose to take longer paths rather than risk a hazardous shortcut. A detour might consume more time, but was far preferable to the peril of falling. His clothes were completely soaked with sweat. The reason he had kept the thick garment was to protect his skin in case of slip, but now it had become a burden, making him feel extremely uncomfortable and hindering his movements. Regret was futile at this point. He glanced at the sky and noticed the sun was directly overhead. It had begun its ascent at 7 o'clock, meaning he had been climbing for 5 hours. Suddenly, he sensed something was amiss. Under normal circumstances, not to mention 5 hours of intense climbing, even 2 hours would leave him too fatigued to speak. However, 5 hours had passed, and he still felt energetic. This was not merely the lingering effects of the bone-enhancing potion. He recalled the small, inky snake. Natural species were indeed quite nutritious. He wondered what effect the unusual herb might have. Li Jushu thought to himself that if he could no longer endure, he would consume the grass, logically deducing that its pleasant aroma likely indicated it was not toxic. Another 2 hours passed, and he finally spotted the ridge. At this moment, his fingers had lost all sensation, becoming numb and even stiff. He exercised utmost caution, afraid to make any mistakes. Should he fall now, he would never forgive himself. Even in death, the more one fears something, the closer it comes. Just 5 meters from the summit, a protruding rock suddenly crumbled, and at that moment, his foot had already been lifted, all his weight resting on the rock. Li Jushu felt a rush of terror as he plummeted downward. The nearby rock face was smooth and vertical, devoid of any handholds. It was over. In that instant, Li Jushu truly felt despair. Catch! A melodious yet slightly soft voice rang out, followed by a rope descending from above, appearing before him. Li Jushu, like a drowning man spotting a lifeline, seized a rope with lightning speed. He had only just begun to fall, and his strength was still limited, but after grabbing hold of the rope, he quickly steadied himself. A tremendous force surged from the rope, and he hardly needed to climb. He was effortlessly pulled upwards. As he rolled onto the ridge, he saw a familiar, beautiful face. Little sister. Li Jushu never imagined that his savior would be her. He would have preferred to believe it was Wang Xiaoxin. Over the years, he had interacted with only a handful of women: Wang Xiaoxin, Little Sister, and Lin Lu. Lin Lu had vanished in a vast desert, while Little Sister was at the gathering point. Only Wang Xiaoxin knew about his fall and might have collaborated with Chao Gang and others to rescue him. What are you doing here? How did you know I was here? Li Jushu was filled with questions. I received a mission and ran into Chao Gang on the way. I inquired, and he told me, Little Sister replied. You know my team leader? Li Jushu was unaware of this fact. Chao Gang had previously worked with their team a few times when he was associated with the Haitefeng, so they weren't very familiar but would exchange greetings when they met. Little Sister had one more thing to say. She had only acknowledged Chao Gang because of Li Jushu. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spoken up. What a small world. Li Jushu remarca. The gathering point isn't very large. Many teams know each other, but they rarely communicate due to competitive dynamics, Little Sister explained. Thanks to you this time. Otherwise, the next time we meet would have been 18 years later. Li Jushu lay on the ground, reluctant to rise, feeling that life was wonderfully exquisite. The oscillation between life and death was enough to reflect upon for a lifetime. Chao Gang appears generous on the surface, but he is actually selfish. You should avoid following him, Little Sister said, having initially held no ill feelings toward Chao Gang. However, her dissatisfaction grew upon learning that he had abandoned Li Jushu. What is your mission? Li Jushu did not wish to discuss this topic. He was well aware of Chao Gang's issues, but regardless, he could not speak ill of him for having taken him in during his most difficult time. Collect 100 blood wolf flowers, Little Sister stated, already tending to Li Jushu's hands, redressing them, and treating other wounds. I heard that blood wolf flowers grow deep in the Blood Wolf Canyon. Is it dangerous? Are you going alone? Li Jushu noticed that there were no others on the ridge. Our team previously completed a task involving blood wolf flowers and knows of a location with plenty of them. The place I am going is not hazardous, Little Sister replied. Did you bring any food? Li Jushu asked. Only dry rations. Little Sister opened her pack. At this point, Li Jushu could hardly afford to be picky. He was so hungry that he felt as if his stomach was touching his back. He could even devour several pieces of compressed biscuits. Once he had eaten his fill, he felt rejuvenated. Grabbing a semi-automatic rifle from Little Sister, he proclaimed, Let us go. We must complete this task, and I will ensure your safety. Little Sister did not refuse. Indeed, as she had said, although the location lay deep within the Blood Wolf Canyon, for some reason, this area was devoid of blood wolves. In a particularly concealed spot, a vast field of blood wolf flowers bloomed abundantly. Little Sister collected exactly 100, refusing to gather anymore. The blood wolf flower is said to be a material for concocting a certain antidote. Tasks related to it are frequently issued. We have earned quite a bit from this location, Little Sister spoke with a hint of pride, noting that such a treasure trove was rare even for second or third tier teams. Li Jushu, holding the rifle, resembled a mere shadow, contributing nothing during the trek. Returning to Gathering Point 11, Little Sister immediately reported her task completion, earning a reward of 5.8 million copper coins, which left Li Jushu envious. The price of blood wolf flowers is quite unstable. Sometimes it ranges from 10 to 20,000, and at times it can reach as high as 80,000. The team leader had a rule against accepting tasks below 50,000, and I only decided to take this one because the price was decent and the quantity substantial. Little sister explained. With the team reduced to just her, it was effectively disbanded. She had planned to rest for a while. But the generous reward and low difficulty compelled her to accept the task. Such a place must be utilized well. Li Jushu nodded in agreement. I'll treat you to a meal, little sister said cheerfully, her spirits lifted by the significant reward, as it had been long since she had received such a sum. I'll return to the inn first to assure the team of my safety. By the way, I lost my Koei 23 sniper rifle. I will check the black market next time to see if I can find it and buy it back for you, Li Jushu mentioned. They're no longer around. What do you need the rifle for? Little sister shook her head. The rifle is yours. If it's lost, it's lost. The important thing is that you are safe. In the past, if team members were still present, Li Jushu would naturally have to compensate for the lost rifle. However, with only little sister remaining, she held the final say. She understood Li Jushu's circumstances. After all, where would he find money? Even if he did find a Koei 23 sniper rifle on the black market, he wouldn't be able to afford it, as it cost tens of thousands. Where shall we meet later? Li Jushu refrained from arguing, but had already resolved in his heart that he must return the rifle. Previously, he would have thought it difficult to repay a rifle, but his experiences during this time had fostered his growth, instilling in him more confidence than ever in his ability to earn money. At the fragrant garden, little sister blurted out, "All right." Upon returning to the inn, Li Jushu found Chao Gang and the others present, but each appeared unwell, especially Chao Gang, whose face was covered in bandages, leaving only one eye visible. The drummer greeted him with both joy and embarrassment. Li Jushu offered a few words of comfort, said little more, and took the Exploder 002B before leaving. The gathering point had a dedicated facility for weapon repairs, forming a highly developed industrial chain capable of servicing everything from pistols to artillery, as long as one could afford the price. Li Jushu brought the Exploder 002B to a shop called Xiaogao Repair, a familiar place where he did not need to worry about being overcharged. 80,000. Xiaogao appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, sporting thick glasses. He picked up the Bloodshed 002B, examined it briefly, and provided a repair estimate. All right, when will it be ready? Li Jushu's lips twitched slightly. He did not bargain. Xiaogao's quote was undoubtedly not the lowest, yet it was reasonable and fair, reflecting his expertise. The priority was the assurance of quality. Some repairmen may offer lower prices, but their work could be unreliable. This was a vital item, and even if it cost a bit more, quality was paramount. By noon tomorrow, Xiaogao replied. I will come to collect it at 12. Li Jushu left a deposit of 10,000 copper coins and headed to Luxianjuan, where his sister awaited him with the dishes already ordered. Shall we drink? She inquired. Let us not be extravagant. Li Jushu chuckled and shook his head. To him, alcohol offered no health benefits and was prohibitively expensive, thus he never purchased it, viewing it as a waste of money. What are your thoughts for the future? His sister's large eyes gazed at him, filled with a hint of expectation. This question sounded akin to a supervisor querying an employee. Li Jushu replied, People are simply curious. Hasn't Chao Gang asked how you managed to rise up? Sharp as ever. Li Jushu praised, raising his thumb. If I may say, with your capabilities, you could easily transition to a level 1 or even level 2 team, which would yield greater rewards. If you need, I can help with introductions. Enough about me. What about you? Have you contemplated your own future plans? Li Jushu inquired. I'm unsure. I'll just take it step by step, she responded, her expression dimming. Yu had been a commendable team leader, caring for her like a father, while Lin Lu was a considerate older sister. Suddenly, she felt as though she had lost her family. Li Jushu nearly slapped himself for broaching such a sensitive topic. He quickly shifted the conversation. Isn't that the Haizizu team over there? They've come here to dine, indicating they must have completed a significant task. Although Luxianjuan was not the top-tier restaurant in the gathering place, the prices were still high. Having accompanied Chao Gang for over 2 years, he had only dined there once. The Haizizu team was slightly stronger than theirs, but not by much, and they typically refrained from spending here unless they had a substantial reward to celebrate. The Haizizu team had been fortunate. On their way back from a mission, they stumbled upon a severely injured silver-horned rhinoceros. This rhinoceros was precisely the target of the Hongdian Team's mission, which had led to the complete annihilation of their group, ultimately benefiting the Haizizu team. who claimed a reward of 30 million copper coins for the creature. His sister was well informed and had grasped the entire sequence of events. 30 million. Li Juxu Gaspat, realizing that the highest reward currently on the task board was only 50 million. Previously, it was 50 million. But a new task was posted yesterday with a reward of 80 million. She informed him, as her habit of monitoring the task board had become second nature. She used to coordinate tasks for their team while providing information and assistance. 80 million. Li Yuxu exclaimed in astonishment. What task offers such a high reward? It can't be hunting the Titan python, can it? Not at all. It involves locating a specific herb, entirely red like coral, with leaves resembling orchids and an enchanting fragrance, albeit small in size, she clarified. An herb? Do you have an image? Li Jushu's expression turned peculiar. The description sounded eerily similar to the herb he had acquired. No, she shook her head. Such rare herbs typically appear in extraordinary terrains and are likely guarded by unusual beasts. For ordinary people like us, encounters are virtually impossible. Hence I didn't print any photographs. Knowing the improbability, I didn't place much importance on it. Li Jushu suddenly lost his appetite, hastily finishing his meal before bidding farewell to his sister and rushing to the task hall. Indeed, the previously top-ranking task of 50 million had fallen to second place, while the new task offering 80 million occupied the first. Upon seeing the image, Li Jushu's fist clenched involuntarily. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the bizarre herb he had obtained. Fortune had finally smiled upon him. Without hesitation, he promptly applied to take on the task, only to be informed that he was not a team leader and lacked the necessary authorization, thus could not accept the task, nor could he provide the deposit. How could I have overlooked that? Li Jushu exclaimed, smacking his forehead. After a moment of contemplation, he turned back to seek his sister's assistance. Volume 1, Wansho Star Planet. Chapter 47, The Golden Ginger Moon Fox. His sister, possessing a kind heart, did not hesitate and took on the task. Subsequently, Li Jushu met the employer, who was commonly referred to as the East family or the boss. Before him stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman, resembling a fairy, with a face like the bright moon and a figure as delicate as willow fluff, adorned in luxurious robes that showcased her opulence. Li Jushu found himself utterly captivated. It was the first time he beheld such exquisite beauty. Her visage, demeanor, and attire were flawless, causing him to momentarily question whether he was dreaming. For only in dreams could one encounter such perfection. Jiang Yuehu, noticing Li Jushu's stunned gaze, slightly furrowed her brow but felt no anger. She was accustomed to men losing their composure in her presence. Since you dare to accept the task, it implies you possess some level of confidence. Have you seen the herb mentioned in the task? Or do you recognize this particular herb? She was not only enchanting in appearance, but also possessed a voice that flowed like a gentle stream, soothing and sweet. The task board does not provide extensive details. I wish to confirm whether there is a time constraint. Li Jushu took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. While the beauty was indeed captivating, he was primarily motivated by monetary gain. He understood that such a woman was beyond his reach. They belonged to entirely different worlds. If you can complete the task within a week, I can offer an additional 5 million, Jiang Yuehu stated. What about 3 days? Li Jushu proposed, surprising himself with his boldness. If you can present the herb within 3 days, I will grant you an extra 10 million. Jiang Yuehu fixed her gaze upon him. Her eyes icy. Is the contract prepared? Li Juxu inquired. Provide me with your account details. Jiang Yuehu's brows arched, exuding an irresistible authority. Li Jushu instinctively produced his bank card. Transfer the funds. Jiang Yuehu did not take the card herself. Her assistant or secretary swiftly took it and left. Approximately 5 minutes later, they returned, handing the card back to Li Jushu. The 10 million has been credited. Turn left upon exiting to reach the bank, where you may verify it. Li Jushu, lacking decorum, dashed out. If it had been Pu Xiaoyan, he would not have needed to confirm. He trusted Pu Xiaoyan. However, the stunning beauty left him feeling uncertain. His mother had once said that the more beautiful a woman, the more deceitful she might be. Miss, could she possibly be a fraud? The assistant regarded Li Jushu's actions with disdain. His eyes betray no deception. He has seen that herb and knows its exact location. Jiang Yuehu affirmed confidently. His clothing does not exceed 1,000 copper coins, and is it truly possible for that herb to exist in this area? The assistant was not dismissing the lady's judgment, but found the notion rather far-fetched, as it was no ordinary herb. Never underestimate anyone. Fate can sometimes be fair. Jiang Yuehu remained composed, unfazed by Li Jushu's offense. The assistant fell silent, glancing at their watch, quietly calculating time. Li Jushu arrived at the bank, and amidst the staff's impatience, confirmed the additional 10 million. Ignoring their changing expressions, he hurried back. Is the amount accurate? The assistant's voice dripped with sarcasm. Li Jushu remained silent, retrieving a vacuum-sealed bag containing an herb that lay quietly within. Fengzianko, the assistant blurted out in astonishment, so taken aback that she failed to notice the pen slipping from her grasp and falling to the ground. Her eyes widened, fixated on the vacuum-sealed bag, her breathing quickening. Jiang Yuehu, true to her status as a young lady, though equally excited, maintained her composure. She took the bag from Li Jushu's hands and scrutinized it for a full half-minute, a faint smile gracing her lips. Li Jushu felt a weight lift from his heart, for he knew that the money was secure. Although he was already 90% certain that the herb Jiang Yuehu sought was the very one he had procured. The potential for error lingered until the final moment. There were numerous similar herbal specimens, and he was no expert in botany, increasing the likelihood of misidentification. Now, with confirmation in hand, he realized he had indeed grasped an immense fortune. His anxious heart settled. He began to envision a splendid future ahead. This is the herb I was searching for. Thank you. Jiang Yuehu earnestly expressed her gratitude as she handed the vacuum bag back to her assistant. It is indeed good news. Li Jushu's throat felt dry as he found himself at a loss for words under Jiang Yuehu's penetrating gaze, which seemed to see through to his very soul. I am Jiang Yuehu. May I ask your name? She inquired, exhaling softly like an orchid. Li Juxu, he replied, instinctively lowering his gaze, regretting having revealed his real name to someone he barely knew. Could you elaborate on your process of gathering the incense herb? Were there any unusual creatures or insects encountered? Jiang Yuehu asked, as her assistant re-entered with 2 cups of tea after placing the vacuum bag in the safe. There was a small, dark snake, about the thickness of a chopstick, Li Jushu replied, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. And where is this snake now? Jiang Yuehu's gaze bore into him. Li Jushu, wary, opted not to divulge the truth, stating only that he had killed the snake and tossed it into the river. Our company has a keen interest in rare and exotic creatures. Should you encounter any in the future, whether captured or merely providing leads, you would be rewarded accordingly. Jiang Yuehu explained, Samingli sensingli juxus kautyun. He felt a stir of intrigue and decided to mention the snake he had killed in the forest, which he had brought back without informing Pu Xiaoyan, who had only inquired about the red-spotted crown spider. Consequently, the snake's carcass had remained in his hotel room's freezer. Upon hearing that the snake was dead, Jiang Yuehu felt a twinge of disappointment. However, considering potential future collaborations, she requested that Li Jushu bring the snake's remains for evaluation, assuring him that if it held any value, she would acquire it. Li Jushu felt confident. After all, a snake capable of granting humans night vision could not be of little worth. He made a trip back to the hotel to retrieve the snake's carcass. Upon his return, he noticed an elderly gentleman with a white beard and reading glasses standing beside Jiang Yuehu. The moment the old man laid eyes on the snake's remains, he leapt up, nearly snatching it from Li Jushu's hands, examining it intently for several seconds before displaying an expression of profound regret. How could it be dead? Such a waste. Truly a waste. All the blood drained out. What a pity. Old son, what kind of snake is this? Is it still valuable? The assistant could not help but inquire. The old gentleman ignored the assistant, turning to Jiang Yuehu and stating, I shall take this snake with me. While I am not well versed in market prices, it is certainly worth millions. Discuss the price among yourselves. I have matters to attend to. With that, he disregarded everyone else and departed with the snake's remains. 10 million. Jiang Yuehu gazed at Li Jushu, presenting a figure that left the assistant astounded. Deal. Li Jushu responded without a moment's hesitation, as the price exceeded his expectations. Volume 1. The Beast Planet, Chapter 48, Crisis. With a task reward of 80 million and an additional 10 million, the sale of the snake's carcass brought the total to 100 million copper coins. However, when Li Jushu visited the bank, the figure had transformed into 1,200,000,000 copper coins. Miss, why do we give him an extra 20 million copper coins? Our offer was already quite generous, and there was no need for additional compensation, the assistant remarked, perplexed by the young lady's decision. Without Li Jushu, how long would it have taken us to locate the incense herb based on your estimates? Jiang Yuehu spoke casually, her attention focused on the map. It could take half a month, or even several months. It's impossible to say. The assistant hesitated, acknowledging the challenge of searching for something with no clues, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Now that we have the incense herb in hand, we have saved an immeasurable amount of time. The value of time cannot be overstated, Jiang Yuehu stated. But we have already rewarded him with 10 million copper coins, the assistant insisted, still feeling that it was excessive. Li Jushu managed to obtain the snake's remains, which Old Sun highly regarded, in addition to the incense herb. Do you not find this individual extraordinary? Jiang Yuehu fixed him with a glance. I understand now. You wish to invest in Li Jushu's future potential, the assistant realized. Such a person is destined for remarkable achievements. He is in need of funds, and I have enough. Establishing a good relationship may yield unexpected rewards in the future. Besides, even if we never cross paths again, 20 million is a drop in the bucket for me. Does this amount truly concern me? Jiang Yuehu remarked. You truly have foresight, miss, the assistant admitted, feeling somewhat ashamed. Inform the convoy. We shall depart tonight. As Jiang Yuehu focused intently on a particular point on the map, her demeanor shifted dramatically, transforming from a young lady to a formidable leader. Yes, the assistant felt a chill run down his spine. Having wealth is truly wonderful. Li Jushu could discern the underlying intent behind Jiang Yuehu's generous financial gesture, her belief in his potential. He recognized that she must possess considerable wealth. 20 million was but a trifling sum to her, and she would not even blink at parting with it. Nonetheless, he felt truly grateful, as he indeed needed the money. With this newfound wealth, he could secure Zhao Huiyer's medical treatment. He was now eager to return to his home planet to share this good news with Zhao Huiyer, assuring her that she need not worry, for her ailment could be cured. The vexing satellite had yet to be repaired, leaving him uncertain of when communication would be restored. With the satellite malfunctioning, interstellar transportation had become obsolete, and he could only wait. On his way back to the hotel, he encountered the hurried, black-headed bee. Where have you been? We haven't seen you these past few days. I'll explain my matters later. We must rush to the armory to procure supplies. Something big is about to happen, Black-Headed Bee whispered, his expression tense. What big event? Li Jushu was alarmed, as he had never seen Black-Headed Bee in such a state. Some rich second-generation kid has caused a ruckus in Lingyun Cave, tossing down a pangolin missile. Given the nature of the volcano scorpions, they will undoubtedly retaliate. I returned early, having floored the gas pedal. The news will reach us within the hour. Black-Headed Bee gritted his teeth as he spoke of the wealthy youth. One idiot. Why provoke the volcano scorpions of all creatures? This is going to be a major headache. Li Jushu couldn't help but curse. Newcomers were often unaware of the dangers of Lingyun Cave, while seasoned hunters were acutely aware of the terror it held. Millions of volcano scorpions resided within. Known for their ferocity and long memories, those who dared to provoke them could be pursued for miles, rivaling the tenacity of a tenacious creature. The primary reason veteran hunters feared Lingyun Cave was the utter uncertainty surrounding the number of volcano scorpions within. While the vicinity of Gathering Point 11 should logically lead to Gathering Point 10, the reality was that no such point existed, only Gathering Points 9 and 12. Naming a gathering place is never done lightly. Originally, there was the number 10 gathering site, which was ultimately obliterated by the volcanic scorpions. This incident was a testament to humanity's ignorance, as they failed to comprehend the true nature of the volcanic scorpions, provoking their wrath. Consequently, billions of volcanic scorpions surged forth from the Lingyun Cave, completely engulfing the number 10 gathering site. In order to learn from this grave mistake, humanity refrained from rebuilding the number 10 site. It is evident that this wealthy heir is an arrogant individual, believing himself invincible. Although the armor-piercing missile is indeed formidable, priced at over 3 billion copper coins, he remains oblivious to the circumstances within the Lingyun Cave, a vast underground world with intricate passages. The scorpion's lair extends thousands of meters deep, with an activity radius of over 80 kilometers. Not even a single armor-piercing missile, let alone several, could eradicate all the volcanic scorpions. If they were to retaliate, the nearest number 11 gathering site would be the first to suffer. Should such a large-scale conflict erupt, the prices within the gathering site would skyrocket within mere minutes, especially now that communications have been severed, rendering the gathering site an isolated island, leading to even more outrageous price hikes. As these thoughts crossed Li Jushu's mind, he lost the inclination to inquire further and quickened his pace to nearly a run. Suddenly struck by an idea, he shouted to the Hei Tu Feng, "You go ahead. I will join you shortly." He rushed to find his younger sister, who, unlike others, was not prone to wandering and remained at their residence. Li Jushu succinctly relayed the situation to her, and she, trusting him implicitly, did not ask many questions. The two then dashed towards the shop, but soon parted ways. She headed to procure ammunition while he went to buy potions. He was acutely aware of his physical shortcomings and knew he had to address them promptly. He purchased 2 bone potions, 2 strength potions, 2 speed potions, 2 agility potions, and 1 skin potion. The bone potion cost 5 million copper coins, while the other potions were priced at 12 million each. The speed potion enhances linear running speed, which is crucial for escapes, while the agility potion increases reaction speed, proving invaluable in close-quarters combat and evading attacks. The skin potion fortifies the skin's density for enhanced defense against cold, heat, and impact. Had Li Jushu consumed the skin potion earlier, his hands would have suffered far less during the ascent in Bloodwolf Canyon. All of these were level 1 potions. In truth, Li Jushu longed to purchase level 2 potions, but their exorbitant prices, tenfold that of level 1 potions, rendered them unattainable. He could barely afford even one, and certainly not the bone potion. Thus, he had no choice but to settle for less. In total, he spent 9 billion copper coins, a considerable sum, yet the staff offered him no discounts, presenting the full price. He dared not voice any complaints and proceeded to buy 35 nutritional potions. Once combat enters a protracted phase, the demand for food will surge, leading to rampant inflation. Nutritional potions would become the preferred sustenance, being energy-dense, compact, portable, and quickly absorbed by the body. The only downside was their high price, 200,000 each, but in the face of life and death, that seemed trivial. He spent another 7 million copper coins, leaving him with merely 4 million from the 2 billion earned from Jiang Yuehu. While it seemed significant, Li Jushu understood it was insufficient. Every coin must be meticulously accounted for. Various medicines consumed 1 million, while high-calorie foods like chocolate and, most importantly, water cost another 300,000. He already possessed weapons and only needed to purchase ammunition, including various bullets, grenades, landmines, and bombs, totaling 7 million, leaving him with 2 million. He then acquired additional necessary items, spending another 1 million. Afterward, he arrived at the second-ranked hotel in the number 11 gathering site, Taohua Yuanji, which stood 11 stories high, just 2 floors below the top-ranking Dongfang Hotel. He opted for a monthly package. The caliber of Taohua Yuanji was comparable to Dongfang Hotel, yet its prices were 20 lower. Given that it was not a holiday season, Taohua Yuanji was running a promotion offering a 32% discount for monthly rentals. Nevertheless, Li Jushu still paid 580,000 copper coins, which amounted to nearly 20,000 per night. Certainly a high expenditure. Had it not been for Taohua Yuanji's stature, geographical location, and reputation, he would not have willingly parted with such a sum. As he was moving his belongings to the room on the top floor, news of the wealthy heir's missile strike on Lingyun Cave spread like wildfire throughout the gathering site, igniting a storm of outrage. Which family's spoiled child is this? Is he not endangering lives? While seeking his own demise, he has also jeopardized us. Does he even understand what Lingyun Cave is? A place where even the king of hell dares not tread. When was the missile launched, and how long has it been? Is it too late to leave now? Stop the curses and prepare quickly. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. In this situation, the gathering site is the safest refuge. Encountering volcanic scorpions in the wild leaves no place to hide. Chaos erupted within the gathering site. Some were hoarding supplies, others seeking safe havens or searching for friends and family. Experienced hunters were doubling their efforts to ensure thorough preparations, while newcomers were left bewildered, unaware of Lingyun Cave or the volcanic scorpions, and thus confused by the panic and anger of those around them. The sudden rise in prices left them uneasy and inexplicably anxious. Bullets that once cost 20 copper coins each surged to 30, while standard gauze that was 50 copper coins doubled to 100. the level 1 strength potion, previously priced at 12 million copper coins, now escalated to 13 million, a staggering increase of 1 million. The prices of binoculars, daggers, gloves, and other supplies also saw varying degrees of inflation, with food, water, and hotel prices skyrocketing. Despite the apparent danger being absent, everyone felt as though the apocalypse was imminent. Li Jushu did not return to reunite with his team. From the moment Chao Gang abandoned him in Bloodwolf Canyon, a rift had formed between him and the group. Though unspoken, both sides understood this divide was irreparable. Had there been no alternative, he would have returned, and they would have maintained a facade of harmony. However, now that a better option was available, he naturally chose the superior path. He sought out his sister, but He Tu-Feng was nowhere to be found. Renowned for her prowess, she was always in demand, and Li Jushu felt a sense of security if he could align with her. Yet despite his searches, she remained elusive, leading him to suspect she had been recruited by another team. Just then, alarm bells rang out. The piercing sound reverberated throughout the gathering site and beyond, audible within a 10-kilometer radius, serving as a warning for those outside to return swiftly. The site's administrators issued a lockdown order, instructing everyone not to linger in the streets, but to return to their quarters immediately. Li Jushu had intended to check the mission hall for tasks regarding the volcanic scorpions. But upon seeing law enforcement officials patrolling the streets, he hurriedly led his sister back to Taohua Yuanji. During wartime, the authority of law enforcement is greatly magnified, permitting them to shoot on sight, acting with impunity. Thus, once the alarm sounded, it was prudent to remain compliant. Any mischief could yield unimaginable consequences. The gathering place is fortified by sturdy walls, which serve as a safeguard. As long as the walls stand, those within shall remain unharmed. Should the walls crumble, they must rely on their own fortunes. Therefore, while the walls have yet to collapse, those inside are secure. Li Yusu, having ventured into Lingyun-ku and witnessed the volcanic scorpions firsthand, assessed that the threat posed by these creatures lies not in their individual strength, but rather in their overwhelming numbers. Akin to the grains of sand on a beach or the stars in the sky, their sheer abundance can be utterly demoralizing. According to Li Jusu's estimations, the walls of Gathering Place 11 could withstand the onslaught of volcanic scorpions for at least a week. Thereafter, hunters would need to join forces in defense, at which point collective effort would be essential. Volcanic scorpions harbor grudges, yet they also weigh their losses. Should their casualties exceed tolerable limits, they will retreat. It becomes a contest of endurance. This week will serve as the duration for Li Jusu to consume his potions, a timeline he has meticulously calculated. His younger sister stands guard, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. The aftermath of potion consumption yields favorable results, albeit with a torturous process. Having made the necessary preparations, Li Jusu took a skeletal potion and imbibed it. The agony induced by the potion varies from person to person. For some, it is akin to sipping a cup of coffee with no discomfort. Previous experiences with potions had inflicted immense pain upon Li Jusu, yet this time, the process was remarkably smooth. Aside from a slight sensation of warmth, he felt no pain. This brought him joy, though it also reminded him of the little black serpent. It is likely that the creature's contribution was significant. Regrettably, he had discarded its head, which could have offered a few more bites. A total of 9 potions were to be consumed within 10 days, with intervals meticulously minimized. He understood that this was unwise, yet with the impending battle, he had little choice. If one were to perish before the potions were fully consumed, it would be a grave injustice. However, the changes in his physical constitution prompted an earlier consumption. Due to the absence of adverse effects, he ingested the second potion merely 3 hours later, leaving his sister speechless. The best-conditioned individual he had encountered, dubbed Shark, required a 24-hour interval between potion consumptions. Otherwise, the pain would retaliate. Li Jusu, having merely waited 3 hours, seemed to treat the potions as if they were mere beverages. His sister, concerned, watched him closely, ready to intervene at the first sign of distress. Yet, the calmness on Li Jusu's face raised her suspicions. Had he perhaps acquired counterfeit potions? Over the next 2.5 days, her worldview shattered. Li Jusu consumed potions as if they were water, finishing all 9 in less than 3 days without any ill effects. Suddenly, a series of heavy knocks on the door startled both Li Jusu and his sister. They exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. The Tao Hua Yuanji was an upscale hotel equipped with doorbells, who would pound on the doors so rudely unless in dire circumstances. The hotel staff made no attempt to intervene, revealing the identity of the visitor. Volume 1. The Beast Star Planet, Chapter 50. Defense upon reaching the walls. Li Ju Su and his sister were taken aback by the sight before them. Outside the walls lay a sea of red, densely packed and layered, teeming with volcanic scorpions. From the base of the walls, the crimson expanse stretched endlessly into the distance. If one were to gaze from above, the red would resemble an ocean. Crashing against the walls, a relentless tide of crimson surging forth. Based on the height of the walls, the accumulation of volcanic scorpions had surpassed 2 meters. Should a person inadvertently fall, they would be instantly engulfed. A grenade dropped into the mass would produce a sound akin to dropping it into a deep abyss. Muffled and suppressed, Li Ju Su examined the rifle in his hands. The Hoop Bin 74, a medium-caliber sniper rifle of 7.62 millimeters. It was not his own. It had been issued to him by the management of the gathering place, as they understood the necessity of providing for the hunters. The hunters exchanged their labor for the weapons and ammunition supplied by the management. The effective range of the Hoop Bin 74 is 800 meters, commonly employed by novices. Or rather, it is a rifle that all snipers have utilized at some point. It is relatively affordable, making it accessible for most aspiring marksmen, with ammunition that is also inexpensive. His sister had been assigned the Locust 21 machine gun. Now, Li Ju Su understood the astonished gaze of the staff when he opted for the Hoop Bin 74. They were not surprised, but rather bemused by his choice. How to combat such a threat? This was likely the first time his sister had encountered so many volcanic scorpions. Stop standing there foolishly. Shoot any scorpion you see. Everyone counts. Standing idle will not slay the scorpions, admonished Shan Ing, the deputy captain responsible for this section of the wall, who had led them up. He was bare-chested, displaying his well-defined muscles, with 2 rows of bullets crisscrossing his torso, wielding a Thunder 88 heavy machine gun, and carrying 2 Desert Eagles at his waist. Exudino Ampuizinoha. Along the wall, besides soldiers, numerous hunters had gathered to assist. Each was armed with a machine gun, prompting Li Ju Su to quietly inquire, "May I return to exchange for a different weapon? Are you a sniper?" Shanning shot him a glance. Yes. Li Ju Su found it surprisingly difficult to affirm his identity as a sniper. How skilled are you? Shanning did not exhibit any disdain. Moderately competent. Li Ju Su responded vaguely, unsure of Shan Ying's intent. Do you see the scorpions with blue tails? Shanning asked. I see them. Liu Su nodded. Recognizing 2 types of volcanic scorpions, one entirely crimson, resembling glowing coals, and the other with a pale blue tail. The blue-tailed scorpions are the elite. Their venom can corrode the walls. You are responsible for dealing with the blue-tailed scorpions, Shan Ing instructed. Understood. Li Ju Su replied decisively, finally feeling a sense of purpose. Had he been tasked with eliminating the ordinary volcanic scorpions, his limited ammunition would have been exhausted within an hour. He and his sister chose a corner and began firing at the volcanic scorpions. The size of the scorpions was comparable to that of a human head, at close range. Aiming was not overly challenging. However, the scorpions were agile and swift, making them anything but easy targets. Had it been simple, the gathering place would not be on high alert. The most terrifying aspect of volcanic scorpions lay in their ability to spray venom from their tails. Some formidable specimens could project venom up to 45 meters, a truly chilling prospect. Living in Ling Yun Ku for extended periods, volcanic scorpions had evolved specialized toes, allowing them to scale walls with ease. Li Ju Su and his sister initially overlooked this until a nearby hunter alerted them. Peering over the edge, beads of sweat instantly formed on their brows as several volcanic scorpions were now less than half a meter from the parapet. Drawing their weapons, they opened fire. At close range, the effectiveness of their handguns proved formidable, each shot resulting in a headshot. Dozens of volcanic scorpions plummeted from the walls, only to be swiftly engulfed by the rolling mass of their kin, leaving no trace behind. A chilling scream pierced the air, and both Li Ju Su and his sister looked up to see a hunter clutching his face, emitting a harrowing wail as white smoke billowed from between his fingers. Bang! A stoic, ironclad man leaning against the wall fired a shot, obliterating the hunter's head, silencing the scream abruptly. Those nearby felt a pang of sympathy, yet no one uttered a word. continuing their assault on the volcanic scorpions. If venom from a volcanic scorpion struck other parts of the body, immediate amputation could still save the victim. However, if the venom splashed onto the face, death would likely ensue before reaching a hospital. Rather than subject them to suffering, it was better to offer a swift release. An older hunter advised a young man beside him. "What if I get splashed by the venom?" The young man asked, fear evident in his eyes. "You had best pray it does not land on you. Consider this. If the venom can corrode the walls, what do you think it would do to flesh?" The old hunter replied coolly. The young man appeared to have recently embarked on the perilous vocation of a hunter, his face ashen with fear, his hand trembling slightly around his firearm. The thunderous roar of explosives employed against the volcanic scorpions reverberated continuously from the moment they surged toward the walls of the city. Yet, as 3 days elapsed, the number of these creatures only multiplied, while the commanders consciously limited the use of bombs, uncertain of the duration of this relentless battle. With the satellite still in disrepair, there was no recourse for assistance. The artillery atop the walls had also diminished its rate of fire, launching volleys only when the scorpions breached a critical threshold. Each cannon blast reverberated through the battlements, the sound deafening, yet effective, each shot obliterating over 10,000 volcanic scorpions into mere fragments. The laser cannon manifested in 2 forms, one projecting energy as a beam, the other slicing or piercing with laser rays, powered by electricity. The stronghold remained steadfast under the relentless assault of the scorpions for 3 days, thanks in large part to the 8 laser cannons. Though their insufficient numbers forced the hunters to compensate in areas left vulnerable by these heavy weapons. The Fire God Cannon, while not the most powerful, provided the most spectacular visual display, its golden projectiles forming a line that cleaved through the air, momentarily parting the crimson tide before being swallowed once more. The friction between the bullets and the atmosphere rendered the air scorching. Amidst the fervent onslaught of every combatant, Li Jushu felt akin to an outsider. Despite his diligent efforts in bringing down over 1,000 blue-tailed scorpions with each shot, time slipped by, and the relentless tide of volcanic scorpions continued to scale the walls, their venom spraying chaotically, claiming the lives of numerous warriors who fell victim to its corrosive touch. Li and his sister worked in tandem, skillfully neutralizing dangers. Yet a crisis erupted as the left laser cannon inexplicably fell silent, followed closely by the corrosion of a right-side closed defense cannon, significantly diminishing their heavy firepower. The pressure on the defenders intensified, compounding their woes. Dusk descended, and visibility waned. By standard classification, volcanic scorpions were a dark crimson hue, resembling smoldering coal during the day, yet rendered invisible at night. Powerful searchlights illuminated the walls, but shadows persisted in elusive corners, where the human eye struggled to adapt between light and darkness, leading to perilous blind spots at critical moments. The earth-shattering roar of surface-to-surface missiles sliced through the air, leaving a dazzling red trail before vanishing into darkness, followed by a cataclysmic explosion that seemed to shake the very world. Each missile detonated, creating a temporary lull in the scorpion assault, yet the relentless tide surged forth, eroding the respite gained. The missiles, powerful as they were, could not stem the inexhaustible waves of scorpions. "Throw grenades! Grenades! Hurry!" The urgency escalated as scorpions approached swiftly. "Don't be afraid. Fear only hastens death. We cannot retreat, or we doom one another." Experienced hunters rallied their comrades, forming a line that, while perilous, held tenuously. A retreat would spell disaster, inviting the scorpions to overrun them, leaving no escape. As fate would have it, a youth donning a beret, responsible for suppressive fire, succumbed to panic when ammunition ran low and reinforcements had yet to arrive. Spotting 2 scorpions emerging, their tails raised in menace, he should have drawn his sidearm to fire at the close range, where even a modicum of practice would suffice. Instead, he made the gravest error, abandoning his heavy machine gun and fleeing with alarming speed. The result was swift. A dark crimson spray of venom ensnared the nearest hunter, his face instantly enveloped in a plume of smoke. Cries of agony erupted as 3 men clutched their faces, unable to alleviate their suffering. 2 others, slightly farther removed, bore the brunt of the venom. One reacted quickly, stripping off his outer layer and using a dagger to excise the contaminated flesh, blood flowing freely, yet averting greater peril. The other, though he too shed his coat, hesitated, the decay swiftly consuming half his chest, his innards compromised. The surrounding hunters cast sympathetic glances at him, knowing it was too late for salvation. With a crack of gunfire, Li Jushu dispatched the two scorpions preparing to unleash their venom once more. His sniper's instinct allowed him to pivot swiftly. In a few hurried strides, he switched from his rifle to a handgun, firing with precision from the wall's edge, emptying a magazine before swiftly reloading. In that crucial moment, his sister surged forward with her submachine gun, unleashing a barrage that eradicated the scorpions clinging to the wall. The collective sigh of relief among the hunters was palpable as they regarded Li and his sister with gratitude. While most opted for heavy weaponry, characterized by immense firepower yet cumbersome mobility, they had been unable to assist in time. The clear sound of a gunshot rang out, and the fleeing, beret-wearing youth collapsed. A bullet hole in his temple, blood gushing forth. The cold voice of the vice-captain, Shan-Ing, echoed ominously, "Desertion in battle warrants execution." Silence fell among the hunters on the wall, their disdain for the coward palpable. Yet witnessing his demise evoked a complex sorrow, akin to the death of a rabbit lamenting the fox. The vice-captain continued to fire, putting down those already suffering from venomous exposure, delivering them from their agony. Finally, reinforcements arrived with ammunition, the workers panting heavily, not from laziness, but from the overwhelming demand on their efforts, as the walls consumed ammunition at an alarming rate. The vice-captain summoned 5 more hunters to stabilize the defense. Yet everyone understood that without the firepower equivalent to surface-to-surface missiles, their endurance was severely limited. Disregarding concerns of ammunition sufficiency or weapon degradation, human stamina was finite. As fatigue set in, reflexes slowed, and errors became inevitable. Commanders were acutely aware of this. Thus, in moments of dire crisis, the closed defense cannons roared to life. The thunderous growl of their engines ignited fervor, and dozens of metallic lines of bullets swept through the expanse, slicing it into segments, the lethality beyond measure. Li Jushu estimated that every second, 5,000 volcanic scorpions met their end. The close-in artillery continued its thunderous barrage for 180 seconds before falling silent. The gun barrels required cooling, and ammunition needed replenishing. It was not as simple as the average person might assume, that it could fire indefinitely. Each closing gun could unleash an astonishing 250,000 rounds per minute, with each round costing approximately 80 coins. The simultaneous firing of 20 such guns for 3 minutes would undoubtedly deplete resources at an alarming rate. Despite such an assault, the onslaught of the volcanic scorpions was merely slowed. Their numbers remained overwhelmingly high. Each time rockets were delivered, they were immediately launched, exploding like grand fireworks. Every hunter who accepted the invitation to the city walls initially believed themselves to be the hero capable of turning the tide. However, upon witnessing the scene outside the walls, they fell silent, realizing that their noble aspirations and claims of being the protagonists of this era were but illusions. Once they began firing their machine guns, their thoughts shifted. They no longer hoped to win the war, but merely wished to avoid being attacked by the volcanic scorpions, striving to hold out until the shift change, which would be their greatest victory. Li Jushu and his sister had a deep trust in one another, working seamlessly together. Although they encountered danger multiple times, their mutual understanding allowed them to successfully navigate each peril. Others, however, were not as fortunate, with one after another falling, and by the time the shift change arrived, half of the hunters beside Li Jushu and his sister had already been replaced. Suddenly, a super cannon atop the city wall illuminated like a glowing bulb, and in an instant, an overwhelming sense of oppression washed over everyone as the lights of the gathering place dimmed. A blue ripple swept across the earth. The ground seemed to lower significantly, but upon closer inspection, it was not the earth that had been diminished. Rather, a layer of volcanic scorpions had been obliterated, with at least hundreds of millions vanishing in an instant. The electromagnetic cannon. The hunters stationed on the city wall breathed a collective sigh of relief. It was finally time for the shift change. As they descended from the city wall, Li Jushu and his sister returned their weapons and ammunition, each receiving a portion of food before retreating to their hotel to rest. From a certain perspective, the gathering place and the hunters were akin to passengers on the same ship. Even if the managers did not provide supplies or food, the hunters felt compelled to defend the city walls when invited. Fortunately, the managers were not entirely heartless, which led the hunters to accept such invitations with little hesitation. The war had persisted for 3 days and nights, during which the prices of goods in the gathering place had skyrocketed to outrageous levels. Those who had procured supplies in advance were unconcerned, while those who received the news late faced dire circumstances. Some capable individuals managed to be invited to defend the city, ensuring they could secure food, while the most unfortunate were the inexperienced hunters who lacked both provisions and funds. On their way back to the hotel, Li Jushu and his sister spotted a few scantily clad women in an alley, attempting to attract customers. Judging by their bashful expressions and awkward gazes, it was evident that it was their first time in such a profession. The gathering place served as a microcosm of society, where everyone typically fulfilled their roles. Yet when extraordinary events like war erupted, numerous issues surfaced. Passing through the hotel lobby, Li Jushu inquired about current room rates, to which the front desk attendant replied that prices had surged fivefold. The attendant exchanged a glance with Li Jushu, appreciating his foresight, as she had not considered the hotel issue. Just as they were about to board the elevator, Li Jushu suddenly recalled an important matter and quickly sought out Xiao Gao to retrieve the modified Blaster 002B, which he had forgotten amidst the chaos of recent days. Xiao Gao's reputation remained intact, and he did not inflate the price. Back in their hotel room, they hastily filled their stomachs, took a quick shower, and in less than 5 seconds, they fell asleep. Both Li Jushu and his sister intended to rise early for the shift change, unaware that in the dead of night, a thunderous explosion reverberated, shaking half of the gathering place. What was happening? Instantly awakened, Li Jushu and his sister leapt from their beds and rushed to the window, flinging open the glass. A faint cacophony reached their ears. The wall has collapsed. The volcanic scorpions have broken in. Everyone, be careful. Run. Chaos erupted at the entrance, with sporadic gunfire and explosions. Li Jushu and his sister exchanged glances, both perceiving the uncertainty and anxiety in one another's eyes. When they had changed shifts, everything had seemed fine. While ammunition was scarce, they could have endured a few more days, and the electromagnetic cannons, close-in guns, and heavy artillery were still operational. With personnel present, how could the city wall have collapsed in just a few hours? From their vantage point, it was unclear whether a breach had occurred or if the entire defensive line had fallen. If it were merely a breach, that would be manageable. However, if the entire line had crumbled, the situation would be dire. If it were only a small gap, the extent remained uncertain. Li Jushu quickly deduced from the gunfire that the collapse was localized. However, the thought of a flood of volcanic scorpions sent a chill down his spine. Even a 1-meter gap could allow countless scorpions to pour through in under a minute. Conversely, it might not be entirely negative. A larger area could lead to the scorpions dispersing. His sister considered the positive aspect, as Li Jushu was a sniper adept at precise targeting. Sleep was now impossible. Li Jushu glanced at the time, 3:30 in the morning. Together with his sister, they made their way to the temporary command center for city defense, expressing their willingness to assist in the defense. Given their participation in the battle during the day, the staff trusted them implicitly, issuing firearms, ammunition, and body armor without scrutiny. Are you a sniper? Just as Li Jushu and his sister were about to depart, a middle-aged man of apparent leadership stature entered, halting upon seeing Li Jushu holding a Hubei 74. Indeed, Li Jushu replied, also pausing. Some individuals had an undeniable aura that could not be concealed. Although this person did not reveal his identity, the presence of an authority figure was palpable. The sniper's role on the city wall is somewhat limited. You might be better suited for urban combat. A portion of the volcanic scorpions has breached the gathering place. If you can eliminate these scorpions, your contributions will be no less significant than those on the city wall. The middle-aged man spoke in a tone that suggested negotiation, yet carried an undercurrent of command. Li Jushu pondered briefly and nodded, but his gaze fell on the staff. When they had received their equipment, it had been designated for defending the city wall. It has been changed. Before the staff could respond, the middle-aged man had already issued the order. Understood. The staff dared not voice any objections. Although Li Jushu and his sister were strangers to one another, he recognized her. A new variety of volcanic scorpion with silver tails has emerged. Exercise caution. The collapse of the wall was the result of these creatures' actions. As a middle-aged man turned to leave, he recalled something and offered a warning. Thank you. Li Jushu and his sister expressed their gratitude before hastening toward the direction of the wall's collapse. Across the street, The sounds of intense gunfire and explosions reached their ears, followed by a sudden, chilling scream. Li Juxu avruplielta, gripping his sister's arm and pulling her back just in time to avoid a venomous projectile that landed perilously close to her. The ground immediately erupted in white smoke. A bullet found its mark, striking the volcanic scorpion hidden behind a trash bin, killing it instantly. Such treachery! His sister was drenched in cold sweat. Stay behind me. Li Jushu held his handgun firmly. In the narrow alley, a handgun was far more suitable than a sniper rifle, which would hinder their reaction speed. His sister followed, closely behind, her gaze vigilantly scanning their surroundings. A gunshot rang out, and a volcanic scorpion fell from above, crashing at their feet with its head shattered. Although it was not yet dead, its pincers continued to move. His sister was once again drenched in cold sweat. In such a brief span, she had nearly perished twice. Li Jushu paused, his handgun still smoking, as he contemplated the situation above. The sound of gunfire echoed from the adjacent street. Listening to the footsteps, they retreated, choosing not to advance, but to ascend to the upper floor. Li Jushu was reluctant to take risks, despite possessing night vision. He knew the Huashan Xie could scale walls, necessitating vigilance towards the ground, corners, and walls, an overwhelming task. Human vision has significant limitations, far inferior to that of insects. His younger sister had no objections. As they reached the rooftop, they spotted a group of hunters hastily making their way towards them, glancing back to fire their weapons. Their panic rendered their aim poor, and they were closely pursued by a multitude of Huashan Xie. Only grenades could momentarily hinder the advance of the Huashan Xie. Put on your night vision goggles. Li Jushu exclaimed, retrieving a flare. As soon as his sister donned the goggles, he launched the flare not into the sky, but towards the street below. Instantly, the long street illuminated as bright as day, drawing the surrounding Huashan Xie towards the light. The scorpions in pursuit of the hunters immediately turned, redirecting towards the brightest source of illumination. Li Jushu and his sister each held 4 grenades, and when the Huashan Xie congregated, they hurled the grenades. The explosions resounded, but did not eliminate many Huashan Xie. The grenades were designed to combat humans, with an upward blast angle. The short stature of the Huashan Xie rendered them less affected by the explosions. Nevertheless, it had some effect, allowing the fleeing hunters to reclaim their lives, while others could take a breath of relief. You deal with those on the ground. I'll handle the ones scaling the walls. Li Jushu shouted to the fleeing hunters. Are you capable? Questioned a short, plump hunter. Though he acknowledged the merit of the plan, he doubted Li Jushu's abilities. With 6 of them remaining, they could manage the Huashan Xie on one front, but their previous chaotic retreat had required them to defend multiple angles. If a sniper could eliminate the wall-climbing Huashan Xie, it would be a tremendous boon for them. Whether I can or not, I must try. Is there any retreat left? As Li Jushu spoke, he fired several rounds, each shot finding its mark among the Huashan Xie. The bodies of the scorpions fell from the walls, instilling great confidence in the hunters. Let us do it. After a brief discussion, the hunters decided to take a gamble, seizing the opportunity while the spread of the Huashan Xie was still manageable. If they fled now, the scorpions would scatter, rendering the entire area unsafe. It must be said that the sense of responsibility among the veteran hunters was commendable. They coordinated their fire, continuously eliminating Huashan Xie, with some responsible for tossing grenades in seamless cooperation. The wind was light that night, yet the temperature remained low. Li Jushu wore ultra-thin gloves that provided warmth, a luxury he previously could not afford. Those gloves, priced at 28 million copper coins, were a comfort he would not have splurged on under ordinary circumstances. The street was lined with street lamps, albeit spaced far apart, casting an overall dim light, reducing visibility in many areas. However, this did not hinder Li Jushu, whose keen vision pierced through the darkness. A distance of over 100 meters posed no challenge for him. With a steady aim, he took down each Huashan Xie he targeted. His sister acted as his support. Being only one person, his attention could only cover one side of the wall, leaving the other side vulnerable. A professional sniper required an assistant not merely for show, but out of necessity. Additionally, it served to conceal their weaknesses. No one could predict where the greatest danger lay or when it would emerge. Keeping his sister nearby could prove life-saving at a critical moment. While the hunters on the ground worked together, their cooperation was tenuous, easily disrupted by danger. ultimately leaving each to rely on themselves. Both Li Ju-su and his sister had endured the harsh realities of life, well aware of the necessity to always keep a backup plan. The streets intersected in various directions, and Li Ju-su's street held up well, barely yielding ground to the Huashan Xie. However, the other streets fared poorly, with screams of despair resonating, as the potency of the Huashan Xie's venom signified death. The chaotic explosions and gunfire corroborated this notion. While Li Ju-su's position had only retreated a mere 5 meters, others were already falling back to the end of the street, the gunfire fading into silence. When the gunfire from the adjacent street abruptly ceased, the short, stout hunter called out, "Brother, the wind is tight. Let us go." With that, the group turned and fled, racing out of the alley. As they dashed away, the Huashan Xie emerged from the adjacent street behind them. Li Ju-su and his sister remained. They descended from the rooftop, intending to make their exit. But there was no need for haste. The Huashan Xie, limited by their size, focused primarily on the ground, with few climbing the walls. Ultimately, Li Ju-su chose to ascend, ensuring he had an escape route. Equipped with a firearm and rope, he could easily traverse from one building to another. Yet, the predominant issue was Li Ju-su's waning confidence. Given the current intensity of the attacks, it seemed impossible to eradicate the Huashan Xie entirely. Their numbers far exceeded the ammunition available in the gathering place. Defending from the rooftop, eliminating tens of thousands of Huashan Xie would amount to little in the grand scheme. He felt as though he was engaged in a futile endeavor. His sister seemed to sense his thoughts, looking at him with concern, her lips poised to speak yet restrained. A deep rumble shattered the night's stillness, a golden battle vehicle hurtling down the street behind them. The front of the vehicle bore a heavy iron plate, studded with menacing spikes, while a Gatling gun loomed atop, flanked by 2 machine gunners. Its powerful headlights, blindingly bright, carved through the darkness like 2 great holes. As the battle vehicle surged into the alley, the Gatling gun erupted, drowning out all other sounds with its thunderous roar. Bullets weaved a golden line across the ground, obliterating the Huashan Xie in an instant. The heavy machine guns on either side joined in, unleashing a frenzied hail of fire upon the scorpions scattered across the ground and walls. Just as Li Ju-su and his sister believed the vehicle would halt, it accelerated fiercely, crashing into the swarm of Huashan Xie like a cannonball. Weighing at least 30 tons, the vehicle, propelled by formidable power, plunged 50 meters into the throng of Huashan Xie before it began to slow down. Countless Huashan Xie were reduced to fragments beneath its weight. The scorpions likely had yet to comprehend the threat. The top of the vehicle opened, and a woman clad in leather emerged, brandishing a particle gun in each hand, unleashing a barrage upon the dense masses of Huashan Xie. The pale blue waves of energy swept through, annihilating an untold number of Huashan Xie, leaving 2 voids upon the Crimson Street. 5 seconds later, 2 more gunshots rang out, and another 5 seconds passed with yet another 2 shots fired. Half of the main street's Huashan Xie was reduced to ashes, leaving only scattered remnants in the corners. The woman slipped into the battle vehicle, which executed a deft turn and departed gracefully. Throughout this time, the Gatling gun continued its relentless fire until the vehicle burst forth from the street, finally silencing its roar. As the vehicle disappeared into the night, Li Ju-su was transfixed by its retreating silhouette, a surge of emotions igniting within him, restoring his confidence. Volume 1, The Beast Planet, Chapter 54, On Fire. That was the golden battle vehicle belonging to the young master of the Leaf family from Chintang Pass, and it possessed one formidable weapon that had yet to be deployed. His younger sister, well versed in such matters, far surpassed Li Ju-su in knowledge. What weapon? Li Ju-su inquired. Curiosity piqued. The Boujun Pao. A glimmer of envy flickered in his sister's beautiful eyes. So is the Boujun Pao. Li Ju-su's eyes brightened. Indeed, the Boujun Pao was a devastating weapon. Yet, confusion soon clouded his thoughts. Why had it not been used earlier? Unfortunately, I heard a few days ago that the young Master Li encountered a formidable beast during a mission, which resulted in the Boujun Pao being damaged. Otherwise, he would not have come to the number 11 gathering point for rest, his sister explained, her information far surpassing Li Ju-su's knowledge. He was completely oblivious to such events, having never even heard of the Leaf family from Chintang Pass. What a pity. It seems there isn't even a Boujun Pao at the gathering point. If there were, We would have to struggle so much, Li Jushu suddenly realized, astonished that such a vast gathering point lacked even a single Bojin Pao, which seemed illogical. The cost is prohibitively high, and the administrators of the gathering point are reluctant to spend the money. It is said that during discussions on constructing the gathering point, the cost-effectiveness of the electromagnetic cannon was deemed superior. His sister remarked, looking at him with surprise, as this was common knowledge. Is it really that expensive? More so than the electromagnetic cannon? Li Jushu felt embarrassed, unable to admit that for quite some time he had been an unnoticed novice, preoccupied with thoughts of making money and devoid of interest in other matters. Furthermore, he had seldom visited the number 11 gathering point. He knew a bit about the Bojin Pao. It was indeed an expensive weapon, one he could hardly afford. But he had no concept of just how exorbitant it was. It is not more expensive than the electromagnetic cannon. The electromagnetic cannon can be fired as long as there is sufficient power, while the Bojin Pao requires a lengthy charging time. After firing one shot, it takes at least several minutes to fire a second. Only those with considerable wealth would typically invest in such a weapon. I heard that the young master Li had a small Bojin Pao custom-made for his battle vehicle, which took 8 months to complete, and the shipping costs alone exceeded 6 billion. In total, he spent over 230 billion for that Bojin Pao. Such wealth. Li Yuxu gasped in astonishment. Many young masters are wealthy, but it seems only the young master of the Li family is willing to spend lavishly on his battle vehicle, his sister commented. What is the total cost of this battle vehicle? Li Jushu asked. I wouldn't know. I only know that the golden battle vehicle is equipped with plenty of advanced technology. The young master Li always travels in his golden battle vehicle. Seeing it is synonymous with seeing him, his sister replied. Does the number 11 gathering point sell electromagnetic guns? Li Juxu inquired. No. His sister shook her head. They occasionally appear in the black market, but the prices are exorbitantly high. Ordinary people cannot afford them. If I could ever obtain an electromagnetic gun, it would be worth it, Li Jushu mused, filled with yearning. There may be an opportunity. His sister's words were tinged with doubt. It is often said that once technology reaches a certain level, it becomes democratized, allowing the masses to enjoy the conveniences it brings. However, the reality is selective. Some technologies are accessible to ordinary people, while others remain firmly in the hands of the elite, such as the electromagnetic gun. It is widely known that the electromagnetic gun possesses immense power, yet ordinary people rarely have the chance to even see one, let alone possess one. Whether it was the gathering point's administrators inviting formidable hunters to take action or the hunters sensing danger and acting on their own, deafening gunfire erupted from various streets. Some wielded Gatling guns, others carried rocket launchers, while some were laden with grenades. Amidst this chaos, a foolish individual poured gasoline onto the street and ignited it, causing others to curse and flee, with flaming Hua Shan Xie in pursuit. The flames proved ineffective against the Hua Shan Xie. Who is this fool? Doesn't he know why they are called Hua Shan Xie? Good heavens, did no one tell him this was a bad idea? Igniting the Hua Shan Xie's fire damage was quite a feat in itself. Did he think we were finding this too easy? The arsonist was a burly young man in his 20s, clad in a tank top that showcased his muscular physique. He sported an rifle slung across his chest, a heavy machine gun on his back, and a shotgun at his side, with 2 handguns tucked into his waist along with 4 grenades. He even had a dagger strapped to his leg. His equipment was comprehensive, yet he lacked knowledge about the Hua Shan Xie. Surrounded by scornful hunters, he flushed with embarrassment, unable to retort. The consequences of his actions proved far more severe than anticipated. The Hua Shan Xie, now ablaze, ran amok, igniting trash, flammable materials, and wooden structures. The fire quickly escalated, propelled by the wind, reaching a scale that compelled everyone to retreat. Due to limitations, the majority of the structures within the gathering point were wooden, which are highly susceptible to fire. The gathering point's fire safety measures and firefighting capabilities were commendable. Normally, if a fire broke out, it could be extinguished swiftly. Yet now, facing the threat of the Hua Shan Xie, there was no time to extinguish the flames. They could only watch helplessly as building after building was consumed, the inferno spreading uncontrollably. Li Jushu glanced at his sister, who returned his gaze. Both shared a sense of helplessness. The building they had chosen remained unscathed, yet the adjacent structures were ablaze. Even if the fire were not to spread to their building, they had lost their escape route. Thus, they had to leave. The first floor of the nearest building had caught fire, though the flames had yet to reach the top floor. This was the optimal moment for evacuation. Li Jushu produced a rope, searching for a suitable anchor point, when he watched his sister take a running leap, soaring nearly 9 meters to land on the rooftop of the adjacent building. She rolled to absorb the impact and stood up, looking back at him. In that fleeting moment, Li Jushu made a bold decision. He stepped back, charged forward, and leapt. As his body soared through the air, he felt a surreal detachment, weightless and devoid of any sense of safety, until his feet finally touched down. The inertia carried him into a roll, and when he stood upright, he was astonished to find himself teetering on the edge of the rooftop, almost tumbling off. He turned to see his sister regarding him as if he were an alien. The gap between the two buildings was approximately 95 meters. From his leap to landing, he had traversed about 16 meters. Although there was a 2-story height difference between the buildings, this leap was still astonishing. Both he and his sister were taken aback. Under normal circumstances, he could only jump about 7 meters. The additional distance was a gamble on the effects of the 9 doses of serum he had consumed. Surely there would be some effect. The outcome exceeded expectations, and after the initial shock came elation. He was immensely pleased, knowing he had increased his chances of escape in the future. Volume 1. The Beast Planet, Chapter 55. Yi Qinru. The slender young man wearing a baseball cap was shocked to discover that bullets fired at the silver-tailed Hua Shan Xie simply ricocheted off, unable to penetrate its body. The Hua Shan Xie, agitated by the assault, charged toward him at an astonishing speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Click! The chamber was empty. The young man was paralyzed with fear as he saw the Hua Shan Xie's tail arching upward, a prelude to the imminent spray of venom. At the critical moment, a deafening gunshot rang out. The silver-tailed volcanic scorpion was instantly killed, its head blown apart. The young man did not even have time to consider who had saved him. He turned and sprinted over 30 meters, reloaded his magazine, and only then dared to glance around, yet he could not find the shooter. On the rooftop, after dispatching the silver-tailed volcanic scorpion, Li Jushu shrank back behind cover, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. It was already the 3rd night, and 75% of the gathering area had been overtaken by volcanic scorpions. The remaining 25% was hardly safe, as lurking volcanic scorpions occasionally ambushed unsuspecting individuals. When the city walls had not yet collapsed, there was still the possibility of rotation and rest. Now, however, there was no time for respite, as vigilance was paramount. A moment's inattention could result in a stealthy attack from the volcanic scorpions, which excelled at hiding in any nook or cranny, remaining undetected until their venom was sprayed upon their unsuspecting prey. Li Jushu and his younger sister moved from one tall building to another, continuously changing their positions. However, the number of accessible rooftops dwindled, intensifying their pressure. Despite fighting for so many days, the number of volcanic scorpions had not diminished. On the contrary, they had multiplied, with silver-tailed volcanic scorpions appearing more frequently. These scorpions, known as Inwei Huoxia, were not only larger but also possessed enhanced strength, speed, venom potency, range, and weight compared to ordinary scorpions. Their exoskeleton was significantly tougher. Ordinary volcanic scorpions could not withstand handgun bullets, while sniper rifles would obliterate them, leaving only a crater when aimed at silver-tailed volcanic scorpions. Li Jushu's Golden War vehicle was constructed from polyethylene polymer material, capable of withstanding the venom of ordinary and blue-tailed volcanic scorpions, yet was powerless against that of the silver-tailed variety. The previous afternoon, the Golden War vehicle had rampaged through several streets, only to encounter a silver-tailed volcanic scorpion, resulting in a loss of 2 crew members and even the driver, leaving the vehicle riddled with holes. Terrified, they fled, and it had been over 20 hours since the Golden War vehicle had last been seen. The temporary command post ceased to provide ammunition and weapons, leaving everyone to fend for themselves. However, Li Jushu and his sister were not short on ammunition. They scavenged weapons and supplies from various locations, acknowledging the moral ambiguity of profiting from the dead, yet feeling no guilt, as others would gather what they could regardless. The gathering area was home to many wealthy individuals, and the distant rumble of war vehicles could occasionally be heard, though most would fire from afar and retreat, lacking the capabilities of the Golden War vehicle and daring not to approach the volcanic scorpions. Pu Xiaoyan was not present at the number 11 gathering area, yet his war vehicle had emerged, likely operated by his trusted associates, as Li Jushu had witnessed several times over the past 3 days. Having a war vehicle conferred significant advantages, and although his sister wished to bring out a pickup truck, Li Jushu stopped her. He was not a unit focused on firepower suppression. A sniper positioned on a war vehicle would only diminish shooting efficiency. Moreover, given the pickup truck's performance, it would likely succumb to corrosion from the venom after only a few trips. With over half of the gathering area plunged into darkness due to power outages, the remaining electricity had been diverted to the city walls as the electromagnetic cannon consumed excessive power, forcing the sacrifice of residential electricity. The previous day, a section of the city wall had collapsed further, transforming a 5-meter gap into one exceeding 9 meters, allowing a torrent of volcanic scorpions to surge in and resulting in numerous casualties. Consequently, the inhabitants of the gathering area, whether willing or not, had no choice but to join the battle against the volcanic scorpions. Participating in combat might lead to death, yet abstaining would equally result in demise. Thus, it seemed more worthwhile to engage and slay a few volcanic scorpions. Li Jushu, taking advantage of his elevated position, saved many lives, yet regrettably, several who had been rescued perished shortly thereafter. He encountered numerous fellow survivors, yet communication was minimal, as each focused solely on their own survival. His sister handed him a bottle of purified water, which he gulped down, feeling revitalized. He glanced at her. After days without grooming, her hair was disheveled, and her large eyes bore signs of fatigue with visible bloodshot veins. In truth, both of them needed rest, but circumstances dictated otherwise. How he wished they were back at Base Number 1. Li Jushu sighed. Base Number 1 was humanity's first constructed stronghold, equipped with comprehensive facilities and advanced weapon systems, making it well-suited for combating volcanic scorpions. The Number 11 gathering area could only be termed a temporary dwelling, as evidenced by the reluctance of the management to invest significantly. "We are already luckier than many," his sister remarked, finding contentment amidst the chaos. "Countless lives have been lost in recent days, yet they remained alive." "Sister," Li Jushu suddenly called out. She looked at him quizzically. "I still do not know your name." He seemed troubled by this revelation. "Remember, my name is Yi Qinru," she replied playfully, blinking her eyes. "What a lovely name." He smiled, feeling a strange delight at having asked a girl for her name for the first time. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a cataclysmic explosion. Across 3 streets, flames erupted skyward, and a small mushroom cloud ascended into the atmosphere, sending shockwaves that transformed into fierce winds, propelling countless volcanic scorpions into the air. Li Jushu and his sister quickly grasped nearby metal structures, as the wind remained formidable even from such a distance, nearly lifting them off their feet. It must have been a small missile or similar weapon that detonated, claiming the lives of innumerable volcanic scorpions. However, the destruction of the buildings on either side of the explosion was evident. Li Jushu and his sister drew their handguns and swiftly dispatched the volcanic scorpions that had been blown onto the rooftop. The scorpions, having experienced a ride on the winds, were dazed and sluggish, lying still on the ground, allowing for an easy kill. Yet soon, the ease on their faces evaporated as a terrifying sound echoed from afar. A tremor felt throughout the gathering area. The walls had crumbled again. This was dire news. The larger the breach, the more volcanic scorpions would flood in, and the remaining 25% of the area would likely soon be lost as well. "Return to the hotel," Li Jushu decisively ordered. The final grenade was thrown, scattering the clustered volcanic scorpions. Li Jushu was left with only his Ben 74 and a few bullets. Leaning against the damaged rooftop, he fired continuously, killing the seemingly endless tide of volcanic scorpions. His sister lay unconscious on his back. 2 hours prior, during a frantic escape, a stray rocket had exploded within 5 meters of them. She had shielded him from blast, absorbing the impact and sustaining an injury to her leg from the flying debris. Though Li Jushu had been momentarily stunned, his survival instincts propelled him into action. He quickly retrieved his sister and fled, narrowly avoiding being overwhelmed by the advancing volcanic scorpions. Upon reaching a safe location, he tended to her leg injury before carrying her away. Half an hour ago, she had begun to mumble incoherently, and upon touching her forehead, he found it burning. She had developed a fever from the prolonged lack of proper rest and the fluctuating temperatures, and her body could no longer withstand the strain. Li Jushu regretted not bringing cold medicine when they had left the hotel, as he had assumed they would return soon. Yet the situation had spiraled beyond his expectations. 2 days prior, amidst the crumbling of yet another city wall, he resolved to return to the hotel. However, the tide of battle had shifted. The route back was obstructed, either by buildings ablaze or streets teeming with volcanic scorpions. The only option left was to navigate with his little sister in a continuous detour, and thus, 2 days and nights slipped by. The effects of the potion allowed him to endure, yet his sister struggled immensely, both her speed and strength evidently diminished. Li Jushu observed her plight with a heavy heart, feeling helpless. He contemplated taking turns to rest, but the volcanic scorpions offered no respite. There was no safe haven, as they lurked everywhere, preventing them from pausing for more than an hour. They had to return to the hotel swiftly, sensing the heat radiating from behind him. Li Juxu's anxiety surja. Yet, the current predicament was such that, not only could they not return to the hotel, but he also had no room to maneuver. Trapped atop a building, the nearest structure towered over 20 meters high. The street below swarmed with volcanic scorpions, densely packed, leaving no place to land. Traversing the ground was unrealistic. The moment one foot touched down, death would follow. He could have gambled on leaping across rooftops, but with his sister on his back. He understood the faintest chance of survival was non-existent, unless he consumed a high-level potion. Though he still clutched his firearm, the nearby buildings were mere tin structures, incapable of bearing weight, rendering his weapon ineffective against them. Regret washed over him. He had been too careless and unprepared, his mind racing with various thoughts, desperately seeking a solution. The deaths of Shark and Lin Lu weighed heavily on him, and he could not allow his sister to meet a similar fate, especially not in such a manner. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a sign below. A heavy metal record store. This establishment sold musical products, records, speakers, guitars, electronic keyboards, and more. He was familiar with the store, but had never ventured inside, as such items were typically toys for the affluent. A mere guitar could cost tens of thousands. As a poor youth, he could never afford to indulge in musical instruments, yet he held a deep affection for music. In the smoke-filled night, explosive music erupted, its vibrant tones resonating loudly, audible within a 2-kilometer radius. The battle cries of war echoed. As soldiers gazed northward, their hearts stirred, swords gleaming like frost. The music thundered, drowning out the sound of gunfire, leaving those engaged in fierce combat against the volcanic scorpions momentarily stunned. The gunfire diminished by half, replaced by the fervent rhythm of the music. How could one be so carefree, at the brink of life and death, and yet sing so boldly? Truly, a paragon of resilience. But this was not a live performance. It was merely a speaker blaring music. Had they lost their minds? Was it necessary to accompany battle with a soundtrack? Were they seeking to excite the scorpions further? Regardless, the song ignited a fervor within him. The individual responsible for this act of charity was none other than Li Jushu himself. He had turned on the most powerful speaker in the store, tossing it onto the opposite street. As the deafening music reverberated through the night, the agitated volcanic scorpions surged toward the source of the sound, creating a momentary void. Seizing the opportunity, he raced across and ascended another building. Unbeknownst to him, in the vicinity where the speaker had fallen, a group of hunters, already trapped, were now besieged by thousands of volcanic scorpions. There was no hope for escape. Even their ammunition would likely run dry. Their frustration mounted as they cursed the one who had cast the speaker. Li Jushu only realized he had inadvertently endangered others when he witnessed the explosion's blaze. Regrettably, it was too late for remorse. He watched from afar as the speaker was engulfed by the scorpions, its sound diminishing. If only powerful bombs or electromagnetic guns were at hand, they could annihilate thousands of scorpions in one fell swoop. Alas, after so long, it seemed that no one possessed formidable weaponry. They could only watch as a golden opportunity slipped away. Li Jushu gripped his gun, uncertain whether to fire. However, soon he had no time for indecision, as 4 rockets tore through the night sky, their fiery tails still lingering when the explosions erupted. The music ceased abruptly, and the towering mass of volcanic scorpions was obliterated. Yet the blast radius was limited. Those further away were merely shaken, not killed. The volcanic scorpions, now in a frenzy, began to assault everything in sight. Their venom sprayed chaotically, corroding walls, tin roofs, and roadways at a visible pace. The building Li Jushu had climbed was also under siege, as numerous scorpions crawled up its exterior. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to fire. One by one, the scorpions fell, but this was but a drop in the ocean against the vast army besieging them. As one building collapsed, he swiftly transitioned to another. If that building was overrun by scorpions, he would continue his retreat. On one side loomed the specter of imminent death. On the other, his sister's condition grew increasingly dire. Li Jushu yearned to approach the hotel, yet fate seemed to conspire against him. Just as he decided to take a risk, his gaze caught sight of a nearby shop, coming to a sudden halt. Happy Pharmacy. In the ruins, gunfire erupted incessantly. Night Owl brother, you are a level 2 hunter, aren't you? Red-haired. Swiftly reloading his magazine behind a broken wall, wiped the sweat from his brow and cast a glance at Li Jushu, filled with admiration. Carrying someone on his back, navigating up and down, interspersing movements for 5 or 6 hours without showing fatigue. A mere close-range shooter burdened with ammunition was already breathless. Had it not been for the girl on his back, he might have thought her a mere inflatable doll. The endurance of a level 1 hunter could never sustain such a weight for so long, especially in combat, where bursts of speed and agility were required. He himself had yet to reach the level 2 threshold, so he could not fathom the physical limits of a level 2 hunter. But he was certain that a level 1 hunter could not possess such remarkable stamina. A day earlier, Li Jushu had fortuitously discovered Happy Pharmacy, and a light bulb flickered in his mind. There was no need to return to the hotel for his own medicine. The pharmacy supplies would suffice, albeit at a higher cost. However, he spent no money. Happy Pharmacy had already been breached by volcanic scorpions. The staff were either dead or fled, leaving the place deserted, with shelves toppled and various medications strewn across the floor. Fortunately, he recognized the fever-reducing medicine, swiftly locating it along with other potentially useful drugs before making his exit. His sister consumed the medicine, her fever subsiding, yet she remained in a state of unconsciousness. Uncertain of the cause, Li Jushu searched 2 clinics but found no doctors. It was unclear where they had escaped to, and he could only continue searching while carrying his sister. During their movements, he fortuitously saved Red-haired from danger, and the latter requested to team up, leading them to join forces against the volcanic scorpions. Red-haired introduced himself as such, despite his hair not being red. Li Jushu did not inquire further. They were but chance acquaintances, free to name themselves as they wished, be it red-haired, yellow-haired, green-haired, or even curly-haired. It was their prerogative. Red-haired excelled with dual pistols, swiftly alternating between them, reloading with a single hand in a second, exhibiting a strikingly graceful flair. His marksmanship was astonishing, with every shot finding its target effortlessly, leaving Li Jushu feeling inferior. However, Hong Mao prioritized speed in shooting, opting for the Minyang 75 pistol, known for its larger magazine capacity of 14 rounds and an effective range of 50 meters, enabling a theoretical firing rate of 1 bullet every 0.1 seconds. Its drawback was poor penetration. Nonetheless, it was more than adequate for taking down targets. When faced with ordinary volcanic scorpions, he could dispatch one with each shot. But if he encountered a blue-tailed volcanic scorpion, retreat was his only option. As for the silver-tailed scorpions, aiming was deemed unnecessary to avoid wasting ammunition, as they could not be penetrated at all. His collaboration with Li Jushu was a perfect blend of strengths and weaknesses, which was precisely why Li Jushu had agreed to form a team. Under normal circumstances, he would not team up with unfamiliar individuals, as incidents where hunters fell victim to their own companions had occurred frequently over the years, and he had no desire to become one of those statistics. Just as Li Jushu was about to speak, the sound of intense gunfire erupted from the alley to their right, as a team of over a dozen retreated in their direction. "What the hell?" Hong Mao exclaimed, nearly jumping up in frustration. "Why do they have to retreat here, of all places? Are they trying to get us killed?" After all their efforts to find a relatively safe ruin with fewer volcanic scorpions, they had planned to rest, and now their peace was about to be shattered. Clearly, this was a ragtag group, severely low on ammunition, yet they had attracted a significant number of volcanic scorpions. The ominous sound of scorpions skittering across the ground sent chills down their spines. Li Jushu immediately redirected his gun to support the beleaguered team. As he shot down a blue-tailed scorpion, one of the fleeing hunters fell to the ground, hands covering his face, as a painful scream escaped him. He had been hit by venom. Bang, bang, bang. Li Jushu's rate of fire was rapid, but the sheer number of volcanic scorpions was overwhelming. One by one, the fleeing hunters collapsed, with scorpions swarming both the ground and the walls, flanking them from both sides. The inexperienced hunters were too focused on their escape to consider their rear. Upon hearing Li Jushu's gunfire, they hastened their retreat, abandoning their rear guard in the process. Is there any common sense here? Hong Mao fumed, nearly leaping in anger. The volcanic scorpions, sensing the firepower, hesitated to pursue relentlessly. Without the pressure of gunfire, the scorpions, faster than ordinary humans, surged forward. The fleeing group had already exhausted themselves, and the moment they abandoned their rear guard, their fate was sealed. As they emerged from the alley, all of them fell before they could escape, a dark red tide flowing past, their screams abruptly silenced. They were dead, but they had inadvertently unleashed a horde of volcanic scorpions upon Li Jushu and Hong Mao, who now faced the relentless onslaught of scorpions rushing toward the ruins. These nuisances. Hong Mao seethed, feeling utterly helpless, his pent-up frustration finding an outlet as he fired wildly at the approaching scorpions, swiftly switching to his second magazine. "We're leaving," Li Jushu declared, seizing the rope as the scorpions closed in within 20 meters. He swiftly scaled the wall, having planned this escape route in advance, securing his sniper rifle around his neck. Within seconds, he reached the rooftop, and Hong Mao nearly simultaneously grabbed the rope. As he climbed up, Li Jushu had already stowed his rope away and fired a shot downward. Bang! The red fire extinguisher, positioned prominently, exploded, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust and rendering the scorpions disoriented, like headless flies. This tactic had been learned from observing other hunters, simple yet effective. He had quietly studied various combat strategies, realizing that sometimes an open mind could lead to unexpectedly fruitful outcomes. Alone, he often faced mental bottlenecks, but what seemed trivial to others might not be so. Damn it! Hong Mao secured the rope and turned to follow Li Jushu, only to find him suddenly halt. Puzzled, he followed his gaze and felt his hair stand on end as his complexion paled. The reason for choosing this building as their escape route was its proximity to a taller structure, allowing them to retreat in any direction while enjoying a superior vantage point. However, the current situation revealed a stream of volcanic scorpions emerging from the windows of the adjacent building, both blue-tailed and silver-tailed scorpions, their numbers seemingly endless. The building had fallen. In a state of indecision, Hong Mao felt panic rise within him, glancing at Lu Weiyan, his eyes pleading for guidance. After surveying the surroundings, Li Jushu's gaze landed on the Hu Bin 74, and he uttered a single command: "Fire!" Suddenly, his expression sharpened, and in one fluid motion, he raised his weapon, aimed, and shot. Bang! A blue-tailed scorpion burst apart, followed by a silver-tailed scorpion, which sustained a bullet hole, leaving a puddle of black liquid on the wall. Li Jushu continued to pull the trigger, dispatching a dozen volcanic scorpions in rapid succession, their bodies raining down. They were going all in. Hong Mao suppressed his inner turmoil and fired his dual pistols simultaneously, his accuracy nearly matching Li Jushu's, but his shooting speed was 3 times faster. They had clearly defined roles, with Hong Mao targeting ordinary volcanic scorpions while Li Jushu focused on the silver and blue-tailed ones. Behind them, scorpions began to ascend the walls. As the smoke from the fire extinguisher dissipated, the tails of the volcanic scorpions swayed ominously, poised to unleash venom. With the blue-tailed and silver-tailed scorpions eliminated, Lu Weiyan set aside the Hu Bin 74 and switched to his pistol. His aim was average, but with the distance now under 20 meters, his accuracy was commendable. With their seamless teamwork, the wall adjacent to the rooftop was now free of volcanic scorpions. Li Jushu aimed at a window and shouted to Hong Mao, "You go first. The scorpions occupy only up to the 4th floor. You can directly reach the 6th. Without hesitation, Hong Mao set down his pistol, untied the rope from his waist, and launched a grappling hook that smashed through the glass, catching the window ledge perfectly. He climbed up with agility, peering out immediately and firing rapidly at the 4th floor window. He calculated that from the moment he threw the rope to reaching the 6th floor and firing, he had taken a mere 8 seconds, a speed he was satisfied with. However, his satisfaction quickly faded as he noted that Li Jushu had accomplished the same feat in just 5 seconds. Though Li Jushu had not needed to throw a grappling hook, using his rope instead, he was carrying an additional person. Even without the extra weight, Li Jushu's burden exceeded his own. The Hu Bin 74 was equivalent to multiple Mianyang 75 pistols. "Let's go." Just as Li Jushu reached the sixth floor, the volcanic scorpions began to swarm the spot where they had just stood. Hong Mao stowed away the rope, and together they rushed up the stairs to the rooftop. Indeed, the rooftop remained quiet, untouched by the scorpions, but a new dilemma emerged. The other side lacked an adjacent building. The only one had collapsed, and the closest structure was now 60 meters away. The flicker of hope they had kindled was extinguished. Hong Mao instinctively looked to Li Jushu, recalling how he had devised solutions in previous crises. Li Jushu maintained a calm demeanor, scanning the surroundings while gripping the Hubin 74 tightly. Hong Mao frequently glanced back, but he dared not urge Li Jushu, his anxiety mounting as he imagined the scorpions swiftly climbing the stairs behind them. In the distance, the sound of fierce gunfire and occasional explosions echoed, but it was clear that no one would come to their aid. Whether familiar or not, no one would arrive. Nor could they. The streets are teeming with volcanic scorpions. Unless one possesses a war chariot, it is nearly impossible to advance. Two strategies emerged as Li Jushu finally spoke. What strategies? Hong Mao inquired eagerly, astonished that while he had no plans, Li Jushu possessed two, demonstrating his brilliance. The first strategy is to hold our ground. I have observed the vicinity, and this area has the fewest volcanic scorpions. If we leave, the situation will only worsen, not improve, Li Jushu explained. And what is the second strategy? Hong Mao instinctively dismissed the first suggestion. The power pole. Li Jushu pointed toward the power pole at the intersection, towering at least 60 to 70 meters, presumably a high-voltage line. With the right angle of fire, if the pole were to topple towards us, we could escape. Brilliant! Hong Mao exclaimed, giving Li Jushu a thumbs up. However, Li Jushu interjected. What do you mean, however? Hong Mao's heart sank. At that moment, he dreaded hearing those words. If the power pole breaks, it will inevitably disrupt the electrical transmission. The city walls could be in peril, Li Jushu continued. The residents' power supply has long been compromised. Now, everything hinges on the city walls. 2 electromagnetic cannons have already been destroyed, and the remaining 2 are our last hope. If power fails, many lives could be lost. Who cares about that? Is someone else's life more valuable than mine? Hong Mao was indifferent, but paused as he prepared to fire. With the power of the Mianyang 75, he realized he could not sever the nearly 50-centimeter wide pole and turned his gaze towards Li Jushu. Don't rush, we still have time. Let's assess the situation first. Li Jushu's words were barely uttered when a rumbling sound approached. A yellow and black war chariot came into view, resembling a heavy tank, crushing all volcanic scorpions in its path. The Gatling gun atop unleashed a barrage of metal, shattering the scorpions against the walls. Li Jushu immediately recognized this as Pu Xiaoyun's war chariot. It appeared formidable, yet the situation was dire. The left side of the chariot was deformed, the windshield shattered, and a significant dent marred the rear. Signs of corrosion were evident throughout. Originally equipped for 8, only 4 remained aboard. The engine and Gatling gun roared, agitating the volcanic scorpions, which surged towards the chariot, causing its speed to dwindle. Suddenly, the driver hurled a package from the passenger seat and pressed the accelerator, the chariot roaring backward like an enraged bull. From the rooftop, Li Jushu instantly grasped the contents of the package. He dropped to the ground as it landed amidst the throng of volcanic scorpions, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Marbles, nails, and shrapnel flew in all directions, obliterating countless scorpions. The acrid scent of smoke mingling with the stench of decay wafting through the air. The package contained grenades and explosives, tightly packed together, explaining the immense blast. Li Jushu felt the tremor, even from the rooftop. When the chariot halted at the intersection, it unexpectedly stalled, the driver's attempts to restart failing repeatedly. With this pause, the thunder of the Gatling gun ceased. No more ammunition. The hunter atop the chariot quickly drew his submachine gun to fire, but its power was no match for the Gatling. Scorpions surged from all directions, and the camouflaged hunter at the rear shouted, "Li Huan Mao, what's the situation? How much longer? It must be the same issue as before. Damn it, I said we couldn't afford to be complacent. Now look what his stubbornness has cost us." Li Huan Mao's tone was laced with urgency and a hint of anger. Can't get started? The camouflaged figure still held a glimmer of hope. We can only fight with all we've got. After his final attempt proved futile, Li Huan Mao ascended to the chariot's roof with his weapon in hand. 4 individuals, armed with 4 guns, fired as if bullets were free, yet the volcanic scorpions seemed endless, multiplying as they crawled beneath the vehicle. Just as despair loomed in their eyes, a rope descended from above. "Come up." Li Jushu intervened, unwilling to let them perish. "It's him, Yishao." The scarred face beside the camouflaged figure recognized Li Jushu, elated. The seasoned hunters swiftly climbed the rope, their agility apparent, and with Li Jushu providing cover from above, all four reached the rooftop unscathed. "Yishao, what a surprise to meet you again under such circumstances. Where's Hei Tu Feng?" Scarred face, known as Shuai Hu, once a professional boxer with a handsome face now marred by scars, remembered that Li Jushu had always been inseparable from Hei Tu Feng during their last mission. "We got separated." Li Jushu offered no further explanation. In truth, their acquaintance had been brief. "I owe you a debt of gratitude for saving my life last time. During our previous mission, your sniper skills ensured my survival," Shuai Hu remarked, though Li Jushu dismissed it, having long forgotten the past. "Why dwell on it? It's all in the past. I should introduce you to Li Hua Mao and Xuan Yo, who were also present during the last mission." Shuai Hu gestured towards a driver and the camouflaged hunter. "I remember." Li Jushu nodded at the two, acknowledging their presence. As a competent hunter, he possessed the decency to recognize them. "This is Hei Ma-yi, responsible for suppressing fire." Shuai Hu pointed to the burly man wielding the Gatling gun, a towering figure clad in heavy body armor, weighing at least 400 pounds. Red hair, a gregarious individual, stepped forward to greet them. Once introductions were complete, a somber mood enveloped them all. Li Jushu and Red Hair needed no words. They were trapped on this rooftop, and Shuai Hu's group faced a similar plight. Their hotel had been overrun by volcanic scorpions, forcing them to flee in the war chariot, losing contact with others during their escape. When they left the hotel, 12 individuals had been aboard. Now only 4 remained. The entire gathering area was likely reduced to a mere 10% still deemed safe. Everywhere else was the realm of the volcanic scorpions. The chariot's malfunction could not solely be blamed on Li Hua Mao, given the circumstances. The makeshift repairs had allowed them to operate for nearly 5 hours, a commendable feat yet. All efforts ultimately yielded no positive outcome. And Li Hua Mao had spoken out of frustration. Now they were all in the same predicament, with one small consolation being that Shuai Hu's group had salvaged usable supplies from the chariot. For the time being, they were not short on ammunition and could hold out a while longer. Li Jushu, bearing his younger sister, was conspicuous. Yet Shuai Hu and the others were perceptive enough to remain silent. The 6 of them took positions at each corner, firing at the volcanic scorpions, not aiming to kill many, but hoping to delay their ascent for as long as possible. Puff, puff, puff. Li Jushu's shooting pace was steady, rhythmic. Amidst the overwhelming crisis, he remained composed, targeting the blue-tailed scorpions and silver-tailed fire scorpions. None escaped his aim, all were struck down. As long as he did not provoke the volcanic scorpions, their speed remained within manageable limits, making them easy targets, especially when they crawled up the walls, moving even slower. 6 individuals were adept at ensuring a shot for each scorpion, thus avoiding the waste of ammunition. Unbeknownst to them, as dusk descended, the night transformed into a perilous time. The relentless warfare had damaged numerous electric facilities, rendering over half of their refuge devoid of power. As night fell, darkness enveloped them. The significance of Li Jushu became apparent. While the accuracy of others waned, he continued to maintain an extraordinary hit rate, single-handedly eliminating the blue-tailed scorpions and silver-tailed fire scorpions, while also attending to the ordinary volcanic scorpions. The first half of the night was manageable, allowing the group moments to share food. After all, Shuai Hu had access to ample provisions due to his association with Pu Xiaoyun. However, as the latter half of the night commenced, conditions rapidly deteriorated. The thunderous roar of the closed defense artillery suddenly ceased. They were situated approximately 1.5 kilometers from the city wall, just close enough to hear the artillery fire. During the day, the noise was too loud to discern, but at night, it was audible. The closed defense artillery had an astonishing firing rate, capable of discharging 15,000 rounds per minute, or over 200 rounds every second. Typically, it would cease after about a minute for reloading. Yet now, after less than 10 seconds, it abruptly stopped, an unusual occurrence. If it resumed shortly, it would indicate a minor malfunction. However, 20 minutes had already passed. It was likely that they had run out of ammunition. Mai, accustomed to relying on heavy firepower, voiced the grim conclusion that everyone dreaded. A malfunction could be repaired. But a depletion of ammunition left them with no recourse but to pray. In truth, they had all sensed this outcome. After enduring prolonged assaults from the volcanic scorpions, the endurance of the closed defense artillery until now had been remarkable. The ammunition supply at the number 11 gathering point paled in comparison to that of others, a well-known secret. The city wall acted as a filter, reducing the number of volcanic scorpions entering their refuge. Without the artillery's filtering, the pressure soon became palpable as the number of volcanic scorpions surged, with the blue-tailed scorpions and silver-tailed fire scorpions multiplying several times over. Li Ju-su found himself overwhelmed, struggling to manage the onslaught while also dealing with ordinary scorpions. After a day of combat, exhaustion weighed heavily on them, diminishing their reflexes and heightening the danger. Li Hua Mao resorted to dousing his head with mineral water to maintain mental clarity, yet the situation continued to worsen. Suddenly, a volcanic scorpion lunged onto the rooftop, its venom striking De Shui Nyo squarely in the face. De Shui Nyo let out a pained cry and collapsed, his submachine gun inadvertently firing and turning Li Hua Mao into a sieve. Li Hua Mao, De Shui Nyo, and Heima Yi's eyes instantly filled with rage, and they shouted, ready to charge forward. However, De Shui Nyo's gun was quickly aimed at Li Hua Mao, causing him to feel an icy chill, as if doused with cold water on a frigid day. In that critical moment, Li Ju-su shot De Shui Nyo, shattering his skull, and the submachine gun fell silent. I can no longer stay with you, brothers. I must take my leave. Blood gushed from Li Hua Mao's mouth, mixed with fragments of his insides, as his gaze swept over the advancing Heima Yi and Shui Hu, finally resting onto Shui Nyo's lifeless body. Such tragedies were universally undesired yet utterly unavoidable. Perhaps he harbored regrets, but more profoundly, he felt helpless. He did not blame De Shui Nyo. Only unwillingness and a deep nostalgia for the world filled his eyes. Li Hua Mao tilted his head and took his last breath. The loss of 2 comrades in a single day was profoundly sorrowful. Heima Yi and Shui, who had little time to mourn, as volcanic scorpions continued to swarm the rooftop, the pressure mounting to unprecedented levels. When there had been 6 of them, they had barely held their ground. Now, with only 4, their defenses could shatter at any moment. What shall we do? Hong Mao retreated, his eyes bloodshot and devoid of sleep, filled only with panic. He looked to Li Ju-su, whose expression remained calm, but offered no reply. For he too was at a loss for words. The escape route they had planned during the day was now rendered useless, as volcanic scorpions swarmed beneath the utility poles, leaving them with no place to stand. Hurry and think of a solution. Aren't you resourceful? Hong Mao's frustration boiled over. His face contorted with rage as he glared at Li Ju-su. The specter of death had birthed resentment within him. Had it not been for Li Ju-su's unilateral decisions regarding Shui Hu and the others, their plight might not have been so dire. Yet, he also recognized that he could not solely blame Li Ju-su for the current predicament. Nevertheless, when faced with dire outcomes, it is human nature to seek a scapegoat for one's frustrations. You are an adult, not a child. Li Ju-su's icy gaze pierced through him. On m'a tombé. Instantly regaining composure, as Li Ju-su's eyes were as sharp as knives, seemingly piercing into his very soul. His expression shifted several times before he fell silent, frantically shooting at the volcanic scorpions. Illumination flares, flashbangs, and grenades. Powerful weapons were cast one after another, yet all were but a drop in the bucket, only offering a temporary reprieve from the mounting pressure. Li Ju-su's gaze traversed the distance. The entire refuge echoed with gunfire and explosions. This night was destined to rob them of sleep. The 4 retreated from all corners, surrounded by an ever-increasing tide of volcanic scorpions. The onslaught was relentless, seemingly endless. Even with a 100% accuracy rate, it was futile. There were simply too many. When their backs collided, the 4 suddenly realized they had no further retreat. I will shoot down the utility pole. Hong Mao, you throw the illumination flare to draw the scorpions. Shui Hu and Heima Yi, clear path. Li Ju-su's tone brooked no dissent as he turned his gun towards the base of the pole, calculating the angle with precision. Otherwise, it would not fall onto the rooftop, rendering their efforts futile. Leaving the rooftop, they were unsure of where to flee, but at this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. Step by step, they would proceed. Just as his finger was about to pull the trigger, a peculiar wave erupted from approximately 200 meters away. The sound was not loud, akin to the buzzing of bees, yet its power resembled a volcanic eruption, shaking the earth. In an instant, within a half-kilometer radius, the volcanic scorpions trembled violently, then stiffened and died. All of them. The densely packed scorpions perished collectively in a heartbeat. The scene felt dreamlike as the four on the rooftop exchanged bewildered glances, remaining silent for several moments as they processed the reality before them. It's the Bozhun Pao. Shuai Hu recognized it immediately. Young Master Li's golden war chariot. He Ma Yi exclaimed with delight, impressed by the breadth of knowledge possessed by those associated with Pu Xiaoyun. Li Ju Su felt his own ignorance keenly. Quick to send. The Bozhun Pao will compromise the structural integrity of the building, though it is calibrated for the frequency of the volcanic scorpions. The nearby structures will undoubtedly suffer hidden damage, Shuai Hu, well-versed in the workings of the Bozhun Pao, urged. The four hastily descended the building. The staircase was littered with the corpses of volcanic scorpions. Although the immediate danger had passed, their presence obstructed passage considerably. Just as they reached the street, a four-story building collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending dust soaring dozens of meters high, accompanied by a scream. Someone had failed to escape from within, whether due to ignorance of the Bozhun Pao's properties or because they had been too slow to flee. Within a half-kilometer radius, the volcanic scorpions had been annihilated, and the area fell into an unsettling silence. This stillness felt profoundly disconcerting. Shuai Hu, He Ma Yi, and Hong Mao instinctively began to approach the golden war chariot, while Li Ju Su halted in his tracks, prompting puzzled glances from the trio. What is it? We're safe now, why are you stopping? Is there still danger? Li Ju Su spoke calmly. The thoughts of others should mirror our own. What do you mean? Hong Mao, momentarily bewildered, failed to grasp the implication. All who survive will gravitate towards young Master Li's golden war chariot, yet it will not welcome them. Young Master Li has high expectations of his members. Li Deshoya may not wait at all. By the time we arrive, the golden war chariot may have long departed. With so many people gathered, it would be a catastrophe. However, Shuai Hu comprehended Li Ju Su's intent. What should we do? Hong Mao suddenly envisioned a scene of a throng of people crowded together, causing a shiver to run down his spine. In the eyes of the Hua Shan Xie, humans are merely bulbs. The more there are, the brighter they glow. The notion that many hands make light work holds true only under certain conditions. There must be organization, discipline, and unified leadership. Otherwise, they are merely a rabble. When a disorganized mob faces a formidable enemy, it spells disaster. De Shuanyo, an experienced old hunter, was unexpectedly hit in the face by the venom of a Hua Shan Xie, inadvertently leading to the demise of a tabby cat. In a chaotic crowd, such incidents are inevitable. If not felled by Hua Shan Xie, one might very well perish at the hands of their own. Moreover, a multitude inevitably attracts a swarm of Hua Shan Xie. The Bozhun Pao only cleared the Hua Shan Xie from this area, not the entire gathering. Given the speed of the Hua Shan Xie, this area would soon be reclaimed within an hour. We must find a safe haven and rest for a while. When Li Ju Su noticed Shuai Hu and He Ma Yi looking at him, he articulated his thoughts. The two readily agreed, and after a moment's hesitation, Hong Mao concurred as well. He sensed that Li Ju Su's decision was astute, yet he harbored a flicker of hope towards the golden war chariot. If he could be accepted as a team member by Li Deshoya, he could rise to greatness, for his dual gun skills were exceptional, and he held confidence in that. Nevertheless, numerous brush with death had ingrained a subconscious belief that following Li Ju Su was indeed the correct path. In the first volume, Wan Shou Xing Xiu, Chapter 61, titled No Rescue, they selected a 5-story building as a temporary refuge, with tall structures on all sides facilitating an escape. At this moment, it would have been the optimal time to return to Tao Hua Yuanji, yet Li Ju Su refrained. It was not that Tao Hua Yuanji had fallen. On the contrary, it remained one of the few unscathed areas, a final bastion belonging to him and his younger sister. Until absolutely necessary, he did not wish to reveal their position. The building was littered with corpses, both human and Hua Shan Xie. The remains of the Hua Shan Xie were mangled, while the human bodies were in decay. The distinction lay in that the Hua Shan Xie had been shattered by bullets or explosives, whereas the human corpses had largely succumbed to the corrosive effects of venom, the air thick with a noxious odor. He Ma Yi swiftly cleared 3 rooms on the 5th floor. Li Ju Su and his sister occupied one room, he and Shuai Hu another, while Hong Mao took a room alone, simultaneously sabotaging the staircase. Seizing the brief respite, they hurried to rest, whether it was half an hour or 20 minutes. It was invaluable to them, as they had gone too long without rest. Li Ju-su's assessment proved remarkably accurate. The inhabitants of this area gravitated toward the Golden War Chariot, which, however, offered sanctuary to none and left directly. This vacant area was quickly reclaimed by the Hua Shan Xie, making the gathering of hunters a prime target for their relentless assault. Gunfire explosions and screams melded into a cacophony. The building where Li Ju-su and his companions rested was on the periphery, the only one unscathed by the Bo Zhun Pao's destructive power. By the time the Hui Shan Xie swarmed downstairs, 2 hours had elapsed, not due to their sluggishness, but because they had been drawn away by other hunters. Typically, Hui Shan Xie traverse along the streets, only climbing walls when they sense movement within buildings. If they do not detect a target, they generally refrain from ascending. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that some Hui Shan Xie may harbor rebellious tendencies. The building became embroiled in battle as fleeing hunters sought refuge within, leaving Li Ju-su's group with no choice but to confront the threat. These scoundrels, feeling helpless. Yet, Shui Hu and He Ma did not blame others. One wielded a heavy machine gun, while the other grasped a submachine gun, unleashing a barrage upon the encroaching Hui Shan Xie from their elevated position, effectively slowing the tide of their advance. In a sense, their prolonged respite was owed to these fleeing hunters. Had they not diverted the attention of the Hui Shan Xie, the creature's onslaught would have likely reached their building much sooner. Li Ju-su secured his sister with ropes on his back, draping a coat over her to shield her from the cold, before emerging from a room with his Ben 74 rifle. His sister's body temperature had dropped significantly, her breathing steady. On the surface, she appeared to have recovered from her illness, though the reason for her continued unconsciousness remained a mystery. Throughout their journey, they had encountered no medical professionals to assess her condition. A considerable number of hunters had retreated into the building, a total of 13 or 14 individuals of varying ages and genders. Among them, the highest ranking appeared to be a woman clad in luxurious attire, her high heels and dress suggesting either ignorance or remarkable skill. Their weapons were of fine quality, yet it seemed their ammunition was dwindling. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from the rooftop, causing initial shock followed by elation, only for them to quickly realize that the staircase leading to the top floor had been destroyed, forcing them a halt on the 4th floor. "Why is the staircase gone?" The woman's voice dripped with confusion and anger. It was deliberately sabotaged to prevent the Hui Shan Xie from ascending, someone explained. "It is evident they do not want us to go up. Hui Shan Xie can climb walls. How can a single staircase suffice? What now?" The woman's tone brimmed with dissatisfaction. Before the group could formulate a plan, panic voices rose from the lower level. "They are upon us. The Hui Shan Xie are closing in. Hurry, hurry." An experienced old hunter echoed the sentiment. "Blow up the staircase to prevent the Hui Shan Xie from following us up." With a resounding explosion, the staircases on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors were obliterated, sending the Hui Shan Xie either flying or crushing them beneath the debris. The creatures could no longer pursue through the staircase and were forced to scale the walls, but their speed diminished significantly. However, with merely a few meters separating them, it would not take long for the Hui Shan Xie to catch up, and the urgency among the group intensified. "Do not crowd the staircase. Head to the corridor. Do not let the Hui Shan Xie ascend from the outside." Amidst the chaos, a few remained composed. A portion of the hunters rushed into the corridor, discovering that Hui Shan Xie had already reached the 3rd floor, prompting them to hastily open fire. Li Ju-su and his companions occupied the rooftop, while the others remained on the 4th floor, collectively facing the Hui Shan Xie. Initially, all was well. However, those on the lower level were clearly at a disadvantage. As the Hui Shan Xie climbed, they targeted the lower group first. Despite their numerical superiority, they struggled to match the efficiency of Li Ju-su's smaller faction in eliminating Hui Shan Xie, resulting in casualties among their ranks. "Can those above lend us a hand? We are all hunters, and if you assist us, we shall repay you." The desperate plea from the lower group echoed. Under normal circumstances, hunters had an obligation to aid one another. However, in the current predicament, self-preservation took precedence. Whether to assist or not hinged on individual sentiments. The lower group was well aware of this, hence their attempt to entice Li Ju-su and his companions with promises of rewards. In truth, they could force their way in, employing the tactics of hunters. Ascending a single floor was hardly an obstacle. However, they dare not do so, for this building was already claimed by Li Ju-su and his companions, effectively marking it as their territory. Any intruder seeking entry would need to consult with Li Ju-su, and if he declined, they could not breach the premises. To do so would designate them as enemies, and against such adversaries, Li Ju-su and his cohort were entitled to respond with lethal force without bearing any consequences. This situation could be likened to invading another's home. Li Ju-su and his companions paid no heed. Under normal circumstances, had these individuals possessed even a modicum of strength, Li Ju-su would not have minded offering assistance. For having more hands to combat the volcanic scorpions would be advantageous. Yet, these individuals were a mixed bag, their abilities varying widely. Rescuing them would not yield allies, but rather liabilities. Even the red-haired individual looked down upon them, naturally disinclined to offer aid, no matter how enticing the reward. It could not compare to the value of one's own life. In Volume 1, The 10,000 Beast Planet, Chapter 62, Hu-Ben 84, Li Ju-su resolved against rendering assistance. With these individuals obstructing the fourth floor, they could ensure their own safety. However, upon glimpsing the weapon wielded by one of them, he altered his decision. It was a young man clad in a designer suit, cradling a sniper rifle that bore a striking resemblance to Li Ju-su's Hu-Ben 74 model, the Hu-Ben 84. The Hu-Ben 84 was not merely a trivial upgrade from the Hu-Ben 74. Its enhancements could be described as transformative. The effective range had been extended by 400 meters, now reaching 1,200 meters, with a maximum firing rate of 12 rounds per second, for more than the Hu-Ben 74. And the rate of fire had increased by 55. What captivated Li Ju-su most was the improved configuration of the rifle, which had remarkably reduced its weight. The Hu-Ben 74 weighed 174 kilograms, whereas the Hu-Ben 84 tipped the scales at only 144 kilograms, a reduction of 30 kilograms. In a fast-paced combat environment, such a weight difference could prove life-saving on numerous occasions. Despite the decrease in weight, the weapon's firepower had notably increased, representing a significant advancement. Another factor that drew Li Ju-su's attention was the rifle's stability. After prolonged use, a machete requires sharpening to maintain its edge, and a sniper rifle necessitates calibration to ensure accuracy. The Hu-Ben 84 postponed the need for recalibration indefinitely. In the chaos of battle, who has the luxury of time to adjust their sights? The Hu-Ben 84's outstanding performance garnered immense popularity among snipers upon its release. Although its price was somewhat prohibitive, one Hu-Ben 84 could be purchased for the cost of 4 Hu-Ben 74s. This was evidenced by the fact that only Hu-Ben 74s were available in the gathering place, with not a single Hu-Ben 84 in sight. The ammunition for the Hu-Ben 84 was compatible with that of the Hu-Ben 74, and Li Ju-su believed that switching to the Hu-Ben 84 would enhance their survival rate by at least 5 percentage points. "Give me the Hu-Ben 84, and I will hoist you up with a rope," Li Ju-su asserted, deeming this request reasonable, for their ammunition was limited. No matter how exquisite the Hu-Ben 84, without ammunition, it was merely an ornate stick. "What a ridiculous notion. Why don't you simply hand over your sniper rifle?" the young man retorted, his voice thick with anger. "Let us go," Li Ju-su shouted to Shui Hu and Hema-e, as gunfire from this direction had attracted the volcanic scorpions, which were now surging from all sides. At this moment, the exterior of the building appeared to be cloaked in a layer of dark crimson tiles as they approached the fourth floor, where the threat was rapidly escalating. Their quartet lacked sufficient firepower to eradicate the volcanic scorpions, and retreating was their safest course of action. As for the team on the fourth floor, they were left to their own devices. Shui Hu and Hema-e tossed out the rope, following their original evacuation plan. The two swiftly reached the adjacent building, and just as they steadied themselves, a blue particle wave swept across the street, annihilating countless volcanic scorpions. The residual force of the particle wave collided with the building, and with a resounding crash, the supporting columns crumbled to dust, causing the structure to tilt precariously. Alarmed, Shui Hu and Hema-e hastily fled from the opposite side of the building. From Li Ju-su's vantage point, he could clearly discern a woman on a motorcycle war machine approaching rapidly. As the thunderous sound reached his ears, she had already fired 3 shots. This was no electromagnetic weapon. It was a particle gun. He could not ascertain the caliber of the particle gun she wielded, but it was undoubtedly of a superior grade, as the range of ordinary particle guns did not extend to 280 meters. The woman, lacking a helmet but sporting sunglasses, possessed an oval face, fair complexion, slender waist, and long legs, with her black knee-high boots starkly contrasting her pale thighs. Seemingly sensing Li Jushu's gaze, she looked up, and their eyes met in midair. A cold, confident smile graced her lips as her motorcycle executed a graceful turn at the intersection, unleashing her particle gun and clearing the street of volcanic scorpions. In mere seconds, she accelerated away, disappearing at the end of the road, the deep rumble of her vehicle gradually fading. The fourth-floor team erupted in joy, eager to jump down. But their excitement was swiftly quelled by piercing screams. Venom rained down from the walls, unleashed by the volcanic scorpions that had scaled the structure. The motorcycle rider had only eradicated those scorpions on the street. Those clinging to the walls remained unscathed. The motorcycle's rapid passage left the scorpions unable to retaliate, and the unfortunate souls left standing on the street became their targets for vengeance. Li Jushu found himself both amused and exasperated. Was it truly so simplistic to assume that the volcanic scorpions had climbed the walls merely to chase stars? At that moment, he hesitated to leap down. While the street was indeed devoid of scorpions, this very situation rendered it even more perilous. They had lingered on the rooftop too long, and the building's exterior was now swarming with volcanic scorpions, which were already restless. A single volley of venom from even a fraction of them would spell disaster. He peered over the edge and suddenly grasped why the team on the fourth floor had been so eager to jump. Numerous volcanic scorpions had already breached the corridor. What had once been a team of 14 or 15 was now reduced to merely 7, half of them having perished, unable to withstand the pressure. It was no wonder they sought to flee. Whether they ascended or descended, death awaited them. This team was on the brink of annihilation. What shall we do? Red Hair inquired of Li Jushu, as the most viable escape route had been obliterated by the particle gun wielded by the motorcycle rider. The remaining options were far from ideal, and without Shuai Hu and Heima Yi to restrain the scorpions, they had already begun to climb onto the rooftop from the rear. East, Li Jushu replied without hesitation, switching from his sniper rifle to a handgun, and began firing furiously at the volcanic scorpions on the rooftop, taking one down with each shot to pave a path for Red Hair. A level 2 strength potion. Just get us up there. Just as Red Hair was about to toss the rope, the woman from the fourth floor cried out, causing Red Hair to halt and look towards Li Jushu. Peering out, Li Jushu saw a woman in a long skirt and high heels holding a test tube containing a potion, and his keen eyesight discerned the words Level 2 Strength inscribed on it. Save them. After a mere 0.1 seconds of contemplation, Li Jushu decisively chose to gamble between escape and rescue. Never mind a level 2 potion. Even a level 1 potion was worth the risk. This was a strength potion. I'm going to die. Let no one survive, roared a hunter, drenched in the venom of the volcanic scorpions as he faced imminent death. In an instant, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, akin to a volcano in eruption. The force of the explosion was staggering. The glass of the neighboring buildings shattered into shards, flames soared skyward, and the shockwave swept in all directions. Li Jushu instinctively crouched low, yet still felt as though a heavy truck had collided with his chest, propelling him uncontrollably across a distance of several meters from one end of the rooftop to the other, nearly toppling him from the building. Before he could steady himself, he felt the building tilt dangerously, as if it were about to collapse. It must have been the load-bearing wall that had been destroyed. Cursed be it! He was both shocked and terrified. What kind of crew was on the fourth floor, wielding such powerful explosives that they could be likened to miniature missiles? Before he could comprehend the situation, the building's tilt accelerated alarmingly. My goodness! Li Jushu took a deep breath to regain his composure, ignoring the pain radiating throughout his body. His gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings, and in an instant he had an idea. Just as the building collided with the one across from it, he leapt upward, soaring over 4 meters high. Volume 1. Wansho Xingqiu Chapter 63. Backstab. The impact of the two buildings crashing together shook the ground, sending debris, dust, and a cacophony of sounds into the air, creating a terrifying spectacle. The volcanic scorpions clinging to the exterior walls were either crushed or sent tumbling down. The force of the shock wave generated by the collision was fearsome. Li Jushu remained composed, and, as his body reached its apex and began to descend, he quickly hurled a rope, which accurately ensnared the steel structure on the rooftop of the opposing building. Rooftops typically adorned with flowers or a rocking chair for reading were now bereft of their glass, yet the steel framework remained steadfast. The rope tightened instantly, allowing Li Jushu to evade the last remnants of the aftershock. He slipped through a shattered window into a room that appeared to belong to a woman, adorned in warm pink hues, yet sadly, its occupant was nowhere to be found. As he surveyed the room, he stumbled upon a few pieces of liqueur-filled chocolate, which he unceremoniously pocketed. The explosion would undoubtedly attract other volcanic scorpions, so Li Jushu did not linger. He descended rapidly, his pistol clearing the way. However, he encountered no scorpions until he reached the ground, where they lay dazed, possibly terrified by the explosion or the collision. Li Jushu shot down any scorpions that posed a threat to him, and just as he was about to make his escape, a corner of a skirt amid the rubble caught his attention, a high-heeled shoe and a long dress. Considering the scene, the woman trapped beneath was likely in dire straits. After a brief moment of contemplation, he hurriedly began to clear the debris. Soon, a long, delicate leg emerged from the rubble, but when he unearthed the second leg, he was unable to bear the sight. It had been mangled. Throughout the ordeal, the woman had remained silent, leading Li Jushu to dread the outcome. Indeed, when he finally extracted her from the wreckage, it was evident she had already succumbed. Her head was misshapen, a tragic fate for such a beautiful woman. She wore only a light dress, lacking any additional garments, save for a small handbag. Li Jushu's focus shifted to that handbag, just as his fingers brushed against it. A gunshot rang out, sending a chill down his spine. With a thud, a man with red hair collapsed several meters away, a bullet hole in his forehead, blood oozing forth. His eyes widened in shock, a hint of regret etched on his face. Realizing the direction from which the shot had come, Li Jushu experienced a surge of fear. The assailant had aimed at him, clearly intending a treacherous betrayal. Then, unexpectedly, joy washed over him as he turned to see a pair of large, expressive eyes gazing at him, filled with emotion. "Little sister, you're awake. Put me down," she exclaimed, brandishing a smoking pistol. Li Jushu set her down, their gazes locking, both brimming with unspoken words. They had been together throughout, yet the separation, albeit brief, felt like an eternity, with longing swelling within them. "This is not the place to converse. We must leave. How is your body? Can you walk?" Li Jushu heard footsteps approaching. "Me perfectly fine," she replied with determination in her eyes. Without further ado, Li Jushu seized the long-dressed woman's handbag, and they made their swift exit, with her close behind. The absence of a burden made him feel remarkably light. As they passed the body of the red-haired man, he casually took his dual pistols and ammunition. It was disheartening to see such a partnership end in this manner after several days of collaboration. The little sister had rested sufficiently on his back, displaying none of the frailty one would expect after recovering from a serious illness. Her condition was excellent. Following their contingency plan, they stealthily slipped into a building teeming with volcanic scorpions, which had been lured away by the explosion. Li Jushu and his sister seized the opportunity to enter and shut the door behind them. As long as they remained quiet, the scorpions did not conduct thorough searches. As soon as the door closed, they instinctively embraced, a gesture that surprised even Li Jushu himself, despite carrying her moments earlier without a second thought. A mere few minutes apart had ignited a profound yearning. After a while, they finally released each other, and Li Jushu produced some food while inquiring about her well-being. "I'm completely well now. I owe you a debt for carrying me," she said, her large eyes reflecting deep affection. "Is there really a need for such formalities between us?" Li Jushu smiled gently. His sister seemed to regain her strength, filling him with newfound confidence. He felt assured that even if the volcanic scorpions doubled in number, they could handle it. He had never fully trusted the red-haired man, remaining vigilant. Though he had a degree of familiarity with Shui, Hu, and Heimi, he still held reservations. Only his sister garnered his complete trust. He could rely on her without reservation. Their collaboration was a synergy where 1 + 1 equaled more than 2. Upon opening the long-dressed woman's handbag, Li Jushu's breath caught for a few seconds upon seeing its contents. 1 level 2 strength potion, 1 level 2 skeletal potion, 1 level 2 skin potion, and 3 level 2 nutritional supplements. 6 potions in total, filling the bag to the brim. Li Jushu was astonished. Level 2 potions were beyond his wildest dreams. And finding 6 of them was nothing short of a shock. The identity of the long-dressed woman must have been extraordinary. An ordinary person could not acquire such a quantity of potions, let alone level 2 ones. He contemplated sharing one of the potions with his sister, but she firmly declined. The potions are yours by right. One should not benefit without merit. Moreover, in similar circumstances, your survival rate exceeds mine. If you consume one, it will be tantamount to my own survival. Besides, I've just recovered. It's not advisable for me to take potions. Li Jushu understood that his sister's words were a facade, yet he undeniably needed the potions. She was correct. He would protect her, and the stronger he became, the better he could safeguard her. That was enough for him. With the threat of volcanic scorpions lurking outside, consuming potions now seemed perilous. Nevertheless, Li Jushu did not hesitate and swallowed the skeletal potion. Whether it was due to his already formidable physique or the lingering effects of the guardian snake within him, the reaction to the level 2 potion was not particularly pronounced. The discomfort he experienced was milder than during his first encounter with a level 1 potion, and the duration was drastically shortened. In merely 20 minutes, he had recovered from the pain, a time frame that surprised both his sister and himself. After consuming a nutritional supplement and resting for 10 minutes, he took the strength potion. This time, the discomfort was even less severe, lasting around 15 minutes. After finishing the nutritional supplement, Li Jushu reached for the level 2 skin potion. His sister looked worried, opening her mouth as if to speak. Yet no sound emerged as Li Jushu downed the potion. 10 minutes later, as the pain ebbed away, Li Jushu quickly drank the nutritional supplement, his vision gradually sharpening. Volume 1. The Beast Planet Chapter 64. Lida Xiaoya. The efficacy of a level 2 potion far surpasses that of a level 1 potion. While Li Jushu's exterior remained unchanged, his cellular structure underwent a dramatic transformation. The most notable change was in his strength. Previously, when using the Hu Ben 74 model, he required a support point to fire effectively, and without it, shooting was laborious, accompanied by a low accuracy rate. Now, however, he felt confident that he could achieve the same results even without a support point. Lacking a candle to test this newfound strength, he mused that he could easily sever 6 candles in one breath. A deep, resonating engine sound approached from a distance, halting abruptly at the base of the building, followed by a barrage of gunfire. Li Jushu exchanged glances with his younger sister. Was it mere coincidence, or were they the target? They quietly opened the door and peered down, spotting Li Jushu's golden battle vehicle, which was not approaching them, but rather had suffered a flat tire. The golden battle vehicle was battered and showed signs of numerous repairs. Overall, despite its uneven surface, it remained largely intact. However, the 2 front tires were significantly corroded, exposing the rims. The heavy machine gun atop the vehicle was inexplicably unused, though it was outfitted with various heavy weaponry: a Gatling gun, rocket launcher, Thunder 88 machine gun, and Storm 77 machine gun, all heavy artillery, with the least being the Brown Bear 121 machine gun, known for its precision. Could not be driven? A young man wearing sunglasses and exuding an extraordinary presence emerged from within. Clad in body armor and standing at 180 centimeters tall, he commanded attention. He held a Longway 55 heavy machine gun in his hands, with 2 pistols, one an electromagnetic gun and the other a particle gun, strapped to his waist. This ensemble was worth an astronomical sum. Even the seemingly ordinary sunglasses were valued at 11 million, being all-weather multifunctional eyewear. He was none other than the heir of the Li family, the master of the golden battle vehicle. Li Jushu's sister whispered an introduction into his ear, and he nodded in acknowledgement, having already deduced the truth. We must find a spare tire. The short-statured mechanic shook his head in resignation. If only 1 tire were corroded, they could still manage at a slower pace, but with 2 damaged tires, it was impossible to proceed. The vehicle was too heavy for standard tires to bear. This was troublesome. We should abandon the vehicle here and withdraw, returning once we find a suitable spare tire. By the way, how long until the Bloodshed cannon is ready? Lida Xiaoya's expression turned grim, devoid of humor. 30 minutes, the driver, who had also armed himself, reported. We will handle it in 30 minutes. Lida Xiaoya's tone brooked no argument, and the others remained silent, focused on their tasks. Li Jushu paid close attention to the team's sniper, a robust man in his mid-30s, whose muscular build resembled that of a black bear. Wearing night vision goggles, he wielded the Tianhu ZZ-01 sniper rifle, the finest from the Tiangong group. The sniper's precision was astonishing. He completed each shot in under 2 seconds, landing headshots with each pull of the trigger. He was the most formidable marksman Li Ju-su had ever encountered. Were it not for the brief pause required for reloading, Li Ju-su would have suspected he could shoot indefinitely. Whether with or without a support point, he demonstrated an uncanny ability to hit his targets flawlessly, exhibiting neither hesitation nor difficulty. Having hunted for many years, Li Ju-su had encountered numerous snipers, many of whom were more skilled than he. Yet, he believed their prowess stemmed from longer experience. With dedication, he could catch up. Only the sniper before him made the disparity starkly evident. The group comprised merely 8 individuals, tasked with holding a street. It seemed improbable, yet they succeeded, specifically 7, as the young leader refrained from engaging directly. The tide of volcanic scorpions, halted 20 meters from the vehicle, could advance no further. However, the balance was abruptly disrupted at the 25-minute mark when a wall collapsed, revealing a group of beleaguered hunters. Both sides were taken aback, but the hunters soon rejoiced upon recognizing the golden battle vehicle, while Lida Xiaoye's team was less pleased. They now faced threats from 3 directions instead of 2. The fleeing hunters were pursued by a horde of volcanic scorpions. Though battered and low on ammunition, they were exhausted and could collapse at any moment. Relying on them to hold off the pursuing swarm was unrealistic. Lida Xiaoye, feeling helpless, knew had the vehicle been operational, he would not have lingered. These individuals were merely a burden in his eyes. Yet he had no choice but to charge forward with the Longwei 55. The weapon erupted with a dazzling golden light, disintegrating the volcanic scorpions in its path, scattering viscera as if they were mere weeds being mowed down. Although the Longwei 55 was a machine gun, its power rivaled that of a Gatling gun, astonishing everyone present. However, its flaw became apparent as the ammunition was expended in less than 30 seconds. Lida Xiaoye discarded the weapon and drew his particle gun. A blue wave of particle energy swept through, reducing half the street's volcanic scorpions to dust. Lida Xiaoye holstered the particle gun and withdrew a Huanghe 94 pistol from his leg, whose power surpassed that of the Desert Eagle, while its recoil was merely a fraction of the latter. This too was a masterpiece from the Tiangong group. Despite his seemingly pampered appearance, Lida Xiaoye demonstrated remarkable shooting prowess. He required little aim, effortlessly dispatching scorpions climbing the walls with rapid precision. The speed of his fire surpassed that of the sniper, each shot finding its mark. Were all wealthy individuals this formidable? Li Yuxu watched in disbelief, as did the beleaguered hunters below, who were equally astonished by Lida Xiaoye's exceptional skill. While possessing impressive weaponry might indicate wealth, his shooting ability was a testament to years of practice and dedication. However, the hunter's excitement was short-lived. One heavy machine gun in Lida Xiaoye's team suddenly fell silent. Followed by another mere moments later, both were out of ammunition. With the loss of firepower, the advancing volcanic scorpions rapidly closed the distance, and several blue-tailed scorpions nearly sprayed their venom onto the golden battle vehicle, which had been the cornerstone of Lida Xiaoye's strategy. "Stop watching and help," Lida Xiaoye called out to the hunters. They wore expressions of distress. It was not that they were unwilling to assist, but rather that they had little left to offer, as their ammunition was nearly depleted and reserved for self-defense. "Caution," the short mechanic suddenly shouted. At that moment, the first machine gunner who had fallen silent leapt forward, moving with the speed of lightning. Bang! Gunfire rang above, and the silver-tailed scorpion dropped, its venom narrowly missing Lida Xiaoye's armored vest. Cold sweat broke out on him as he instinctively took a step back, narrowly avoiding the machine gunner's leap. The gunner, towering at 9 meters, would have easily knocked him over with such an assault. Despite his imposing stature, the gunner displayed remarkable agility, adjusting his balance mid-air before landing smoothly. He then glanced up at the rooftop, where Li Ju-su, armed with a sniper rifle, unleashed a barrage of fire upon the wall, sending numerous silver-tailed and blue-tailed scorpions plummeting like rain. It was precisely because Li Ju-su promptly shot and killed the silver-tailed scorpion that its venom was redirected. Otherwise, young Masterly would have been in grave danger. If young Masterly were to face peril, none of them would survive. "Li Xiao, you should go upstairs and rest for a while. We will handle things here." The second machine gunner rushed over, having come to the same realization. Their deaths were inconsequential, But young Master Li must not come to harm. Young Master Li cast a glance at them, fully aware of their thoughts, yet did not oppose their intentions. Taking a running leap, the first machine gunner was ready. His arms crossed. As young Master Li stepped onto him, he heaved upward with all his might. Young Master Li soared like a cannonball into the air, reaching 8 or 9 meters. Before he came to rest, he grasped the window ledge and effortlessly rolled into the 4th floor, executing the maneuver with precision. In Volume 1, The Beast Star, Chapter 65, Refusal 12, Li Jushu silently recited, and in a flash, young Master Li had ascended to the rooftop. It took merely 2 seconds to move from the 4th floor room to the 6th floor rooftop, and young Master Li remained composed and unruffled. "Brother, thank you for earlier." Young Master Li removed his sunglasses, his eyes sparkling. With a bang, a silver-tailed scorpion's head exploded against the exterior wall, leaving a trail of liquid. Li Jushu withdrew his gaze to look at young Master Li, who met his eyes for a moment before speaking. "You save me, I save you. It is merely a matter of circumstance." "Well put. I admire your character. What should I call you, brother?" A smile graced young Master Li's face. "Yes, Xiao," Li Jushu replied calmly, internally marveling at young Master Li's charm. His smile was captivating, a testament to the fine genetics of the affluent. "Yes, Xiao?" "Hee hee." Young Master Li suddenly leaned out and shouted below, "Viper, I recall you have 2 spare sniper rifles, right? Toss up the Hu Ben 84 model. I will make it worth your while." The sniper behind the battle vehicle remained silent as he opened the trunk, retrieving a long box and tossing it with precision, landing it deftly at young Master Li's feet. Young Master Li handed the box to Li Jushu with a smile, saying, "No need for mundane expressions of gratitude. This is merely a token of goodwill. Please do not refuse, or it would be akin to looking down on me. Gifts should be complete." Without the slightest hesitation, Li Jushu opened the box, extracting the Hu Ben 84, assembling it skillfully, and placing his own Hu Ben 74 into the box, unwilling to part with it, securing it on his back as a backup. What does this mean? Young Master Li momentarily failed to grasp. Bullets. Li Jushu deftly manipulated the Hu Ben 84, his eyes growing brighter. The quality was unparalleled, far exceeding that of ordinary models. Accustomed to the Hu Ben 74, he had thought that switching to a superior weapon would yield only slight differences in handling, but upon grasping the Hu Ben 84, he realized his error. The disparity between premium and exquisite was as stark as night and day. The Hu Ben 84's weight, balance, and adjustment surpassed those of the Hu Ben 74 significantly, especially in its meticulous enhancements, which were nothing short of brilliant. After a few seconds with the Hu Ben 84, he felt the familiar sensation return. Bang, bang, bang. 3 rounds fired, and 3 blue-tailed scorpions exploded in a flurry, the ease of it akin to wielding a handgun. Li Jushu found himself enamored with the Hu Ben 84. Even if someone offered him the Exploder 002B, he would not trade. Young Master Li was momentarily taken aback, chuckling sheepishly and apologetically stating, "The landlord's household has no surplus grain. Once we get through this, I will certainly repay you." Aside from the anxious remnants of the army, young Master Li's team remained remarkably stable. Even with the volcanic scorpions now before them, and venom splattering around, their gazes remained resolute. Above, young Master Li, Li Jushu, and the younger sister were all exerting their utmost effort. They persevered for 30 minutes, at which point the volcanic scorpions had formed a circle, leaving only a small area near the golden battle vehicle free. The remnants had retreated into the building, layer by layer, defending against the pursuing volcanic scorpions. Just as Viper could no longer hold back from deploying the last bomb, the driver leaned into the cockpit and swiftly pressed a button, accompanied by a visible ripple in the air. Everyone heard the resonant sound of air vibrating, the shock wave sweeping across the ground. Hundreds of thousands of volcanic scorpions were struck as if by lightning, instantly disintegrating into fragments. Li Jushu, standing atop, had the clearest view, witnessing the scene unfold like autumn leaves being swept away. In the blink of an eye, the dark red street lay empty, with the volcanic scorpions clinging to the walls meeting the same fate, the efficacy surpassing that of a particle gun by a considerable margin. In just over a second, a radius of half a kilometer became a desolate wasteland, not a single volcanic scorpion remaining. The power of the wave cannon, funded by wealth, was indisputable. Can this thing not fire continuously? Li Jushu could not resist glancing at young Master Li. In the future, We should aim to procure another battle vehicle. Alternating them would prevent us from being in such a dire situation today. A trace of regret flickered in young Master Li's eyes. He realized he had been too conservative, believing one wave cannon would suffice for their challenges. Only when faced with adversity did he understand that more weapons were never excessive. With the crisis averted, young Master Li extended an invitation to Li Jushu to join him at his temporary headquarters, which was politely declined. Li Jushu was acutely aware that having saved young Master Li's life constituted a debt of gratitude. Maintaining a distance would ensure that young Master Li remembered him. Being in close proximity would transform this gratitude into a burden. To maximize this favor, it was best to avoid constant company. Furthermore, young Master Li's entourage was filled with talented individuals. Mingling among them would cause Li Jushu to blend in, hampering his own development. Most importantly, he had no desire to shift from the role of benefactor to subordinate. Perhaps aligning with young Master Li would provide greater safety, but considering the future, he chose to depart with his sister. Quite interesting. Observing the retreating figures of Li Jushu and his sister, young Master Li made no attempt to detain them, turning to descend the stairs and return to his temporary headquarters. As for the golden battle vehicle, he had subordinates to manage such trivial matters. It was not a concern for him. The gathering at the number 11 outpost was still home to many capable individuals, armed with formidable weapons, who had repeatedly come to the rescue during critical moments, preserving the lives of many hunters. Their presence had allowed the outpost to endure up to this point. Young Master Li was among these capable individuals, his golden battle vehicle serving as a banner. Regrettably, the wave cannon could not be fired continuously. Otherwise, exterminating the volcanic scorpions would not have been impossible. After parting ways with young Master Li, Li Jushu and his sister found a safe place to rest. He understood that relying on the individuals at the outpost to eradicate the volcanic scorpions was futile. Conserving energy was paramount. As the true test lay in who could endure the longest, waiting for the nearby number 9 base and number 12 outpost to notice the situation and send reinforcements. Thanks to the wave cannon, this area was temporarily secure. Given the speed of the volcanic scorpions, they were unlikely to arrive within 2 hours. Nevertheless, Li Jushu remained cautious, setting up precautionary measures at the stairs and door before resting with his sister. They slept for a full 3 hours, only to be jolted awake by a thunderous explosion, prompting them to rush from their room. The sky had brightened. At the entrance of the outpost, clouds of dust surged into the air, soaring over 100 meters as yet another segment of the city wall collapsed. Judging by the position, it was likely the city gate had fallen as well. Flanking the gate were electromagnetic cannons. If the gate had indeed collapsed, it was probable that the 2 electromagnetic cannons would not hold either. Li Jushu and his sister exchanged glances, both reflecting a shared sense of helplessness and alarm. This incident rendered the city wall practically meaningless. Suddenly, the sounds of gunfire and explosions from the outpost intensified, and it was evident that a multitude of volcanic scorpions had flooded in, rendering once safe areas perilous. Individuals like them, who had sought refuge, were now compelled to engage in combat, fighting while retreating. Let us head to the hotel. Li Jushu initially intended to navigate the battlefield alongside his companion, hoping to seize opportunities and perhaps acquire some fine weaponry, though the thought of potions seemed far-fetched. However, circumstances compelled him to reconsider. Safety had to take precedence. The entrance to Taoyuan-ji was teeming with hunters. I implore you, let's not enter. Allow the injured to go in instead. I am willing to compensate you, no matter the amount. In the first volume of Wanshou Xingqiu, Chapter 66, titled Perseverance, Li Jushu was willing to spend lavishly on accommodation at Taoyuan-ji precisely because of its formidable defenses. The establishment proudly advertised safety as its foremost priority. Taoyuan-ji was constructed to withstand missile strikes. Although the volcanic scorpions were formidable, they paled in comparison to missiles. The walls were but a mere sibling in the face of Taoyuan-ji's strength. Had the volcanic scorpions not possessed the ability to scale walls, they would have posed no threat to the establishment. Typically, the patrons of Taoyuan-ji did not perceive significant risks, but now, every individual yearned to become a client of Taoyuan-ji. Some wealthy young men were even willing to pay tenfold just to secure a room. Yet Taoyuan-ji was fully booked. Unless there were cancellations, no one else could gain entry. Please do not crowd here. Taoyuan-ji is at full capacity and cannot accommodate any more guests. Waiting here is a waste of time. Why not explore elsewhere for unexpected delights? A charming hostess repeatedly announced through a megaphone, but the hunters outside were reluctant to budge. Some attempted to entice current guests with exorbitant offers, while others pleaded for compassion. And many simply hoped for a miracle. Upon witnessing the throng unable to gain entry, Li Jushu and his younger sister felt a twinge of concern. However, the moment he produced his room card, all apprehensions dissipated. The security personnel promptly opened the door for the two, and the receptionist warmly greeted them, exemplifying the impeccable reputation and service of Teo Wei-Yunji. In that instant, Li Jushu and his sister resolved that, regardless of future destinations, their first choice for lodging would always be Teo Wei-Yunji, even at a premium. A business that steadfastly prioritizes customer service and upholds integrity in challenging times is bound to be reliable. In the preceding days, Li Jushu and his sister enjoyed a relatively carefree existence, sleeping and eating at their leisure. Their room was stocked with provisions and supplies that Li Jushu had prepared in advance, ensuring they would not face hunger for a month. Teo Wei-Yunji employed a high-quality security team, numbering slightly over 50, divided into 3 squads. Despite their modest size, the team's strength was formidable, comprising primarily of secondary-level hunters, with the captain and 2 lieutenants being tertiary-level hunters, elite among the ranks within gathering point number 11. Chao Gang, having lingered in the area for some time, remained only a primary-level hunter. He believed he possessed the strength of a secondary-level hunter, yet he had failed 2 evaluations and had only 1 opportunity left. Besides their elite personnel, the team was equipped with top-notch weaponry, rivaling that of the young Master Li, lacking only the wave-shaking cannon. However, they did possess electromagnetic and particle guns. With the security team safeguarding Teo Wei-Yunji, the volcanic scorpions were unable to breach their defenses, allowing guests to rest easily. Unfortunately, this tranquility was short-lived. On the 3rd day, the security team suffered casualties, and by the 4th day, a segment of the wall collapsed. That night, the defenses crumbled completely, rendering the last vestiges of protection ineffective. Gathering point number 11 became akin to an exposed maiden, with its administrators retreating to bunkers, leaving the hunters to fend for themselves. In an instant, hunters lamented their fate, desperately seeking refuge among powerful factions. Establishments like Teo Wei-Yunji, being large enterprises, typically maintain their own offices or subsidiaries, built to high standards. In times of crisis, such locations became sanctuaries. Wealthy corporations place great value on security, yet the most unfortunate were the novice hunters who had recently arrived at gathering point number 11. Lacking connections, knowledge, and resources, their survival seemed solely dependent on luck. The administrators of the gathering point found their ammunition nearly depleted, and ordinary citizens would expend theirs even more swiftly. As the available space diminished, death loomed as the inevitable end. Li Jushu was indifferent to the plight of outsiders. His concern was solely for his own survival. Volcanic scorpions began to scale the exterior of Teo Wei-Yunji, and as their numbers swelled, the security team could no longer maintain their previous levels of vigilance. The lovely hostess diligently knocked on each door, both to remind guests to prioritize their safety and to encourage those capable of defending themselves to participate in the effort. The duration of the volcanic scorpion's assault was uncertain, and a collective defense of Teo Wei-Yunji would also safeguard their own lives. In truth, the guests were already aware of their responsibilities. Moreover, Teo Wei-Yunji would provide some arms and ammunition. Li Jushu was among the most eager to respond. As a sharpshooter, he was well suited for the task of identifying guests one by one. He opened a window, extending the barrel of his Ben 84 rifle outward, and at the moment the muzzle steadied, a fiery tongue erupted. With a bang, a silver-tailed fire scorpion exploded several dozen meters away, its fragments raining down to the ground, leaving a pool of liquid on the wall. Li Jushu remained focused, continuously pulling the trigger as one volcanic scorpion after another fell to his aim. The performance of the Ben 84 was exceptional, and after 2 days of rest, he was in prime condition, striking true with each bullet. On other floors, other guests also opened their windows to join in the fray against the volcanic scorpions. Strength in numbers soon proved effective, as the creatures on the walls were swiftly dispatched. Li Jushu lowered his aim, targeting the scorpions on the ground. Though being a sharpshooter, he focused solely on the blue-tailed and silver-tailed fire scorpions, ensuring each bullet found its mark without waste. The ground was littered with pools of dark red fluid as the numbers of blue-tailed and silver-tailed fire scorpions dwindled, significantly alleviating the pressure on the security team. Observing the situation, the captain instructed one of his members, "Go, deliver additional ammunition to that guest. I have a few cigarettes in my room as well. Send those up too." Li Jushu was quite pleased to receive the extra bullets, as one can never have too many. However, upon seeing 2 packs of Yushi cigarettes and a pack of Huangalu, he was both amused and perplexed, informing the hostess that he did not smoke. "This is a gesture of goodwill from our security captain. Please accept it," the hostess insisted, appearing anxious that he might refuse. She hurriedly exited the room, leaving the card behind. Since it was offered, Li Jushu decided to accept. After all, the cigarettes were not inexpensive and could be gifted to someone else. His sister emerged in her pajamas, having chosen not to participate in the defense at Li Jushu's behest. Aiming to conserve her strength, Li Jushu cast a glance at her, quickly averting his gaze, and humorously remarked, "It would have been better to send 2 boxes of chocolates. They are both delightful and delectable." In the first volume of Wanshou Xingqiu, Chapter 67, titled Experts, individuals tend to relax more readily in the presence of familiar faces, lacking defensiveness and vigilance, as trust fosters a sense of security. During her time with the Shark team, his sister had consistently shared accommodations with Lin Lu, adopting the habit of foregoing undergarments after showers, a practice instilled by Lin Lu, who advocated for a return to nature. During the daytime, the necessity of clothing is a constraint of both societal norms and moral standards. However, at night, one ought to return to their true nature, as the continuous binding of oneself can be injurious to the body, akin to the practice of foot binding. After my younger sister experienced the liberation that comes with shedding these constraints, she became enamored with the sensation of ease. She momentarily forgot that she was no longer in the dormitory with the team, and that Li Jushu was not Lin Lu. After a refreshing shower, she donned a light and airy nightgown and stepped out. Her figure and visage epitomized the archetype of a lowly, when clad in conventional attire. Li Jushu instinctively perceived her as a younger sister, devoid of any ulterior thoughts. However, upon changing into her nightgown, a uniquely feminine aura emanated from her. Her fair skin dazzling in the dim light, accompanied by a subtle fragrance wafting through the room, rendering Li Jushu incapable of viewing her merely as a younger sibling. She was far from small. The delicate sprout of a lotus cannot aptly describe her, for she resembled a flower in full bloom, awaiting to be plucked. Li Juxu, at the height of his hormonal fervor, found himself captivated by such a sight, nearly succumbing to a nosebleed. Poets may adore the night, enchanted by the moon and stars. Yet, if enveloped in utter darkness, their anticipation for the night would likely dissipate. Conversely, hunters despise the night, for diminished visibility significantly increases risk. The power grid in the gathering area was nearly incapacitated. The lighting in the Taohua Yuan Ji Hotel relied on backup power, with a large diesel generator situated in the basement. However, this electricity was barely sufficient for internal use, rendering external illumination severely lacking. As night fell, the expressions of all became grave, for the previous casualties among the security team occurred under the veil of darkness. While the night bore no impact upon Li Jushu, it significantly affected the volcano scorpions. Residing for extended periods within the Lingyun cave, located just beneath an active volcano, these scorpions thrived in high temperatures. The cold of the night diminished their sensory perception and speed, inadvertently benefiting Li Jushu's aim. Gunfire erupted continuously, a positive sign indicating the presence of life. It was the silence that instilled fear, suggesting the potential for total extinction. With chocolate in his mouth, Li Jushu sought to replenish his strength, though primarily, he aimed to relieve tension. Prolonged mental concentration was exhausting, and he wished to conserve his energy, maintaining at least 50% of his vitality at all times to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Unlike the privileged Li de Xiaoye, who had subordinates sacrificing themselves in perilous situations, Li Jushu bore the weight of danger alone. If he could withstand it, he would live. If not, he would perish. Each tremor of the gun barrel resulted in the explosion of a volcano scorpion 100 meters away. In the face of the formidable power of the Hu Ben 84 model, only the carcass of the silver-tailed fire scorpion remained largely intact, while ordinary scorpions and blue-tailed fire scorpions were obliterated into fragments. His ability to perceive the night as day rendered Li Jiushu exceptionally adept, allowing him to scrutinize the security team's defenses and provide precise assistance. He single-handedly eliminated nearly all the blue-tailed and silver-tailed fire scorpions, enabling the security team to concentrate on the ordinary scorpions without the need to waste time reloading ammunition or switching weapons. Ordinary handguns and submachine guns could not kill silver-tailed fire scorpions. Each appearance of these creatures incited trepidation within the security team. With Li Jiushu's presence, the security team found themselves relieved of a formidable foe. Who is that? Li Jiushu suddenly inquired. The darkened street suddenly illuminated as a group approached from a distance. The gunfire was not dense, but possessed a rhythmic quality. To Li Jiushu's astonishment, leading the way was a young man wielding a curved sword. The young man was tall, his physique well-proportioned. In his left hand, he held a black circular shield, while the curved blade, approximately 80 centimeters long, gleamed with lethal sharpness. With a flicker of the blade, approaching volcano scorpions were reduced to mere fragments. The group advanced swiftly, the street teeming with volcano scorpions failing to impede their progress. Due to visibility issues, Li Jiushu observed clearly that the young man's swordplay had the ability to curve. The volcano scorpions were not lined up waiting for execution. Their positions chaotic and varied in size and speed. Yet, under the young man's blade, all obstacles became inconsequential. The scorpions willingly offered themselves, severed in twain. Although Li Jiushu lacked martial arts knowledge, he understood that this was no mere coincidence. The young man's exceptional swordsmanship was the reason behind this. The young man seldom utilized a shield, as the volcano scorpions perished before they could release their venom. The venom was not something that could be dispensed at will. It required preparation, the tail lifted in anticipation, and a moment of aiming. Just as a scorpion prepared to strike, a swift arc of the blade would slice through its body, delivering a fatal blow. While this appeared simple, Li Jiushu knew that, were he in the same position, he would need luck to simultaneously strike two volcano scorpions. The young man executed his maneuvers effortlessly, devoid of any semblance of difficulty. Behind the group followed a woman clad in form-fitting attire, wielding a sword. Though her face remained obscured, her figure suggested undeniable beauty, tasked with guarding the rear. Her swordsmanship matched that of the young man, slicing through any scorpion that approached from any angle, cleaving them in two. It's him. He is also at the 11th gathering area. The younger sister exclaimed, startled after donning night vision goggles. Who is he? Li Jiushu bundarat, recognizing the admiration evident on her face. A legend among hunters, the 4th-level hunter, Xiao Suiguan. The younger sister's eyes sparkled with excitement as she fixated on the young man, unwavering in her gaze. So was he. Li Jiushu's expression mirrored his surprise. Xiao Suiguan was indeed a figure of great renown throughout the Wanshou planet. Rumored to hail from a prestigious family and trained by a formidable master in martial arts from a young age. With wealth at his disposal, he consumed potions as if they were water and, at such a young age, had already attained the status of a 4th-level hunter. While others pursued the hunter's path for monetary gain, his motivations stemmed purely from passion. Tasks that others struggled to complete, he accomplished with ease, primarily due to his affluence. For instance, while others armed themselves with submachine guns and handguns to confront blood wolves, he wielded a Gatling gun, leaving others unable to compete. Li Jiushu had always believed that Xiao Suiguan's fame was due to his wealth, yet he now recognized the true prowess behind it. Taohua Yuan Ji requires additional personnel, the younger sister suddenly remarked. In the first volume of Wanshou Xingqiu, Chapter 68, titled The Second Shareholder, Li Jiushu swiftly grasped the implication of his sister's words. Xiao Suiguan was the second-largest private shareholder of Taohua Yuan Ji. In the absence of other shareholders, he possessed the authority to amend certain regulations of Taohua Yuan Ji, such as provisions for emergency relief for refugees. The guests residing within were naturally reluctant to accept this, but Xiao Suiguan maintained a firm stance. Anyone who has objections may vacate their rooms. We at Taohua Yuan Ji will offer triple compensation in addition to an extra double compensation. Such words incited the guests' outrage. Their teeth clenched in anger. I will certainly file a complaint with the Taohua Yuan Ji headquarters. Just wait. A slightly overweight woman declared angrily. Of course, filing a complaint is your right and your freedom, but for now, I suggest you return to your rooms, as this place will soon become quite crowded. Xiao Suiguan responded with a slight smile, unperturbed. Observing that they could not contend with the overwhelming authority, the guests in the lobby begrudgingly retreated to their respective rooms. Li Jiushu and his younger sister among them. From a personal perspective, they too were disinclined to accept refugees. Although morally it was imperative to assist, it would jeopardize their own interests. The age-old truth remains. Too many people lead to too many complications. The prowess of Xiao Suiguan is beyond question, as he managed to lead nearly 100 refugees through the encirclement of the volcanic scorpions, with only a few casualties, thus entering the realm of Tong Hua Yuanji. Li Jiushu humbly considered that even 10 of himself would not have achieved such a feat, however. This did not signify an end. Rather, it was merely the beginning. The refugees, nay, they should not be referred to as such, but rather as hunters, upon witnessing Xiao Suiguan's command over the situation, erupted in cheers. Their fortunes were now intertwined with his. His victory equated to their own triumph. First, tend to the injured. Arrange for those exhausted to rest. Distribute weapons and ammunition to those capable of fighting and integrate them into the security teams. A series of orders flowed from Xiao Suiguan's lips, and none dared to defy them. Everything proceeded with remarkable orderliness. His willingness to rescue others was underpinned by a well-conceived plan. He was no mere do-gooder. The accommodations within Tong Hua Yuanji were fully occupied, but that did not imply a lack of space. Staff quarters, spare rooms, storage areas, and private chambers for stakeholders were all available for use at this time. From the moment Xiao Suiguan entered Tong Hua Yuanji, he became the highest authority within the hotel. Under his leadership, the hotel's combat capability surged dramatically. He himself did not remain idle. Whenever a horde of volcanic scorpions emerged, he was the first to charge forth, closely followed by the sword-wielding woman, who alleviated his concerns from behind. Together, they navigated the throngs of scorpions, alleviating the precarious situation of the hotel. Observing this, the guests' discontent with Xiao Suiguan diminished significantly. In such an environment, it was perplexing how other hunters learned of Tong Hua Yuanji's willingness to shelter refugees. Groups of 3 or 5 flocked to the establishment, and Xiao Suiguan welcomed them all, accommodating the elderly, infirm, and vulnerable while arming those still capable of battle. The logistical support within Tong Hua Yuanji was robust, equipped not only with medicines, but also with a physician capable of addressing external injuries. The hunters who were received expressed their profound gratitude to Xiao Suiguan. Inside a room, a flash of white light swept through, severing 6 candles in half, while a playing card embedded itself 2/3 into the 7th candle before halting. Li Jiushu shook his head and continued to practice. Since Xiao Suiguan brought people into Tong Hua Yuanji and stabilized the defenses, he had refrained from engaging. Yet he was not idle. He practiced his flying card technique, aiming to master 8 candles. To achieve this, he requested the staff to provide the playing cards and candles within Tong Hua Yuanji. The manager, aware of his previous contributions to the hotel, readily acquiesced to his request without hesitation, deeming the items trivial and inexpensive. The candles were 2 fingers wide, and a young woman attempted to strike them with a playing card but failed to hit even a single one. After several attempts, she finally struck one, but only managed to penetrate a 1/5 of its length. This was not a pursuit to be rushed. Initially, she would hone her skills with the playing cards, mastering the direction before progressing to the power behind her throws. Li Jiushu smiled and remarked that mastering direction was the most challenging aspect. Although Cao Gong had praised her talent, he had himself taken 6 months to perfect his aim before beginning to practice strength. If the playing cards were replaced with iron plates, severing fingers would be trivial, the young woman suggested. Once I can cleave through 10 candles, I will seek someone to forge a batch of iron plates and sharpen their edges, replied Li Jiushu, whose ambitions extended beyond mere fingers. He aspired to sever an arm. The thin sheets crafted from high-performance alloy wood, once honed, possess an alarming sharpness, and combined with the strength he would develop, he believed it possible to sever an arm. In the confines of the room, the use of a sniper rifle would be severely limited. However, should he unleash an iron plate unexpectedly, it would surely trouble his adversaries. If the edges were serrated, the young woman suggested. Li Jiushu's eyes lit up. This was indeed an excellent idea. Within a mere night, the news of Tong Hua Yuanji's acceptance of refugees spread throughout the entire number 11 gathering point. Li Jiushu was puzzled. While the gathering point was indeed small, How had the hunters received word in an age where phones had become unusable? His confusion paled in comparison to the urgency of the hunters' actions. Tonghua Yung boasted a total of 120 guest rooms, which could accommodate 260 individuals when calculated by bed space, including the staff, security team, chefs, logistics, and management. The total number swelled to approximately 350. Yet, in just a day and night, the number of people within the hotel exceeded 3,000, leading to a severe overload. And this figure was rapidly escalating. On the third day, the quantity of food delivered was reduced by a quarter, and Li Jushu immediately recognized the impending food shortage. That night, the sounds of gunfire were intermingled with explosions, rendering sleep elusive. The ammunition must be running low, the young woman voiced her concerns. Typically, if bullets could suffice, bombs would not be employed, as their supply is far more limited. The extensive use of bombs indicates not only an increase in the volcanic scorpion population, but also signals an issue with ammunition. Li Jushu lay in bed, silent, with his sniper rifle resting at his bedside, within arm's reach. As dawn broke, a sudden quarrel erupted from the adjacent room. The soundproofing of Tonghua Yung was commendable, and the intensity of the argument suggested it was quite fierce. Li Jushu rose from his bed and stepped out of his room, encountering the young woman from across the hall, who had also been awakened by the commotion. Her hair was disheveled, partially obscuring her face, while a black camisole accentuated her fair skin, rendering her almost ethereal. Barefoot, she emerged from her room. Yawning, last night's incessant explosions had robbed her of a good night's sleep. A knock echoed at the door. Li Jushu and the young woman paused in unison, their expressions sharpening. He gestured for her to return and change, while he approached the door, peering through the peephole. Volume 1. Wanshou Xingqiu Chapter 69. An Intrusion. The young woman suddenly realized that her attire left little to the imagination. Although she wore pajamas, they were semi-transparent, with the illumination rendering them nearly indistinguishable from nudity. Her cheeks flushed crimson, heart racing, as she hurried back to her room and slammed the door shut. Is there a problem? Li Jushu inquired, opening the door to find 3 individuals: a hotel staff member, a deputy captain of the security team, and a strikingly dressed woman. The hotel rooms are insufficient. The higher-ups have instructed that each suite accommodate a few more individuals. In these trying times, we hope for everyone's understanding. Before the staff member could speak, the deputy captain interjected. The higher-ups have issued these instructions? How many people are currently in the hotel? Li Jushu immediately recalled the quarrel next door. It was indeed due to the overcrowding. I'm not entirely certain, but it is quite cramped below. We ask for everyone's patience. We believe the crisis will pass soon. The deputy captain's tone was conciliatory, yet his demeanor indicated a firm resolution. Shall every room be required to take in more occupants? Li Jushu questioned. For now, yes. However, if the situation necessitates further additions, more individuals may be accommodated. The deputy captain's ambiguous response clarified Li Jushu's understanding of the matter. I would advise your superiors that as more people flock here, the volcanic scorpions will undoubtedly sense this influx and swarm towards Tonghua Yung as well. Li Jushu cautioned. The expressions of both the deputy captain and the staff member shifted, as they had not considered this implication. Since the hotel has made its decision, I cannot oppose it, provided there is no discrimination in treatment. Li Jushu stepped back, granting them passage. Thank you for your understanding, and I apologize for the inconvenience. The staff bowed respectfully to Li Jushu and then addressed the lady. Miss Han, please. The alluring woman huffed, lifted her chin high, and sashayed into the suite. The staff followed closely behind, carrying her luggage, while the deputy captain of the security team remained motionless at the entrance. When Li Jushu made the reservation, he had considered his younger sister and booked a small suite comprising a living room and 2 bedrooms. Although it was not spacious, it was ample for 3 occupants. The living room featured a sofa, and logically, the lady should have been expected to sleep on the sofa, yet she had other ideas. She stood at the door, cast a disdainful glance around Li Jushu's room, and pointed at the closed door of his sister's room, declaring, I shall occupy this room. Her tone left no room for negotiation. It was a command. The staff appeared troubled and glanced at Li Jushu for guidance. Was this also the directive from their superiors? Li Jushu turned his gaze to the deputy captain. Miss Han's brother was the general manager of the procurement department at Tiangong Group. The deputy captain, however, evaded the question. I do not know her, Li Jushu replied. The leader instructed that as long as the guests did not obstruct Ms. Han's check-in, in addition to refunding all fees, they would also compensate her tenfold of the room charge and present her with a VIP silver card, granting her a 20% discount on all future stays at Teowe Wanji. The deputy captain handed over a silver-colored card. I trust one am not responsible for the safety of Ms. Han? Li Jushu remarked with a semblance of a smile directed at the deputy captain. Teowe Wanji will ensure the safety of all guests, the deputy captain asserted. Li Jushu knocked and entered his sister's room. 5 minutes later, she had gathered her belongings and vacated the room. Miss Han, who had been waiting impatiently, could hardly contain her excitement as she entered the room. Suddenly recalling something, she turned back towards Li Jushu and his sister, loudly warning, "You two best behave yourselves and keep your distance from my room. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude." Li Jushu feigned ignorance and helped carry his sister's belongings into his room. The staff maintained a courteous demeanor, arranging her items with care before closing the door behind them. Bowing once more to Li Jushu and his sister, "I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience." The deputy captain at the entrance exhibited clear signs of impatience, but restrained himself from expressing it. Li Jushu understood that his restraint was not aimed at Ms. Han, but rather at Tiangong Group. The presence of an additional individual was an inconvenience, and Li Jushu found it displeasing, yet he recognized that he lacked the leverage to resist. Many influential figures resided at Teowe Wanji, and he had no desire to be the one to draw attention. He believed others would likely be more impatient than he. On that day, nearly every room experienced disputes, yet they ultimately subsided. The next day, Li Jushu observed that the delivery of meals was delayed by an hour, and the portion sizes had been reduced to 1/3 of what was customary. He exchanged a glance with his sister, remaining silent as they began to eat, while Ms. Han erupted in a fit of rage. "What does this mean? Are you treating us like beggars at Teowe Wanji? Where's my tomahawk steak? My foie gras? Bring them to me immediately, or I shall go find Xiao Suguan." The server, terrified, fled the scene and did not return. Meanwhile, several more individuals had entered the neighboring rooms, and the cacophony from both sides persisted for a considerable time before quieting down. Li Jushu thought his suite would soon be filled as well, but to his surprise, no one arrived until the afternoon. He surmised that this was due to Miss Han's influence. At dinner, the portion was again diminished to a mere quarter of the standard serving. Not only was Li Jushu, who had a hearty appetite, dissatisfied, but even his sister found herself unsated. As anticipated, Miss Han commenced another tirade. Li Jushu and his sister retreated into their room, closed the door, and chose to ignore her. As night descended, the sounds of gunfire clustered in 7 or 8 locations, while other areas remained shrouded in darkness and silence. Among them, the gunfire from Teowe Wanji was the most intense, yet both Li Jushu and his sister discerned that compared to earlier, the frequency of gunfire had decreased by at least half. This was an ominous sign. The number of volcanic scorpions had more than doubled, yet the gunfire had waned. Ms. Han continued to fret over her treatment, oblivious to the fact that their very lives were at stake. With Xiao Suiguan's astuteness, he must have already recognized the gravity of the situation, yet he continued to accept the beleaguered hunters, perhaps believing that those who remained alive were the elite, each addition bolstering the strength of Teowe Wanji. However, he likely had no time to consider that the capacity of Teowe Wanji was finite. Teowe Wanji resembled a grand vessel. Once the cargo exceeded its limits, it would sink. Even if they had not yet reached that limit, the excessive load rendered the vessel cumbersome, stripping it of its agility. Li Jushu clutched his firearm as he slept, reassured that no hotel staff had come to solicit his assistance, indicating that the situation had not yet reached its most dire point. However, no one anticipated that in the dead of night, dozens of volcanic scorpions would invade the 6th floor, including 2 silver-tailed scorpions, 6 blue-tailed scorpions, with the remainder being ordinary scorpions. These dozens of scorpions rampaged through the 6th floor, their shrieks and cries awakening the entire hotel, until the security captain rushed up to eliminate the volcanic scorpions. In the end, the casualty count reached over 130, with more than 20 injured, not from battling the scorpions, but from the chaos of escape. Some collided with doors, while others crashed into walls, and some fell down, resulting in embarrassment. With so many individuals facing off against a mere handful of scorpions, the losses were indeed staggering. In terms of combat capability, a one-on-one encounter with a volcanic scorpion could be easily handled by an ordinary person. A volcanic scorpion was no more formidable than a common venomous snake or centipede. While they were certainly stronger, they were nowhere near the level of lions or tigers. And even dogs and wolves outclassed them. A cat could easily kill a volcanic scorpion. The true terror of volcanic scorpions lay in their numbers, which seemed limitless. This was akin to ants. When their numbers swelled, they could indeed be lethal. Had the guests on the sixth floor remained calm and united, exterminating the few volcanic scorpions would have been a breeze. But unfortunately, they were burdened with too many incompetent allies. Most patrons of Teotihuacan were affluent and influential, primarily engaged in business, and lacked combat experience. Just days prior, even if there had been casualties, they were minimal. Few were solitary, and, fortuitously, in the past few days, an influx of people had been introduced. Those who entered were either the brothers or sisters of some group as general manager or the relatives of some director, individuals with connections, yet devoid of combat experience. A gathering of novices faced danger with the instinct to flee rather than confront it. Human nature is inherently selfish. One need only outrun those beside them to survive. Each person harbored this thought, leading to a scenario where no one could escape, resulting in a massacre by the volcanic scorpions. The security captain searched extensively, but could not discern how the scorpions had infiltrated. Every room had been inspected, with no signs of damage. The drainage pipes had not been examined, yet it was highly improbable. The pipes were only as wide as a thigh, while the volcanic scorpions were larger than a human head and could not squeeze through. While the volcanic scorpions were eradicated, the guests on the sixth floor no longer felt safe remaining there and strongly demanded room changes. Yet given the current circumstances, where could they possibly be relocated? The security captain tried every means to persuade them, but failed to dissuade them. Reluctantly, he sent someone to find Xiao Suiguan, though at that moment, Xiao Suiguan had no time to attend to such matters. He sent back a message via the security officer. Those unwilling to remain on the sixth floor could leave Teotihuacan. The clamor abruptly ceased. While the guests refrained from voicing their grievances, resentment toward Xiao Suiguan brewed within them, especially among the injured, whose expressions grew increasingly grim. The captain of the security team, witnessing the situation, chose to remain silent and departed with his subordinates. Li Ju Su, realizing there was no longer any spectacle to behold, returned to his suite. Just as he closed the door, the lights suddenly illuminated the room, revealing Miss Han seated on the sofa, clad in an exquisite nightgown that accentuated her slender waist and featured daring slits, exposing her long, fair legs. "What level of hunter are you?" Miss Han inquired. Her makeup removed, revealing a beauty that surpassed her heavily adorned appearance by tenfold. Her gaze was calm, and her posture exuded the poise of a refined lady. "Is something the matter?" Li Ju Su silently chastised himself for his oversight. Had the individual on the sofa been an enemy or a volcanic scorpion, he feared he might have already met his demise. What astonished him further was the realization that the earlier fiery demeanor of Miss Han had merely been a facade, and this was her true self. "Based on my estimations, at most by the night after tomorrow, the first floor will be indefensible. I hope to employ both of you for my protection, and the remuneration will surely satisfy you." Miss Han's piercing gaze bore into Li Ju Su's eyes as she spoke, exuding an overwhelming pressure. "You need not worry excessively. Teotihuacan will safeguard everyone." Li Ju Su was taken aback, astonished by Miss Han's insight, which mirrored his own predictions regarding the impending breach. He found Miss Han to be an intriguing individual, and, despite his pressing need for money, was reluctant to accept the offer. "We are all in the same boat. There is no need to create distance between us," Miss Han frowned. "Do not waste time on us." Li Ju Su retreated to his room, shutting the door behind him, where he found his younger sister eavesdropping behind it. A challenging night passed, with the term challenging referring to the hunters and security team engaged in combat below, as well as the guests on the sixth floor, who were physically unwearied but mentally exhausted, on edge. In contrast, others remained relatively untroubled, some even indulging in pleasant dreams. During the day, numerous hunters entered Teotihuacan, causing the lower floors to become overcrowded, necessitating the accommodation of guests on higher levels, which incited widespread discontent. Some of these guests had previously cut and lined themselves, yet they expressed considerable dissatisfaction upon witnessing others being crammed in, ultimately yielding to the prevailing authority. Breakfast was abruptly announced as canceled, prompting widespread grievances. Lunch portions were reduced, and tensions flared that evening when the hotel management informed everyone that due to food shortages, only one meal would be provided each day. This was intolerable. One meal a day was inadequate. Many patrons were accustomed to a life of luxury and had never experienced hunger. They immediately sought accountability from Xiao Suiguan, particularly the initial guests who had been promised individual rooms and ample food. They had reluctantly accepted sharing accommodations due to Xiao Suiguan's decisions. But the lack of sufficient sustenance was an affront too great to endure. Please do not lose your temper. This hardship is temporary. Base 9 has received news and is en route for rescue. If all goes well, they will arrive in 3 days, at worst 5. Just hold on a little longer. And I assure you, once this crisis passes, I, Xiao Suiguan, will guarantee compensation. His words carried weight, and although the guests were reluctant to confront him, they ultimately retreated to their rooms, acquiescing to his assurances. However, no one anticipated that while Tao Weiyuanji faced internal and external challenges, the neighboring Chang'er Duo 2 hotel had been breached by volcanic scorpions, the screams echoing into Tao Weiyuanji, prompting guests to peer out the windows in horror. Volume 1. The B-Star Planet, Chapter 71. The Escape Route Blocked. By specifications, Chang'er Duo 2 Hotel was even a notch above Tao Weiyuanji, primarily due to its targeted clientele of the elite, while Tao Weiyuanji catered to affluent merchants. Wealth, naturally, could not rival power. The elite value their lives and typically travel with several bodyguards. Theoretically, Chang'er Duo 2 hotel security should have surpassed that of Tao Weiyuanji. While Tao Weiyuanji might fall to volcanic scorpions, Chang'er Duo 2 hotel should have withstood such an assault, or at the very least, succumbed later. Tao Weiyuanji had accepted numerous hunters. The advantage of numbers is contingent upon quality, not mere quantity. 1,000 rounds of ammunition, if wielded by professional hunters, could eliminate over 900 volcanic scorpions. In contrast, amateur hunters might only manage to kill around 600, while ordinary individuals might only succeed in dispatching 200. Under conditions of ample ammunition, waste was inconsequential. But now, with supplies dwindling, the initial numerical advantage began to turn into a liability. Xiao Suiguan must have recognized this dilemma, yet he was already in too deep to retreat. Chang'er Duo 2 Hotel did not face this predicament. Thus, from any perspective, it seemed improbable that Chang'er Duo 2 Hotel would fall to the volcanic scorpions so swiftly. Yet it had happened, leaving everyone baffled but compelled to confront the reality. The chaos at Chang'er Duo 2 Hotel drew the attention of the volcanic scorpions away, and the most prudent course of action for Tao Weiyuanji would have been to remain passive. However, Xiao Suiguan opted to send reinforcements. Are you insane? Not only the guests of Tao Weiyuanji, but even the hunters who joined the security team cannot comprehend Xiao Suiguan's decision. How can one hope to save others when their own safety is at stake? If not for the respect commanded by Xiao Suiguan's status, many hunters would likely have exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind?" Chang'er Duo 2 Hotel has provisions, and perhaps even abundant ammunition. It was clear that Xiao Suiguan had not acted recklessly. There must have been compelling reasons behind his choice. Opposition voices quickly faded, and everyone tacitly accepted Xiao Suiguan's plan. As for the guests' opinions, Xiao Suiguan had long ceased to heed them. Commanding the security team equated to wielding control over Tao Weiyuanji. The firepower at Chang'er Duo 2 Hotel was formidable, boasting heavy artillery and seemingly limitless explosives, including the formidable meteor bombs, which were conventional weapons designed for widespread attacks. Each shell contained approximately 100 individual bombs, launched into the sky like fireworks, only to rain down and explode upon contact with the ground. Due to their extensive destructive radius, such weapons were rarely seen outside of wartime. Chang'er Duo 2 Hotel undoubtedly possessed an extensive arsenal. Had the adversaries not been volcanic scorpions, a few volleys of meteor bombs would likely have concluded the conflict. The relentless explosions claimed the lives of countless volcanic scorpions, yet no one dared to relax, for more scorpions relentlessly surged forth, an unending tide. Li Ju-su and his younger sister stood before the window, their view aligned perfectly with Chang'er Duo 2 Hotel. Utilizing a telescope, his sister observed the chaos, while Li Ju-su, without the aid of such devices, clearly perceived the unfolding scene. The circumstances surrounding Chang'er Duo 2 stand in stark contrast to those of Tao Weiyuanji. while Teo Weiyunji is overwhelmed with an excess of personnel. Chang Erdwa to Jiodian suffers from a shortage, with small groups scattered, each fighting for their own survival. Some flee towards the east, others towards the west, while some remain indecisive, like a scattered sand. It is evident that every hunter possesses formidable strength. Having survived until now, they are the elite among the elite. However, their lack of unity has led to devastating blows from the volcanic scorpions. Observing the lessons from Chang Erdwa to Jiodian, Xiao Suiguan's approach appears to be correct. "Hold on, we are coming to rescue you," he announces, equipped with a large loudspeaker, his voice resonating far and wide. The morale of the guests at Chang Erdwa to Jiodian surges. Some who initially intended to flee in other directions change their minds and head towards Teo Weiyunji. Wielding a curved dagger, Xiao Suiguan leads the charge, his blade flashing like lightning, cleaving through the volcanic scorpions with precision, none having the opportunity to unleash their venom. The route he has chosen is deliberate, a main road devoid of towering structures, thus avoiding attacks from scorpions scaling the walls. A woman wielding a long sword closely follows him, addressing any volcanic scorpions Xiao Suiguan overlooks. The other hunters trail behind, with gunfire not excessively intense, yet striking true with remarkable accuracy. Is there truly a master among them? Li Jushu has long believed that martial prowess existed solely in legends and myths. The martial skills he has encountered thus far have been mere breakthroughs of human limits, focused on combat, emphasizing strength and speed. Surpassing the ordinary in these two aspects qualifies one as a master of martial arts. However, upon witnessing Xiao Suiguan, his convictions wavered. The lethality exhibited by Xiao Suiguan transcends mere speed and power. It encompasses perception, coordinated movement, reaction speed, and a comprehensive understanding of the situation, forming a holistic system. A power only attributed to legendary martial arts. Indeed, the younger sister responds succinctly, her tone resolute. Li Jushu gazes at her in surprise. The martial prowess he refers to is the profound art characterized by internal cultivation, not mere military drills. The martial arts that have been handed down are exceedingly rare and incomplete, safeguarded within a select few ancient families, inaccessible to the common populace. "I claim I have never witnessed it," she asserts. "Nor have I," Li Jushu replies. "But the big boss shark has seen it. From behind a wooden board, he could shatter a red brick into fragments. Is that hard qigong? Li Jotaix exclaims. Auxilarata. No, it's internal power, she clarifies. Who is it? Curiosity gleams in Li Jushu's eyes. The big boss shark did not disclose. She shakes her head. What a pity. Regret shadows Li Jushu's face. To witness such a master would be a source of lifelong pride. The big boss shark said that not witnessing it might be a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, it could severely undermine one's confidence, she remarks. Is that so? Oh no. Li Jushu's expression shifts abruptly as a towering building suddenly collapses, accompanied by a deafening roar, unleashing a torrent of volcanic scorpions that block the return path of Xiao Suiguan and his group. The guests observing from Teo Weiyunji are left in stunned disbelief. Volume 1. The Beastly Planet, Chapter 72. Fighting for Survival. Xiao Suiguan has taken half of the combat strength from Teo Weiyunji. Should they fail to return, Teo Weiyunji will be in grave danger. It's the silver-tailed fire scorpion. Li Jushu's keen gaze pierces through the smoke, spotting the severely corroded load-bearing wall of the building. The silver-tailed fire scorpions, for reasons unknown, begin assaulting the load-bearing wall, an unforeseen development. The building is teeming with volcanic scorpions. The younger sister, peering through binoculars, wears a grave expression as the structure crumbles, revealing a mass of scorpion corpses, some still struggling amidst the debris. Typically, volcanic scorpions do not occupy a building without cause unless prey is present. However, after prolonged observation, she sees no one emerging from the wreckage. They may have escaped through another route or perished. This is troublesome, Li Jushu muses, his gaze drifting towards the distant city gate, where a wave approaches with astonishing speed. The sky has darkened completely, devoid of streetlights, rendering visibility extremely low. He can perceive the unfolding situation from afar, while others remain oblivious. Although the younger sister holds binoculars, the view remains hazy and indistinct. Xiao Suiguan possesses acute crisis awareness. Upon reuniting with the individuals from Chang Erdwa to Jiodian, he immediately decides to retreat without hesitation. A small group disperses in various directions, but he does not insist on retaining anyone, returning decisively. A few guests hastily pursue him, shouting, "Wait for us." Xiao Suwan disregards them, circumventing the collapsed building, continuing to lead the charge, his curved knife carving a path, its lethality surpassing even that of a Gatling gun. Traversing the wreckage would save considerable time. However, no one dares to tread upon the ruins, as it would be akin to seeking death. Even without volcanic scorpions, navigating the debris is treacherous. Now, the ruins are littered with volcanic scorpions, every crevice potentially concealing them, and even Xiao Suiguan refrains from taking risks. Li Jushu retrieves a flare, hesitates briefly, then sets it aside. 3 minutes later, Xiao Suiguan's team collides with the oncoming tide, which is no mere wave but a surge of volcanic scorpions. Layer upon layer, they tower over a meter high, forcing even Xiao Suiguan to retreat. He and the woman with the sword can only focus on their own survival, neglecting the others. The team has no opportunity to conserve strength, each member unleashing their available weaponry. Particle guns, laser guns, various explosives, creating explosions that illuminate the situation for the guests within Teo Weiyuanji, who gasp in shock. Many among them have harbored disdain for Xiao Suiguan, yet in this moment, they cannot help but worry for him. Upon contact, several individuals collapse, their desperate screams echoing in the night. Xiao Suiguan's ideal outcome would be to retreat back to Teo Weiyuanji, but it is evident that returning is impossible. Reluctantly, he must lead his team in another direction. The Locust 21 machine gun has not ceased firing since it began, bullets raining down like a torrential downpour. The barrels glowing red, yet the effectiveness is far from ideal, failing to eradicate the volcanic scorpions or even slow their advance. The Thunder 88 heavy machine gun fires intermittently, its larger caliber consuming ammunition at a greater rate, necessitating regular magazine changes. Stars burst one after another in a series of explosions. Yet the number of volcanic scorpions only increases. Xiao Suiguan exerts every ounce of his strength, but his companions continue to fall one by one. At this juncture, the issues stemming from the lack of team cohesion rapidly amplify. Many of Xiao Suiguan's commands go unheeded. Even if they are acknowledged, their execution falters. The rear guard must be composed of experts. Heavy machine gunners are the most suitable. However, after several heavy gunners from a security team fall, the remaining gunners hesitate to remain at the rear, as doing so would signify certain death. "Why won't you stay at the rear?" a machine gunner retorts to Xiao Suiguan, infuriating him to the point of visible veins. Were it not for his path-clearing efforts, the team would have nowhere to retreat. They must unite to survive. If everyone thinks solely of themselves, they could simply abandon ship. Although the volcanic scorpions are formidable, they cannot trap them. The woman wielding the long sword casts a piercing gaze at the argumentative machine gunner. Standing at nearly 2 meters tall, he shivers under her scrutiny, falling silent. Those who fear death often meet their demise sooner. They are all adults. Xiao Suiguan, suppressing his fury, continued to forge ahead, as there was truly no time to engage in futile verbal sparring with those who were cowardly. It was our turn now. As he and his entourage vanished around the corner of the street, Li Jushu withdrew his gaze. A significant portion of the volcanic scorpions had pursued Xiao Suiguan and his group, which explained why he had refrained from firing flares. However, a small fraction had diverted in other directions, including towards Taohua Yuanji, with an estimated count of several million. The first floor erupted with the sound of gunfire as the security team valiantly defended the entrance, striving to repel the advancing volcanic scorpions. The patrons within Taohua Yuanji bore mixed emotions. With Xiao Suiguan's departure, the oppressive weight that loomed over them had lifted, granting them a sense of relief from intimidation. Yet, on the other hand, Xiao Suiguan was a formidable expert. His absence diminished the strength of Taohua Yuanji, leaving uncertainty about its ability to withstand the assault. Everyone, those capable, must step forward to assist. I know there are many experienced hunters among the guests. This is not the time for idleness. Protecting Taohua Yuanji is tantamount to safeguarding oneself. A sharp-eyed man emerged, rallying the guests from each floor. Li Jushu recognized him. He was also a guest, named Zheng Liren, a high-ranking executive from a large corporation. When Xiao Suiguan had not yet arrived, the security team had requested assistance from the guests, and he had participated. Wielding a Locust 31 machine gun, an upgraded version of the Locust 21, which had seen improvements in firing rate and accuracy, making it more user-friendly. Some stepped forward, while others remained silent. Li Jushu did not descend. As a sniper, he had no need to do so. From the window, he could effectively engage the enemy. The atmosphere remained cautiously optimistic. After all, Taowai Yuanji had weathered the storm for so many days, and the previous night's incident was merely an anomaly. None had anticipated that the underground parking garage would be overrun by volcanic scorpions. The scorpions had not detected the elevator, opting instead to ascend via the stairs, with infestations on all 4 staircases. This oversight from the surveillance room was regrettable, yet there was no time to assign blame. The security team dispatched personnel to block the stairwells, leaving the defenses on the ground floor conspicuously weakened. Zheng Liren hurried back upstairs to once again mobilize the guests. Everyone, if the volcanic scorpions breach our defenses, none shall survive. There remains an opportunity to halt their advance. Weigh your choices wisely. After delivering his message, Zheng Liren hefted his ammunition and hurried down the stairs, wary of the elevator that could potentially alert the scorpions in the basement. In the first volume of Wan Shou Xing Qiu, Chapter 73, titled Fault Line, the muzzle of a gun subtly shifted, and in a moment of stillness, a fiery tongue erupted. Bang! The head of a silver-tailed fire scorpion exploded, showering dark red liquid across the ground. Subsequently, 2 nearby blue-tailed fire scorpions met the same fate. Their bodies shattered. Li Jushu maintained a calm demeanor, elevated above the chaos, with all volcanic scorpions within his line of sight. A stream of fire erupted as he controlled his aim within a 3-second window. The advancing silver-tailed scorpions scarcely had the chance to release their venom. The sheer number of scorpions was overwhelming. Li Jushu had already finished the chocolate in his mouth, yet there was no time to unwrap another. He could only contend with the silver-tailed scorpions, occasionally addressing the blue-tailed ones, while the ordinary scorpions were utterly disregarded. The sounds of agony echoed, each cry signifying a life extinguished, whether that of a security team member or a patron who had ventured to assist. A flashbang detonated, casting a blinding white light across the darkness. Li Jushu instinctively shut his eyes, halting his sniper rhythm. When his vision adjusted, several seconds had elapsed, and 2 more hunters lay lifeless on the ground. This was an unavoidable circumstance. Unlike him, others lacked night vision capabilities and relied on the illumination of the flashbang, which affected him significantly due to his extraordinary eyesight. Help! The volcanic scorpions are surging. A panicked voice called from the other side, startling Li Jushu as he heard a multitude of footsteps retreating. The hotel was structured with 2 parallel rows, with Li Jushu's room situated on the southern side, where he targeted the volcanic scorpions, while the northern side was under the care of others. The current crisis lay with the northern section. He listened intently to the gunfire, but chose not to assist. If he abandoned the southern side, it would falter. It wasn't that his presence was indispensable, but he had already eliminated 1/3 of the scorpions on the southern wall. The situation in the north grew dire, with cries of terror and rage reverberating. The young woman gestured to Li Jushu, who shook his head slowly. In another room, Miss Han remained silent. Whether asleep or listening to music remained uncertain. Soon, the thunderous roar of a heavy machine gun resounded, alleviating the plight in the north. Undoubtedly the work of a concealed expert among the guests who could no longer remain idle. It was not merely assistance. It was a matter of self-preservation. If those defending against the volcanic scorpions perished, the guests would have no choice but to confront the threat directly, and hiding would be futile. As time ticked by, the walls bore the marks of battle, with shattered glass littering numerous rooms. Several times, the volcanic scorpions breached the confines of the rooms. Li Jushu exerted every ounce of effort, yet the pressure continued to mount. Initially, there had been 7 or 8 snipers alongside him, but by the latter part of the night, only 3 remained. Those who had not engaged may have succumbed to fatigue or run low on ammunition. The absence of sniper support exacerbated the deteriorating situation on the ground. The explosions were relentless. At the height of the crisis, the security team resorted to using an armored vehicle to charge into the ranks of volcanic scorpions, packed with explosives. The vehicle penetrated deep into the swarm, and the driver utilized a rope tied around his waist to leap to safety as the vehicle detonated with a cataclysmic blast, annihilating all scorpions within a 100-meter radius. The heavens wept, showering down the remains of volcanic scorpions, flesh, and blood. While Taowai Yuanji had a fair number of vehicles, most were in the basement, with only a few on the surface. They were not true battle vehicles, merely reinforced with bulletproof glass, offering greater defensive capabilities but lacking offensive power, as they were primarily designed for transporting esteemed clients rather than combat. With these welcoming vehicles, the ground security force barely held their ground. A grueling night passed, and as dawn broke, a collective sigh of relief was exhaled, akin to having traversed through the depths of hell. Just then, a powerful tremor emanated from the depths, and the entire building suddenly plummeted. Before anyone could react, the descent halted abruptly, the rebound force causing everyone to tumble to the ground. What is happening? The basement. There's a problem in the basement, exclaimed someone in distress. We managed to hold the surface, but now the basement is compromised. It soon became evident that the volcanic scorpions in the basement had multiplied alarmingly. Initially, they surged towards the stairwell, but gradually, some scorpions discovered the elevator shaft. Their venom easily corroded the iron doors of the elevator. Should the volcanic scorpions ascend through the elevator shaft, there would be no defenses left to protect them. Meanwhile, some scorpions, idling out of boredom, began spraying venom to erode the load-bearing walls. The security team was compelled to make a grim decision: detonate the basement. Taohua Yuanji was constructed with a frame structure. Given the hard terrain of Wanshou and the lack of large-scale engineering equipment, laying a foundation was exceedingly challenging. Thus, most buildings employed a frame structure, resembling a Rubik's Cube elevated by numerous pillars. Now, the security team had severed the supporting pillars, causing the Rubik's Cube to descend a level. Could this method be employed? It seemed like a stroke of good fortune. Li Jushu was greatly astonished. He had never fathomed that a framework structure could possess such advantages. With the weight of Taohua Yuanji, the volcanic scorpions in the basement must have been obliterated, instantly slaying tens of thousands of them, which was indeed good news. Large buildings typically contain fire safety and escape routes, primarily situated underground. Now that the basement was gone, if Taohua Yuanji were to fall, people would be at a loss as to where to flee. The younger sister remarked that the impact on them was minimal. If an evacuation were truly necessary, it likely would not be their turn. Li Jushu replied, with the basement's disappearance. The original ground level had transformed into a negative first floor, while the second floor had become the ground level, rendering the defenses on the ground floor nearly non-existent. The younger sister added that was the designer unaware of this? Li Jushu's expression darkened, as this now directly concerned him. Unclear, perhaps it was related to costs. The younger sister suggested, "Let us hope the security team proves competent," Li Jushu said, though he harbored little hope. He had not closely monitored the security team situation and was aware that over 20 had perished the previous night, although there were hunters and guests to replenish their numbers. The circumstances were far from optimistic. With daylight, visibility had increased, and spirits had lifted somewhat, but the emergence of the basement issue weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. The sole consolation was that breakfast was more bountiful than before, yet everyone felt as though they were partaking in a final meal. Having gone a night without sleep, exhaustion and fatigue plagued them, yet they had to muster their spirits for the impending battle. At 10 in the morning, a team appeared in sight. It was the long-missing Xiao Suiguan's group, remarkably still alive. Volume 1. The Beast Star Planet, Chapter 74, Inspector General. It must be said that Xiao Suiguan was fortunate to have survived a night of wandering in the dark. However, the situation was grim when they departed. There had been 100 or 200 individuals, and now only 50 or 60 remained, each bearing wounds and looking haggard. "Do not let them approach," echoed Zheng Liren's voice within the hotel. "Why?" someone asked in confusion. Was not Xiao Suiguan's return a good thing? With his formidable combat prowess, his presence would significantly alleviate the security concerns. "What do you see behind them?" Zheng Liren's face darkened, prompting the hotel guests to turn their gazes towards the rear of Xiao Suiguan's group. At the street corner, a tide of dark red surged forth, reminiscent of a river bursting its banks, comprised entirely of volcanic scorpions, with a terrifying number of blue-tailed scorpions among them. Taohua Yuanji felt a chill run down its spine. This wave of volcanic scorpions threatened to engulf it instantly. "We cannot allow them entry. We must not let them in, or we will be doomed." It was not merely about preventing their entry, but about keeping them at a distance. Xiao Suiguan was jeopardizing everyone's safety. The guests murmured among themselves, yet none dared to openly offend Xiao Suiguan. Observing this, Zheng Liren's expression grew increasingly grim. He grabbed a megaphone and stood at the window, shouting, "Xiao Suiguan, is it appropriate for you to lead the volcanic scorpions here? Who are you? Xiao Suiguan glared at Zheng Liren, his crimson eyes exuding an ominous aura. I'm a guest. Zheng Liren retorted. Do you intend to endanger us all? He refused to back down. I am here to assist everyone. I harbor no ill intentions. Xiao Suiguan's tone softened slightly after a brief silence. Do you believe we trust you? Zheng Liren challenged. Only by uniting our efforts can we have a chance to weather this storm. Internal strife will lead to our demise. It is merely a matter of time. A middle-aged man behind Xiao Suiguan suddenly spoke. His voice, though not loud, carried an irresistible authority. Zheng Liren, caught in the man's gaze, found himself momentarily speechless, struggling to respond after a few seconds. I can only express my personal opinion. If no one else objects, I shall remain silent. I believe that only young Master Xiao Suiguan can lead us through this crisis. Welcome back, young Master Xiao. A piercing voice rang out from the first floor, and Li Jushu immediately recognized it as one of Xiao Suiguan's subordinates. This individual had followed him from the outset, possessing strength surpassing that of the head of the security team. While Xiao Suiguan had gone out to rescue individuals, he had left this person behind at the hotel, not only due to capability, but also trust, which he did not betray. Zheng Liren evidently recognized this person's identity. He dropped the megaphone and ceased speaking. This individual must hold significant status, Li Jushu observed, scrutinizing the middle-aged man behind Xiao Suiguan. Of average height and clad in a deep blue suit, he remained composed even in such perilous circumstances. Flanking him were two towering bodyguards. Among the group, everyone else was either battered or weary. Yet this man's eyes retained their brightness, and notably, he bore no weapons or equipment. The survival of one who did not engage in battle spoke volumes. He must be a government official, the younger sister remarked. The guests within Taohua Yuanji were conflicted. On one hand, they feared the volcanic scorpions trailing Xiao Suiguan. Yet on the other, they hoped he might perform a miracle, as his previous defensive efforts had indeed provided them with reassurance. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Suiguan had drawn near to the hotel. The security team hurled dozens of bombs to clear a path, and the long silent anti-aircraft guns resumed firing, obliterating the volcanic scorpions. After sacrificing 4 lives, Xiao Suiguan successfully entered the hotel, the doors sealing shut behind him. Some cheered, others fell silent, while many felt a complex mix of emotions. No one knew whether this decision was right or wrong. 3 minutes later, a wave crashed against the hotel. The tumultuous tide causing Li Jushu on the 11th floor to still feel the tremors. A sudden knock echoed at the door. Li Jushu opened it to find Miss Han. She was no longer clad in a sultry nightgown, but instead wore a camouflage vest, her hair tied up neatly, exuding a sense of competence and efficiency. Though her rounded shoulders and collarbone were somewhat distracting. I wish to speak with you, she said, her gaze sweeping past the younger sister and landing on Li Jushu's face. We are all in the same boat. Whether we talk or not, it makes no difference. Neither of us has a way out. Li Jushu understood what she meant. That middle-aged man, you saw him, did you not? Do you know who he is? Misen inquired. I do not know, Li Jushu admitted. Inspector General of the Beast Path, Kai Ziru. Upon uttering this name, Miss Han's expression involuntarily turned serious. The result was that Li Jushu and the younger sister wore blank expressions. You do not know? Miss Han asked. What is an Inspector General? Li Jushu Kariya. Does the leader of Base 1 know? With the authority of a third-rank dignitary, Kai Ziru is qualified to oversee him. If he engages in any illegal activities, Kai Ziru will document such transgressions and report them to the heavens. Do you understand now? Miss Han appeared somewhat exasperated, incredulous that someone could lack such basic knowledge. Oh, he is merely a snitch, Li Jushu finally grasped. Miss Han nearly short-circuited. The esteemed Inspector General, a 5th-rank official, was reduced to being called a snitch. Was there no law? However, upon reflection, it seemed that inspecting officials did indeed perform such duties. What relevance does this have to us? Li Jushu inquired, as he felt that those in power were worlds apart from him, and thus had no concern for such matters. Kai Ziru's identity, once revealed, would render Taohua Yuanji solely at his service. In moments of utmost peril, any individual may be sacrificed, including the two of you and myself. Should the final outcome be total annihilation, it is only Kai Ziru who shall meet his demise. Do you comprehend this? Misen inquired. Why? The younger sister could not help but ask. Because he is an Inspector General, and Zheng Liren must have recognized Kai Ziru's identity, which is why his attitude shifted. Misen replied calmly. What is your intention in seeking us out? Li Jushu's nonchalance dissipated as he sensed the mounting pressure. You are a sniper. She is a pistol expert, and I prefer the heavy machine gun. If we can coordinate flawlessly, perhaps we can endure longer than the others. Do not harbor any false hopes. Xiao Suiguan will not concern himself with our survival. Miss Han extended her hand. A pleasant collaboration. After a few moments of silence, Li Jushu reached out and shook her hand. Volume 1, The Beast Planet Chapter 75, A Prophetic Statement. Miss Han's words proved prophetic. Kai Ziru was assigned to the 11th floor, directly opposite Li Jushu's room. Li Jushu recalled that the room across belonged to a corpulent man, said to be a director of a publicly listed company, who had hastily vacated upon learning that Kai Ziru would be moving in, opting to share accommodations with others. In that instant, Li Jushu felt the weight of Kai Ziru's status. At noon, no one delivered meals, yet Kai Ziru was served. Ms. Han ventured out and returned to inform Li Jushu that the hotel had run out of provisions. Xiao Suiguan had gone to rescue people, but returned empty-handed, lacking both food and ammunition. The situation at Taohua Yuanji was dire, and their only hope lay in the swift arrival of the rescue team from Minot. 9. Gathering point. Does this mean we might not withstand today? The younger sister asked anxiously. If all goes as expected, it will be tonight. Miss Han's face no longer bore the arrogance from their earlier encounter, but rather concealed deep-seated worry and unrest. Although she had secured Li Jushu and the younger sister, it did little to assuage her concerns. Conserve your energy. Li Jushu retreated to his room, refraining from firing his weapon and instead closing his eyes to rest. A person's capacity is limited. From the previous night until this morning, he had been continuously firing, while other snipers took turns to rest. Only he had not. Now, as he chose to rest, no one could object. Unlike other soldiers, snipers demand utmost precision. Declining focus leads to decreased accuracy. Should he miss his target, it would only result in wasted ammunition, yielding no benefit. Thus, he ceased fire, and no one would voice dissent. Furthermore, being on the 11th floor, the hotel's highest level, meant that if it fell, he would die later than others. When booking the room, he had deliberately chosen the top floor, instinctively considering the advantages of the rooftop, a sniper's natural inclination toward higher ground. At 5 p.m., during dinner time, the hotel staff was conspicuously absent, provoking complaints from the guests. Having missed lunch, they could hardly endure another meal without food. The second floor has fallen. A voice filled with panic echoed, and chaos erupted throughout the hotel, with no one giving a thought to dining any longer. The second floor had succumbed, which now should be referred to as the first floor, as it had descended by one level. The volcanic scorpions could ascend the stairs or through the elevator shaft, striking any floor at will. Had the second floor not fallen, they would only need to defend the ground. Now that it had fallen, the area requiring defense had multiplied several times over. The stairway, elevator shaft, and outer walls, merely contemplating it was disheartening. Xiao Suiguan, along with the security team and assisting hunters, retreated to the third floor, while the guests fled to the fourth or fifth floors. Some, feeling uneasy, continued their ascent, creating a scene of utter disarray. Maintain order, do not panic. Rest assured, we will be the last to leave. As long as we live, everyone is safe. Xiao Suiguan attempted to reassure the crowd, but before he could finish, a spray of venom descended, and several guests screamed and collapsed, smoke rising from their faces. A volcanic scorpion had infiltrated unnoticed. Bang! A security guard drew his weapon and swiftly eliminated the volcanic scorpion, its body plummeting from the ceiling, yet it did nothing to quell the now frenzied guests, who rushed upward in a panic. A young woman slipped, falling upon the stairs, trampled mercilessly by those behind her, her face scraping against the ground as she let out a cry of anguish. Crack! A hefty man stepped upon the woman's neck, silencing her cries abruptly. Her body convulsed a couple of times before falling still. A woman beside Xiao Suiguan witnessed this scene, her body trembling with rage, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. But she was restrained by Xiao Suiguan. He no longer cared for the crowd, addressing the security team and hunters instead. Conserve ammunition. Do not aim to kill the volcanic scorpions. The longer we delay, the greater our chances of survival. Understood. The security team, primarily composed of veterans, exhibited exceptional professionalism. Even in such dire circumstances, none faltered or fled. Xiao Suiguan's intentions, though noble, faced a far graver reality than anticipated. Unlike the ground floor, where they needed to defend only a few main passageways, the third floor required vigilance on numerous fronts. Every room became a potential breach for volcanic scorpions, and despite their heightened alertness, they were frequently ambushed by the sudden emergence of these creatures. In less than an hour, 8 individuals had already perished, 3 security guards and 5 hunters. After 2 more guards fell, Xiao Suiguan declared the third floor compromised. In the ensuing hours, the security team, led by Xiao Suiguan, retreated floor by floor, his promise turning into a mockery. Not only could he not protect others, but he also struggled to ensure his own survival. Upon reaching the 8th floor, a harsh reality confronted them. In the previous days, they had rescued too many people, now dispersed across the hotel's several floors. Though crowded, they had managed to accommodate them, but now, with the 11th floor reduced to the 3rd, it was impossible to fit so many individuals, leaving guests crammed in the hallways. This impeded the retreat of Xiao Suiguan and his security team. Desperate to survive, the guests huddled together, unwilling to face death. Those capable of fighting had already participated. The remainder were those lacking any ability, and they were the most terrified. Do not stand idle. Hurry up. Do not push. If those in front do not move, your pushing is futile. There is no path. Further up leads only to the rooftop. The scene resembled a bus, with those yet to board desperately pushing forward, while those already in prime positions refused to budge, resulting in a stalemate. Voices of argument, curses, and cries merged into a cacophony, overwhelming the senses. Hold fast. Do not give up. Xiao Suiguan found himself powerless in the face of this turmoil, his face pale as he pondered whether he regretted his previous actions. Had he not rescued so many, perhaps such a situation would not have arisen today. The 9th floor was the most crowded, with the 10th following closely behind, while the 11th floor housed the fewest guests. The reason was simple. Those who had rushed up first had unwittingly blocked the path, preventing others from ascending. Humanity is inherently selfish. If Xiao Suiguan and his team were to perish, these individuals might manage to delay the volcanic scorpions for a while, allowing them to meet their end a little later. Li Jushu was not particularly aware of the situations on the 9th and 10th floors, nor did he have any interest in them. But on the 11th floor, the guest rooms remained tightly shut, denying entry to anyone. The hallway was beyond their control. The guests were intent on defending their last bastion within their rooms. The real conflict escalated quickly. The 8th floor had fallen, and the guests, crammed and desperate, surged forward, colliding against the doors of the guest rooms in desperation. The incessant thuds reverberated through the room, each impact seemingly striking the hearts of the guests within. Their faces turned pale as they gazed at the severely distorted door, their anxiety palpable. In Volume 1, Shou Xingqiu, Chapter 76, No Path to Heaven, Part 1. Amidst the deafening cacophony, the sturdy oak door was hurled into the room, inciting a wave of gasps and cheers. The astonished cries emanated from the guests inside, while the jubilant shouts came from those in the corridor, their emotions starkly contrasting. Do not crowd. This room cannot accommodate so many people. There are other rooms available. If a volcanic scorpion breaks in, we shall all perish. Everyone should disperse to different rooms to ensure we have room to maneuver should the scorpions invade. Those who secured a spot spoke nonchalantly, while the others, desperate to squeeze in, only aimed to claim a place. Once it became evident that there was no opportunity to enter the room, they reluctantly turned to other rooms. The materials used in the Tao Hua Yuanji were of exceptional quality. The solid wood door weighed over 200 pounds, robust and durable. With so many individuals, it took considerable effort to breach it. One door after another was forcefully opened, despite the owner's futile attempts to prevent it, ultimately resulting in the room being overtaken by strangers. They dare to break down the door. I shall annihilate them. The 9th and 10th floors could not accommodate such a multitude, and soon the 11th floor began to echo with the same pounding sounds. Useless. There are only 3 of us. Li Jushu pondered for a moment before suggesting, open the door and let them in. Have you lost your mind? Miss Han gazed at him in disbelief. We cannot hold the living room. We can only protect our own room. A smaller area may not be a detriment. Liu Su reasoned. You make a valid point. I wish to share a room with you. Miss Han conceded after some contemplation, albeit reluctantly, acknowledging the soundness of Li Jushu's words. She could not bring herself to shoot at the others nor intimidate those breaking down the door. A single door could not deter them all. Time is of the essence. Li Ju-su shrugged. As Miss Han moved her belongings to Li Ju-su's room, the door of the guest room was struck with tremendous force, causing the entire room to tremble. On the third impact, the door began to warp, and just as the fourth collision occurred, Li Ju-su suddenly flung the door open, allowing two burly men to tumble in, landing in a disheveled heap. Ah, esteemed guest, the living room is yours. Feel free to occupy the other rooms, but this one is off limits, Li Ju-su declared, preemptively establishing the rules before the intruders could assess their surroundings. Who do you think you are to dictate terms? Growled one of the men, rising from the floor, his anger palpable. However, before he could finish his sentence, he received a heavy blow to the face. With a resounding thud, he collapsed, unconscious. The other intruders were taken aback as they beheld Li Ju-su brandishing a handgun, his demeanor calm, yet commanding. I hope we can coexist peacefully, uniting against the volcanic scorpions rather than futilely competing for space in this room, as that serves no one's interests. You are correct. We are just enough in number. Too many would hinder our movements. A second man, who had regained his feet, felt the weight of Li Ju-su's piercing gaze and forced a smile. Thus, a pleasant accord was reached. Li Ju-su surveyed the group. It would be best to close the door. Otherwise, I fear some may still wish to enter. With that, he stepped into the small room and closed the door with a decisive thud. Someone stealthily pressed their ear against the door, only to be startled by the thunderous report of a gunshot from within, causing them to leap back in fright, their complexion drained. The presence of a sniper instilled a sobering silence among the remaining guests. Those who wielded such weaponry were known to be unflinching in their lethality. Li Ju-su leaned out of the window, the barrel of his sniper rifle shifting as fiery tongues of lead erupted forth, obliterating the volcanic scorpions that clung to the walls, leaving behind pools of dark crimson fluid. He glanced at the time, 22:49, still early morning. Under the prevailing circumstances, surviving the night would pose a formidable challenge. His keen eyesight granted him an advantage, allowing him to clearly observe each scorpion on the wall. However, he chose not to concern himself with those in other areas, focusing solely on the ones advancing towards him, mindful to conserve his ammunition. With thousands of people in the hotel, relying solely on others for salvation was imprudent. One must devise means for self-preservation. If the multitude could cast aside their fears and unite, they could undoubtedly vanquish numerous scorpions. Yet, the majority remained fixated on seeking assistance from others, neglecting their own agency in confronting the menace. Before long, anguished cries and chaos erupted from below. On the 9th floor, volcanic scorpions had infiltrated a room. The shrieks of women pierced the air, yet such terror could not deter the scorpions. Do not be afraid. Face this bravely. Use towels, blankets, or any available objects to shield against the venom, and strike the scorpions with sticks or other weapons. Take the initiative. Do not solely rely on others for rescue. There is not enough help to go around. In such a crowd, there remained a few astute individuals, yet their voices went unheard. Li Ju-su, having extended his body outwards, could hear the tumult clearly. Within the room, chaos reigned. Perhaps some attempted to confront the scorpions, but their efforts were thwarted by the disorderly throng. Li Ju-su shook his head. Xiao Sui-guan's attempts to rescue these individuals had thus far resulted in nothing but wasted resources, lacking any positive impact. The glass was highly resistant to corrosion, far surpassing that of metal. If only the windows had been sealed and silence maintained within the room, the scorpions would likely refrain from attacking. They were not hounds, with noses keen enough to track every sound. The reason scorpions had so swiftly infiltrated that room was due to shattered glass, the consequence of gunfire. With so many individuals present, collectively barricading a window should have posed no issue. Regrettably, not only had the scorpions not been eradicated, but their numbers had only swelled as more found their way through the window. Xiao Sui-guan demonstrated commendable situational awareness, quickly identifying the problem and dispatching individuals to combat the scorpions. However, those sent forth collided with those attempting to exit. Those inside sought to escape while those outside aimed to enter, resulting in a stalemate. The volcanic scorpions thrived in such chaos, their tails raised, exuberantly spraying venom. A drop of venom artfully splattered into the eye of one dispatched to deal with the scorpions, eliciting intense pain and terror, causing the individual to lose control. In a reflexive action, they squeezed the trigger, unleashing a torrent of gunfire until an entire magazine was spent, silencing the cries around them. Within the room and the corridor lay a grim scene of bodies. Some still clung to life, groaning amidst pools of blood. Xiao Suiguan Rashdin. Witnessing this harrowing tableau, his expression darkened to the utmost degree. In Volume 1, Wan Shouxing Qiu, Chapter 77, No Path to Heaven, Part 2. The air was thick with the stench of blood, as volcanic scorpions crawled from among the corpses, drawn to the still warm bodies. The eyes of one individual, doused in venom, had already begun to decay, revealing bone beneath the flesh. With a swift stroke, Xiao Suiguan severed the man's head. Without uttering a word, he plunged into the room, wielding his blade with lightning speed, cleaving the scorpions as they fell, their venom splattering the air, yet none touched him. He fought his way from the door to the window, leaving a trail of scorpion carcasses in his wake. The few survivors in the corridor, witnessing this display of prowess, momentarily forgot their pain and fear. The relaxed demeanor of Xiao Suiguan instilled a false sense of confidence among them, leading them to believe they could also succeed. 2 security guards arrived to relieve Xiao Suiguan, and as he departed, he was met with the grim sight of numerous corpses strewn across the floor, causing his mood to plummet once more. "Are you leaving?" inquired a young woman clad in a designer dress, unable to restrain herself. "What?" Xiao Suiguan shot her a cold glance. "I sense that the Huoshan Xie will charge in again. You must protect us," she asserted with audacity. "With so many of you, some wielding firearms, if you unite your efforts, it would be no challenge to eliminate a few Huoshan Xie." "Stop thinking only of being protected," Xiao Suiguan replied. "You promised to protect us when you rescued us, to ensure we remain unharmed," the woman retorted loudly. "The situation has changed. We can only rely on ourselves now," Xiao Suiguan explained. "You did not say that before," she countered. "Everything is changing. Some matters are beyond my anticipation." Xiao Suiguan suppressed his rising frustration. "Then do not leave. Stay here to protect us," the woman insisted stubbornly. "Do you not comprehend my words? We must rely on ourselves now. Do not always expect others to assist you. I am not your parents. I bear no obligation for your lives. Only you can safeguard your own existence." Xiao Suiguan lost his patience, his tone becoming more irritable. "If you cannot uphold your promises from the start, what does it mean to lure us into a situation akin to Teowei Wanji and then abandon us?" Interjected a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Veins throbbed on Xiao Suiguan's temples. He nearly lunged to slap the man, but with great effort, he quelled his anger and coldly stated, "Are you a fool? Do as you are told. Do you possess no judgment of your own? I warn you, should you maintain this attitude, if Huoshan Xie invade, I will not come to your rescue." With that, he left without a backward glance. The individuals in the corridor exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. After a moment, a portly man in his 50s, clearly out of shape, grumbled at the woman. "Why provoke Xiao Suiguan at such a time? We still need him to deal with the Huoshan Xie. Did you not notice his demeanor? He has already decided to abandon us. He cannot even ensure his own safety, let alone ours. If you doubt me, go and plead with him. See if he will protect you," the woman retorted. "That does not mean we should escalate the conflict. Maintaining a cordial relationship is always beneficial," the man replied, his face reddening. "Is their relationship with Xiao Suiguan not strained?" The woman pointed to the bodies on the floor, the blood still fresh. Those who had intended to point fingers at the portly man fell silent. "Let's be clear. Xiao Suiguan's intentions in rescuing us were never noble. Perhaps from the beginning, he intended to use us as cannon fodder. If circumstances had not been dire, and we were ultimately saved, we would owe him gratitude. If the situation deteriorates, we would merely serve as a shield. The moment we were deceived onto this vessel, we became his prey. The quality of our relationship will not alter the final outcome. So do not be so naive." The cold words of the young man with gold-rimmed glasses fell upon them like a bucket of ice water, rendering them speechless. Upon reflection, their current predicament indeed resembled a dish, entirely subject to Xiao Suiguan's whims. As they ascended the floors, the speed of the Huoshan Xie's ascent diminished. For marksmen, this was a welcome sight. Aiming became less challenging. However, for others, this advantage was significantly diminished due to the darkness, impairing visibility. Many times, the Huoshan Xie approached unnoticed, and by the time they realized the danger, venom had already sprayed onto their faces. Presently, individuals adopted 2 strategies. Those without weapons tightly sealed doors and windows, holding their breath to deceive the Huashan Xie into believing the rooms were unoccupied. Most of the Huashan Xie could be misled this way. Meanwhile, those armed shot from various angles, the gunfire often attracting the Huashan Xie, alleviating some pressure for others. Nevertheless, the sheer number of Huashan Xie was overwhelming. Some were temperamental, inexplicably spraying venom, leading to breaches in certain rooms. Yet compared to the outer walls, the Huashan Xie in the elevator shafts posed the greatest challenge, continuously climbing upward. Each explosion sent tremors through the building, causing anxiety among its occupants. What if we all refrain from firing and hide within the rooms, closing the doors tightly? Could we trick the Huashan Xie into thinking there is no one inside the building? Suddenly, a guest proposed this absurd notion. The others looked at him as if he were a fool. Did I say something wrong? The guest asked, bewildered, believing his idea to be brilliant. Do not underestimate the sensory capabilities of insects. In the dark, do you think mosquitoes find you by mere chance? One or two individuals hiding in a large building may go unnoticed, but with so many of us, we cannot escape the Huashan Xie's detection. The Lingyunku is dozens of kilometers away from the number 11 gathering point. Have you not considered how the Huashan Xie found their way here? A senior guest retorted sharply. The guest fell silent. As time progressed, the situation grew increasingly dire for the hotel. Huashan Xie could afford countless mistakes, but a single misstep from the hunters would lead to irreversible consequences. From time to time, one or two hunters were splashed with venom, collapsing with agonizing cries, only to be forsaken by their companions. With each fallen hunter, the plight of those remaining in the hotel worsened. Eventually, the 9th floor resembled a shattered mosquito net, with Huashan Xie infiltrating from all directions. Xiao Suiguan and the woman wielding a sword transformed into firefighters, rushing to wherever the situation was most perilous. However, the strength of two was ultimately limited, and the number of fatalities escalated, as if every room echoed with screams and chaos. Just 2 minutes before midnight, Xiao Suiguan declared the 9th floor lost and retreated to the 10th level. Volume 1, The Beast Planet, Chapter 78, No Way Out, Part 2. At 3 in the morning, an unnatural chill enveloped the air. The Huashan Xie, influenced by the low temperatures, significantly slowed their movements but remained relentless in their assault on humanity. Xiao Suiguan was compelled to make a harrowing decision: destroy the stairs. At this juncture, the 10th floor had already become a paradise for the Huashan Xie, and the rooftop was also under their control. The remaining survivors huddled on the 11th floor, with no escape route in sight, their faces etched with despair. The explosion reverberated through the building, shaking it violently, obliterating the stairs along with the Huashan Xie that had infested them. Without the stairs as a vulnerability, the pressure appeared to ease slightly, yet no one felt relieved. Ammunition was scarce, and exhaustion and hunger plagued everyone. A grim mark marred Xiao Suiguan's face, a result of a stray bullet, not an attack directed at him. At this moment, the two personal bodyguards of Cai Zhiwei stepped forward to participate in the defense. Among the guests, anyone capable was fighting for their lives, while those remaining were utterly defenseless. Some had been paralyzed with fear, entirely devoid of the will to fight. In Li Jushu's room, 3 individuals took turns firing. Thus far, the situation remained manageable. Other areas absorbed the attention of the Huashan Xie, so their burden was not too overwhelming. However, the issue of dwindling ammunition was also emerging. Upon receiving news from the Haitofeng, Li Jushu had prepared ammunition as best as he could, but he still underestimated the duration of the conflict. As a sniper, his ammunition consumption was far less than that of others. Otherwise, he would have run out long ago. The young girl used her pistol judiciously, aiming for 1 shot. 1 kill, while Miss Han's heavy machine gun had long gone silent, and she too had resorted to a handgun. Li Jushu and Xiao Mei both underestimated Miss Han. Her physical capabilities were no less than theirs, though she had never used a sniper rifle and was unaware of the circumstances. Her accuracy with a handgun was certainly on par with Xiao Mei's. Li Jushu harbored doubts. If a conflict arose, even with Xiao Mei's assistance, they might not be able to match Miss Han. He remained vigilant, suspecting that her initiative in seeking cooperation was driven by ulterior motives. The living room was predominantly shrouded in a deathly silence, though sporadic gasps and hushed whispers could be heard. Yet, no one dared approach Li Jushu's door, as the presence of sniper rifles and machine guns exerted a formidable deterrent, instinctively placing him in the category of those not to be trifled with. With the threat from the staircase eliminated, the primary defensive point for the security team was the elevator shaft. Xiao Suiguan and a woman wielding a long sword bravely ascended to the rooftop. There were no gunshots, only the chilling sound of slicing air. Half an hour later, they returned without uttering a word, yet everyone understood what had transpired, erupting into cheers. With the staircase threat temporarily abated and the rooftop danger neutralized, the ominous clouds seemingly dissipated, lifting spirits considerably. The night passed amid sporadic gunfire, giving way to daylight. With improved visibility, the security team's lethality was markedly enhanced, each shot resulting in the demise of a volcanic scorpion. The scorpions on the exterior walls transitioned from dense clusters to sparse distributions, as everything appeared to be progressing in a favorable direction. However, for those engaged in the battle, a heavy weight lingered in their hearts. The walls were pockmarked and uneven, resembling weathered desert rock, suggesting that even a slight force could potentially crumble them. This was the result of corrosion from the venom of the volcanic scorpions. Even the thick castle walls could not withstand the corrosive effects of the toxin. Regardless of the quality of the Teo Weiyuan Hotel, it could not compare to the several-meter-thick walls. Setting aside their fear of the volcanic scorpions, a pressing reality emerged: food. Many had only consumed a single breakfast the previous day, and after a full day and night, hunger gnawed at everyone. The situation worsened when the water pipes were damaged by the volcanic scorpions, leaving everyone without drinking water. In theory, a person could survive 7 days without food if water was available, but without a water source, survival dwindled to 3 days. The survivors scoured every corner of the 11th floor, consuming all available food, leading to violent altercations over a single pack of instant noodles, resulting in several deaths. However, the spare food in the guest rooms was woefully insufficient. The living population exceeded 1,500, rendering the available provisions utterly inadequate. The security team, however, had access to food, which sparked considerable discontent among the survivors. In such dire times, how could there be favoritism? Did they possess no conscience? After 2 days without sustenance, the question of morality arose. What value did conscience hold? Those who controlled the truth naturally prioritized their own survival, leaving others as mere cannon fodder. While the crowd dared not confront Xiao Suiguan directly, whispers circulated behind his back. Initially, he feigned ignorance, but as the murmurs grew louder, he could no longer tolerate it. Those willing to join the security team would receive food. The chatter immediately ceased. Faced with starvation or death, everyone understood the necessity of their choice. Originally, there had been over 50 security personnel at Teo Weiyuan, yet only 5 remained. The current security team was bolstered by skilled hunters. These experts had undergone at least 3 rounds of selection. The retreat from the 2nd floor to the 11th was not an act of blind avoidance. It was a retreat born of unbearable circumstances, a last resort when lives were at stake. Regardless of Xiao Suiguan's motivations for saving others, his actions were commendable, even earning the grudging acknowledgement of Li Jiuxiu. Without Xiao Suiguan, Teo Weiyuan might have already fallen. He and Xiao Mei, as well as Miss Han, were still able to take turns resting, while Xiao Suiguan had not closed his eyes since his rescue mission began. His physical strength and indomitable spirit alone warranted gratitude from all. Though the day was fraught with challenges and casualties, they managed to persevere. As night descended, anxiety gripped everyone. For what they feared most was precisely what materialized. A power failure plunged the 11th floor from brilliant illumination into darkness, followed by volcanic scorpions breaching rooms, rendering everything uncontrollable. Screams, roars, and cries intermingled as panicked individuals burst from their rooms like headless flies, some rushing to the rooftop, others unwittingly tumbling down the staircase, while some were trampled. Xiao Suiguan recognized the dire situation and attempted to intervene, yet to no avail. Even after shooting several individuals, the chaos only intensified. The volcanic scorpions exploited the breached rooms as entry points, surging into the corridors. Had there been order, Xiao Suiguan alone could have contained the situation. But now he was nearly toppled by the frantic crowd, receiving several blows to the face. The rooftop echoed with cries, and at some point, it became clear that the volcanic scorpions had overtaken it. In that moment, everyone felt like mice trapped in a wind box, unable to advance or retreat. In the midst of this turmoil, a woman beside Xiao Suiguan had a sudden inspiration and ignited the curtains. The rekindled light gradually restored a semblance of rationality to the chaotic crowd. Everyone was aware that disorder would only exacerbate their plight, and they began to seek out any available source of illumination: flashlights, table lamps, or even igniting clothing and bed linens. Anything to provide light would foster a sense of safety, for darkness breeds the illusion of imminent death. They all stepped aside to clear a path, allowing passage to confront the volcanic scorpions. Xiao Suiwan's voice, however, was somewhat muffled. Earlier, in his effort to quell the chaos, he had been jostled by the crowd, resulting in a loss of a front tooth and marring his once handsome visage. In circumstances like these, discipline is hard to enforce, particularly in such a dire situation. The volcanic scorpions, having already surged into the corridors, would not relent simply because someone adhered to the rules. Those under attack by the scorpions could hardly maintain any semblance of order, let alone refrain from colliding with others. When Xiao Suiguan finally managed to force his way through the throng into the room, the screams from the rooftop began to echo below. The volcanic scorpions had already been largely cleared from the rooftop, perhaps with a few newcomers having climbed up, but not in significant numbers. Given that the security team had been diligently clearing the scorpions from the walls throughout the day, the door to the rooftop was shut. Absent unforeseen circumstances, the scorpions would likely overlook the door. However, in the chaos, those fleeing had thrown it open, and now it could not be shut again. The scorpions, uninvited, poured in through the entrance like a tide, their numbers unknown. As the crowd descended into chaos once more, a lithe figure deftly traversed the shoulders of those around her, her sword gleaming as she cleaved through a dozen scorpions. She was one of the women who had accompanied Xiao Suiguan. One step at a time, she fought her way to the rooftop door, blocking the scorpions. Just as a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd, a scream erupted from the elevator area, followed almost simultaneously by panicked cries from the opposite side of the corridor, followed by more screams. "Run! Get away! The volcanic scorpions are coming!" Suddenly, breaches appeared everywhere as the scorpions surged from all directions, their terrified cries echoing through the corridors and rooms, mingling with sobs and screams. The crowd, having found a moment of quiet, was thrown back into chaos, each individual desperate to reach a safe haven, yet utterly unaware of where safety lay. For it seemed that every location bore the shadow of the volcanic scorpions. In certain areas, fierce flames erupted, while some rooms were engulfed in darkness. The frantic crowd resembled headless flies, and those who stumbled had little chance of rising again. The relentless throng trampled over them. The sound of bones breaking drowned out by their own cries, yet the pain was acutely felt. The door was relentlessly battered, and within the room, Li Ju Su, Xiao Mei, and Miss Han gripped their weapons nervously. The chaos of the crowd was terrifying. They had likely lost their sanity. However, Li Ju Su was puzzled. Thanks to his night vision, he had eliminated the volcanic scorpions lurking outside the walls and windows, ensuring they had no opportunity to enter. If no volcanic scorpions had breached the room, the occupants could not be foolish enough to open the door themselves, which meant others had forced it open. Was it mere misfortune that so many doors were untouched, yet theirs was targeted? Only the door to the living room had been breached, and the crowd's attention had shifted to their small sanctuary. The entire room seemed to tremble from the impact. Fortunately, the throng in the living room was so dense that the assailants lacked the momentum to break through, or else it would have taken mere moments to shatter the door. Miss Han readied her gun, the bullets loaded, while Li Ju Su suddenly approached the window, leaning out to fire 2 shots into the living room and the opposing window. Glass shattered, and the nearby volcanic scorpions, alerted by the noise, unceremoniously slipped inside. Soon, the living room was filled with anguished cries. The force of the door's assault noticeably diminished, and after another impact, the door warped, yet no one continued to batter it. They were all fleeing from the volcanic scorpions. Miss Han glanced at Li Ju Su, her expression laden with unspoken meaning. He feigned ignorance, drawing the window shut. The volcanic scorpions had found other entry points and would temporarily not assault this window. The screams in the living room persisted for 2 or 3 minutes before falling silent, leaving only the faint sounds of scorpions scuttling. After drawing the curtains, Li Ju Su lit a candle, a resource he had requested from the hotel for practice, unexpectedly proving useful. While he required no light, both Miss Han and Xiao Mei did. Moreover, he wished to keep his night vision ability a secret from Miss Han. The fewer people who knew, the better. They were currently allies, but But the future was unpredictable, and relationships could easily shift. The trio fixated on the door, aware that this uneasy tranquility would not last long. They would either be breached by their comrades or succumb to the corrosive venom of the volcanic scorpions. Li Ju-Su produced food, sharing with Xiao Mei, while Miss Han retrieved vacuum-sealed pig trotters and roasted fish from her luggage. Li Ju-Su glanced at his own biscuits and felt suddenly unappetized. Despite their cooperative state, an air of mutual suspicion lingered. He did not ask Miss Han for her pig trotters, and she showed no inclination to share. The cacophony of screams, gunfire, footsteps, and sobs ebbed and flowed, with sudden explosions instilling an inexplicable sense of dread. The three, having barely eaten, stood simultaneously, their faces pale as wisps of white smoke seeped through the cracks beneath the door. This smoke bore a burnt odor, distinct from the foul stench of corrosive venom. It was the smell of fire. It was evident that the individuals outside had recklessly ignited flames for illumination, resulting in an uncontrollable blaze that spread unchecked, with no one to extinguish it. The presence of smoke in their small room indicated that the fire had grown alarming. "While I deal with the window, you manage the living room," Miss Han instructed Li Ju-Su, gripping her heavy machine gun. The primary entry point for the volcanic scorpions was through the walls, if they did not sever the source. Merely fighting in the living room would yield no end to their troubles. The heavy machine gun was undoubtedly the most effective weapon against the swarm of scorpions. "Conserve your ammunition." Li Ju-Su recognized that Miss Han's supply was limited as well. The machine gun consumed bullets rapidly. She said nothing, fully aware of the situation. Approaching the window, she yanked the curtains aside, and as she opened the window, Li Ju-Su swung the door open. The thunderous roar of the machine gun and the sharp reports of the pistol erupted almost simultaneously. In the living room, corpses littered the floor, each one grotesquely corroded. A stream of volcanic scorpions slithered in through the window, scuttling out the door as if they were to mark it. The door to the small room suddenly swung open, causing the scorpions to momentarily pause. Xiao Mei, wielding her weapon, unleashed a series of precise shots. Then, Li Ju-Su joined the fray. Their efforts coordinated as they targeted different directions. In close quarters, Li Ju-Su aimed effortlessly. Most of the assailants were ordinary volcanic scorpions that did not require precision targeting. A hit to the back would suffice to take them down. As the scorpions on the ceiling raised their tails, bullets struck their bodies first. Dark red fluid splattered as Li Ju-Su swiftly switched to the Hu Bin 84 sniper rifle, obliterating 2 blue-tailed scorpions and 1 silver-tailed scorpion charging towards him. The volcanic scorpions were ferocious, particularly the silver-tailed variety, which relished one-on-one confrontations due to its formidable exoskeleton. When the machine gun's roar outside ceased, every volcanic scorpion in the living room had been slain. Li Ju-Su and Xiao Mei charged into the adjacent small room, firing wildly until every scorpion within was dispatched, briefly clearing the floor of corpses before slamming the slightly warped door shut. Miss Han discarded her spent machine gun and drew her pistol to eliminate scorpions in the corridor. A miniature submachine gun hanging from her neck, ready for action. Li Ju-Su's room was centrally located within the hotel. To the left, flames raged, smoke billowed. While to the right, volcanic scorpions surged like a tide, leaving only scattered corpses in the corridor. No living souls remained. Some rooms had tightly shut doors, indicating the presence of survivors, while those with open doors had succumbed. Gunfire erupted from the rooftop. Most individuals had fled there for refuge. The fire hydrants were dry, the pipes below broken or ruptured, rendering the upper floor's firefighting equipment useless. Spotting Li Ju-Su approaching with his sniper rifle, Miss Han promptly vacated her position. With sharp precision, Li Ju-Su unleashed a barrage of shots. Each pause allowed flames to erupt from the barrel, obliterating the advancing blue-tailed scorpions in an instant, their viscous innards splattering across the ground, walls, and ceiling. He moved fluidly, the gunfire ringing out in rapid succession, achieving a remarkable tally of over 20 scorpions dispatched in under a minute. As Li Ju-Su stepped back to reload, Xiao Mei took her place. In the narrow confines of the corridor, the pistol's efficacy soared. As long as they avoided blue-tailed and silver-tailed scorpions, it was more than sufficient. By the time Xiao Mei emptied 2 magazines, a secure zone of over 5 meters had been cleared. Miss Han surged forward. Li Ju-Su abruptly retreated to the small room, tearing the bedsheets and dampening them with bottled water. ripping them into 3 pieces, one for himself and the other 2 for Ms. Han and Xiao Mei. They covered their mouths and noses. While it would not completely block the smoke, it provided some filtration. "I don't need it," Ms. Han said, retrieving a fist-sized sphere from her backpack. Upon activating it, the sphere transformed into a helmet, capable of filtering and purifying the air. Li Jusu's lips twitched at the stark disparity. Being wealthy had its advantages. Humanity could not contend with the flames. The 3 could only press on against the volcanic scorpions, which in comparison to the inferno, seemed far less daunting. 3 individuals united their efforts. Although they could not eradicate the entire horde of Huoshan Xiezi, they managed to create a safe distance within the corridor. The trio possessed the vigor to eliminate the Huoshan Xiezi lurking in each room, yet they refrained from doing so, opting instead to conserve their ammunition. What to do? Ms. Han, losing focus, continued her assault on the Huoshan Xiezi, but with dwindling ammunition, they found themselves at a standstill as flames threatened to engulf them. Retreat was their only option, yet the question remained. From where could they escape? Li Jushu remained silent, meticulously surveying the surroundings, the ruptured staircase, the elevator shaft, and the hotel's exterior walls. Without the flames, their combined combat prowess could have sustained them for a while longer, but the fire was relentless. Upon returning to their room, they discovered that the flames had already spread to the adjacent chamber, threatening to reach their own within 5 minutes. To the rooftop, they hastily packed their belongings, stuffing essential supplies into their backpacks, knowing that this exit would be final with no chance of return. As the trio burst from the room, they were suddenly met with harrowing screams from the inferno, filled with untold agony. It was from a room that had yet to be breached by the Huoshan Xiezi, where the inhabitants had sealed themselves inside, perhaps out of sheer panic, waiting until the flames surrounded them, leaving them with no chance to escape. The door swung open, and living souls staggered forth. "Help!" they cried, but before they could flee far, they collapsed in the corridor, writhing in pain. Li Jushu and his companions remained impassive. At that moment, even a single bullet could alleviate their suffering, yet their own ammunition was scarce, and such waste was unthinkable. In the brief span of 3 minutes, the corridor was once again overrun by the Huoshan Xiezi. The trio advanced in a formation reminiscent of a horn, with Ms. Han and the younger sister flanking the sides, wielding handguns, while Li Jushu occupied the center, cradling a sniper rifle to contend with the Lantui Huoxia and Insui Huoxia. With each step, the corridor was littered with the corpses of Huoshan Xiezi. They passed several tightly shut doors, choosing to ignore them, focusing only on clearing the final stretch of Huoshan Xiezi before reaching the entrance to the rooftop, only to find the iron door resolutely shut. Li Jushu approached and knocked. "Who goes there?" came a wary voice from the rooftop, gruff in tone. The Huoshan Xiezi would not knock. Li Jushu felt exasperated. Surely this person's head had been caught in the door to ask such a foolish question. "Don't come up. There is no room up here," the voice replied, laden with impatience. "Open the door, or I shall not be courteous." Ms. Han's expression turned icy. The claim of no room was absurd. With so many casualties and others still hiding in their rooms, there could not be many on the rooftop. She would wager her life that it was far from full. "Who do you think you are?" the gruff voice retorted, undeterred. Just as the words left his mouth, a deafening gunshot rang out, leaving a gaping hole in the iron door, its lock rendered useless. The door flew off its hinges with tremendous force, eliciting gasps from those present. A camouflaged hunter charged forward, blade poised to strike Ms. Han's helmet, but halted just in time as her Desert Eagle was aimed at his temple. The younger sister's dual pistols and Li Jushu's sniper rifle also targeted the advancing comrade in camouflage. A battle was imminent. "It's all a misunderstanding." Xiao Suang stepped forward, gesturing for the camouflaged figure to sheath his weapon. "Miss Han," he exclaimed in surprise, recognizing her. There are always those who believe too highly of themselves. Ms. Han lowered her Desert Eagle from the camouflaged man's temple, but did not return it to her side. Li Jushu and the younger sister shifted their aim downward, but remained ready to switch to attack mode at a moment's notice. "You're a sniper? What is your accuracy?" Xiao Suang inquired, fixating his keen gaze upon Li Jushu, disregarding the trio's wariness. Li Jushu quickly grasped the intent behind Xiao Suang's inquiry. A powerful bomb lay atop the Yaoding building, 2,400 meters away, capable of obliterating half the horde of Huoshan Xiezi with its shockwave if struck. This would ensure the salvation of all present. However, for reasons unknown, the bomb required external force to detonate, and a sniper rifle could accomplish this. The pressing question was who would trigger the explosion. We had 4 snipers attempt, all failing. We have only 1 bullet left, Xiao Suwang stated. My sniper rifle is the Hubin 84 model, effective range of 1,200 meters. Noticing the focus of others upon him, Li Jushu hastily added, "You need not worry about the weapon. We possess the Longya 01 sniper rifle." Xiao Suwang nodded. Li Jushu followed his gaze to one side of the rooftop, where a striking sniper rifle was mounted, its light gray hue exuding a wild aura. Every component radiated lethal sharpness, reminiscent of a merciless harbinger of death. The specifications of the Longya 01 sniper rifle flashed through Li Jushu's mind, weighing 622 Kilogramm, Misuling 8,855 meters in length, with a barrel length of 0.8932 meters, a caliber of 14.7 millimeters, a magazine capacity of 12 rounds, and equipped with AK-2 optical sight with an effective range of 2,500 meters. In the eyes of a professional sniper, only rifles with a range exceeding 2,000 meters could be deemed true long-range weapons. Those under 1,000 meters were classified as rifles. He had once had the fortune to handle such a formidable weapon, its imposing presence still vivid in his memory. However, standard ammunition could not detonate the bomb. Only one armor-piercing incendiary round remained. Xiao Suwang presented Li Jushu with a bullet, golden and nearly 20 centimeters long. He recognized the fervor in Li Jushu's eyes. A person's gaze cannot lie. What kind of bomb is it? The younger sister suddenly interjected as Li Jushu reached out to take the bullet. A chill ran through him, and he regained his composure. There was something amiss with the bomb. Why had such a devastating weapon not been deployed earlier? Had it been used sooner, countless lives could have been spared, and they would not have found themselves in this dire predicament. Knowing Xiao Suwang's intellect, he could not have made such a fundamental error. Xiao Suwang offered no response, but turned his attention to the inspector, Kai Zirwei. The survivors on the rooftop followed suit. Their curiosity piqued about the bomb's nature and its delayed deployment. Since ascending to the rooftop, their autonomy had been subsumed by Xiao Suwang. None dared to provoke him, and thus their myriad questions remained unvoiced. The Huashan Shezi scaled the walls, death looming ever closer. Even the most obstinate could discern the gravity of their situation. Discretion was paramount, and those who had survived thus far were no fools. Kai Zirwei remained silent, merely nodding. "It's a biochemical bomb." The 3 syllables uttered by Xiao Suwang caused an instantaneous hush to fall over the rooftop. Even the security personnel stationed at the corners halted for several seconds. Expressions of horror washed over the faces of all assembled. A biochemical bomb, indeed. Since the cataclysmic battle a century prior, the mother planet had been nearly obliterated, with 99% of its territory rendered uninhabitable. The survivors had collectively signed a treaty, one stipulation of which forbade the use of biochemical weapons due to their catastrophic environmental impact. Those who dared to contravene this decree would incur the wrath of humanity. In the past century, there had only been 2 recorded instances of biochemical weapon usage, and the consequences had been dire. Those responsible faced execution. Notably, 80 years ago, the death penalty had been abolished on the mother planet. This illustrates humanity's profound aversion to biochemical weaponry. The survivors on the rooftop regarded Xiao Suwang with a mix of intelligence, respect, and even a hint of loathing. No wonder he had appeared so furtive since their arrival. It was indeed a biochemical bomb, and no wonder he had been hesitant to reveal such a secret. There is no need for concern, for this is merely a small biochemical device, with a coverage radius of only 10 kilometers. It poses a certain degree of danger to humanity, albeit not significantly. As long as one remains here for no more than 10 hours, recovery is quite feasible. Those with robust constitutions may even rely on their immune systems to eliminate any residual effects, explained Xiao Suiguan. Yet, not a single soul believed him. The ferocity of biochemical weapons is certainly incomparable to that of nuclear bombs, but this phenomenon resembles a frog being boiled in warm water, leading to a far more tragic demise. Why has our home planet refrained from returning to the battlefield of the past century? Is it due to fear of nuclear radiation? Far from it. Protective gear can easily withstand radiation. The true fear lies in the viruses of biochemical weapons, which, even with our current technology, remain unvanquished. I understand your apprehensions, and I too am filled with hesitation. Since we have broached the subject, let us openly discuss whether or not to deploy the biochemical device. Those opposed, please raise your hands. Xiao Suiguan scanned the crowd, and not a single hand was raised. Flames had begun to emerge from the entrance of the rooftop, causing those at the door to retreat in alarm. I shall bear the blame alone. Go ahead and fire if you are confident, said Xiao Suiguan, undeterred by the flames. His gaze fixed on Li Jushu. Li Jushu fell silent. The decision rested with Xiao Suiguan, yet the one pulling the trigger could not escape responsibility. Should adverse outcomes arise, he would bear the brunt of the consequences. His younger sister watched him closely, anxiety etched across her features, while Miss Han moved her lips but ultimately refrained from speaking. Do not hesitate any longer. Further delay will lead to our demise. A voice of impatience rose from the crowd, as someone could no longer contain themselves. The majority of those gathered have perished. It is just us remaining. There will be no adverse consequences, do not worry. Fire away. Survival offers hope. Brother, release your burdens. Should anything happen, we shall shoulder it together. You are saving us all, and we will be grateful. The crowd echoed their support, and Xiao Suiguan's expression softened. In the stern gaze of Kai Zirwei, flanked by two bodyguards, a hint of solace emerged. I shall give it a try. Ultimately, Li Jushu resolved to fire. Time waits for no one. They were correct. Shooting might lead to death or survival, at least presenting a 50-50 chance. Refraining from firing would surely lead to death, a certainty. On the 7th floor balcony, yellow fluorescent material was smeared. A sniper handed over a night vision scope. Li Jushu accepted it without hesitation. Donning the glasses and quickly discerning the yellowish glow. The distance was too great. He could see only a faint point, akin to a firefly on the verge of vanishing from view. Blurred vision is a sniper's greatest foe, yet Li Jushu had no alternative. He did not immediately take aim, but gently caressed the Long-01 sniper rifle, its cold touch sending shivers down his spine, raising goosebumps. This sensation was even more intense than touching the skin of an unparalleled beauty. Li Jushu remained unhurried, focusing on his breathing. A scream erupted from the right. A security guard had been splattered with venom, howling as he fell from the rooftop. His cries elongated, while the gunfire became increasingly chaotic. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the left side of the crowd. Shoes began to melt, revealing a faint dark red hue beneath, as flames threatened to breach the rooftop. Everyone was preoccupied with the volcanic scorpions, and not a single person had noticed. Amidst the shifting crowd, a deafening gunshot reverberated through the night sky. Bang! Volume 1, The Planet of Beasts, Chapter 82, Abandoned Peace. All eyes turned 2 kilometers away, even those with burning feet forgetting their pain, fixated on the darkness. The distance rendered visibility impossible, yet approximately 2 seconds later, an explosion was faintly perceived. Everyone jolted to attention, followed by a chorus of cheers. Through the scope, Li Jushu watched intently as the armor-piercing incendiary round struck the glowing object, a flicker of flame erupting momentarily before being subdued by a terrifying gust. The green light exploding forth. As the light illuminated the void, it quickly dimmed, ultimately transforming into imperceptible waves. All of this transpired within a heartbeat. As he rose, everyone sensed a shift. The volcanic scorpions suddenly froze, as if immobilized, akin to cattle pausing mid-graze. This stillness was not limited to a single volcanic scorpion, but encompassed thousands upon thousands of them. The security guard continued firing, the shots piercing the stillness of the night. They are retreating. A guest, peering through binoculars at the ground, suddenly shouted, prompting everyone to witness the volcanic scorpions hastily fleeing in a specific direction. Reminiscent of the tide, receding from Qiantang Lake. Within mere minutes, the scorpions vanished from sight. The streets lay pristine, save for the decaying corpses of humans. Occasionally, a solitary volcanic scorpion appeared, yet it too hurriedly pursued its brethren. They have retreated. The volcanic scorpions have left. We are saved. Quickly, we must depart. The flames are rising toward the rooftop. Attention swiftly shifted from the volcanic scorpions to the inferno, a problem not difficult to resolve as the security personnel possessed ropes. They proceeded to stake and secure the lines in one seamless motion. The structure of Taohua UNG was substantial. It would take some time for the fire to spread from one end to the other. Fortunately, the building was constructed to high standards, with most materials being fire-resistant, causing the fire's spread to be far slower than in typical scenarios. Had it been a shoddily constructed structure, all upon the rooftop would have been reduced to ashes. As the last individual descended from the rooftop, shouts of jubilation erupted. They had finally survived. However, there was no time for celebration. Everyone needed to vacate the gathering area swiftly. As long as we clear 10 kilometers, we shall be safe, reminded Xiao Suiguan. The crowd fell silent, suddenly recalling the biochemical device, unsure if it was merely psychological or if the device had already begun to take effect as several individuals started to cough. They could no longer afford to revel in their survival, rushing en masse toward the exit. Everyone attempted to disperse, as overlapping breaths could lead to unforeseen consequences. Xiao Suiguan recalled something, shouting loudly. The crowd, startled, quickly separated. Li Jushu had remained with his younger sister, but upon hearing the warning, he swiftly dove into an unoccupied alley, while Miss Han, having previously split from them, suddenly changed direction and followed suit, hastening to catch up with the two. You would do well to exercise caution. If I am not mistaken, you may become a scapegoat, Miss Han warned Li Jushu, her tone grave. Who? His younger sister felt a tightening in her chest. That was all that needed to be said. I hope we shall meet again one day. Farewell. In mere moments, they reached a fork in the path, and Miss Han darted into it, vanishing into the darkness in the blink of an eye, her speed rivaling that of a sprinter. Was she referring to Xiao Suiguan? A sense of unease gripped his younger sister, as she harbored no doubts regarding Miss Han's words. This route leads closer to the armored vehicle, does it not? Li Jushu did not respond to his sister's inquiry. To the right, his sister, having spent more time at Gathering Point 11, was well acquainted with every path. The two hastened toward the location of the pickup truck, fortunate that it remained untouched, neither stolen nor damaged by the volcanic scorpions. You drive. Load everything useful onto the vehicle, Li Jushu instructed his sister. While he climbed onto the roof with the Hubei 84 style weapon, the top was equipped with a secure rack, ensuring he would not be thrown off. With a press of the accelerator, the pickup truck surged forward into the street, resembling a rampaging bull, the thoroughfare devoid of life save for corpses. With no volcanic scorpions in sight, their retreat was astonishingly swift. Li Jushu's gaze lingered on the Taohua UNG Hotel, now engulfed in flames, the fire reaching skyward, illuminating the entire gathering area. He then directed his full attention to the surrounding darkness, for danger often lurks within the shadows. In the gathering place, there were indeed numerous survivors. The Huashan Xiaojiao had suddenly retreated, leaving the reasons unclear. After observing for a while, they gradually emerged from their hiding spots onto the streets. Some, upon seeing the departing crowd, followed suit, while many others remained concealed. Logically, Xiao Suiguan should have notified the survivors to evacuate, yet for reasons unknown, he had remained silent. Recalling Miss Han's words, Li Jushu felt an uncanny chill. Suddenly, a scream filled with despair echoed from another street, causing Li Jushu's heart to race as he instantly shifted into a state of vigilance, loading his weapon and scanning the darkness. Suddenly, his gaze narrowed. 200 meters away, behind an abandoned war vehicle, a gun barrel protruded, and a half-visible head blended into the shadows. The Tianhua ZZ-01 sniper rifle. As a competent sniper, one must possess an intimate knowledge of sniper rifles, and Li Jushu immediately recognized the model through the barrel. It was one of the finest sniper rifles manufactured by Tiangong Group, which he had encountered twice before, once in the hands of the young Master Li, and another time atop the rooftop, wielded by a member of the security team. This individual was indeed that very security guard. The advantage of vision became the pivotal factor in the ensuing confrontation. As the guard's gaze fixed upon Li Jushu had already squeezed the trigger. He distinctly observed the guard's pupils dilate in shock before, in the next instant, his head exploded, the body flung back nearly half a meter. Slow down, Li Jushu commanded his sister. As the pickup truck passed the abandoned vehicle, he leapt out, dashed to the corpse, and retrieved all the guard's equipment, returning to the truck's roof with the Tianhua ZZ-01 sniper rifle in his arms. Any sniper would find it difficult to resist the allure of the Tianhua ZZ-01 sniper rifle. It was simply exquisite, a veritable work of art. Of course, its performance was paramount, one of the best sniper rifles within a range of 2,000 meters. Gunfire echoed intermittently from all directions, mingled with cries of despair. Yet, Li Jushu seemed oblivious. Just as he was about to reach the exit of Gathering Place number 11, He suddenly called out, "Turn. We will exit through the breach in the collapsed city wall." Though the exit was within reach, Li Jushu changed his mind. His sister did not question him. As they accelerated southward, suddenly 7 or 8 figures emerged from the quiet exit. Some brandished heavy machine guns, others held submachine guns, and one carried a Gatling gun. Without uttering a word, they opened fire, the roar piercing the night as golden bullets pursued the pickup truck's rear. The individual wielding the Gatling gun was the security team leader. Just as Li Jushu was about to pull the trigger, he abruptly shifted the gun's muzzle. In that moment of hesitation, the sniper rifle recoiled, a tongue of flame erupted, and in the next instant, a burly man brandishing a rocket launcher had his head blown off. The rocket veered off course, trailing a fiery tail that cleaved through the night. Detonating 10 meters from the pickup truck, a building collapsed directly, bricks scattering in all directions, raining down like a storm. A fist-sized fragment struck Li Jushu on the back, but he remained unfazed, his fingers still on the trigger. The Gatling gun fell silent. The metallic lines that had torn through the night vanished. Bullets struck the pickup truck, sparks flying, while his sister adeptly maneuvered the vehicle. Yet the bullets persisted like relentless vermin, refusing to relent. With the heavy machine gunner down, the hail of bullets striking the truck diminished by half. A bullet whizzed overhead, the heat from its passage raising goosebumps on Li Jushu's skin, but he did not flinch. The gun's muzzle subtly shifted, aligning with the owner of the Langchong 21 machine gun. The wielder of the Langchong 21 was exceptionally perceptive, retreating behind cover at the first opportunity, yet it was too late. A sniper round grazed his crown, the horror of its force instantly shattering his skull. Brain matter splattering everywhere. The pickup truck drifted into another street, disappearing from sight. Li Jushu remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the surroundings. Throughout their journey, they encountered no foes. Just as the pickup truck surged through the breach, he suddenly sensed something and looked up. Hundreds of meters away, atop a 5-story building, Xiao Suiguan coldly regarded him. Their gazes collided in midair, devoid of the kindness and camaraderie they once shared. Both sensed the palpable intent to kill from the other. A feeling so intense. In that moment, Li Jushu felt no illusion of safety. He had become a pawn, though he had grown accustomed to such betrayals. Experiencing it firsthand was profoundly disheartening. The bridge had been burned without hesitation. He recalled the reactions of those on the rooftop when he had promised to fire. He had thought they were grateful, only to realize now that their gazes had been filled with pity. The retreat of the Huashan Xiaojiao had been thorough. As the pickup truck burst forth from the city wall breach, the ground outside was littered with the corpses of Huashan Xiaojiao, forming small hills. The truck's speed diminished, and Li Jushu kept a watchful eye on their rear. As the pursuing enemy just began to show themselves, their heads exploded, bodies flung backward over a meter. After a brief pause, 7 or 8 figures charged forth, all wielding submachine guns, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets. Li Jushu's expression hardened as he repeatedly squeezed the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. For fell, yet 7 or 8 more emerged. The sound of gunfire battered the truck's panel like a tempest, nearly deforming it. In the brief span it took to retrieve the vehicle, he was at a loss as to where Xiao Suiguan had summoned so many people. The guards could not possibly have survived in such numbers. The gun's muzzle shifted, the advantage of superior vision once again manifested. In the darkness, a normal person's sight would become blurred beyond 30 meters, and beyond 50 meters, almost indistinguishable. These individuals were skilled, capable of accurately gauging their location through the pickup truck and the sounds around them. Yet, they could not see the person atop the truck. Their bullets could strike the vehicle, but not its occupant. Li Jushu, however, could see each one clearly, dispatching them with precision, never wasting a single bullet until the pickup truck turned and his line of sight was obstructed, the enemies in pursuit fading into the distance. Li Jushu released a sigh of relief. As they distanced themselves from gathering place number 11, the bodies of the Huashan Xiaojiao grew fewer. With no more corpses to hinder their path, the truck's speed increased rapidly. As he contemplated their next destination, a massive convoy appeared in his field of vision, a sea of lights almost illuminating the night. The rumble of their approach echoed from afar, the number exceeding at least 100, the reinforcements from base number 9. Li Jushu immediately recalled Xiao Suiguan's words, initially believing he had been deceiving them as a delaying tactic, only to realize it was genuine. Where do we go now? The pickup truck began to decelerate, and his sister poked her head out of the window. The reinforcements were summoned by Xiao Suiwan. Thus they were undoubtedly aligned with him. At this juncture, reaching base number 9 was impossible. If base number 9 was off limits, then gathering place number 12 was equally unattainable. Xiao Suiguan was no fool. He would undoubtedly leverage his connections to ensure that gathering place number 12 complied with his directives. He recalled the forest of the Huiban Guanju he had mentioned earlier. His first instinct was Blood Wolf Canyon, but he quickly dismissed it. The Blood Wolves were not easily manipulated, and he risked becoming prey himself. Next, he considered the desert. Where the sharks had vanished, but rejected that too. The desert was perilous, where fortune dictated victory or defeat. The forest of the Huiban Guanju emerged as the optimal choice. The forest offers excellent concealment, and most importantly, his vision thrives in the dimly lit woods. He harbors a profound intuition that Xiao Suiguan will not easily let him escape. The pickup truck races through the night, and although Xiao Mei does not perceive Xiao Suiguan's gaze, her judgment aligns with Li Jushu's. There are those intent on their destruction, wishing to see them meet their demise, and she nearly floors the accelerator. Navigating such treacherous terrain at this speed is perilous, yet Xiao Mei pays little heed to the danger. Her driving skills are commendable. Despite the jarring bumps, the pickup remains upright. A deep rumble echoes from behind, headlights slicing through the darkness, blindingly bright. How fast? Both Li Jushu and Xiao Mei share this thought, as the pickup reaches its maximum velocity, leaving no room for acceleration. Li Jushu slips into the vehicle through the window, only to emerge moments later, clutching the Long-01 sniper rifle. He held an immense affection for this weapon. When everyone descended from the rooftop, they discarded anything they could part with. Possessions can be replaced, but life is singular. Rescue is imminent. Weapons are of no use now, as many have discarded theirs. Upon spotting the abandoned Long-01, Li Jushu claims it for himself without opposition. A gun devoid of bullets is no better than a mere stick. At that moment, he never anticipated being pursued, nor did he expect to discover that the Shark's warehouse contained ammunition compatible with the Long-01. This revelation was undoubtedly a delightful surprise. Unnoticed even by Xiao Mei. Assembling, securing, loading the ammunition, he readies himself. Though both are sniper rifles, the Long-01 surpasses the Tianhua Z01 in power. The Tianhua Z01 excels in overall performance, calibration, and stability at around 2,000 meters, while the Long-01 is too heavy for mobile warfare and prolonged engagements. Before long, the pursuing enemies close the distance to 1,000 meters. In the darkness, this range is one that snipers are typically reluctant to engage at. Yet Li Jushu lowers himself and begins to aim. As his focus sharpens, the scenery seems to converge, allowing him to discern the driver's face clearly through the windshield. A dark visage marred by a coin-sized scar, eyes brimming with malice. It is evident from his demeanor that he is pressing the accelerator with all his might. Bang! Bang! The bullets pierce the windshield, striking the driver's chest. A spray of crimson erupting. The seat jolts backward violently, while the second bullet leaves a gaping black hole in the hood, smoke billowing forth. The out-of-control war vehicle careens to the left, skidding to a halt several meters later. As the hunters inside leap from the cabin, the second war vehicle flips, its occupants scrambling to escape. The same tactic is employed. The driver is shot, the engine damaged. The following war vehicle slams on the brakes, tires screeching against the ground, leaving deep tracks in the surface. The hunters take shelter behind the war vehicles as the snipers swiftly set up their rifles. One sniper, just donning his night vision goggles, suddenly has his head obliterated, brain matter and shattered bones splattering onto a nearby hunter. The second sniper, still aiming, finds his upper nose violently severed. The third sniper suffers the worst fate. He remains concealed, assembling his sniper rifle when a bullet pierces the body of a hunter in front of him and strikes his abdomen. Though he does not die immediately, he emits a pained wail. At a distance of 1,100 meters, a voice through the binoculars is abruptly silenced as the sniper's head bursts apart. There is no coming back from such a fate. As Li Jushu claims his sixth kill, the pickup sustains 3 more bullets. The enemy snipers are alarmingly skilled. Despite diminished visibility, they accurately strike the pickup, the bullets landing mere centimeters from his body. Bang! A brilliant explosion erupts atop the first war vehicle that has come to a standstill, and as the sniper tumbles to the ground, he quickly readies his weapon. Just as he prepares to pull the trigger, his head explodes, sending him flying. Almost simultaneously, the pickup's shield shudders violently as a slightly deformed bullet embeds itself within, the tip penetrating through the shield by half a centimeter. A cold sweat breaks out on Li Jushu. The shark has clearly invested significant effort into modifying these war vehicles. The armor is made of alloy steel, of spacecraft-grade quality, balancing weight and defense to the utmost. Had it not been for this shield, he would already be a corpse. Li Jushu completely sheds any underestimation. He can no longer afford to be careless. While his night vision offers him an advantage, the enemy is not to be underestimated, whether relying on instinct, luck, or advanced technology. The fact that they can aim at him is sufficient. In warfare, only the outcomes matter, not the processes. Many generals have perished from stray bullets. They cannot claim that such casualties are irrelevant, for there are no second chances, and death is final. Li Jushu fixates on the third war vehicle, with a sniper who nearly claimed his life lurks behind. The sniper seems to sense his scrutiny, remaining hidden. After 5 or 6 seconds of stillness, Li Jushu unloads his bullet and replaces it with an incendiary round. Bang! The gunfire resonates through the night as the third war vehicle ignites into a roaring blaze, illuminating the surroundings. The hunters trapped within scramble to escape, while those concealed behind the vehicle hastily retreat. Li Jushu's gaze sweeps across each silhouette until it settles on a slender figure, unremarkable and seemingly at a disadvantage. Weight and strength are not synonymous, yet generally, greater mass correlates with greater power, forming a proportional relationship. The strength of a combatant is significantly judged by their physicality. Each roll or maneuver of a lithe figure adeptly disrupts the positioning of the other hunters, akin to a shadow, rendering the others visible while obscuring this individual from Li Jushu's view. This skill is undoubtedly possessed only by hunters of level 3 or above. The solitary factor this individual failed to anticipate was Li Jushu's keen eyesight, capable of discerning even the minutest details. A shot rings out, the bullet traversing the robust hunter's body and striking the slender figure squarely in the chest, leaving a gaping wound the size of a cup. Thud! The sniper rifle clatters to the ground, and the slender figure gradually collapses, shock and regret etched upon their face. At this juncture, the distance between the two parties is widened to 1,500 meters, and the enemy's shots land around the pickup, making it increasingly difficult to strike their target. Li Jushu continues to shoot, but not at people. He aims for the vehicle. Bang, 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 from front to back. The engine hood of the battlefield vehicle is riddled with black holes, emitting plumes of smoke. While it may not entirely incapacitate the vehicle's mobility, it will certainly have some effect. It is only once the distance reaches 2,000 meters that Li Jushu ceases fire. At this range, coupled with the dynamics of movement, aiming becomes challenging, and he wishes not to squander his ammunition. Li Jushu initially intended to utilize the cover of night to eliminate the pursuing forces entirely, but the faint lights flickering approximately 4 kilometers away signal that time is running short. Another wave of pursuers is on the horizon. The appearance of a convoy at this time and place can hardly be attributed to mere passers-by. From the first wave of pursuers comprising 12 war vehicles, Li Jushu has incapacitated 7, leaving 5 that maintain a distance of around 3,000 meters behind them. And soon enough, trouble arises for Li Jushu and Xiao Mei as shells rain down on the pickup, the explosions casting dust and debris into the air, leaving Li Jushu in dire straits. Mortar fire. The pursuing soldiers unexpectedly arrived equipped with portable mortars, their accuracy astonishingly precise. Each shell landed no more than 10 meters from the pickup truck, leaving Li Jushu and his sister trembling with fear. A direct hit would likely render the truck inoperable, and both of them would face certain doom. Fortunately, the pursuers had only one mortar. Once Li Jushu regained his composure, he began to gauge the mortar's landing points through observation and sound, effectively directing his sister to evade. However, this inevitably reduced their speed. Half an hour later, 2 waves of pursuers converged, and the number of mortars increased to 3. Simultaneously, the speed of the pursuers surged dramatically, their momentum menacing. His sister immediately felt the pressure, though both parties utilized combat vehicles. The performance of the pursuers' vehicles far exceeded that of the pickup truck, as the hunters, being merely a small team, were no match for the hundreds of pursuers. With Xiao Suiguan being a wealthy heir, the vehicles they employed were crafted with considerable financial resources, rendering them formidable. Li Jushu initially contemplated guiding his sister into a side road to leverage the terrain, but then realized the pickup truck would be the first to falter. Reluctantly, they continued to race along the main road. The only advantage they had was the cover of night. Dawn was approximately an hour and a half away, making this time crucial. Li Jushu resumed his position, peering through the scope, fixating on the approaching vehicles. The enemy's trucks charged forth like rampaging bulls, careening over potholes as if they had no brakes. Just as one of the vehicles soared half a meter after vaulting a large crater, Li Jushu squeezed the trigger. The deafening gunshot reverberated through the night. Upon landing, the truck lost momentum, causing the following vehicle to nearly collide. Li Jushu's gaze locked onto the third vehicle in the formation, and as it abruptly decelerated, he fired again. The sniper round accurately struck the mortar shell held by one of the hunters. Had the vehicle not braked, the shell would have been loaded into the tube without delay, but this momentary hesitation allowed Li Jushu to seize the opportunity. The mortar exploded, obliterating the 3 individuals on the roof, causing the top to cave in. The fate of those inside remained unknown, but the vehicle ceased to move altogether. Only one armor-piercing incendiary round remained. Had he fired a few more times, it could have incinerated many more. Li Jushu's focus was razor-sharp, but the distance made precision difficult, resulting in intervals of over 10 seconds between shots. He fired again, targeting a sniper atop another vehicle, and the shattered fragments of the weapon struck a hunter in the neck, eliciting a pained scream. This shot, however, was not aimed. It ricocheted off a gap in the shield, altering its trajectory before ultimately striking the sniper. A subsequent shot struck a tire, sending a pursuing vehicle careening off course. Flipping over after 2 rolls. Combat vehicles, designed for durability and power, had wheels that were easily targeted. Therefore, during modifications, mechanics typically reinforced them. Heavy-duty vehicles employed solid rubber tires as standard, and their suspensions were adjusted to maintain balance, even with 1 or 2 tires missing. This was why Li Jushu had refrained from shooting at the tires, as disabling 1 or 2 would inflict minimal damage on the vehicle. Had the combat truck not exposed its angle while turning, Li Jushu would never have had the opportunity. 2 consecutive shots aimed at the vehicle's underside failed to ignite the fuel tank, leaving him uncertain whether he had missed or if other factors were at play. With unwavering determination, he pulled the trigger once more. The vehicle erupted in flames, engulfed by a fiery inferno, and the hunters who had not yet escaped emitted heart-wrenching screams. Just as Li Jushu began to feel a sense of triumph, his expression shifted drastically. A swarm of motorcycles suddenly emerged from behind the convoy. These battlefield motorcycles raced across the uneven terrain with astonishing agility. Each motorcycle was manned by 2 individuals, one to drive and the other to attack. Due to their nimble design, they were challenging to target. Li Jushu distinctly observed several passengers wielding heavy machine guns, which boasted an effective range of up to 1,500 meters and could reach as far as 5,000 meters. The machine guns, designed for suppressive fire, did not require high precision, merely a barrage of bullets. Bullets rained down like a deluge, pummeling the pickup's rear, leaving it riddled with craters. The shield was frequently struck, erupting into showers of sparks. And Li Jushu felt an intense pressure. A bullet pierced the windshield, emerging from the driver's chest with a gaping hole. While combat vehicles typically utilized bulletproof glass, only the highest grade glass, akin to that used in banks, could withstand the firepower of the Long-0-1 sniper rifle. While targeting motorcycles was no easy task, hitting the combat trucks presented less difficulty. Li Jushu unleashed a barrage of shots, eliminating several drivers. However, he soon found himself with no time to focus on the trucks. As the motorcycles closed the distance to within 1,000 meters, he swiftly switched from the Long-0-1 sniper rifle to the Hubei 84. The greatest challenge with battlefield motorcycles was predicting their movements. Yet, with knowledge of the terrain, patterns could be discerned. As the lead motorcycle soared into the air, Li Jushu took aim. The bullet flew through the air, resulting in a double kill. Motorcycles could take various trajectories, accelerating, decelerating, turning, or swerving, but once airborne, they had only one fate, a steady descent. Li Jushu fixated on the leading motorcycle and seized the moment. 3 consecutive shots missed, followed by a frenzied counterattack from the motorcycles. Some wielded submachine guns, others rifles, and one individual brandished a rocket launcher. Li Jushu's sweat immediately began to bead. The rocket soared through the night, exploding just 8 meters from the pickup, showering it with debris that sent shivers down Li Jushu's spine. Narrowing his eyes, he locked onto the motorcycle, and as its speed decreased and stabilized, the passenger readied the rocket launcher. Without hesitation, he squeezed the trigger, unleashing a stream of fire. The bullet pierced the driver's head, entering the neck of the second individual, resulting in instant fatalities. The tumbling motorcycle caused the rocket to veer off course, striking an adjacent battlefield motorcycle and igniting an explosion that engulfed nearby vehicles in flames, accompanied by cries of anguish as shadows writhed in the inferno. Li Jushu felt no sympathy. Seizing the moment as the following motorcycle slowed, he fired again, claiming 4 more lives. With both sides locked in a relentless chase, Li Jushu remained unscathed while the pursuers suffered heavy losses. Yet, a growing sense of urgency gripped him as dawn began to break. The increasing light offered no advantage to him, but it certainly favored the pursuers. Li Jushu fervently fired his weapon, his unstable mindset diminishing his accuracy and causing a considerable waste of ammunition. He took a deep breath to calm himself. Left or right? The voice of his younger sister echoed, revealing that the path ahead split into 2. Right side, let's take the right. Li Jushu immediately recalled the words of Hei Tu Feng. Both paths led to the Huiban Guanju forest. The left route was easier but longer, winding around significantly and extending the journey threefold, while the right path was more treacherous but direct. The armored vehicles of the Leaf family were substantial. The right path was impassable for them, leaving only the left. Their pickup truck was relatively compact and could certainly navigate through. The pursuers' vehicles were of the same grand scale as that of Li Jushu, blocking the right route. His sister promptly veered right. Initially, the road seemed manageable, showing no significant changes. After 2 hours, however, the path swiftly narrowed by half, becoming uneven and winding. Fortunately, daylight had fully broken, providing high visibility. Otherwise, his sister feared they might overturn. Even now, she had to remain wholly focused and cautious. As they advanced, the road became increasingly narrow and difficult, forcing her to decelerate. Li Jushu kept a watchful eye behind him, and when he saw the pursuers' vehicles come to a halt, he sighed in relief. At that moment, a sudden discomfort struck Li Jushu, triggering a violent coughing fit that felt as if he might expel his lungs. It took a full 2 minutes for him to regain his composure. "What's wrong?" his sister inquired, peeking her head out. "I'm fine, just choked," Li Jushu replied. "Your face is so pale," his sister expressed concern. "I almost choked to death on my own saliva. It must be the most frustrating way to die," he chuckled. "As long as you're all right," she replied, returning her focus to driving. The moment his sister's head retracted, Li Jushu's expression darkened. Observing the blood he coughed into his palm, the dull ache in his muscles, and an overwhelming sense of weakness, a dreadful possibility crossed his mind. Biochemical ammunition. The intense battle had accelerated the reaction of the virus within him. Perhaps his constitution was to blame. Regardless, his condition was dire. Xiao Suiguan must have lied. The potency of the biochemical ammunition was greater than he had indicated. Was he so eager to kill to prevent the virus from spreading? This thought sent chills down his spine. At that moment, a fork in the road appeared, and Li Jushu made an immediate decision. "Sister, stop." As the pickup truck slowed, he leaped from the roof and shouted, "Throw me the landmines and gather the gear I can use into my pack. We'll split our forces." "Why split up?" she exclaimed, shocked. "We're not far from the Huiban Guanju forest. You drive to attract the enemy's attention while I set an ambush from the back. Taking a shortcut. By the time I lay traps in the forest, you'll be nearly there. This is the only way to eliminate our pursuers. We must divide our forces to force them to do the same. If they remain united, we cannot escape." Li Jushu spoke rapidly. "You drive, I'll ambush," his sister insisted. "You're unfamiliar with the shortcut. I'm the sniper, and I can evade at a distance better than you," Li Jushu retorted, already digging 3 pits to set a chain of explosives. Just then, his sister tossed the landmines over. "Hurry, the enemy is only 200 meters behind. You driving will only attract more pursuers. You must be careful and survive. If I reach the forest, and you haven't shown up, I will come back for you." Li Jushu's tone was resolute. "Be careful. I will survive," his sister replied, not the type to weep. After stuffing her pack, she tossed it aside and pressed the accelerator, the pickup truck darting away. "Sister, you must survive." Li Jushu lifted his head, his face as pale as paper, sweat beading on his forehead. His body began to heat up, yet he felt no warmth, only chills. Perhaps his sister was unaffected, or perhaps she had suppressed the infection. Either way, she was normal, and he had to separate from her to avoid transmitting anything. After arranging the explosives, he opened his backpack and found fever reducers and antibiotics. Knowing they would be futile, he nonetheless grabbed a handful and swallowed them, treating a dying horse as if it were still alive. He gulped half a bottle of mineral water, pouring the rest over his head, the cold shock bringing him some clarity as he veered into the fork and disappeared from sight. Approximately 3 minutes later, an explosion echoed. Climbing to a higher vantage point, Li Jushu abruptly turned, disregarding the pain coursing through his body, crouching low as he aimed his sniper rifle at the source of the blast. A figure entered his line of sight, and without hesitation, he squeezed the trigger. The shot struck the figure's left shoulder, sending him flying a meter away. Though the man survived, he was rendered combat ineffective. Li Jushu bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him into clarity. That shot had aimed for the heart. At less than 300 meters, it had gone astray. He understood that it was not the weapon's fault but his own. The second shot found the head of a hunter, and the enemy retaliated. Bullets rained around him, striking the soil and sending plumes of white smoke into the air. Gritting his teeth, he endured the waves of drowsiness washing over him from deep within his brain. Squeezing the trigger again. With a thundering roar, the Bin 84 rifle silenced the enemy's heavy machine gun. The 2-meter-tall gunner collapsing with a fist-sized hole in his chest, his bulletproof vest merely a facade against the Bin 84. After that shot, Li Jushu turned to flee, bullets whizzing past him. Several grazed his clothing, the burning sensation raising goosebumps all over his body. His strength waned. Hills he could easily scale before now felt insurmountable. A second explosion rang out behind him, the gunfire abruptly diminishing by a large margin. This was the second landmine he had set. He turned, aimed, and fired. Bang, 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 bang. He fired 4 shots, killing 2 pursuers, but 2 shots went wide. He swiftly rolled and tumbled to the other side of the hill, lying flat to continue his fire. Enemy bullets rained down on the hillside, leaving holes in the earth, yet he remained unfazed, relying solely on chance. Even in his currently feeble state, feeling drowsy and sluggish, he knew that even at his peak, facing such concentrated fire would require luck. He was now completely certain that the biochemical ammunition was the cause of his physical decline, not merely a fever. Now, not only did his muscles ache, but his bones also began to throb, feeling as though they were being struck by a hammer, then pierced by needles, an agony comparable to torture. Drawing on his indomitable will, he strove to keep his mind sharp, taking aim 1 shot at a time to eliminate the enemy. At this moment, his thoughts were not of escape, but rather how to kill more pursuers. The more they fell, the safer his sister would be. His sole wish was for her to remain unaffected by the biochemical ammunition. As his eyelids began to weigh heavily, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder, jolting him awake. He had been shot. Turning his head, he saw blood staining his clothing. But fortunately, it was merely a graze. Bang! A sniper wielding a Bin 84 had taken him out. The opponent was foolish to hide in the shadows. Due to the light, from his perspective, the shaded area appeared dark. This sniper was undoubtedly skilled, easily finding a suitable sniping position through the play of light. But he had not considered that Li Jushu's vision was not impeded by darkness. Boom! An explosion erupted 80 meters away. It was the third and final landmine Li Jushu had buried. The pursuers grew increasingly cautious, creating a significant distance between themselves. This explosion had only claimed 1 life and severely injured another. Li Jushu refrained from delivering a finishing shot to the wounded individual, instead focusing his aim on the hunter who had slipped into the underbrush. Through the interplay of light and shadow, he precisely located the hunter's position. Bang! The rustling in the grass ceased instantly. The exact nature of the hit was unclear, but it was certain that the target had perished, evidenced by the blood splattering in midair. Suddenly, Li Jushu's gaze sharpened, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloping him. He spotted a woman, the sword-wielding companion of Xiao Suiguan. He immediately trained his gun on her, but her acute instincts allowed her to evade his shot. Li Jushu attempted to aim 8 times, yet each time he lacked assurance. As he observed others closing in to within 50 meters, he gritted his teeth and donned his helmet, rolling down the hillside. Volume 1, 10,000 Beast Planet. Chapter 87, Fearless. The face is the most vulnerable, and it must be well protected. He had donned comprehensive protective gear, shin guards, knee pads, and wrist guards, preparations made for the volcanic scorpions which had gone unused. As he ascended the slope, he had already calculated that this location was not only an excellent sniping point, but also facilitated a swift descent. He could feel his stamina rapidly waning. Descending at a normal pace would easily allow the enemy to catch up, so rolling down was the fastest option, albeit with unpredictable consequences. Fortune favored him, for as he tumbled, he unexpectedly crashed into a wasp nest the size of a tabletop. His speed was so great that the wasps could not pursue him. They swirled in the air, enraged by their inability to locate their foe, and while expanding their search radius, they collided with the pursuing hunters, with the female swordswoman bearing the brunt of the impact. Thud! The world spun chaotically, and Li Jushu felt excruciating discomfort. Just when he thought he was doomed, he plunged into a pool of water, the icy shock jolting his mind awake. The pool was of just the right depth to absorb the force of his fall, and he managed to clamber ashore, acutely aware of the pain coursing through every inch of his body. Even his face and hair felt as if they were throbbing, a sensation beyond words. The anguished cries emanating from above startled him, but the dense foliage and undergrowth obscured his view. He had no time to seek the source. He discerned the direction slightly and staggered forward, his clothes soaked, severely hindering his flight. His backpack was waterproof, containing spare clothes, yet he lacked the time to change. He was unaware of how long he had run until he suddenly collapsed to the ground, having unwittingly fallen asleep. Thankfully, he had not been pursued. Looking around, he found himself surrounded by towering trees, momentarily disoriented about his location. Turning back, he saw a distinct trail of footprints. He retrieved a landmine and carefully set up a deceptive trap, gauging the direction with the available light. After adjusting his angle, he continued his escape, each step feeling unbearably heavy, as though he bore a burden of 200 pounds. Taking out food, he ate while running, but suddenly felt a warm flow from his nose. Upon touching it, he was gripped with alarm. It was blood, a sign of a nosebleed. Fortunately, it subsided quickly and was not copious, yet it instilled within him a sense of foreboding. The energy from the food slightly revitalized him, and his spirits lifted a bit, though the drowsiness still washed over him like relentless waves. Abruptly, his legs gave way, and he fell to the ground, the thick layer of fallen leaves feeling like a soft bed. He nearly succumbed to the urge to remain there, but gritting his teeth, he forced himself up. His entire body felt limp. Even the simplest act of standing was akin to an insurmountable challenge. As the sound of an explosion reverberated from behind, he realized this time he might not escape. He set down his backpack and began laying mines, completing the last few with urgency, selecting a sturdy tree as his refuge, camouflaging himself with leaves while exposing only the muzzle of his Tiger Ben 84 rifle. Boom! Amid the distant explosion, a scream pierced the air, and Li Jushu opened his eyes in shock. He had inadvertently fallen asleep. A shattered figure spun in the air, crashing heavily to the ground, convulsing twice before falling still. 6 meters away, a robust hunter lay sprawled with blood at the corner of his mouth. Further afield, shadowy figures were concealed among the leaves and underbrush, making it difficult to ascertain their numbers. The stout hunter's serpent-like gaze scanned the area. Suddenly, his pupils dilated in horror as he rolled away, only to be struck in the forehead, his head exploding in a gruesome spectacle. In that instant, the faint sound of gunfire echoed through the silence. In the stillness, the silencer's effectiveness was less than ideal. Gunfire rained down upon him from the front, the massive tree trunk quaking as leaves fell in a flurry. Li Jushu crouched behind the tree like a rock, his rifle slightly shifting. In a moment of stillness, a flame of destruction erupted, silencing the opposing machine gun. Bang! An arm flew through the air, and the armless hunter writhed on the ground, shrieking in agony. He had missed. Li Jushu's lips twitched, his tongue already bitten and bleeding. Yet failed to rouse his sluggish mind, which felt as if it would succumb to sleep at any moment. Bullets grazed his clothing, his muscles numbed to the point where he no longer experienced goosebumps. Bang, bang, bang. He fired continuously, his accuracy wavering at 50%. Rationality urged him to flee. Yet his weakened body resisted. Even the simplest act of rising felt like climbing a mountain. The enemy advanced in a staggered formation, the cover of the trees becoming increasingly ineffective, amplifying his pressure. The enemy spread out like a fan, leaving him unable to maneuver, rendering him passive. Bang! A hunter, transitioning from behind one tree to another, was struck as he attempted to hide. His right leg severed instantly. The hunter collapsing with a scream akin to a slaughtered pig, blood gushing from the wound. This shot revealed Li Jushu's position, and a hail of enemy bullets rained down, rendering him unable to raise his head. The bark of the tree splintered under the onslaught. Li Jushu huddled behind the massive trunk, silently calculating the enemy's advance speed. Upon hearing an explosion, he decisively peeked out, his sniper rifle trembling in his grip. In a flash, he fired 5 shots, hitting 2 hunters, 1 dead, 1 injured, while 3 shots missed. He withdrew behind the tree, gasping for air. Those 5 shots had drained him of all his strength. Even lifting the sniper rifle became a burden. His proficiency in laying mines was merely average, but his battlefield experience was extensive. By using his sniper rifle to exert immense pressure on the enemy, their focus naturally shifted from the ground, where the mines lay hidden, further obscured by the dappled light of the forest. Li Jushu's shooting technique deliberately coerced the enemy into the areas where he had laid traps, significantly increasing the likelihood of their stepping on a mine. 80 meters, 70 meters, 60 meters. As the nearest enemy approached within 50 meters, Li Jushu realized he was cornered. He took deep breaths to gather his strength, having refrained from firing for a moment. The enemy's pace had noticeably quickened. 30 meters. He abruptly yanked the cord, unleashing 2 submachine guns strapped to the trees, spraying golden bullets. Tot, 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 tot. The enemy's attention was fixated on his position behind the tree, utterly unaware of the flanks. The 2 submachine guns swept in a crossfire, and 3 hunters fell screaming. Others scrambled for cover, yet 2 were still struck. Li Jushu summoned his final reserves of strength. Peering out with his sniper rifle aimed at the enemy, abandoning all thoughts of evasion, resolved to face his fate. Bang, bang, bang. Perhaps it was a last burst of clarity. This volley of shots was remarkably accurate. 1 shot, 1 kill, 100% hit rate. In an instant, 6 enemies fell, each shot silencing their cries before they could utter a sound. However, this provoked the enemy, and several grenades were hurled towards him. From behind a distant tree emerged a robust man, shouldering a rocket launcher. Li Jushu noticed him, but was unable to take aim in time. Watching helplessly as the rocket trailed a long red glow, expanding infinitely in his vision. As the explosion erupted nearby, the shockwave struck him, causing Li Jushu's pupils to dilate suddenly. He saw a familiar petite figure appear behind the pursuers, wielding a submachine gun and firing frantically while weaving through the trees with the agility of a leopard. Little sister, how'd you get here? Li Jushu thought in confusion, his mind racing. He suspected he was hallucinating. Before he could ascertain whether this was reality or illusion, his body collided violently with a tree trunk, plunging him into darkness and unconsciousness. Uncertain of how long he had been unconscious, Li Jushu's awareness began to wane in and out. In a half-asleep state, he vaguely felt himself being cradled and sprinted with, occasionally leaping. This sensation inexplicably brought him comfort, and he had a premonition that it was his sister. Stop! Echoed in his mind 1,000 times, as if he were trapped in a nightmare, unable to awaken, the words unutterable. He understood his sister's strength. At such speed while carrying him, she could not sustain it for long. Now, he sensed that a considerable amount of time had passed, which would inflict severe damage on her body, even draining her life force. Intermittent gunfire erupted behind them. In his hazy state, his body was suddenly lifted, and before he could react, he felt a jolt, awakening only to succumb to unconsciousness once more, the sound of rushing water lingering in his memory. When his consciousness returned, he found himself lying on the riverbank, every part of him aching painfully, his condition utterly dire. Little sister, he shouted, but his voice was barely louder than a mosquito's buzz, receiving no response. After gathering his strength for 10 minutes, he managed to lift his upper body. Upon glancing down, he was struck by a jolt, as if struck by lightning, his mind blank. It took him several seconds to realize his little sister lay motionless at his feet, her face as pale as death, her body unresponsive. 5 bullet wounds on her back oozed blood, mingling with the water, staining her clothing a faint red. "Little sister," Li Jushu cried out, her body cold to the touch, devoid of warmth. Her soaked clothes dripped water, and disregarding her gunshot wounds, he turned her over, pressing against her chest, waiting anxiously for a heartbeat. "Little sister, little sister, little sister," he called out joyfully, forgetting his own pain and the blood seeping from his wounds. He embraced her, using his body heat to warm her, repeatedly calling her name. Yet, she showed no sign of life, her icy body causing his heart to sink. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, her long eyelashes fluttered, and slowly, she opened her eyes. "Little sister," Liuxu cried in ecstatic tears. Her gaze was filled with joy and reluctance as she stared at him, unwilling to blink. "Don't worry, I'll take you to the hospital right away," he exclaimed. But his joy quickly turned to concern for her injuries, which he knew were grave despite not having examined them closely. "I want to live with you forever," she murmured, her voice faint, nearly inaudible. Before she could finish, her words trailed off, her eyes dimming with an infinite longing until they lost their sparkle. Her pale face bore a mix of emotions, contentment, nostalgia, longing, and reluctance, all intertwined, ultimately freezing in place. Li Jushu's body suddenly stiffened. He felt something escape from his sister, soaring into the sky. He knew it was her soul. He wanted to call out to her, to implore her not to leave. But his throat felt constricted, rendering him mute. He stared blankly at her for 5 or 6 minutes before erupting in a primal roar. "Little sister." In the dead of night, a grave appeared abruptly 100 meters from the riverbank. Li Jushu sat before the grave, burning leaves one by one. At his feet lay 2 daggers, one large and one small, which he had used to carve a coffin and dig a grave. This was all he had left. His weapons and supplies were gone, and his backpack was lost. He searched his entire body, finding only a dagger, originally intended to accompany his sister in the grave. He changed his mind. He would wield this dagger to exact vengeance upon their enemies in her honor. A man must act decisively, he vowed, speaking to her and himself. "Little sister, rest assured, I will not perish easily. I shall not die until the enemies are vanquished." Strangely, whether it was the waning power of the biochemical agents or the strength of his hatred, his body still ached, yet he felt a slight restoration of strength. Otherwise, he would not have been able to construct the grave. "Xiao Sui Guan, you must live well. Do not die. Your life belongs only to me." Li Jushu stripped off his bloody clothes and washed them clean before drying them by the fire. The night was bitterly cold, the temperature likely below -20 degrees. Yet he felt no chill as he remained bare-chested, waiting until the last piece of clothing was dry. He then turned to the river, utilizing his night vision to catch 2 fish, one weighing around 5 pounds and the other 8. To seek revenge, he must maintain his strength, starting with a full stomach. Li Jushu was uncertain how long the effects of the biochemical agents would last or how long he could endure, but as long as he drew breath, he would strive to remain in prime condition, utilizing every resource to enhance his survival capabilities. The 2 fish together weighed nearly 8 pounds, filling his belly. Although lacking salt, the rich meat was still fragrant when roasted, palatable enough to eat. After casting one last glance at the grave, Li Jushu extinguished the flame and set off upstream. His pursuers had not yet caught up, and he needed to take the initiative. He could not wait here, although resting would benefit him. He could not forgive himself if the enemies discovered and desecrated his sister's grave. In the darkness, his pursuers would likely not travel, resting instead to camp. Unperturbed, he moved swiftly with his night vision, navigating the uneven terrain as if on level ground. In the first volume, Wan Shou Xing Xiu, Chapter 89, The Moment of Counterattack, Part 1. His little sister had plunged into the river with him, and they had swum nearly 15 kilometers before finding a chance to come ashore. It was not until midday the following day that Li Jushu encountered the hunters pursuing him. The sun blazed fiercely, and visibility in the forest was high. He did not act recklessly, but quietly slipped away to find a safe place to rest. As evening descended and visibility waned, Li Jushu opened his eyes, his cold, piercing gaze chilling the air around him. What is that woman's background? Her physique is extraordinary. She withstood several bullets and could still run so fast over dozens of kilometers of mountainous terrain. No beast could accomplish that. The hunter, armed with a Hua Chong 31 submachine gun, slowed his pace. As an experienced hunter, He always remembered that protecting himself was paramount to completing the mission. Recklessness was inadvisable. I do not know her. The robust figure to the right clutched a formidable Ting 88 heavy machine gun, his piercing gaze sweeping the surroundings. I had once heard that the power of human will is the greatest strength, capable of transcending the limits of the flesh. To the left, the hunter had a gaunt visage, clad in a bulletproof vest, with a Huang 94 pistol tucked into his leg holster. The three men advanced in a triangular formation, almost devoid of blind spots. It was perplexing to witness such a grand display of force for just two individuals. One could only wonder what transgressions these two had committed. The central hunter, lost in thought, instinctively tightened his grip on the Lang Chong 31 machine gun, shaking his head. That man was deranged on that fateful night. He had slain perhaps 30 or 40 people. Among the deceased were several level 3 hunters. Such sniping prowess was rarely seen, even at base 1. His gravest error was his solitary approach. Had he coordinated with machine gunners and other troops, the casualties that night would have been at least doubled. The robust figure remarked, "What do you think has become of those two? Falling from such a height into those tumultuous waters, do you think they survived?" The central hunter spoke with a light tone. Having already concluded that the targets were most likely dead, one must see the living to confirm life, and the dead to confirm death, he added, the implication clear. The gaunt-faced hunter glanced at the darkening sky, furrowing his brow. "Should we continue the search? Why have we not received any signal? It is growing dark, and finding a campsite will become increasingly difficult." He surmised that their targets must be growing impatient as well. 3 days had passed without a hint of activity. The accursed woods offered no comfort, and an unsettling feeling lingered, as if unseen eyes were watching. "It seems rain is imminent," the robust figure suddenly announced, a flicker of unease crossing his eyes. On the planet of Wan Shou, being caught in the rain outdoors is far from an enjoyable experience. A sharp call from a distant bird pierced the air, prompting the three men to halt simultaneously. The central hunter exhaled with relief, smiling as he declared, "Finally, we can take a break. I shall gather some branches." The robust figure and the gaunt-faced hunter began assessing their surroundings. Overnighting in the woods was no trivial matter, and selecting a campsite was crucial. Even the most seasoned of hunters would not dare to be careless. The planet of Wan Shou is no paradise for humanity. A moment's inattention could lead to death. As experienced hunters, distinguishing between toxic and non-toxic plants in the shortest time possible is a fundamental skill. Identifying trees is simple. However, choosing the right species is vital. Some plants are highly poisonous, and a single drop of their sap could prove fatal. While most plants on Wan Shou possess some toxicity, truly lethal varieties are rare, and most are only mildly toxic. Nonetheless, one should not underestimate them, as skin irritation and itching for several hours can be exceedingly painful. The hunter found a suitable sapling, about the thickness of his wrist. As he swung his blade, the robust figure and the gaunt-faced hunter's attention was diverted elsewhere. A pair of hands emerged from behind a large tree, covering a mouth and swiftly slitting a throat in one fluid motion. When the hunter's body collapsed, 2 daggers, one large, one small, shot forth with lightning speed. The robust figure and the gaunt-faced hunter were on high alert, immediately sensing something amiss. The gaunt-faced hunter sidestepped to avoid the dagger, while the robust figure drew his military knife to block, the blade clanging against the tree not far away. Just as the gaunt-faced hunter avoided the dagger, a shadow lunged at him. He swiftly drew his own dagger to strike at the shadow, but missed, unable to change his move in time. A tightening sensation gripped his head, followed by an overwhelming force. He distinctly heard the sound of his neck snapping, and, in the final fleeting moment of consciousness, he glanced at the robust figure, puzzled as to why he did not intervene, only to find him standing motionless, like a statue, a crimson line slowly seeping from his neck. When Li Ju Su abandoned the body of the gaunt-faced hunter, the robust figure fell straight down, his 200-plus pound weight crashing into the leaves. Li Ju Su moved a dozen meters away, bending down to pick up a thin, square piece of wood with extremely sharp edges. His paper card had not been waterproof and had soaked through upon falling into the river, rendering it useless. Thus, he crafted a makeshift card from the knife he had, selecting an exceptionally hard type of wood, comparable to metal, and thinning the edges for enhanced lethality. After half a day's observation, Li Ju Su fully understood the characteristics of the 3 hunters. The central hunter exhibited a balanced combination of strength, reaction, speed, and perception, seemingly devoid of weaknesses, making him the easiest to handle among the trio, lacking both deficiencies and specialties. His strength and stamina could not match the robust figures, nor could his perception and reaction speed compare to those of the gaunt-faced hunter. Seizing the moment when the central hunter's vigilance waned, Li Ju-Su struck decisively, ending his life in one swift move. To confront the robust figure, he brandished a glimmering dagger to draw attention, and indeed, the robust figure fell for the ruse. The true threat lay hidden behind the blackened wooden piece, nearly invisible in the darkness. The robust figure could never have anticipated that a mere piece of wood would claim his life. The gaunt-faced hunter, quick to react, found himself in Li Ju-Su's line of sight, who chose to engage personally. The dagger served as a distraction, and after gathering his strength, Li Ju-Su's speed and power exceeded expectations. Before the enemy could react, he had snapped the hunter's neck. He had prepared for the worst, anticipating a knife wound, or even a gunshot, which was why he had placed a 3-centimeter wooden board beneath his bulletproof vest. The hunt progressed more smoothly than expected. As long as no gunfire erupted, the pursuing enemies would remain undisturbed. Li Ju-Su disposed of the 3 corpses in the thickest part of the underbrush, ensuring that prior to this, he had stripped them of all their equipment. Submachine guns, pistols, grenades, food, medicine, military knives, daggers, provocative magazines, and a nameless bank card belonging to the gaunt-faced hunter. This was a valuable find. Should he decipher the password, the wealth within would be his. Li Ju-Su lacked the skill to do so, but there were individuals who specialized in acquiring bank cards and knew how to crack the codes. Unfortunately, he lacked a sniper rifle. Li Ju-Su took what useful items he could carry and buried the rest in a secure location, marking it before stealthily moving on. Volume 1, One Show Planet, Chapter 90, The Moment of Counterattack, Part 2. The 3 men formed a unit, and the arrangement of the pursuers was impeccable. Each group comprised seasoned hunters, trained to sleep with one eye open. Their night vision capabilities reduced the likelihood of detection by 90%. The sounds of crunching dry leaves and decaying foliage were distinctly different. A careless step on dry leaves would unmistakably announce one's presence to the enemy. The adversaries had not employed fire. Everything lay shrouded in darkness, the foliage obscuring any potential light. Even beneath a clear moon, the woods would remain pitch black, devoid of illumination, and such conditions were precisely where Li Ju-Su thrived, unaffected. Beneath a massive tree, a hunter donned in a steel helmet curled his body, his golden eyes vigilantly scanning the night. Unbeknownst to him, Li Ju-Su had crept behind his tree, within arm's reach, waiting silently for half an hour. He remained motionless until a harsh cry echoed through the night, a bird's call that pierced the stillness, provoking irritation. At the moment the cry resounded, Li Ju-Su seized the opportunity. With his left hand covering the hunter's mouth, his right hand wielded the dagger, slicing across the hunter's throat with the swiftness of lightning. The hunter jolted, silenced in an instant, his dagger dropping from his grasp. As the weapon fell, Li Ju-Su caught it, gently laying the corpse on the ground, all without a sound. The 2 hunters nestled in their sleeping bags remained completely unaware. Li Ju-Su stealthily approached the nearest sleeping bag, discerning the precise location of the head based on its protrusion. He remained still, waiting patiently, until the croaking sound echoed once more. With a swift motion, he thrust his dagger, piercing the hunter's throat with unerring accuracy. The sleeping bag shook violently before falling silent once again. The second sleeping bag began to stir, prompting Li Ju-Su to hurl his dagger with lightning speed, striking the head directly. Whether it hit the face, the back of the skull, or the ear, he could not ascertain, but he was certain it was the head. A muffled scream escaped from the sleeping bag just as he lunged forward. With a soft thud, the second dagger embedded itself deeply, also targeting the head, and the sleeping bag fell eerily quiet. Upon unzipping the first sleeping bag, Li Ju-Su discovered that his first dagger had lodged itself in the cerebellum, explaining the lack of an immediate fatality. The second dagger had penetrated the temple, resulting in instantaneous death. The hunter's brief scream, muffled by the sleeping bag, did not carry far. Nonetheless, Li Ju-Su remained vigilant, hastily clearing the battlefield and advancing toward the third group of enemies. As he neared, a thin, nearly invisible wire appeared beneath his feet, mere centimeters from his shoe. A chill ran down his spine as he carefully withdrew his foot. Observing his surroundings, he noted that the campsite chosen by this group was ingeniously concealed, with only 3 paths leading forward. The rest were either thorns or towering trees. Each of these paths was rigged with explosives, 2 on the ground and 1 suspended in midair, nearly impossible to detect in the darkness. The height of the traps was meticulously calculated, preventing serpents and rodents from triggering them. Only the steps of a human could activate such peril. Perhaps due to misplaced trust in their traps, the 3 hunters had not stationed a lookout, instead retreating into their sleeping bags for a deep slumber. Li Jushu easily dispatched the trio and moved towards the 4th group. This group, too, had set explosive defenses supplemented by traps. Had Li Jushu not possessed night vision, he would surely have fallen victim. The trap setter was a master of his craft. Navigating through the traps, Li Jushu arrived at the sleeping bags. Finding all 3 hunters sound asleep within, exhausted from days of relentless pursuit. Just as his dagger was about to pierce the sleeping bag, he halted abruptly. Something was amiss. The shape of the sleeping bag was wrong. Humans, composed of bones and muscles, can curl up or arch their bodies when sleeping, but they cannot lie rigidly as if carved from wood. His hair stood on end as he summoned tremendous willpower to remain motionless. After a few tense seconds, he discerned no movement around him. Suddenly, he heard breathing from above. Slowly, he turned his gaze upward to find 3 hunters tied to the branches of a large tree. Soundly asleep, cunning, Li Jushu fought to maintain steady breaths, weighing the choice between climbing the tree or firing his weapon. After much deliberation, he retrieved 3 wooden darts. Previously, he had only practiced firing 1 at a time. Shooting 3 simultaneously was beyond his skill. He could only launch them one by one, but the challenge lay in the timing. He needed to release all 3 within a fleeting moment, ensuring each struck its target. This was perilous. Li Jushu was pushing himself to the limit. If he could not accomplish this now, future success would be doubtful. As his breathing and heartbeat returned to their normal rhythms, his right hand flicked 3 times in quick succession, sending the glinting darts hurtling towards their intended marks. A faint whoosh disturbed a hunter, who opened his eyes just in time to feel the dart slice through his throat. The hunter's pupils dilated in terror, his expression transforming from shock to despair as life faded from his gaze. The other 2 hunters, slightly less alert, remained oblivious to their fate until it was too late. Li Jushu, grasping his pistol, inhaled deeply. Though his weapon bore a silencer, firing still posed a risk of detection. One must never underestimate the instincts of seasoned hunters. Thus, cloaked by the night, Li Jushu deftly navigated through the forest, eliminating one group after another. To enhance efficiency, the pursuers had fragmented their ranks, inadvertently benefiting him. His limit was the moment he could unleash 3 darts. If faced with 4 enemies, he would be forced to draw his firearm. Suddenly, thunder roared, lightning split the darkness, illuminating the world in stark white. Li Jushu froze, relieved that the first reaction of the awakened hunters was to look skyward. As the lightning faded and darkness reclaimed the night, his dagger slashed through a hunter's neck. When the sharp gazes of the remaining 2 hunters turned toward him, Li Jushu raised his hand and fired 2 precise shots, each hunter's head exploding at close range. Just then, a thunderclap concealed the sound of gunfire. With no time to linger, Li Jushu hastened his pace. Rain could be both a blessing and a curse, depending on how one utilized it. The sound of rain masked all other noises, but the now alert enemies would prove far more formidable than those still in slumber. Upon reaching another trio of hunters, heavy raindrops began to pelt down, initially a gentle patter that quickly escalated into a torrential downpour. All sounds in the forest vanished, leaving only the relentless rhythm of rain drumming in his ears. As the hunters fumbled with their raincoats, Li Jushu seized the opportunity, firing 3 bullets that struck each of them in the back of the head, delivering swift, lethal blows. The sound of the gunfire was completely drowned by the rain, rendering it inaudible even 10 meters away. The distance between each pursuing group was approximately 50 to 100 meters. Just as Li Jushu prepared to depart, he paused. A smile gracing his face, he had spotted something. The NC-22 sniper rifle, also known as the Hanwei individual sniper rifle. In the first volume, The B-Star, Chapter 91, The Moment of Counterattack, Part 2, the continuous ambushes had drained Li Jushu of significant energy, and he was now merely holding on, fueled by the power of vengeance. Once that energy waned, even walking would become a daunting task. The appearance of the sniper rifle could greatly alleviate his fatigue. The cost of a sniper rifle surpasses that of other firearms, not only due to its power, but also because of its superior quality. Many weapons malfunction when wet, and low temperatures can impair shooting performance. However, sniper rifles are largely unaffected, and any impact is within an acceptable range. He did not don the enemy's raincoat, not out of superstition, but because the waterproof material would cause the rain to bounce off, creating a different sound. Though subtle, in this environment, it would be nearly undetectable. He instinctively refrained from leaving any trace. The pursuers had comrades. Mistakes could be rectified. He could not afford any missteps. Moreover, his clothes were already soaked. Wearing a non-breathable raincoat would prevent his body heat from dissipating, leading to discomfort and potentially exacerbating his current condition. Already infected, he could not afford to catch a cold. A double attack from illness could prove fatal without waiting for the enemy to strike. The torrential rain struck the leaves before cascading down in layers, creating a muffled sound that accumulated in the enclosed space. Li Jushu navigated through the rain, feeling as though his ears had lost all function. Yet his vision remained largely unaffected. With each step, the decaying leaves, now softened by the rain, turned to mush beneath his feet, sometimes submerging his calves entirely. Li Jushu felt a mix of trepidation and hope. While the sniper rifle offered advantages over close combat hunters, being surrounded would present significant challenges for his escape. Fortune smiled upon him as he quickly arrived at the campsite of another trio of hunters. Two were clad in raincoats, while one sheltered beneath a large leaf, standing at the base of a tree. It is common knowledge to avoid standing under trees during thunderstorms, but in this situation, with trees all around, there was no choice but to remain beneath them. Li Jushu selected an expansive terrain, resting his NC-22 sniper rifle on a branch, poised and waiting. As the thunder roared, he squeezed the trigger, and the bullet struck the forehead of a hunter not wearing a raincoat, brain matter splattering and mingling with the rainwater. The other two hunters, clad in raincoats, remained oblivious beneath another large tree. Li Jushu adjusted his aim. As one hunter looked up, the bullet penetrated his temple. The other hunter turned, rolled, and drew his weapon, but as he fired, a gaping hole erupted in his chest. The bullet ricocheted off the branch, mere centimeters from Li Jushu's face, causing a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The last hunter's reflexes were extraordinary, quickly pinpointing Li Jushu's location. Had the rain-soaked ground not caused him to slip and lose his balance, he might have evaded the shot. Li Jushu reflected on his carelessness. The torrential rain had led him to underestimate the formidable foe. Among the pursuers were third and perhaps even fourth-tier hunters. Approaching the corpse of the third hunter, he searched meticulously but found nothing, disappointment creeping in. Skilled hunters typically possessed valuable items, as they often had no fixed abode and carried their most precious belongings with them, knowing they might need to relocate at any moment. Items like potions were best kept on hand. Leaving them at home could lead to disaster if one returned only to find them stolen. Li Jushu unlatched his Huanghe 94 pistol, securing it on his person. It was a prized possession, unattainable even with wealth at the 11th gathering place. Under the cover of the relentless rain, he eliminated one squad after another. A watch adorned his wrist, its quality evident despite his unfamiliarity with such items, having acquired it from a hunter barely standing at 1.60 meters. This agile hunter, akin to a monkey, had evaded 3 bullets in rapid succession until a branch unexpectedly broke, leaving the outcome uncertain. By 7:30 a.m., the sky remained shrouded in darkness. The world obscured. Li Jushu lay in the mire, the putrid scent of decaying leaves filling his nostrils. His hands, clad in thin imitation gloves, felt certain to be as wrinkled and pallid as the rest of his skin. Prolonged exposure to the rain had caused his body temperature to plummet. Though he continued to consume food for energy, it merely delayed the inevitable stiffness, and his legs had long since lost sensation. Sensing impending danger, the two enemy squads merged, possibly comprising 4-member groups or 3 smaller ones, one of which might consist of only 2. Li Jushu refrained from firing, biding his time while the enemy's choice of encampment thwarted his attempts to find a suitable sniper position. From his current angle, he could only target 6 individuals. Closing the distance would enhance his chances of a successful shot, but it would also be exceedingly risky. Half an hour passed without an opportunity, and several leeches, thicker than fingers, crawled up his neck and into his back. Though his back had lost feeling, the psychological discomfort was palpable. Suddenly, as a blinding flash of lightning illuminated the landscape, inspiration struck. Once the lightning faded, he rose stealthily towards the enemy, the recurring thunder masking all sounds. Another bolt of lightning lit the night, revealing a hunter over 40 years old, who suddenly discovered 7 or 8 hand grenades at his feet. A wave of terror surged through him as he used all his strength to dive for cover, just as the grenades detonated. The explosion reverberated in the confined space, drowning out the thunder above. After the blast, Li Jushu emerged from behind the tree, his Huanghe 94 pistol unleashing a barrage of bullets indiscriminately at any visible target. After firing 8 shots, no one remained alive. The grenades proved more effective than the sniper rifle, albeit at great risk. The aftermath was gruesome. Some corpses were missing limbs, others were disemboweled, and some were utterly unrecognizable. At close range, the grenades unleashed their full potential, rendering body armor useless. Li Jushu began rifling through the bags for useful items. When he unwrapped the most opulent package, he froze, his breath quickening after a brief pause. His expression won a shock. Inside the backpack was an abundance of potions: strength, speed, agility, skin, bone, and nutritional potions, all meticulously packed without a single gap. Most crucially, they were all second-tier potions. Li Jushu had never encountered such a hoard. He steadied himself and counted: 5 of each potion and 30 nutritional potions. Zipping the bag closed, he turned to inspect the bodies and noticed one wearing significantly higher-end clothing, adorned with luxury brands. He discovered a work ID from the Baichao group on this individual, Zhang Linda. This made sense. The Baichao group was one of the few capable of manufacturing potions. With the 11th gathering place contaminated by biochemical projectiles, it was logical that the Baichao group's personnel would need to evacuate, prioritizing their potions over other belongings. It was unclear why this individual had not fled and instead joined those pursuing him. Although the 11th gathering place appeared overrun by volcanic scorpions, Li Jushu knew many had survived. Young Master Li was undoubtedly alive, as was the woman on the battlefield motorcycle. Large enterprises like the Baichao group had the means to endure, possessing numerous survival strategies. Zhang Linda was now deceased, and the circumstances surrounding his death were beyond inquiry. Li Jushu continued to search him, finding 10 purple coins hidden within the seams of his garments, each purple coin worth 1,000 gold coins, a substantial fortune. Zhang Linda must have held a significant position within the Baichao group, certainly not a mere employee. Li Jushu's original plan had been to exact vengeance by eliminating his pursuers, killing as many as possible. If fortune smiled upon him, he would then pursue Xiao Suiguan. If he fell to the pursuers, there would be no further actions. However, upon discovering the potions, his intentions shifted. After a moment of contemplation, he abandoned his initial resolve, opting instead to scavenge the battlefield and depart with all useful supplies, vanishing into the torrential rain. Unbeknownst to him, this impromptu decision saved his life. Nearby, a trio of hunters was revealed, including a swordswoman seated cross-legged beneath a large tree, wisps of white mist emanating from her head. 2 hunters, one tall and one short, flanked her, their gazes sharp as blades. These 2 were indeed third-tier hunters. By 10 o'clock, the rain ceased. The swordswoman blew a signal, her piercing bird call echoing for kilometers, yet the response was less than a third. What was amiss? The taller hunter wondered, were the others asleep? I have a bad feeling, the shorter hunter remarked. You're overthinking it. Perhaps the thunder has dulled their hearing, suggested the taller one. The swordswoman sounded the call again, receiving the same meager response. 2/3 of the group remained unresponsive. At this point, the taller hunter recognized something was amiss. It was plausible for 1 or 2 individuals to be deafened by the thunder, but for 50 or 60 to be rendered deaf. That was inconceivable. The trio swiftly followed their designated route to the nearest campsite, where the sight before them transformed their expressions in an instant, compelling them into a state of heightened vigilance. Upon meticulous examination of their surroundings, they discerned no immediate threats and proceeded to scrutinize the scene. In no time, they had thoroughly investigated the area, leading them to formulate suspicions, though none spoke, continuing their search for the next campsite. When the remains of the last team were uncovered, despair enveloped them, confirming their worst fears. It was him, The tall hunter's countenance darkened, realizing that the young woman did not require a sniper rifle, as it was Li Ju-Su who wielded one. This wretch had indeed survived. His luck was extraordinary. The short hunter remarked, casting a glance at the female swordsman. He must be nearby, not having ventured far. The female swordsman suddenly lifted her gaze, her eyes piercing with intent, and coldly commanded, "Signal and search. Search thoroughly. We must unearth him, even if it means digging to the depths of the earth." The two hunters concurred with her assessment, noting that last night's torrential rain would have driven even the wild beasts not far, let alone a human. With Li Ju-Su's infection still unresolved and his condition unstable, it was miraculous that he was still alive. Although the duo could not fathom what tenacity propelled Li Ju-Su to counterattack amidst the storm, they sensed that his state must be dire. Otherwise, he would not have faltered. They were not far from the adjacent campsite. All the pursuers, upon witnessing the gruesome fate of their comrades, were consumed by rage. Fear cast aside, last night's deluge had dulled their vigilance. None had anticipated that Li Ju-Su would dare to retaliate. Each was left with a lingering dread. Had Li Ju-Su targeted them, they too would likely have met a similar fate. This realization intensified their murderous intent towards Li Ju-Su. His ability to seize opportunities was uncanny. What if another storm or unforeseen circumstance allowed him to exploit the situation again? Such a person must die. Each individual harbored an insatiable desire to eliminate Li Ju-Su, yet the rain had washed away all traces, and despite over 100 people searching for 3 days, they had seen no sign of him. It was as if he had vanished from existence. Centered around the campsite, they had scoured every inch within a 10-kilometer radius. The ground marred with uneven footprints, chaotic and indistinct. Observing this, the female swordsman felt a shadow of despair. Even if Li Ju-Su were to appear, distinguishing his tracks would be impossible. A strong premonition gripped her that he lurked nearby, watching them intently. Should they reveal any weakness, he would undoubtedly strike. 3 kilometers away, a great tree stood withered, its trunk exceeding 1.5 meters in diameter. Li Ju-Su had hollowed out the trunk and concealed himself within. Awoken abruptly, he glanced at the time and realized another day had passed. Removing the cloth from his mouth, he found his condition much improved since yesterday. However, a search of his pockets revealed emptiness. All his potions had been consumed. He could not clearly ascertain his physical state. When he held his breath to act, he could barely maintain lucidity, but once he relaxed, he would unknowingly slip into unconsciousness, awakening by chance or nightmare. To prevent himself from crying out in his sleep, he had stuffed fabric into his mouth. To enhance his strength, he resolved to consume all remaining potions, uncertain of how long this would take, but determined to continue until finished. The more he consumed, the greater his power. Consequently, ingesting the potions was as effortless as drinking water, with no aftereffects, which unsettled him. He could feel the potions working within him, fortifying his body, yet he experienced no agonizing pain or spasms. He had ingested several vials, and his body showed no signs of distress. Despite his attempts to pace himself, he completed all the potions in less than 3 days, a feat that would have taken an ordinary person 3 months. The potions require digestion. He sensed monumental changes occurring within him. Yet the harmful effects of the biochemical agents continued to wreak havoc on his body, the two forces clashing within him, causing agitation and making it difficult to remain composed. Silently, he finished the food he had prepared and then closed his eyes, quickly succumbing to sleep. As night descended, Li Ju-Su awoke, his eyes snapping open in an instant, 2 icy beams piercing the darkness. In the shadowy woods, a hunter, seeking to avoid puddles, veered to the side, only to have a flash of cold light dart past him as he neared the tree trunk. His pupils dilated before quickly dimming. Behind the trunk, Li Ju-Su had bound a corpse with a vine, propped against the tree. Should the body fall to the ground, it would attract the attention of other hunters. A hunter wielding a heavy machine gun set down his weapon and pulled out a bottle of water, tilting his head back to drink when a hand suddenly clasped over his neck from behind, a dagger slicing through his throat, blood spraying forth. The hunter in front, sensing something amiss, turned just in time to see a glint of cold light flash past his neck, embedding itself deep into a tree trunk 2 meters away, revealing a shard of wood sharpened to the thinness of paper. The hunter attempted to call out to his companions, but despite his utmost effort, only a faint sound escaped his lips, despair washing over his face as he slumped down, caught by Li Ju-su just in time, who silently concealed him among the underbrush. In the darkness, Li Ju-su moved like a specter, weaving through the dense forest, reaping lives one by one. After days of fruitless pursuit, the hunter's taut nerves began to relax, while Li Ju-su conserved his strength. A signal rang out, and the female swordsman ordered the camp to be set up, noting that half of the personnel did not respond. "They have arrived." The female swordsman's expression darkened. This wretch truly dared to appear. He had audacity. The tall hunter's face displayed fury. "I'll be damned." The short hunter drew his pistol. "Do not fall into a trap. If he has shown himself, he has undoubtedly made meticulous preparations. We must not follow his script. We need to force him to reveal himself." The female swordsman remained calm. Li Ju-su quickly discerned that the pursuers had gathered and commenced setting up camp, evidently intending to lure him into action. He chuckled softly, sheathing his dagger and unfastening his sniper rifle from his back, assembling it with precision. Choosing a forked tree as his vantage point, it was not the optimal location, but the tree provided adequate cover. His safety was paramount, more so than the act of eliminating his foes. Although he was not particularly fond of using a silencer, he could not deny its considerable advantages. Within the ranks of pursuers, a sniper equipped with night vision goggles sought his position, only to have his head explode in an instant. With a thud, the sniper collapsed from the tree, his head reduced to mere fragments. Another shot rang out, striking a sniper behind a large tree in the waist. He survived, emitting a piercing and agonizing scream. A sniper who had camouflaged himself with brush believed himself flawless, even concealing the muzzle of his gun with leaves, yet remained oblivious that Li Ju-su had long since marked him. The sniper could only infer Li Ju-su's approximate location based on the sound of gunfire, whereas Li Ju-su possessed acute awareness, placing the two at inherently unequal positions from the outset. As the night vision goggles focused on the forked tree, Li Ju-su pulled the trigger. The moment the flames erupted from the muzzle, the sniper realized his fate was sealed. The thought of evasion barely registered in his body before it could react. His head exploded, and all was lost to him. One after another, snipers fell, and in that moment, regardless of their skill level, they were all reduced to the same tier. The pursuers, unable to locate him, fired their machine guns in all directions, leaves and branches cascading down, unaware of how many trees suffered in the darkness. Not only did they fail to strike Li Ju-su, but the chaos of their gunfire also obscured the sound of his sniper rifle, further hindering those focused on finding him from launching a surprise attack. In the northwest direction, approximately 120 to 150 meters away, the voice of the female swordsman rang out, and instantly, all the gun barrels unified their direction, unleashing a torrent of fire towards the location where Li Ju-su was concealed. Bullets cascaded like raindrops, yet the tree of the trident miraculously shielded him from the onslaught, its leaves falling incessantly. Li Ju-su's gaze remained unflinching. With each tremor of the NC-22 sniper rifle, another life was extinguished. As the last sniper succumbed, a fierceness ignited within Li Ju-su. Being a sniper himself, he was acutely aware of the peril posed by his kind. Without a sniper in their ranks, the remaining hunters struggled to ascertain his precise location. Although some may have ventured guesses, the considerable distance rendered it impossible for an ordinary person to discern events over 100 meters away. Hunters hurled bombs and grenades, all thwarted by branches, unable to reach him. The act of tossing a grenade under such circumstances was fraught with danger. A miscalculation could see it ricochet off a branch, failing to harm the enemy while instead claiming the thrower's life. One hunter rummaged through his backpack, retrieving a flashbang. Just as he raised his arm, it snapped, sending the flashbang soaring into the air where it detonated, flooding the surroundings with blinding light. Li Ju-su, having anticipated this, closed his eyes and donned his darkest sunglasses. Yet the brilliance still pierced through, drawing tears from his eyes. Enduring the discomfort, he aimed his gun at the female swordsman and fired. The bullet, originally intended for her heart, veered off course, striking her in the chest instead, sending her sprawling 2 meters away, crashing heavily into the darkness. A flicker of confusion crossed Li Ju-su's eyes as he sought the two hunters, only to find them vanished, their whereabouts unknown. He did not linger on them, redirecting his focus to eliminate the others. The hunters, caught off guard by the blinding light, were fully exposed. It was akin to target practice. Within mere seconds of regaining their sight, over 30 fell, most with a single shot. As darkness reclaimed the forest, the air thickened with the stench of blood, and low moans echoed painfully. Li Jushu's calm gaze swept through the shadows, and at the moment his gun momentarily paused, a flame erupted forth. A hunter, concealed behind a tree trunk, revealed just a glimpse of his scalp. The bullet grazed it, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream as he collapsed, convulsing for a time before falling silent. A deafening explosion resounded as a hunter, attempting to approach Li Jushu, inadvertently triggered a landmine, resulting in his immediate demise. The notion that Li Jushu could eliminate so many without preparation was absurd. Having scavenged numerous grenades, it would be wasteful not to utilize them, especially as carrying them was physically taxing. Shortly thereafter, another explosion rang out. One hunter was killed, another grievously injured, his abdomen torn open, intestines spilling forth as he howled in agony. Yet, some hunters remained undeterred. Li Jushu, with a piece of candy in his mouth, chewed steadily to maintain his composure. Several more enemies perished, and the remaining hunters grew increasingly cautious, some huddling motionless behind large trees, while others moved stealthily, careful not to reveal any vulnerabilities. Suddenly, Li Jushu hesitated, slowly releasing the trigger, his expression darkening upon recognizing a familiar face, Chao Gang. In the vast expanse of the Wan Shou Xing Qiu, no one had shared a longer acquaintance with him than Chao Gang. Though their relationship was forged through mutual benefit over nearly 2 years, it had inevitably fostered some camaraderie. Li Jushu's gaze shifted among the enemies, and he soon spotted the mantis and Wang Xiaoxin. Miraculously, they had evaded the clutches of the volcano scorpion. Wang Xiaoxin crouched behind a tree, tending to the injured hunter with a severed arm, while the mantis lay concealed behind a large tree, only the barrel of a Hubei 74 rifle protruding. Chao Gang masqueraded as a corpse, hiding behind another body, equipped with night vision gear, quietly observing. After a tense silence of 10 seconds, Li Jushu maintained a stoic expression, aimed at the corpse in front of Chao Gang, and just before pulling the trigger, slightly adjusted his aim upward. The bullet pierced through the corpse, shattering the night vision device. Chao Gang let out a harrowing scream as his hand was crushed, revealing stark, white bone beneath, blood gushing uncontrollably. Hearing her boyfriend's agonized cry, Wang Xiaoxin gasped in shock. The mantis's hiding place trembled as 2 bullets struck the tree. He remained oblivious until a bullet penetrated the trunk, entering his back and tearing through his abdomen, causing him to black out from the immense pain. Li Jushu single-handedly suppressed dozens, maintaining the upper hand. Despite the enemy's numerical superiority, the cover of darkness rendered them incapable of locating his precise position, leaving them in a precarious state. The hunters, however, were not idle. They attempted various tactics to close the distance, all thwarted by Li Jushu, who left behind several corpses in his wake. As time passed, the forest fell into an eerie silence. The hunters ceased their reckless advances, and Li Jushu refrained from firing. Both sides suspended in a brief hush, awaiting the other's move. To act first could mean seizing the advantage, but often accompanied the risk of error. 4 seasoned hunters. The focus was not on the order of actions, but rather on the outcome. Soon, the hunters recognized their predicament. Swarms of mosquitoes descended, manageable only through repellents. Yet the leeches and blood-sucking flies posed a far greater nuisance. The scent of blood attracted small insects from a kilometer radius, if they did not vacate swiftly. Even a bull could be drained to a husk. Regardless of how well they covered themselves, the pests found their way in. Pain was tolerable, but the itch was unbearable. Some bites provoked an insatiable itch, as if the very marrow of their bones was being assaulted, leaving them desperate to scratch. With a mere 10-centimeter lift of a hunter's head, it exploded, brain matter splattering everywhere, drawing a horde of mosquitoes. In contrast, Li Jushu remained in a blood-free zone, thus avoiding the insects. Typically, mosquitoes would indiscriminately feast, but with blood present, they prioritized it, leaving other areas comparatively safe. As the hunter's attention waned, Li Jushu stealthily vacated the trident tree, circled to the opposite side, and ascended another tree where he secured a rocket launcher at the optimal angle. He then climbed yet another tree, setting up a second launcher, having commandeered 3 in total, all aimed at the hunter's hiding spot. Utilizing a single line to control the launchers, He positioned himself and, when ready, pulled all three lines simultaneously. The rocket launchers roared to life, illuminating the night with their fiery trails. The hunters, realizing their peril, screamed in terror, abandoning their cover in a frantic dash, but the proximity of the launchers, merely 50 meters away, ensured their fate. The explosions resonated thunderously as all three rockets detonated simultaneously, claiming the lives of a dozen hunters, while those on the periphery were sent flying several meters away. Fewer than 10 managed to escape unscathed, but in moments, Li Jushu surveyed the scene, his NC-22 sniper rifle vibrating steadily, each shot finding its mark, and in mere breaths. The hunters had been decimated. The explosion's fiery glow extinguished, leaving only the disturbed mosquitoes buzzing in the air. Li Jushu stealthily shifted to his second sniper position. His rifle aimed at the first target, a tongue of fire erupting from the barrel. The hunter, who had just reached the first location, was silenced before he could utter a sound, his head blown apart. A bullet struck the sniper rifle, sparking a brilliant flare. Li Jushu rolled away with the speed of lightning, narrowly avoiding a second shot. He curled his body into a tight ball beneath a large tree, only to have his pistol severed in two by a military knife. The enemy, descending from the tree, was oblivious to Li Jushu's presence, managing to resist the torment of mosquito bites without revealing any vulnerability. Li Jushu seized the hunter's wrist with lightning speed, and their combined strength caused the tree behind them to tremble violently. Both were taken aback, surprised to find their strengths evenly matched. The hunter, towering at 2 meters and classified as a level 3 hunter focused on brute strength, had never encountered an opponent of equal might. Li Jushu, smaller in stature and weight by at least 2 sizes, had believed it would be effortless to plunge the knife into Li Jushu's heart. However, his wrist was firmly grasped, as if welded in place. Li Jushu, having consumed numerous strength-enhancing potions, had doubled his power. Even if he could not wrest the knife away, it was no challenge to make it slip from the hunter's grasp. Yet, here they were, evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. After a moment of astonishment, they resorted to entirely different tactics. The enemy's free hand lunged toward Li Jushu's neck, attempting to ensnare him. Li Jushu, seizing the opportunity, exerted force from his waist, executing an over-the-shoulder throw that sent the adversary flying in another direction. At that precise moment, gunfire erupted. The enemy's body jolted, blood gushing from his mouth, an expression of deep resentment crossing his face. Li Jushu pushed aside the arm constricting his throat, seized the enemy's pistol, and used the corpse as a shield, firing relentlessly until an entire magazine was emptied, leaving no one standing. He remained vigilant, retrieving his NC-22 sniper rifle and circling the battlefield. Finding no immediate danger, he chose to remain concealed, locating 2 nests of flame ants, which he tossed into the center of the battlefield. He then waited patiently, soon hearing their agonized groans. Flame ants, the size of a fingernail and a pale red hue, inflict excruciating pain akin to burning flames upon being bitten. Even the strongest man would succumb to their torment after being bitten by more than 10. Li Jushu methodically executed the remaining threats, ensuring that, as long as there was breath, there was a risk. Eventually, only 2 individuals remained, Wang Xiaoxin and Chao Gang. In the first volume, titled The Beast Star, Chapter 95, The Antidote, Chao Gang emerged from the shadows, half lying behind a tree, blood-soaked and missing his right hand. The white bandage had long turned crimson. Although the rocket had exploded some distance away, he had still sustained injuries, and his survival was a stroke of luck. Their eyes met, one prone and the other standing. Li Jushu raised his NC-22 sniper rifle, his gaze frigid. Chao Gang opened his mouth but uttered no sound, his expression complex. "Do not kill him. We have been coerced." Wang Xiaoxin rushed from behind the tree, arms outstretched to shield Li Jushu, her eyes pleading. Li Jushu remained silent, aiming his rifle at Wang Xiaoxin's heart, knowing that a single shot could pierce her body even through a bulletproof vest. Xiao Suiwan had forced all survivors of the No. 11 gathering point to choose between death or pursuing you, and Chao Gang had lagged behind, unwilling to strike once he recognized you. Wang Xiaoxin hurried to explain. Who would have thought our reunion would occur under such circumstances? Chao Gang pulled Wang Xiaoxin aside, addressing Li Jushu. Your strength now surpasses mine. Witnessing your current state brings me solace. Li Jushu continued to remain silent, his index finger beginning to apply pressure, Regardless, I have chosen to become your enemy. If you wish to kill me, it is entirely understandable. This is the antidote to the biochemical bomb. Consider it my atonement for our acquaintance. Chao Gang extended his hand, revealing a yellow pill the size of a longan. Li Jushu's eyes narrowed, his heartbeat quickening. Xiao Suiguan's schemes run deep. He only provides the antidote to his loyal followers. You are aware of my unique constitution. The biochemical bomb poses no threat to me. This antidote is meant for you. I left marks in several locations. You likely did not see them, Chao Gang stated. The murderous intent in Li Jushu's eyes gradually receded. However, this is merely half the antidote. It can only suppress the virus from the biochemical bomb. To fully neutralize it, another antidote is required. Xiao Suiguan has promised that upon our return, he will provide it. Why does Xiao Suiguan insist on killing me? Li Jushu finally spoke. I do not know the reason, but I can surmise. Your death would allow all responsibility for the biochemical bomb to fall upon you. You might be unaware, but there are still 5,000 to 6,000 individuals hiding in various locations at the number 11 gathering point. Only a few managed to escape initially, the rest perished. With so many deaths, Xiao Suiguan is unwilling to bear the burden of responsibility, yet someone must be held accountable. Your gunfire makes you the perfect scapegoat. Only your death will silence dissenting voices, Chao Gang explained. Isn't Xiao Suiguan self-proclaimed as virtuous? Does he not fear being ridiculed by the world? Li Juxu's ange flickerad momentarily. Those who live will remember his kindness. They would not dare ridicule him. As for those who have died, they have lost the chance to mock him. Once you are gone, the truth will be buried, and no one will risk offending Xiao Suiguan for your sake, Chao Gang added. Li Jushu fell into silence. After killing me, I hope you spare Xiaoxin. You know she is no threat and does not take lives. Chao Gang tossed the pill to Li Jushu and closed his eyes. No, we have always remained at the back of the line, causing you no harm. Wang Xiaoxin's face was filled with desperation. Chao Gang has always cared about you. After this, we shall be even. Li Jushu vanished into the woods, ultimately succumbing to his compassion. At last, dawn broke. Stop! Chao Gang, struggling through the darkness, called out. Wang Xiaoxin, who was supporting him, sighed in relief, instinctively glancing back to find nothing behind them. She opened her backpack, intending to change his bandages, but was met with his refusal. The time is ripe. We must return. Return? Wang Xiaoxin looked at him in astonishment. Have we overlooked something? The night owl has likely fallen unconscious by now. We need to locate him, Chao Gang replied. What? Wang Xiaoxin's face was filled with confusion. The pill I gave him is not the antidote to the biochemical bomb, Chao Gang clarified. Ah, I see. I was wondering why I saw you consume a pill, yet another appeared. Where'd you get the night owl? Wang Xiaoxin suddenly understood. It was given to me by the praying mantis, Chao Gang stated. The praying mantis? What need does he have for pills? Wang Xiaoxin's face flushed red as a sudden realization struck her, glaring at Chao Gang and hissing. You are no good. The praying mantis often frequented the red light district, keeping pills on hand for moments of exhaustion. It seemed Chao Gang had also begun to indulge in such practices. I did not choose the pill. It was thrust upon me by the praying mantis who insisted that I try it. You must believe me, Chao Gang hastily explained. However, is it not wrong to deceive the night owl? Wang Xiaoxin questioned. What other choice do we have? If we do not deceive him, he will kill us. You saw the murderous intent in his eyes. He no longer considers me his captain. Chao Gang's face darkened with anger. Being threatened by his own member was a profound humiliation for someone so concerned with appearances. Then why return to find him? We have no real antidote. And even if we did, we could not save him, Wang Xiaoxin remarked. Have you considered the consequences of simply returning? Chao Gang fixed his gaze on Wang Xiaoxin. Wang Xiaoxin's complexion suddenly turned pale. Li Jushu was not dead, and there was no chance that Xiao Suiguan would provide them with the antidote for the second biochemical bomb. One life for 2 lives, and if we return with the head of Yi Xiao, we would no longer need to remain on Wan Shou Xing. We could return to our home planet and live a life of happiness. I am aware that this is highly unethical, but do we truly have a choice? Chao Gang spoke with a calm demeanor. Yet, Wang Xiaoxin found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Last night, I observed closely. Yi Xiao's skin was pale, akin to that of a corpse, while his eyes glowed red with internal heat and external coldness. Even though he wore gloves, it was evident that his nails had turned completely black. He was on the verge of losing control over the biochemical virus. Even if we did nothing, he could not endure much longer, at most a day or two. Chao Gang stated. What shall we do now? After a prolonged silence, Wang Xiaoxin was finally swayed by Chao Gang's words. We must locate Yi Xiao, kill him, and bring back his head. I understand your compassion, your reluctance to take a life, but we cannot wait for Yi Xiao to succumb to the virus. By then, the biochemical virus would be too potent for either of us to withstand. Moreover, leaving such a body in this dense forest would wreak havoc on the environment. Have you considered that? Chao Gang thought far ahead. Yi Xiao acts with caution, and after so many hours, we may find it challenging to locate him. Wang Xiaoxin expressed her concern. I am familiar with Yi Xiao. I have confidence. Chao Gang replied with full assurance. You truly are an excellent captain. A cold voice suddenly interjected. Volume 1. Wan Shou Xing, Chapter 96, Secrets. With a loud pop, Chao Gang's left hand was severed by a bullet. The severed limb along with the dagger flying more than 3 meters away. As Wang Xiaoxin's hand barely touched her pistol, 2 gunshots rang out, and both her arms were severed. She let out a pained scream, blood gushing from her stumps. Li Jushu parted the branches and appeared before them. You, how could? Chao Gang's face drained of color, uncertain if it was fear or pain. Wang Xiaoxin momentarily forgot her cries and stammered, Yi Xiao. Captain, people can change. Li Jushu's face was devoid of emotion, his sniper rifle emanating a chilling aura of death. Yi Xiao, please let me explain. I never intended to harm you. I'm also a victim of circumstance. Chao Gang's gaze flickered as he racked his brain, but he could not conjure a suitable excuse in such a short time. When we were in Bloodwolf Canyon, you abandoned me. I do not blame you. Everyone has their own choices, and now I will not hold it against you, Li Jushu stated. Really? Yi Xiao, I knew I was right about you. You are truly a person of deep loyalty. This time, I was in the wrong. Rest assured, I will stand by your side in the future. If I ever do something to offend you again, may heaven strike me down. Gaogang Zezai. One cannot blame others for their choices. If a person cannot seek the cause within themselves, they will never mature. When we begin to reflect, it signifies that some mistakes will not be repeated, Li Jushu remarked. Yes, Yi Xiao, you have indeed grown, Chao Gang exclaimed, his face full of flattery. With a loud pop, Chao Gang's head exploded. Li Jushu swiftly redirected his aim, and as Wang Xiaoxin opened her mouth, a tongue of flame shot forth, causing her head to similarly burst, her scream cut short. If my sister had not died, I might have spared you, but now that she has left this world, what significance does your survival hold? Li Jushu retrieved the blades from Chao Gang's body. Chao Gang's skill in throwing stones was commendable, yet when it came to lethality, nothing surpassed the flying knives. These knives were meticulously crafted, as thin as a cicada's wing, capable of severing hair from a distance. Li Jushu's obsession with throwing knife techniques stemmed from Chao Gang's influence. He did not hesitate to seize Chao Gang's bank cards, with the owner deceased. They served no purpose. Chao Gang possessed 2 cards, one personal and one for the team, and fortuitously, he knew the passwords for both. Although Chao Gang had not confided in him, he had overheard the passwords when Chao Gang mentioned them to Wang Xiaoxin. Life is indeed wondrous. Although he knew the passwords, he had never paid them any heed. Subsequently, he looted Wang Xiaoxin's supplies, ensuring there were no oversights. After confirming his direction, he dashed towards the southwest. His pace fluctuated between fast and slow, and after approximately 2 hours, he finally spotted faint footprints on the ground. There were numerous tracks in the forest, all leading in the same direction, yet these particular footprints were going the opposite way. As darkness fell, he squinted his eyes. Suddenly, he halted. A spider silk-like white line lay across his path. If he were to inadvertently touch it, he would not die, but surely lose half his life. Li Jushu circumvented the white line, and just as he was about to step down, he abruptly stopped, retracting his foot. Crouching down, he brushed aside the fallen leaves, revealing a pressure-triggered landmine glaring back at him. His gaze swept around, and indeed, at the edge of the underbrush, he spotted another trap. Once a landmine is discovered, it must be circumvented. Many who feel relaxed on the best route will inevitably fall victim. The most sophisticated traps often engage in psychological warfare. Li Jushu carefully navigated around the area, moving slowly. Just as he stepped into an open space, devoid of tree cover, a bullet grazed his scalp. Remaining calm, he dashed a few steps and sheltered behind a large tree, with 2 bullets striking the ground, sending up puffs of white smoke. In the darkness, when the shore hunter was enveloped in cold, A bullet pierced the tree trunk before him and struck his body. Intense pain surged throughout him, rendering him helpless on the ground. The Exploder 002B sniper relinquished his weapon, struggling to draw his handgun, but before he could disengage the safety, the gunfire erupted. Bang! Bang! Both of his arms were shot, the bullets fired from handgun. Li Jushu, who should have been 50 meters away, was now standing right before him, looking down from a height. "Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me." The hunter cried out, his face a mask of terror, sweat and tears mingling in his agony. "Give me a reason not to kill you." Li Jushu had never before witnessed a grown man weep. He felt a mix of disdain and revulsion. "You are infected with the biochemical virus. If you do not take the antidote promptly, you will die." "I have a way to obtain the antidote," the hunter screamed. "What method do you possess?" Li Jushu refrained from killing the man solely for the sake of the antidote, recognizing that the hunter was quite shrewd. "I am the trusted aide of the young master. I am fully aware of where the young master has concealed his belongings." The hunter hurriedly explained. "What does it mean that he has hidden the biochemical bombs at the first gathering point? What is he planning?" Li Jushu fixed his gaze upon the hunter. "We cannot possibly know the young master's intentions, but he has placed biochemical bombs in many locations." The hunter hesitated before responding. "Many locations?" Li Jushu expressed skepticism. Biochemical bombs are taboo, and acquiring even one is no easy feat. He acknowledged Xiao Suiguan's high status. Yet such bombs could not be easily obtained. "The young master possesses 7 biochemical bombs," the hunter quickly clarified. "The young master eliminated a group of interstellar pirates and obtained 7 biochemical bombs aboard their ship. He did not report them and has secretly hidden them, transporting 2 to Wanshouxing. And what are the remaining 5? Li Juxu inquired. "I do not know, but the young master always plans far ahead, surely placing them in critical locations," the hunter replied. "If I let you go, will you return?" Li Jushu asked. "I have amassed wealth over the years, totaling 2 billion copper coins. I will certainly not abandon my fortune." The hunter had clearly thought this through. "However, I do not trust you." Li Jushu abruptly turned around, just as he was about to pull the trigger. A flash of cold light darted by, and the NC-22 sniper rifle was swiftly severed in two. As Li Jushu retreated violently, he drew his handgun and fired. The sound rang out, and flames erupted,